As a vampire, my favorite thing is actually lying on a silver chair and basking in the sunlight. All my vampire friends were shocked because everyone knows vampires fear sunlight and silver. But they didn't know that I have a gift just like Superman. Absorbing sunlight makes me stronger. Originally, I was just a normal high school student. Suddenly, I was diagnosed with ALS and sentenced to death. To keep living, I had to sell my family possessions and bought third-generation vampire blood from the black market. Soon after injecting the blood, my heart stopped beating, yet a smile appeared on my face. It meant I had successfully turned into a vampire. Hundreds of years ago, a mysterious fruit descended. Any creature that ate it would gain unmatched superpowers. The ancestor of vampires ate this forbidden fruit, gaining the ability to turn humans into vampires. Newly turned vampires received an initial gift. A vampire's heart beats only once a year. After 10 beats, they gain a small talent, and after 100 beats, a large talent. With enough food, a vampire's heart can even beat just once every 6 months. I recalled all the information I'd collected, carefully feeling the changes in my body. My ALS had disappeared. Then hunger surged through me. I got out of bed and habitually turned on the light. I froze immediately. My body was actually absorbing the lamplight. How could this be? Was my first talent to eat light? I immediately moved to the window, pulled open the curtains, and morning sunlight poured in, bathing my whole body. Instantly, the hunger vanished. I'd become a special type of vampire, a light eater. The next day, I lay on the balcony enjoying the sun, then dialed my teacher's phone number. I was previously prepared to quit school, but after realizing how powerful a light eater was, I understood that being a student was a good disguise. After all, I was illegally transformed into a vampire. If the vampire clan found me, they'd hunt me down. After explaining to the teacher, I put down the phone and suddenly felt my heartbeat once. Immediately, I held my chest, eyes filled with disbelief. Wasn't it supposed to beat once per year? I'd only basked in sunlight for half a day, and it already beat once. I gasped. The light eater seemed even stronger than I imagined. If my heart could beat once or twice per day, I could get a small talent in 10 days, and a large talent in 100 days. Although the vampire ancestor had lived hundreds of years, if I quietly hid and grew stronger for just 10 years, I would surpass him easily. Understanding this, I decided to grow in secret from now on. On Monday morning, I went back to the classroom. My buddy Jang Shou was excited. Salted fish, didn't you take leave from school? How come your body looks better? Did you secretly train without telling me? The problem was solved, so I returned to school early. I changed the topic. Look, what's happening over there? Across from Inchang No. 3 High School was the Superpower Academy. There seemed to be more security, with men in suits patrolling around. You mean those guards? I heard the vampire princess was attacked recently, Jang Shou said. I stared at the Superpower Academy, feeling something stir inside. Could the blood I injected have come from her? There were 6 vampire students in the Superpower Academy, and the one with the highest status was Nora, the vampire princess. Because her father was highly respected among vampires, she was known as the vampire princess in Yinchang. By the way, Lao Zhang, what's the vampire princess's talent? I asked. Jang Shou thought, her talent is daywalker, that's why other vampires criticize her. She's the only vampire who can walk under sunlight. I felt a shock in my heart, becoming even more certain the blood I had injected was Nora's. But this meant my student disguise might not be safe enough. Late at night, in a villa basement in Incheon, more than 10 men were blindfolded and tied up. A young man with long hair, delicate looks, and dressed in a tailcoat stared at them, murderous intent growing stronger. If not for needing information on Nora's blood, she would have chopped these men up to feed dogs. As Nora's guardian in Incheon, she had to take great responsibility for this incident. Nora's daywalker talent allowed her to move freely in sunlight. The guardian never expected these attackers to be ordinary humans. Who did you sell the stolen blood to? The guardian asked, patting the face of the young leader. The young leader calmly replied, he wore a mask. We don't know him. Well, the guardian said coldly, plunging his hand against the man's cheek, you have your rules, and I have mine. Let's see whose rules are stronger. Screams filled the basement occasionally, then quiet returned. The guardian emerged from the basement. Tom, take some men and investigate. Whoever stole Miss Nora's blood, find them. Monday morning, I sat in the classroom, reading a novel in the sunlight. Now I just quietly sunbathed during the day and practiced fighting skills at night. My strength grew massively every day. My single-arm punch exceeded a ton. I wondered if my strength was strong or weak among vampires. Today, he could finally gather 10 heartbeats and awaken his first small talent. It can be searched online, or rather, the talents that the vampires intentionally reveal to the public, which include controlling bats, blood flame, enhanced sense of smell, and hibernation. In Yusen's opinion, controlling bats and blood flame are top tier, enhanced sense of smell is average, while hibernation is the worst. In fact, hibernation itself isn't bad. Most vampires in the Blood Clan get hibernation as their first small talent, which allows them to greatly reduce bodily consumption while sleeping, and it helps stabilize injuries and heal the body. The problem is that during hibernation, vampires' perception of the outside world becomes very sluggish, making them vulnerable to ambushes. In the past, ordinary humans have found the safe houses of wild vampires, easily killed those vampires in hibernation, and even earned the right to join the Blood Clan because of it. So for wild vampires like Yusen, unless there's an absolutely safe place, even if they awaken the hibernation talent, they would never dare to use it recklessly. The sun at noon grew more intense. The students in front of him had already drawn the curtains, but Yusen left a small section open, allowing himself to continue basking in the sunlight. The second class was history. Yusen held up the history book to shield himself, then lay down on the desk, soaking in the sun. I have to say, the history teacher seemed to possess some extraordinary power. Although he wasn't sleepy, listening to the teacher's hypnotic voice made him drowsy, his eyelids constantly fighting to stay open. Suddenly, his heart beat violently once, instantly driving away his sleepiness. This heartbeat was even more intense than before, as if some force erupted from his heart, impacting all the meridians and limbs of his body. Eventually, this power struck his brain, and deep in his consciousness, he seemed to hear thunder, as if some force was condensing his soul through his blood. In that instant, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he knew what his first small talent was. His first small talent was an active ability called Silver Blood. Vampires not only fear sunlight but also fear silver. Although silver isn't as lethal as sunlight, it suppresses the vampire's self-healing ability. In general, if a vampire has enough food, most injuries will heal quickly as long as their heart isn't severely damaged. But if the wound is inflicted by silver, it becomes especially difficult to heal. Many hibernating vampires in the Blood Clan were actually severely injured by silver weapons. After school, Yusen returned home. He immediately dug out the silver ring he used to test items from the cabinet. It is said that even if a vampire only touches silver, their skin will feel a burning sensation, and prolonged contact can lead to skin ulcers. But Yusen now held the silver ring in his hand and felt no such sensation. Is this still considered a small talent? I guess normal vampires wouldn't have such an absurd big talent. Yusen squeezed the silver ring into a ball, confirming that due to his newly acquired talent, Silver Blood, he was immune to the suppressive effects of silver on vampires. However, the main purpose of Silver Blood isn't just immunity to the harmful effects of silver, but it allows Yusen to consume silver and convert all the blood in his body into silver blood. Once his entire body's blood is converted into silver blood, his physical strength will be further enhanced, and he can actively consume the silver blood in his body to form long whips or fine threads to attack enemies. Immunity to silver's harm is merely an additional side benefit. Clearly, this talent is no longer top tier, but top tier. At this point, Yusen opened his mouth, and the vampire's sharp fangs slowly grew. He placed the silver ring, now squeezed into a ball, onto his fangs, instinctively sucking. It felt like sucking in a blob of jelly. After the silver entered the body, it quickly merged with the blood. Too little. Yusen could clearly feel the silver blood that was born after the silver merged with his blood. Compared to his blood that had already cooled down, the temperature of the silver blood was slightly higher, and as it flowed through his body, it felt like there was a warm current moving. This wasn't uncomfortable, it was actually a bit pleasant. Yusen adapted to it and became even more eager for silver. However, it was currently very difficult to buy a large amount of silver, and the remaining money he had couldn't buy much. This was mainly because the vampires had been buying up silver, driving the price of silver higher than gold. Moreover, the vampires always bought silver with no intention of selling it, and no one knew where the vampires hid the silver. It is worth mentioning that the vampires had a rule: anyone who contributed more than 10 tons of silver to the vampires could directly obtain the qualification to become a vampire without any test. Although becoming a vampire through this channel wouldn't allow one to enter the core of vampire power, eternal life was enough to attract wealthy people who were afraid of death. The vampires were rich and powerful mainly because of a group of wealthy individuals who joined the vampires through this channel. Yusen pondered all night and still had no clue about how to get more silver. He had considered going to a black market shop, but that shop's methods were too wild, and even the little vampire princess Nora dared to attack it. Now, he didn't dare to have any dealings with them. Although silver was important, safety was even more important. He would rather save money slowly and collect silver items from the people than go to that black market shop again. In the morning, Yusen, as usual, was basking in the sun on the balcony. However, for some reason today, there was a foul smell occasionally drifting into his nose, a smell like a dead rat in a garbage heap, making him feel nauseous. How strange, why is there always such a bad smell? Getting up from the lounge chair, Yusen sniffed around. Suddenly, the bad smell appeared again, but the next second, it disappeared. Wait. Yusen reacted. It seemed that the foul smell only appeared when the warm current of the silver blood passed by his nose. In other words, the silver blood flowing through his nostrils had enhanced his sense of smell, causing him to smell things he normally wouldn't. Then he consciously controlled the flow of the silver blood to his nose, and sure enough, the foul smell appeared again. He followed the smell forward, then looked down at the balcony below. The foul smell was coming from downstairs. The apartment complex was mostly inhabited by middle-class families. Below lived a family of 3, the husband seemed to be a lawyer, the wife ran a clothing store, and they had a daughter who was in the 4th grade. Could it be that the whole family is dead inside? Yusen held back the smell and muttered silently in his heart. But just yesterday, he had seen the family leave, so even if they had died, it shouldn't smell that bad so quickly. Forget it. Yusen didn't like to interfere with others' business, so he quickly gave up thinking about it. It was almost time anyway, and he needed to go to school. He put on his backpack and went out. As he was going downstairs, he happened to meet the daughter of the couple downstairs, who was carrying her backpack and going out. He had an impulse and controlled the little bit of silver blood to gather in his nose. Instantly, a strong foul smell came from her. So bad. Yusen quickly moved the bit of silver blood away from his nose and shifted it to his right eye. The foul smell disappeared. But then, through his enhanced right eye, he saw what seemed like countless red insects wriggling and entangled under her skin. Hiss, she's going to die. Yusen felt like his trypophobia was triggered at that moment. Just then, she looked over and said, "Good morning, brother upstairs." Yusen's pupils flickered with silver light, and through her mouth, he seemed to see countless insects trembling like tentacles. "Good morning." Yusen smiled. Then, he quickly went downstairs and walked briskly toward the direction of the school. On the way, Yusen frowned, occasionally smelling a foul odor from passers-by. A year ago, a nationwide sensational news occurred in Rome City, known as the Rome City tragedy. The specific content was that a middle school in Rome City, all teachers and students unknowingly had their brains hollowed out by a mysterious parasite. If it hadn't been for a student who secretly ate the forbidden fruit and transferred to Rome City No. 1 high school, discovering that the whole school was full of living dead, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I remember that a year ago, because of the Rome City tragedy, the government of Yin City organized a nationwide health check, and it was because of that health check that he was diagnosed with ALS. Afterwards, because of ALS, he lived in a daze for a whole month, so he wasn't sure if anything had been discovered in this checkup. He didn't expect the Rome City parasite to silently invade Yin City. This is a big problem. Should I report it? Yusen hesitated in his heart. If he reports it, the authorities would definitely have enough power to eliminate this parasite. The problem is, in the process of eliminating the parasite, a second nationwide health check would definitely take place, and if he accepted the check, his identity as a wild vampire would definitely be exposed. Salted fish? Salted fish, what are you thinking? So lost in thought. At this moment, Jang Shou's voice interrupted Yusen's thoughts, and Yusen looked at Jang Shou, seeing that he had not been infected by the parasite, feeling a slight relief. Nothing, just didn't sleep well. Yusen said calmly. Jang Shou yawned and asked, "You didn't stay up all night watching that forum, did you?" "What forum?" Yusen asked, confused. Seeing that Yusen really didn't know, Jang Shou explained, "That forum, it's called that forum. You should check it out when you have time, especially the forbidden fruit section. Someone specifically tracks the patterns of the forbidden fruit's appearance and predicts where the next one might show up. If one day it predicts the location will be in our Yin City, I'm definitely going to try for it. Not everyone likes to be beneath others. Whether joining the Bloodline or other forces, it's basically impossible to surpass the originators. Therefore, some ambitious people focus on the elusive forbidden fruit, which led to forums like that forum being created, specifically to serve these people. But Yusen wasn't interested in such forums. Right now, he was more worried about the parasite issue. 005, Nora, who transferred here. In the whole school, about 30% of the students have been parasitized. Yusen arrived at school and carefully observed all the students during the break, and the result made his heart sink. The situation in Yin City might be even more serious than in Rome City, and it's only a matter of time before it is exposed. Once the parasite is exposed, it's only a matter of time before he gets dragged into it. This matter is urgent, and the problem could explode at any time. Something must be done. Yusen returned to the classroom and took out his phone to carefully check the various reports on the Rome City tragedy. This parasite was officially named anomalous worm 6 months ago, but its transmission method is still unclear. However, according to research, once the eggs of the anomalous worm enter a living organism, they quickly enter the bloodstream and eventually root and sprout in the heart. The dense, hair-like appendages will break out of the eggshell. These appendages can release a liquid that paralyzes the pain sensation of the host, and then quietly consume the host's flesh and blood along the blood vessels, leaving only the brain of the parasitized. At this stage, the host still retains self-awareness but loses all ability to perceive the outside world, only able to fear and despair in endless darkness. This is an immense mental torment. At the most desperate point for the host, the anomalous worm will gradually devour the brain. After devouring the brain, it instinctively mimics all the behaviors of the parasite's former life, almost indistinguishable from the original person. This mimicking behavior allows the anomalous worm to effectively hide itself. And during the process of mimicking the host, the anomalous worm gradually becomes aware that it is not the true parasite, but an independent individual possessing the intelligence of the parasite. If the host being parasitized is a human, the anomalous worm will acquire human intelligence, becoming extremely cunning and hard to deal with. This is the ultimate form of the anomalous worm. Because a large number of eggs were found within the body of the anomalous worm in this form was named the adult body. In the Wrong City tragedy, several adult bodies appeared, and in the end, several ant-level officers and a large number of special police sacrificed their lives to solve the issue. But even so, many people still went missing. The authorities believe that these missing persons are likely adult anomalous worms, and they are still being hunted down. If she still has consciousness. Yusen finished reading the various documents on the anomalous worm, and an image of the little girl greeting him that morning unexpectedly appeared in his mind. Instinctively, his hand gradually tightened, and the screen of his phone instantly cracked into tiny fractures. Damn it! When he snapped back to reality, Yusen found that his phone had been squeezed into a black screen, and he hurriedly checked it in a panic. After selling his factory and shops, his only source of income now was a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment he was renting out. If he didn't start saving money, he had no idea when he could gather enough to buy silver. At noon. Suddenly, a commotion came from outside. Then, the students in the classroom began walking outside, all looking down the corridor. Salty fish, big news, the little Bloodline princess transferred to our school. Jang Shou came in, looking excited. Yusen frowned and said, "Our school is just a regular school. What can she learn here? The Superpower Academy teaches knowledge about the extraordinary world, completely different from ordinary schools. Could it be that I've been exposed, and Nora came to find me? I don't know, but she's really here, and she's so beautiful. Definitely the most beautiful woman I've ever seen," Jang Shou said excitedly. At that moment, Qilin entered from outside the classroom. She looked excited and said, "Do you guys know why the little Bloodline princess transferred to our school?" "You know again?" Jang Shou looked at Qilin, surprised. Qilin proudly raised her head, puffed out her chest, and smiled, "Don't you know who I am? There's no news that Silver City's number 3 middle school doesn't know about me. As expected of our class's gossip queen, then hurry up and tell us, why did the princess transfer to our school?" Jang Shou asked curiously. Qilin looked around and whispered, "It all started when the little princess was attacked. You guys wouldn't believe it, but the people who attacked her were all ordinary people." "Then what does that have to do with the princess transferring?" Jang Shou asked, confused. Qilin said smugly, "I'm best friends with Zhou Jie from the next class, and her cousin works at the security bureau. He said that after the investigation, they found that the people who attacked the princess didn't use any extraordinary methods. They must have been a group of well-trained ordinary people using silver weapons. This news spread to the princess's school, and then she was ostracized. That sounds pretty embarrassing." Jang Shou understood. If he had extraordinary powers and was then bullied by a group of ordinary people, he would feel embarrassed too. The students at the Superpower Academy were very proud and had never experienced the dangers of the world. To them, if Nora lost to ordinary people, it would be like losing face for the entire extraordinary world, so they naturally isolated and even ostracized her. Nora's position in the Bloodline clan was already awkward. Furthermore, the students didn't use actual violence against her. Instead, they bullied her with more subtle, cold violence. Even the vampire clan couldn't do anything. The vampire clan is very powerful, but it's not the only dominant force. Not to mention the official forces that can suppress most other factions, even the elves, witches, cultivators, and martial artists all have powers that can contend with the vampire clan. In the end, the result was that Nora transferred schools. Nora didn't choose to transfer to a superpower academy in another city, but instead transferred to the 3rd high school here. Mainly because even if she transferred to another city's superpower academy, once the students there found out, they might still isolate and ostracize her with silent violence. So, it was better to come to an ordinary school. After all, as long as a vampire lives long enough, they naturally become stronger. At 2 p.m., the class bell rang. Homeroom teacher Mr. Chen walked into the classroom, and then, under the gaze of all the students, a girl with golden long hair, a bandage wrapped around her right arm, and an icy aura slowly walked in. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and all the boys in the class had suddenly changed their dream girl. Even the girls were mesmerized by Nora's flawless beauty. As an extraordinary being, Nora was too exquisitely beautiful, her looks were too stunning. Although the 3rd high school had never chosen a campus belle, once Nora transferred here, the boys silently reached a consensus she was the undisputed campus belle of the 3rd high school. Starting today, Nora will study with us. Mr. Chen coughed, waiting for the students to come back to their senses, then began to ramble. Nora scanned the classmates in the room and then suddenly glanced at Yusen. To be honest, 25 million is not $25. Such a huge amount of money flow is not hard to trace, and with her age and gender, the vampire clan quickly locked onto Yusen by using peripheral forces. Originally, the plan was for Tang Bo to capture Yusen, and then Nora would kill him. But after learning Yusen's identity, Nora's father changed his mind. He ordered Rocky, Tang Bo, and others not to lay a hand on Yusen. After all, Yusen had just been turned into a vampire, and his age was similar to Nora's. He was a great sharpening stone. If Nora could hunt him herself and kill him with her own strength, she would surely grow stronger. At least next time when attacked, she wouldn't be like a foolish goose, waiting for her neck to be struck. Within the vampire clan, the father's command is absolute, so Nora transferred here. The information that Qilin found out was actually both true and false. It was true that some students in the superpower schools isolated Nora because of this, but Nora didn't care about those people at all. They weren't even in the same circle. She never thought she had to please anyone. After the self-introduction, the homeroom teacher arranged for Nora to sit in the fourth row on the right next to Yusen. Her first ability was Daywalker, and the second ability she awakened at the age of 10 was Blood Flame. Although she wanted nothing more than to burn Yusen, who had made her a laughingstock in the whole academy, with a blood flame, she did not act rashly. In her opinion, Yusen possessed the same Daywalker ability as her. She probably had high resistance to light and fire damage, so she wasn't sure if her blood flame could instantly kill him. If she failed, with the vampire's recovery ability, and the strength advantage of male vampires, she might not be able to defeat Yusen. So, she prepared a secret weapon, a silver short dagger. Now, what she needed to do was to blend in with the students around her, lower Yusen's guard, and wait for the moment when Yusen relaxed. Then, she would strike like lightning, plunging the short dagger into Yusen's heart. It would definitely be a one-hit kill. 006 game. Wait until the class bell rang. Yusen silently walked out of the classroom, standing by the railing in the hallway, lost in thought as he stared into the distance. A cool breeze blew, and he closed his eyes. But before he could take in the fresh air carried by the wind, the foul smell flashed by again, and the light mood he had just relaxed into instantly turned heavy. He was very afraid of death, especially dying in such a painful way like his father did. Because everything about his father was handled by him, he understood the agony and despair of needing machines just to breathe and swallow, unable to move a muscle. To be eaten down to just the brain. Yusen could imagine that this was definitely a more terrifying way to die than his father's. Because he understood, he could empathize. Call the police. Yusen took a deep breath and made up his mind. Although he had given up on being a good person, he couldn't give up his humanity. A man must know what to do and what not to do, even if it's against 1,000 people. I'll go ahead. Even if his identity was exposed, he could retreat into the deep mountains and forests, waiting until he became invincible before returning to human society. He didn't believe that vampires could find him in the deep mountains and forests. After all, he didn't need to drink blood, and didn't even need normal food. As long as the sun rose, he feared no battle of attrition. Lao Zhang, let me borrow your phone. Yusen walked to the window and said to Jang Shou, who was talking to Qilin while sticking out his butt. Where's yours? Jang Shou took out his phone, unlocked it, and handed it to Yusen, asking casually. Yusen had no choice but to take out his broken phone and said helplessly, the screen is shattered. I don't know if it can be fixed. After saying that, he took the phone and returned to the railing, dialing the security bureau's number. Hello, I want to report. Yusen was a bit nervous. As soon as the call connected, he immediately spoke. What would you like to report? The voice on the other end of the phone asked. Yusen calmed himself down and said, I want to report that the abnormal insects have invaded Silver City, and many people have already been parasitized by them. The situation is very urgent, please. Ah, exposed. Suddenly, the voice on the other end changed from a woman's voice to a sharp male one. Yusen's eyes widened, his mouth opened, unable to speak. Even though the sunlight fell on him, it couldn't dispel the chill in his heart. Who was on the other end of the phone? Since you've been exposed, let's play a game. Thank you for your call, little brother. Don't die, okay? The other party said leisurely, as if completely unconcerned about the exposure. Beep beep beep. The phone was hung up. Yusen gritted his teeth, and the phone in his hand was instantly crushed. Damn it, could the abnormal insects have invaded the security bureau? Before he could think of his next move, a blinding light exploded from the chemical plant in the distance. Then, a loud crash and a violent shake came from afar, and the school's windows shattered instantly. All the students screamed in terror. At this moment, one by one, students parasitized by the abnormal insects stood up from their seats without any expression. It seemed like they all received the same order. 6 3-meter-long red tentacles grew from their backs. The students who had just recovered from their fear all widened their eyes. Jang Shou, who had been talking to Qilin, saw the scene and immediately climbed out the window into the corridor. A tentacle attacked in an instant. Before Jang Shou could react, his neck was wrapped up. In the next second, silver light flashed, and the tentacle was severed on the spot. Yusen gathered the little bit of silver blood at his fingertips and said, "Hide behind me." As he spoke, he rushed to the window, leaped into the classroom, and casually cut off the tentacle that was wrapped around Qiling's neck in midair. "Thank you." Qilin, still in shock, gasped for air. Yusen shoved her behind him and said, "Stay with Jang Shou. Don't wander too far from me." As he spoke, he cut off several tentacles that were reaching over. Then, he picked up a chair with one hand and used it as a weapon to knock down an approaching abnormal insect. He stomped heavily on the insect's head, then swiftly swung the chair, knocking down the abnormal insects in his path. For him, the chair was too light, and it was effortless to swing. With his usual one-ton strength, if there were suitable weapons, there would be no fear of these abnormal insects. The problem is, he doesn't have the right weapons. The chair deforms after just a few hits, completely inadequate for the task. Damn, has the salted fish eaten the forbidden fruit? Jang Shou also grabbed a chair to defend himself, stunned by what he saw. Qiling's eyes were sparkling as she whispered, "Why didn't I notice before? Yusen is so handsome, so manly. Don't just stand there, hurry up and save them." Yusen glanced at the two with the corner of his eye and said impatiently. "Some students, not reacting in time, were knocked to the ground by the abnormal insects, and it's still unclear whether they are alive or dead." What's even more infuriating is Nora, the proud vampire, who was actually suspended in midair by one of the abnormal insects using its tentacles wrapped around her neck. Her long legs, too long to be hidden by her school uniform, were still kicking wildly. Yusen had initially suspected that Nora had transferred to the school to deal with him. But seeing her clumsy performance, he immediately dismissed all concerns. With this kind of performance, even an ordinary person could easily deal with her. "Salted fish, help me." At this moment, Jang Shou used his chair to block a tentacle, but the chair was instantly snatched away. Yusen turned around, frowning. Clearly, the students from other classrooms had been wiped out, and the abnormal insects from other classes were coming over. There were doors in the front and back of the classroom, it was impossible to defend. They had to retreat to the rooftop. There was only one exit on the rooftop, and as long as they held that, they could wait for official rescue. "Prepare to retreat to the rooftop." Yusen threw the chair, immediately knocking down the abnormal insect that was trying to grab Jang Shou's chair. He then jumped over two desks, grabbed a chair, and smashed the head of the abnormal insect that was strangling Nora. He lifted the fallen Nora and rushed outside, with the surviving students following closely behind. They charged through the halls, recklessly. Any abnormal insect that stood in their way was either knocked away or instantly killed with a brutal punch. Fortunately, the teaching building only had 6 floors, and Class 3 of the 3rd year was on the 5th floor, so it took them less than a minute to reach the rooftop. Yusen put Nora down and pushed her toward Qilin before turning to guard the door, kicking the pursuing abnormal insect down the stairs. He shut the door. Yusen leaned against the door, absorbing sunlight to recover his strength. The other students were also panting, each one bent over with their hands on their knees, drenched in sweat. After resting for a moment, Jang Shou couldn't help but ask, "Salted fish, what the hell is going on? Why are there so many abnormal insects in our school?" "No way, how did the abnormal insects from Rome City get to our school?" one student said in fear. Qilin said impatiently, "What do you mean no way? Isn't the situation obvious? Those are abnormal insects, but what do they want?" As she spoke, she looked at Yusen, hoping to get an answer from him. "I don't know," Yusen sighed and shook his head. He really didn't know what the abnormal insect's goal was, and the mysterious person on the other end of the phone gave him a huge psychological burden. That person could command all the abnormal insects with a single word, definitely a dangerous individual he couldn't afford to provoke. This place isn't safe. Once the abnormal insects control the whole school, they will surely launch an all-out assault on the rooftop. I can't hold it alone. Look around and see if there's anything we can use, Yusen said after resting for a moment, looking at everyone. Abnormal insects aren't zombies, they can't just be avoided by staying quiet and still. How about tearing down the barbed wire and wrapping it around the door? Jang Shou immediately suggested. The rooftop of the teaching building was surrounded by barbed wire, and with Yusen's brute strength, it could definitely be removed. Well, it's 4:30 p.m. now, and it's still 2.5 hours until dark. If we can hold on until then, my guardian, Rocky, will definitely come. Then we'll be saved, Nora weakly spoke up at this moment. To be honest, she felt like a complete waste right now. She was clearly here to assassinate Yusen, but now she needed Yusen to save her life. She kept silent, not because she was shy, but because she had no face to meet anyone. Clearly, her strength was not weak. And there was blood flame as her trump card. But when she encountered the attack, she still acted like a silly goose. So embarrassing. 007 level. It's been too long. 2.5 hours, by the time your guardian arrives, we might already have been eaten clean by the aberrant bugs. Yusen was very clear that he had already exposed his identity in front of Nora, and once the other side's guardian arrived, everyone else would be fine, but he was probably in danger. Moreover, from the time the aberrant bugs exposed themselves until now, it had only been more than 10 minutes, and many classes' students had already been wiped out. If the aberrant bugs concentrated their forces for a full-on attack, he was confident he could escape with 1 or 2 people by jumping out of the building, but the rest would likely all die. Old Zhang, you and those few male classmates come over to hold the door, I'll try to get a weapon. Yusen looked at the barbed wire, thought for a moment, and said. As long as the barbed wire is tightly wound, it might be usable as a club. I have a weapon. Nora quickly spoke up at this moment. As she spoke, she revealed a bracelet on her wrist, and in the next moment, a red pistol appeared out of nowhere. Spatial equipment? All the students looked at Nora in surprise. Although there were introductions to spatial equipment online, everyone present was seeing the real thing for the first time. Any other weapons? Yusen took the pistol, tried to aim at the distance, then returned it to Nora and casually asked. The pistol only had a few dozen rounds, and since he had never used a gun before, he doubted he'd even be able to kill an aberrant bug after all the bullets were fired. Nora was silent for a moment, then took out a half-meter-long short knife, saying, "This is a silver knife, although not particularly sharp, it is very effective against vampires. Be careful using it." A silver knife? Yusen took the knife, smiled and said. Nora immediately lowered her head, blushing. She knew Yusen had probably guessed something. "Thank you, this knife came just in time." Yusen didn't say much, and in fact, the knife really did come at just the right moment. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone, he crushed the short knife into a silver ball about the size of a lead ball, opened his mouth, took a bite, and smiled, "Just in time, I'm hungry." Nora looked up at Yusen, as if seeing some unbelievable monster. Not afraid of the sun, treating silver as food, was this still a vampire? Could it be that Rocky and the others were mistaken? This is just too absurd. Yusen felt a warm sensation spread throughout his body after absorbing all the silver. His 5 senses were fully enhanced, and any movement within a few hundred meters, even the slightest breeze, he could sense clearly. He then took a deep breath, and his body quickly turned black. Yusen? Jang Shou couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this scene. Yusen spoke, "Don't worry, I'm fine, better than ever." To the others, he appeared as a pitch-black figure, mainly because he had used the blood of silver to enhance his ability to absorb light. Although he could absorb light before, it wasn't perfect, so some light would still reflect, allowing others to see him. But now, with the blood of silver enhancing his body's ability to absorb light, no light was reflected from his body. As everyone knows, when an object doesn't reflect any light, it doesn't emit any photons detectable by our eyes, thus becoming the so-called perfect black object. Now, Yusen was in this state. During the day, everyone could still see him, but at night, no one would be able to spot him standing in the darkness. Additionally, in this state, his physical recovery speed was incredibly fast. Even if injured, he could recover in the blink of an eye, as the food was simply too abundant. "I'm going down to deal with those aberrant bugs. You all stay here and don't move." After getting used to this state, Yusen smiled faintly at everyone, then turned around and left. After Yusen went downstairs, Qilin curiously asked, "Yusen must have eaten the forbidden fruit. What do you think? What is his ability?" Yusen should not have eaten the forbidden fruit to become extraordinary, starting off as an eagle level. Solving the abnormal insects in the school doesn't need to be that complicated, Nora couldn't help but say. Since the forbidden fruit appeared in the world, many lucky individuals have gained various abilities through it. Different systems have their own levels and boundary divisions, and the division of strength is very chaotic. In the end, dozens of the strongest extraordinary people held a meeting and established a unified level division. That is, bug, ant, bee, sparrow, snake, eagle, wolf, tiger, dragon, god. Bug level is the lowest, god level is the highest. Although the lowest level bug possesses the strength to easily kill an ordinary person. But as a certain big shot once said, don't think that just because you have some ability, you can act recklessly. Bug level. It is actually a reminder for those who have just gained extraordinary power. In the eyes of stronger beings, you are still just an insect. So what level is a salted fish now? Jang Shou looked at Nora and curiously asked. Nora thought for a moment and speculated, probably upper bug level or lower ant level. Do you think he could be a vampire? Vampire? Ha 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 ha, how could that be? Afraid of the light but loves eating silver, how could he be a vampire? Everyone burst into laughter as soon as they heard, and they all started laughing heartily. Although Nora really wanted to refute, she herself couldn't find a reason to argue. Afraid of the light? That could be explained by the daywalker. Afraid of silver? Could it be that Yusen has the talent of a silver eater? But don't forget, if Yusen really became a vampire using her blood, it has only been a few days, it is impossible for him to have a second talent. Also, Yusen has the ability to turn his entire body black. That's already 3 abilities. It really doesn't seem like he could be a vampire, no matter how you think about it. The more Nora thought about it, the more she felt that Luwachi and the others made a mistake in their investigation. Although Yusen also used a large amount of funds, perhaps it was spent on other things, like buying silver as food? Silver has been hiked by the vampire clan to a price similar to gold. Yusen spending a lot of money can also be explained. Nora thought to herself that she needed to talk to Luwachi and the others later. She can't wrong Yusen. Downstairs. Yusen walked down the corridor on the 6th floor, his fingers dancing like playing the piano, and 3 abnormal insects were instantly dismembered. Although the blood in his body had not all turned into silver blood, at least 40% of his blood had already become silver blood. With enough silver blood, he could release incredibly sharp silver threads. These silver threads are not pure silver, but a special metal made from a mixture of his blood and silver. It is both soft and sharp, tough and resilient. The most important thing is that the silver threads can move according to his thoughts, and even the walls of classrooms or steel can be easily cut through, feeling just like cutting tofu. At this moment, more and more abnormal insects came out from various classrooms, but before they could get close, they were cut down by Yusen using the silver threads. An abnormal insect parasitic on a teacher saw the scene as soon as it came out, its eyes showed fear, and then it shouted loudly, "Everyone, come out! There's an enemy, kill!" Abnormal insects from the back classrooms rushed out one after another, and as soon as they saw Yusen, they shouted and charged forward. Yusen thought, and a silver thread shot out from his finger, sweeping across. The charging abnormal insects were all cut in half by the sharp silver thread, falling down in 2 halves. Yusen looked towards the end of the corridor, and the Chinese teacher who had just shouted was already nowhere to be seen. As expected, compared to the abnormal insects parasitic on students, those parasitic on teachers are more cunning. The sound of gunfire came from the distance, clearly indicating that the officials in Silver City had not been completely wiped out, and had finally started to fight back. That's great. Yusen's spirits lifted as he heard the sound of the gunfire, like hearing the voice of heaven. Support meant there were no worries behind him, no need to consider future problems. What he had to do now was to kill all the abnormal insects in the school. But just as he was about to head downstairs, a painful groan echoed, and he immediately stopped in his tracks. Are there still students alive? He turned and walked into a classroom, where he found a weak survivor in the corner amidst the debris. Silver City, Sanshan Mental Hospital. A large number of abnormal insects were frantically devouring the medical staff. Director Chen Xingsong hid in the office cabinet, afraid to even breathe. He never expected there would be so many patients in the hospital infested by abnormal insects. Compared to the abnormal insects that parasitized normal people, those that parasitized mental patients were clearly more violent, less afraid of pain, and even more mobile than ordinary abnormal insects. The hospital's armed security guards only managed to fire 1 shot before being instantly killed. Now, he could only hope the officials would hurry and come to rescue them. Suddenly, the door to the office was violently pushed open, and a thin man in a hospital gown stepped in with an easy stride. Director? Director? Where are you? It's Joe Tai. The man lowered his voice, calling around the office, before finally walking to the cabinet and knocking on the door, muttering to himself, "Are you there? Not there? Are you there? Not there?" After a moment, he seemed a bit disappointed and murmured, "Looks like the director isn't here, I wanted to tell him a big secret." With that, he turned and left. Chen Xingsong's eyes widened as he let out a quiet sigh. Joe Tai. He was the most dangerous patient in the hospital. Joe Tai suffered from multiple personality disorder, but the problem was that, besides the main personality, all his other personalities were terrifying murderers, skinning artists, finger collectors, cannibals, and other deviant personalities. This guy had been confined to the hospital, almost always restrained by a restraint belt. Chen Xingsong couldn't imagine how Joe Tai had managed to break free from the restraint belt without being attacked by the abnormal insects. So, whether Joe Tai was human or an abnormal insect, he absolutely didn't want to come into contact with him. But things didn't go as expected. Just when he thought Joe Tai had left, suddenly the cabinet door was violently pulled open, and Joe Tai grinned at Chen Xingsong, saying, "Found you, my dear director." He then grabbed Chen Xingsong and threw him onto the office chair, while sitting down on the other side. "What do you want?" You'd better not do anything crazy, or. Chen Xingsong panicked. Joe Tai interrupted him with a laugh, "Or what? Are you going to lock me up again?" "Ha ha ha, no one can lock me up from now on." Suddenly, his expression changed from madness to a bit of timidity. "Director, am I sick? Can you help me check, take my pulse?" he said, placing his hand on the table, looking at Chen Xingsong with anticipation. Chen Xingsong didn't move hastily. Jotai seemed unconcerned, muttering to himself, "Director, isn't this world amazing? A parasitic insect wanted to parasitize me. I was so scared, but unexpectedly it chose the weakest leader. After it replaced the leader, we ended up parasitizing it, and the feeling is really amazing, its body is so strong." Are you saying that the real Jotai has been replaced by the consciousness of the abnormal insect, but you all have parasitized the consciousness of the abnormal insect, suppressing its consciousness? Chen Qingsong asked, his eyes widening in shock. Jotai nodded repeatedly, yes, as expected of the director, you cleared it all up with just one sentence. So, do you think you are a human or an aberrant insect? Chen Qingsong's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, unable to stop himself from asking. Jotai's face gradually showed a smile, and tentacle after tentacle emerged from his facial features. His two eyeballs, with the help of the tentacles, were almost pressing against Chen Qingsong's face. One tentacle split open, making a sound, and said, "Of course, I am a human." Chen Qingsong looked at the terrifying scene in front of him. His pupils violently trembled, and he was so scared that his heart failed, dying right then and there. How boring. Jotai slowly retracted his tentacles, looking at the dead Chen Qingsong with a slight sneer. Then, he suddenly thought of something interesting and laughed, "We still have time, why not go find that young man and have some fun?" As he spoke, his expression constantly changed, and in the end, looking at Chen Qingsong's body, he revealed a greedy look. It was obvious that his personality had shifted again. If Chen Qingsong were still alive, he would definitely guess that maybe the aberrant insect had some kind of consciousness network ability. Jotai's personality, like a virus, had infected all the aberrant insects through their consciousness network. These personalities could seize the body of any aberrant insect at any time, even hiding in the network to issue commands to all the aberrant insects. Silver City No. 3 High School. Yusen carried a student with a broken leg back to the rooftop. He carefully placed the injured student down and said, "Old Zhang, you boys come and help. I've dealt with the aberrant insects on the 6th floor, and many of the students are injured and need our help." "All right." Jang Shou nodded. Then, a few other boys gritted their teeth and decided to go down to help. Chen Ling spoke up, "I'll go too. 2 students can stay here to look after the injured ones. Then I'll go too." Nora felt like she should do something. Yusen didn't refuse, because there were quite a few injured students, and the more people, the more help. However, when they reached the 6th floor and entered the classroom of Class 6 in Grade 12, each of them couldn't help but turn and run to the hallway to throw up. The scene in the classroom was too horrific. Some students had been eaten by the aberrant insects, leaving only half of their bodies, and some students were left with only half of their faces. It was truly a hell on earth. Jang Shou and the others, as innocent and naive high school students, had never seen such terrifying scenes before. "Are they all right?" Nora looked at Chen Ling and the others, worriedly asking. Yusen was actually a little surprised and glanced at Nora. He smiled and said, "I thought they'd be like this, but you, surprisingly, didn't throw up." "I'm a vampire, I don't have the ability to vomit." Nora rolled her eyes at Yusen and then spoke. Only then did Yusen realize. No wonder, even though he felt the classroom scene was so horrific and terrifying, he didn't experience any physical discomfort. It turned out it was because he was a vampire. At that moment, an aberrant insect rushed up the staircase from the 5th floor. Yusen flicked his finger, and a silver line instantly cut the aberrant insect in half. He wouldn't have let Jang Shou and the others come down to rescue people if he wasn't confident in protecting everyone. Silver blood. Nora's eyes widened when she saw Yusen's silver line attack. Looking at the dead aberrant insect on the ground, she was shocked, thinking to herself. This was the great talent her father awakened when he was 150 years old. But why was it appearing in Yusen? She couldn't believe it and looked at him, her mind in a state of confusion. In fact, she didn't know much about silver blood. The main reason was that her father had never shown her the ability to consume silver. She only knew that silver blood was a power that could create silver threads. Otherwise, if she had seen Yusen consume silver before, she might have made the connection. After a while, Jang Shou and the others finally recovered. Yusen led the way into the classroom, and Jang Shou gritted his teeth and immediately followed. The others also followed. This way, she still has a heartbeat. Yusen quickly found the first survivor. A girl who had lost her limbs, and her face had been bitten. Everyone present, when they saw the girl, had heavy expressions. In the past, the Rongqing tragedy was just 4 words, and many people couldn't understand why the word tragic was used. Now, seeing the horrific state of a classmate from the same school with their own eyes, those present felt that the word tragic didn't even begin to describe the horror of this disaster. 009 Beautiful dull goose. After Zhang Shou and the others adapted, Yusen did not stay on the 6th floor, but planned to go downstairs to continue eliminating the aberrant bugs. If it hadn't been for discovering that there were still surviving students in the classrooms on the 6th floor, some of whom urgently needed bleeding treatment, his original plan was to keep going down, killing all the aberrant bugs in the teaching building. Now that Jang Shou and the others were in charge of bandaging the wounds of the surviving students, his task was to kill all the aberrant bugs as soon as possible and save more classmates. "Wait, I'll go with you," Nora bravely said at this moment. Yusen looked at Nora, as if he saw a golden, silly goose, and was about to refuse her when Nora spoke up. "Let me go with you, next time I'll give you 20 pounds of silver." "Deal." Yusen immediately agreed. Silver is expensive these days, and 20 pounds of silver should be enough for him for a long time. The two of them went down to the 5th floor. Yusen snapped his fingers, and the silver wire instantly sliced through several aberrant bugs that were gnawing on students in the corridor. Nora didn't idle either. She quickly took out her handgun and aimed at a distant aberrant bug. With a gunshot, the aberrant bug was instantly blown apart. Yusen was slightly startled and looked at the gun in Nora's hand. He hadn't expected the bullets to have such great power. I hit it. Nora looked at the fallen aberrant bug and excitedly muttered to herself. She then aimed at another aberrant bug that ran out upon hearing the noise, pulling the trigger repeatedly. One by one, the aberrant bugs exploded and died under the gunfire. A class usually has about 25 to 30 students, and the number of students infected by the aberrant bugs was only around 5 to 10. The first floor of the teaching building had 4 classes, so each floor had around 30 to 40 aberrant bugs. Nora's handgun had 15 rounds of ammunition. After killing 15 aberrant bugs, she began to fumble to reload the gun. Naturally, the aberrant bugs didn't want to give her a chance to reload, charging out from behind the classroom cover. But before they could get close, they were killed by Yusen's silver wire. After confirming that all the aberrant bugs on the 5th floor were dead, the two went down to the 4th floor. Still, Nora killed some of the aberrant bugs with her handgun, then used reloading to lure the aberrant bugs into a full-scale attack. Yusen made the final move, eliminating the aberrant bugs that charged forward. "Do you have enough bullets?" When they reached the 3rd floor, Yusen asked. Nora nodded and said, "Enough, I prepared 100,000 rounds of ammunition." Ever since she was attacked by ordinary people, she had specially prepared a handgun and bullets, and she had an absolutely large supply. On the 3rd floor, the two worked together in perfect harmony, killing all the aberrant bugs in just 1 minute. After confirming there were no bugs left, they continued to the 2nd floor. "Are you also a vampire?" Nora walked behind, looked at Yusen with a complicated expression, then whispered. Yusen walked ahead and calmly said, "Yes, I have ALS. If I don't become a vampire, I will die. I heard that because of me, you were attacked by bandits and even ostracized by other classmates at school. I'm very sorry." Anyway, when he called the police, he had already prepared himself mentally. Once this disaster was over, he would flee, never returning to human society unless he became invincible. "So that's how it is." Nora looked at Yusen with a complicated expression and murmured softly. The two reached the 2nd floor, and Nora immediately set aside her distractions, gripping her handgun and shooting the aberrant bugs non-stop. When the bullets ran out, she took out more ammo, reloading while glancing at Yusen. The remaining aberrant bugs. They all seized the opportunity to launch a full-scale attack, and Yusen waved his finger forward. A silver thread fell like waves, instantly cutting the strange insects into various weird shapes. At this moment, the teacher who had fled earlier burst out of a classroom, leaping down from the corridor and landing on the ground square. "Still want to run?" Seeing this, Yusen immediately pressed one hand on the railing and jumped from the 2nd floor to the square. Before he could make a move, a gunshot rang out. The teacher, parasitized by the strange insect, exploded from the waist up and collapsed in response. Nora, holding a gun upstairs, revealed a sly smile when Yusen turned his head, and just then, a gust of wind blew by, making her golden hair flutter, so bright that Yusen was momentarily blinded by the scene. Yusen immediately retracted his previous thoughts. This was not a golden dumb goose, but a beautiful dumb goose. Suddenly, terror appeared in Nora's eyes, and she opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. "Watch out." As soon as Nora's voice rang out, a shadow flashed past. Yusen reacted quickly and started dodging as soon as Nora's eyes widened, but still, the shadow cut off one of his arms. Thud, a rectangular sign crashed heavily onto the steps of the teaching building. Yusen's blood flowed down from above the sign, passing between the words "slow down ahead," "school zone" and finally dripping onto the ground. Yusen pressed his wound and glanced at the sign, then immediately turned around. He didn't know when, but a woman in a business suit was crouching on the school's surrounding wall. "Little brother, I'm here to play with you." The woman showed a mad smile, but the voice was a man's. Yusen's expression grew serious, silver light flashing in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "You're the bastard on the phone." "That's right, I'm that bastard." The woman jumped off the wall, smiling as she said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Jotai, once human, now a strange insect." She slowly walked to the body of the teacher parasitized by the strange insect, crouching down and muttering to herself, "TSK TSK, with such a powerful body, yet doesn't know how to use it, really a waste." Bang! 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 Upstairs, Nora took advantage of Zhou Tai crouching and not being able to dodge, immediately fired 3 shots at Zhou Tai. However, there was no explosion. Instead, Zhou Tai now held 3 bullets in his hand. He stood up and smiled. The speed of bullets isn't fast. Actually, all strange insects have the ability to dodge, but they pretended to be human for too long. Even when their consciousness awakens and realizes they are no longer human, they still follow some human bad habits. Whether it's reaction speed or velocity, they are subconsciously restricted. Humans have a self-protection mechanism. When controlling muscle activity, they automatically set a safety threshold to prevent excessive force from damaging muscles and bones. Many strange insects are affected by this, so they can only exert about 50% of their strength. Zhou Tai's personality is different. He doesn't care about his own body and is the type to harm himself to achieve his goals. Therefore, when his personality entered this body, its strength was fully unleashed. "Here you go, miss." At this moment, he flicked his hand, and 3 bullets immediately shot towards Nora upstairs. Boom! In midair, the bullets collided with the silver thread, causing an explosion. Yusen's body had turned completely black, and at this moment, he waved his finger downward, and the silver thread extending upward immediately slashed toward Zhou Tai. Zhou Tai was using a body of a tall woman, estimated to be about 1.7 meters. Under normal circumstances, even though the body was filled with the tendrils of the strange insect, as long as the skin was intact, the movements of the strange insect still followed the human pattern. But Zhou Tai was different. Facing the incoming silver thread, his body twisted and dodged like a deflating balloon, easily avoiding Yusen's attack. Then, he raised his hand, and the skin on his arm instantly exploded. Dense and tangled tentacles twisted together, forming a thick arm. "Here comes the fist." Zhou Tai laughed loudly, leaped up, and threw a punch toward Yusen, who was on the ground. "Danger!" Yusen immediately jumped to the side, landing, and quickly rolling away. One must say, losing an arm had a huge impact on him. If his right arm was still there, Zhou Tai's jump would have been instantly crushed. Boom! A loud explosion, the ground where Yusen had just stood violently shook. In the dust, Zhou Tai's punch smashed a half-meter deep pit into the ground. If this punch had hit a person, it would have likely punctured a hole right through them. On the other side, Yusen completed his roll and immediately half-knelt on the ground. His left hand dug into the ground, manipulating silver threads to penetrate the earth and swiftly strike toward Zhou Tai. In an instant, dense silver threads surged out from the pit, weaving into a large net that enveloped Zhou Tai, then quickly tightened. In the nick of time, Zhou Tai still wore a smile on his face. His body exploded, turning into a mass of disgusting, dense tentacles that skillfully slipped through one of the grid openings, even bringing human skin along with it. If anyone had seen an octopus squeezing through small holes in the sea, they could probably imagine how Zhou Tai emerged. Then all the tentacles quickly retracted into the human skin, and in the blink of an eye, Zhou Tai returned to the appearance of a young woman. Such fine control, such speed. Yusen could clearly see Zhou Tai's movements, and couldn't help but feel startled. Although Zhou Tai's abilities hadn't surpassed the limits of an anomalous insect, his control over the body of the anomalous insect was too strong. Such operations were likely beyond the abilities of most anomalous insects. At that moment, Zhou Tai noticed the severed arm of Yusen several meters away on the ground. He glanced at Yusen, then the broken arm grew numerous tentacles that directly picked up the severed limb from the ground, with tentacles drilling into the arm. Anomalous insects actually have a very perverse ability. That is, they can use their tentacles to mimic the flesh and nerves of other creatures, thereby controlling their bodies. This is considered the most basic ability of anomalous insects. Otherwise, if the host's body was completely consumed and the brain deprived of oxygen, the host would have died long ago. "Little brother, this arm of yours is really nice. Let's continue playing." Zhou Tai, controlling the tentacles, swung the arm continuously, smiling as he spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, he rapidly charged toward Yusen. So fast. Zhou Tai's running speed was much faster than that of other anomalous insects. At least 3 to 4 times faster than regular anomalous insects, and his running route wasn't a straight line, making it impossible for Yusen to predict his path. Helpless, Yusen could only retreat wildly, trying to create as much distance between himself and Zhou Tai. The two chased each other across the field. Occasionally, Yusen used silver threads to block Zhou Tai, but Zhou Tai seemed to be dancing or playing, effortlessly dodging all the attacks. Meanwhile, Zhou Tai also waved Yusen's right hand, occasionally stretching it out suddenly to throw a punch toward Yusen. In fact, Yusen's attacks posed little threat to Zhou Tai. Although the silver threads were incredibly sharp, any cut into Zhou Tai's body would surely deal heavy damage. But Zhou Tai was incredibly agile, his body shape changing quickly. Several times, Yusen tried to use silver threads to form a large net, but Zhou Tai always managed to easily slip through the gaps. Instead, it was Yusen who narrowly avoided Zhou Tai's punches several times. Although he dodged, his body was scratched in many places. However, as a vampire, these small wounds healed instantly, leaving no obvious scars. Boom! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. While chasing Yusen, Zhou Tai immediately leaned back to dodge. The bullet flew past his chest and finally hit the distant ground, causing an explosion. A great opportunity. Yusen seized the moment, turned around, and swung his left hand. A large amount of silver threads wildly swung through the air. From different angles, Zhou Tai was cut off. Facing the silver net-like threads, Zhou Tai immediately resorted to his old tricks. A large number of tendrils erupted from his body, and he chose one of the grids to prepare to escape. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Just as Zhou Tai emerged from the silver net trap, he was hit by Nora's bullet. A large number of tendrils broke apart in the explosion, and the remaining tendrils quickly burrowed back into the woman's body, writhing and retreating. Although Nora fired several more shots in pursuit, Zhou Tai's speed was too fast, and all the remaining bullets missed. Damn, I'm playing with the little brother, you're unnecessary. Zhou Tai flipped backward continuously and landed on a branch of a tree in the school. He looked up at Nora, his wrinkled face full of resentment. Neither Nora nor Yusen spoke. At that moment, the two of them showed an unexpected tacit understanding: they would strike when you were weak. Bullets and silver threads intertwined, and in an instant, the tree where Zhou Tai had landed was blasted with a huge hole, and countless silver threads strangled it into pieces. However, just before the attack came, Zhou Tai quickly jumped back, and in the next moment, he was already back on the school wall. Little brother, next time I'll come play with you again, and, damn you, you're dead for sure, I will kill you, I will definitely kill you. Zhou Tai first said to Yusen with a smiling face, and in the next moment, he changed his expression and stared at Nora, speaking wildly. As soon as he finished speaking, bullets and silver threads came again, and he immediately flipped backward, disappearing outside the school. In fact, Zhou Tai's original plan was to kill Yusen or ruin the body, but after obtaining Yusen's arm, he noticed something special about it. So, in order to take the arm back, he decided to retreat. Yusen and Nora did not immediately relax their guard after Zhou Tai left. The two of them stood still for a while, ensuring that Zhou Tai had really left, before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Yusen sat down on the ground, feeling physically and mentally exhausted. Just now, he had almost been killed by Zhou Tai's punch several times, and now he was filled with lingering fear. At this moment, Nora came down from the second floor and jogged over. She slowed down when she got closer. Yusen turned his head to look at her, their eyes met, and suddenly, they both smiled in tacit understanding. It's so terrifying. I've never seen such a terrifying monster. Nora sat beside Yusen, still feeling scared. Yusen nodded and said, thankfully, we drove it away. Suddenly, Nora pointed her gun at Yusen's lower back, and Yusen had no choice but to raise his only hand in cooperation. There are far more people in the Blood Clan who are 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than that monster. My father's patience is limited. He sent me to kill you. If I don't act, he will send stronger people. At that point, you'll be doomed. Nora looked at Yusen and said. Yusen couldn't help but laugh and asked, so, you've decided to kill me first? I'll give you a piece of advice. You better find a way to join Qilin. Nora lowered her gun and said to Yusen. Yusen quickly asked, Qilin? You're not saying there's really a divine beast Qilin in the world, and you want me to join their camp, are you? No, it's not. Qilin is the name of an official organization. I'm not too clear on the specifics, but I heard 3 years ago that a vampire like you joined Qilin, and the Blood Clan has given up on purging him. Nora said. Qilin. An official organization. Yusen's eyes lit up. This option seemed more reliable than running off to the deep mountains to live as a wild man. But if you can be human, who would want to be a ghost? Yusen wasn't really thinking about living as a wild man in the deep mountains. It was just that he had no other choice. Do you have a phone? Yusen was curious about what kind of organization Qilin was, so he asked Nora beside him. Nora took out her phone and handed it to Yusen, saying uneasily, the password is 6 6s. Don't look at the photos or browsing history, or I'll shoot you in the head. Don't worry, I'm just checking something. Yusen smiled. After unlocking, Yusen opened the browser and searched for the word Qilin. Various legends about Qilin appeared, with someone even claiming in a post that they had seen a Qilin in the wild. Pfft, you don't actually think you can find information on Qilin online, do you? At this moment, Nora couldn't help but laugh. Yusen returned the phone to Nora, not changing his expression, and said, checking doesn't cost anything, so why not give it a try? At that moment, Nora took out a bag of blood from her bracelet, bit into the bag with her sharp teeth, thought for a moment, and then handed another bag to Yusen, as if sharing a snack. No need, even though I'm a vampire, I don't drink blood. Yusen refused. Although he was already a vampire, he felt it was better not to drink blood since he could feed on light. Don't worry, I'm not old-fashioned, this is all artificial blood. Nora licked her sharp teeth with her little tongue and smiled, encouraging him. The two pushed and shoved each other, and in the end, Yusen could not resist Nora and had to take the blood bag. Fine. Actually, he was a bit curious about what blood tasted like. He pierced the blood bag with his sharp teeth, and the next second he felt a surge of life force entering his body, warming every cell. This feeling was amazing. It was completely different from basking in the sun. Gradually, he lost himself in this warm feeling, his mind going blank. When he came back to his senses, the entire school was surrounded by a large number of soldiers. What did you put in the blood? Yusen stood up, looking at the surrounding soldiers and couldn't help but ask Nora beside him. After drinking the blood, he lost consciousness. If Nora or these soldiers had wanted to do something to him just now, he would have had no chance to resist. Nora explained with a smile, it's really just ordinary artificial blood, but I didn't expect you to be like my cousin, easily intoxicated by blood. Simply put, after drinking blood, it feels like being drunk. After hearing this, Yusen was speechless. It turned out there were vampires who could get drunk on blood. Fortunately, he discovered this weakness in time, otherwise, it would be troublesome if he slipped up at a critical moment in the future. The follow-up work was all handled by the arriving soldiers, and under the arrangement of the surviving teachers, Yusen and Nora rested in a tent outside the school with Jang Shou and the others. Currently, the entire Silver City had entered a state of war, and going home was definitely not possible. One night passed without a word. The next day, Yusen woke up from the wooden bed in the tent and couldn't help but stretch. Maybe because he had consumed a lot of energy fighting with Zhou Tai yesterday, he slept until dawn. This indicated that vampires did not really not need to sleep, it was just that their energy recovery speed exceeded consumption, which created the illusion of not needing sleep. Of course, it could also be because regrowing an arm consumed a lot of energy. Upon waking, Yusen found that his right hand had already healed. The new right hand was almost indistinguishable from the original, and it seemed even more perfect. In fact, many people have arms that are not exactly the same size because of being left-handed or right-handed. For example, a right-handed person. Upon careful observation, one would notice that the right fist is larger than the left. Yusen used to be right-handed, so his right hand was slightly larger than his left, but now both arms were completely the same size, making his balance much stronger whether throwing a punch or doing other actions. Stepping out of the tent, sunlight shining on him, Yusen felt as if his phone had been connected to the charger. He grew more alert, his thoughts sharper, and he was aware of every sound around him. Not far away, Jang Shou and the others were sitting in a row, watching the school. A group of soldiers dressed in white protective suits is disinfecting the entire school, to prevent abnormal insects from leaving behind eggs or other hidden dangers. What are you looking at? Yusen walked over and sat down next to Jang Shou. Jang Shou said heavily, I just heard that there are only a little over 100 survivors in the whole school, and most of them are left with lifelong disabilities. Among these survivors, half were saved by Yusen and his team. If it weren't for their quick action in killing the abnormal insects in the teaching building, there might only be 30 or 40 survivors. Yusen fell silent after hearing this. So many students and teachers, and only so few survived. Then, it was unclear who started it first, but several girls began to quietly sob, making the atmosphere even sadder, and even Jang Shou's eyes turned red. Xianyu, do you think my parents are doing okay now? By the way, where's my phone? Jang Shou suddenly asked. Yusen immediately showed an awkward smile and said apologetically, your phone, it was so sudden, so I accidentally broke it. That's true, it was chaotic at that time, but it's good to have you, otherwise, we would definitely be doomed, Jang Shou said with understanding as he recalled the situation from yesterday. If it weren't for Yusen, he knew he and the other students would not have gotten out alive. He was saved by Yusen's efforts, a broken phone was nothing in comparison. At that moment, Qilin came over with a male teacher, both carrying several bowls. She forced a smile and said, everyone, come and have breakfast. Oh, I've been hungry for a long time, Jang Shou said, immediately regaining his spirits and standing up to speak loudly. Qilin placed a bowl of noodles in front of Yusen, who accepted it and smiled, saying, thank you. Although he couldn't digest other foods and they tasted like chewing wax, he didn't want to reject Qilin's kindness right now. With one hand holding the bowl and the other holding chopsticks, Qilin then noticed that his right hand had grown back and exclaimed in surprise, Yusen, your hand is better? It grew back after a good sleep, Yusen said with a smile after taking a bite of noodles. Then he frowned and instinctively looked up at the male teacher distributing breakfast nearby. Who is this teacher? He asked Qilin while looking at the man. Qilin introduced, this is Teacher Yue, the physical education teacher for the third-year students. Fortunately, he had no classes yesterday and was sleeping in the dormitory, so he didn't fall victim to the abnormal insects. Oh, teacher, you must have been sick yesterday, Jang Shou said with a smile. Although third-year students have less pressure than those in their final year, the study load is still quite heavy, and physical education teachers are often sick. Chen Ling shot Jang Shou an annoyed glare, while Yusen examined Yue, feeling something was off. Though his enhanced senses from the silver blood didn't pick up anything unusual, he had a vague feeling that this teacher was suspicious. The problem is, everyone present should have been checked by the authorities. It shouldn't be possible for any to slip through the net. Something is off. Something is off. Something is off. Yusen bowed his head and ate his noodles. But deep inside, there seemed to be a voice reminding him that Yue was a problem. Next, Yusen observed Yue until noon. However, Yue showed no signs of a problem. His scent was that of an ordinary man, no tendrils wriggled under his skin, and his heartbeat sounded completely normal, indicating that there were no foreign objects in his heart. Moreover, through prolonged observation, Yusen discovered that Yue suffered from kidney stones, lumbar muscle strain, nasal inflammation, and other ailments. In summary, he was just an average middle-aged man. Although there were signs of exercise, there weren't many. This fit the profile of a physical education teacher for third-year students. Strange. Yusen puzzled over it, wondering what could possibly be wrong with Yue if he was indeed suspicious. Beside him, Jang Shou could not help but speak up. Xianyu, if you really think Teacher Yu has a problem, why not report him directly to the soldiers? Once they catch him, we'll know for sure after a thorough check. If I report someone, will people believe it? What if nothing is found? By the way, where is Nora? Yusen looked at Zhang Wei, asking 3 questions in a row. Jang Shou opened his mouth and realized he could only answer the last question, so he told Yusen that Nora had a special identity. Her father was a diplomatic envoy of the Blood Clan, so she was picked up by bodyguards last night. All right. Yusen sighed. He originally wanted to ask for Nora's opinion. Although Nora sometimes appeared silly, like a beautiful goose, she actually had her own thoughts. Or rather, it was because she was too smart and had so many ideas that she seemed silly at critical moments. Afternoon. All students were asked to enter separate tents for investigation and questioning. Yusen entered one of the tents, where a man and a woman were working. They first told Yusen not to be nervous, followed by routine questioning. Name? Yusen, Yu as in abundance, Xian as in wise. Gender? Male. Age? 17. Race? Human? Vampire? Yusen said uncertainly. The female worker smiled and said, as long as you think you are still human, you can write down human. Then I'll write human. Anyway, I will never drink blood again in this life. Yusen thought for a moment and said firmly. After filling out the basic information, the two asked Yusen to carefully recall what happened yesterday and narrate it in detail. At first, the 2 workers appeared relaxed, listening and writing, but as they listened, their expressions changed. What? This young man is the first to discover the abnormal bug? What? The Public Security Bureau has been infiltrated? What? He even encountered a suspected leader of the abnormal bug? After they finished writing, they exchanged looks and asked Yusen to wait there while they hurriedly left with the report. After an hour of anxiety, the tent opened again. A middle-aged man with a square face entered with a very imposing young man, and they sat down in front of Yusen. The young man spoke, I am Jin Shang, this is Jin Dajuan, we are here mainly to verify some questions with you. The moment the young man entered, Yusen felt as if he was facing the sun, and the other person's heartbeat sounded like a lion roaring, clearly not an ordinary person. Okay, I will be honest. Yusen took a deep breath and said nervously. Jin Dajuan couldn't help but laugh, don't be nervous. We already know the general situation. Not only did you expose the abnormal bugs conspiracy, forcing them to act earlier, but you also saved so many classmates in the disaster. No one here dares to make things difficult for you. Classmate Yusen, listen to this voice, is it Zhou Tai's voice? Jin Shang took out his phone and played an audio clip. The audio was very noisy, occasionally interrupted by screams. Yusen listened carefully, and in the recording, a twisted male voice faintly said, Dean, isn't this world very wonderful? Chen Qingsong's office had a listening device secretly installed by his wife, who originally intended to find evidence of Chen Qingsong's affair to secure more assets in a divorce. But Chen Qingsong died, and his wife also died. However, this listening device recorded a crucial conversation, which eventually fell into the hands of Jin Shang and the others. The voice is about 60% similar, but the tone is almost identical, I can be sure it's him. After listening to the audio, Yusen said seriously. Jin Shang and Jin Dajuan looked grave. Zhou Tai was extremely dangerous even as an ordinary person. Now that those twisted personalities could control the abnormal bugs and even parasitize one, the danger level had drastically increased. If not resolved quickly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Can I ask what the original plan of the abnormal bugs was? Yusen couldn't help but ask. Jin Dajuan nodded and said, if you hadn't exposed the abnormal bug invasion, they would gradually consume the entire Silver City. Everyone will become their food and host, until Silver City turns into the nest of the strange bugs, and by that time. I'm afraid we will have no chance to completely eliminate them. Yusen, do you have any other questions? Jin Shang glanced at Yusen as if hinting at something. In fact, both of them knew everything about Yusen from the moment they arrived, a person suffering from ALS, who had to become a wild vampire through illegal means, clearly struggling to survive but still holding on to a sense of justice, ultimately making the right choice of a good kid. Because of Yusen's choice, at least tens of millions of people in Silver City were able to survive. This contribution was too great. With this golden shield, the country would definitely not ignore him, let alone the Blood Clan. No force would dare to act recklessly. I want to ask, do I have a chance to join Qilin? Yusen rubbed his hands, revealing a longing expression as he asked. Jin Shang was taken aback, then looked at Jin Dajuan, who quickly distanced himself, saying, "Not me, I never said that. I, like you, am seeing Yusen for the first time." Yusen, who did you hear about Qilin from? Jin Shang asked. Jin Dajuan laughed. No need to ask, if I'm not mistaken, it should be from Marcus's precious daughter, right? Then he couldn't help but add, Yusen, you asked the right person, this kid is from Qilin, ranked 89, codename Lionlight, and I am his father, ha 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 ha. Jin Shang looked at Jin Dajuan speechlessly. The reason he doubted Jin Dajuan immediately was that Jin Dajuan had boasted about all his comrades. This guy told everyone that his son had joined Qilin. Are you sure you want to join Qilin? Jin Shang sighed and then looked at Yusen to ask. His original intention was to let Yusen request official protection. The official only needed to notify the Blood Clan that this kid is under my protection. As long as he doesn't leave the country, the Blood Clan wouldn't dare to even fart. Although it has always been said that the Blood Clan's power is enormous. But in fact, at the national level, without even a dragon-level powerhouse, the Blood Clan is merely a second-rate power. Most of those wild vampires can be successfully cleansed by the Blood Clan, mainly because those who became wild vampires were not good people to begin with. There were even situations where they attacked ordinary people for blood, so the country naturally turned a blind eye to it. But for someone like Yusen, who has a clean background and saved the lives of tens of millions in a city, the Blood Clan is nothing. 013 Unconditional Trust. Blood Clan. Or say, vampires. They are actually a race with many weaknesses. They fear the sun, silver, garlic, and crucifixes, and their food is only blood. Once they go too long without drinking blood, they will fall into a deep sleep, their bodies gradually turning into mummies, until one day blood falls on them, and then there is a slight chance of awakening. If becoming a vampire were not one of the easiest ways to gain immortality, the Blood Clan would probably not even be considered a second-rate force, at best a third or fourth-rate. The prominent reputation of the Blood Clan among the people is mainly because they are very rich, especially very wealthy, so those who have transformed into Blood Clan members continue to hire water armies to promote how powerful, terrifying, and mysterious the Blood Clan is. This creates a false impression for ordinary people that the Blood Clan is a first-rate power, truly believing that offending them leads to death. In fact, the 5 major countries all possess the power to easily suppress the Blood Clan, and there are also some extraordinary forces occupying many small countries that have the ability to crush the Blood Clan. The reason the Blood Clan still exists today is not because of their strength but because they have some sense. Originally, Yusen thought joining Qilin would be difficult, or that he would have to undergo various tests. But the next day, Jin Shang placed documents, a gun, and a special phone in front of him. Jin Shang looked at Yusen, holding back a smile and said seriously, "From now on, you are a member of the Qilin's Evil Extermination Team, rank 6330, codename Salted Fish." Yusen looked at the badge on the table, unable to help but pick it up and flip through it again, incredulously saying, "Is this real?" Of course it's real. As long as you show this badge, all law enforcement agencies across the country can verify its authenticity and will cooperate with your actions unconditionally, Jin Shang replied with a smile. Yusen put away the badge and asked, "So how many people are in the Evil Extermination Team, and who is the captain?" "I am the captain of the Evil Extermination Team," Jin Shang explained. "There were originally 5 members, plus you, we make 6. However, the team usually doesn't act together. Each member takes on tasks individually. Only for tasks of Sparrow grade and above do we gather as a team." He then told Yusen all the specific details about the team. The teams under Qilin have a very high degree of freedom because most members eligible to join Qilin are powerful extraordinary individuals. Since every extraordinary person's situation is different, forcing them to act together may hinder some members' growth. In general, team members can freely take on worm grade and ant grade tasks, and 2 or more members can collaborate on B grade tasks, while Sparrow grade tasks and above must be undertaken by the whole team together. "So how would you rate Silver City now?" Yusen asked curiously. Jin Shang replied, "The anomalous insect disaster is classified as Tiger grade, but not because of its strength, rather due to its harmfulness. Only by exterminating all the anomalous insects can we consider the mission a success. However, this mission is bound to be extremely difficult, as we have no idea how it spreads or how many there are. Actually, I have a suspect. I suspect he might be an anomalous insect, but I can't find any evidence," Yusen remarked, suddenly recalling Yue and hesitating. Jin Sheng immediately became serious and asked, "Who do you suspect?" "Yu Wei, teacher Yu. Although I observed him for half a day, he showed no flaws. But when I saw him again this morning, I still had that feeling." "He is definitely not right," Yusen said, frowning and contemplating. Jin Sheng immediately turned and walked outside, saying as he walked, "Let's go, since you believe he is suspicious, we should control him and check it out." The two exited the tent. Jin Sheng instructed the soldiers to first restrain Yue, locking him in a tent guarded by several soldiers. Throughout the whole process, Yue did not resist, he only looked a bit frightened. Jin Sheng and Yusen observed from a distance, and both could not see anything amiss. "Do you still think he seems off?" Jin Sheng asked. Yusen nodded, "Yes, he definitely has a problem, but with my current abilities, I can't see any issues yet." "Then let's observe more." Move, Jin Sheng thought for a moment and decided to fully trust Yusen. The two entered the tent where Yue was detained. When Yue saw them come in, he hurriedly spoke, "Sir, and Yusen, is there something you need from me?" Neither Jin Sheng nor Yusen responded. The two circled around Yue, and Jin Sheng's eyes suddenly turned golden, while silver light flickered in Yusen's pupils. "What are you doing?" What's wrong with me?" Yue looked a bit scared as his body leaned backward. Jin Sheng's golden light gradually faded, he shook his head at Yusen, clearly having found no issues. The silver light in Yusen's pupils also slowly returned to normal, with no discoveries made. "Are you sure?" Jin Sheng asked, somewhat confused. Yusen understood what he meant and nodded, "Very sure, especially now, he gives me an incredibly strong sense of incongruity." He was not talking nonsense, now he stood about 20 centimeters away from Yue and felt an indescribable discomfort looking at him, a feeling of utter disharmony. "Then go ahead, even if it's wrong, I will take the responsibility." Jin Sheng fell silent for a moment, and in the end, decided to continue trusting Yusen. After all, Yusen was now his team member, and supporting teammates was one of the responsibilities of a captain. There were cases in the Qilin archives where a team member found an issue, but the captain didn't believe it, resulting in only 2 survivors from the whole team. Since then, every captain under Qilin's command had chosen to stand firmly on the side of their teammates. Yue seemed to sense danger and panicked, shouting, "What are you going to do? Help! Help! They're killing! Shut up, be quiet!" Jin Sheng immediately glared with his eyes. The next moment, Yue's mouth was covered by a golden light, and he could only make muffled mmm sounds. Do whatever you want, you can dissect him or chop him into pieces." Jin Sheng coldly said to Yusen. Yusen nodded, glancing at Yue with some hesitation, and said, "Mr. Yu, bear with it, I'll try not to hurt you." Then he gathered his fingers, forming a thin silver thread, which slowly pierced into Yue's neck and traveled inside his body. Through the battle 2 days ago, his control over the silver blood had improved significantly. To avoid harming Yue, he was very careful. At the same time, this time he checked very carefully, inspecting the blood vessels, internal organs, bones, and nerves one by one. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as the silver thread seemed to touch something unusual. Before he could react, a strange change occurred. Exposed again, little brother, as expected, you are the biggest enemy of the bugs." In an instant, Yue's head twisted 90 degrees, his whole face contorted into a wrinkled mess. Jotai's voice came from his head, and then a large amount of nerve fibers shot out from his eye sockets, nostrils, and ears, rapidly piercing towards Yusen. At that moment, Jin Sheng emitted a golden light from his whole body. With one hand, he easily blocked Jotai's attack and tightly gripped the abnormal bug disguised as Yue's nerve fibers. "I see now, no wonder I couldn't detect any signs." Jin Sheng looked at the abnormal bug in his hand, muttering to himself. Yusen also realized the problem at this point, furrowing his brows, and said, "This level of infiltration is too terrifying." In fact, the abnormal bug had not fully controlled Yue, it had only disguised itself as a segment of Yue's nerve fibers. Since Yue was still alive, Yusen couldn't smell any foul odor, and because the abnormal bug mimicked nerve fibers, it was nearly impossible to detect unless the person was dissected. Yusen guessed that the reason he felt something was wrong with Yue was more because Jotai was observing him through Yue. He instinctively sensed something was off. Without Jotai's surveillance, he probably would not have noticed anything wrong with Yue. With that said, even if the abnormal bug infiltrated the whole country, no one would be able to detect its existence. Their discovery now was definitely a major breakthrough. 014 Blood of Pangu. That evening, several senior leaders from the Qilin headquarters flew into Silver City. Yusen followed closely behind Jin Sheng, seeing several powerful figures whose presence seemed as fierce as demons. Although these big shots all greeted him with smiles, very kindly shaking his hand, patting his head, and praising him as a good child, Yusen remained tense the whole time, his limbs stiff, feeling like a chicken chick dropped into a lion's den. It's worth mentioning that the term flying in was literal. These big shots flew directly from the capital, descending from the sky. The next day, Yue's body and the abnormal bug caught by Jin Sheng were taken away by one of the big shots. It is believed that the Qilin headquarters would conduct various studies on them, and perhaps soon there would be a way to identify the victims who were controlled by the abnormal bugs hiding in the crowd. Noon. The sun radiated intense heat, and the soldiers stood under the scorching sun. Even sweating profusely, he still stood tall in military posture. Yusen sat outside his tent, enjoying the sun while looking at his phone. This phone was a special internal device for Qilin, waterproof, dustproof, dropproof, fireproof, and electric-proof, and it could maintain a signal in most environments. Additionally, the phone had several official apps, among which Yusen's favorite was the profile panel. The profile panel mainly recorded a large number of extraordinary events that various Qilin teams had resolved. For example, some criminals who accidentally gained abilities or animals that committed evils after eating forbidden fruits. Each team had cleverly battled these extraordinary beings and successfully resolved the problems. Of course, there were also cases of teammates clashing, or captains not trusting their team members, ultimately leading to mission failures and team losses. The reason the official side publicly shared these cases internally was mainly due to the severe and complex situation of superpower crimes. Only by continuously learning and broadening their horizons could they avoid being deceived by various abilities when facing complicated criminals, thus not falling into a dead end of thought. Yusen was now greatly expanding his horizons and learning a lot. For example, he used to believe that merely obtaining the forbidden fruit would lead to soaring success. Only after reading one of the profiles did he realize that the forbidden fruit was not omnipotent and had many limitations. One profile featured a boy named Qin, who found a forbidden fruit on his balcony and became a god after consuming it. However, as the price for gaining power, his self-awareness was completely obliterated. Now, Qin was sealed in the extraordinary containment facility of Qilin headquarters, numbered 006, codename, God of Fortune. Anyone who kneels before him would receive luck, but once they start kneeling, they must kneel sincerely every day, otherwise, if the kneeling is interrupted, misfortune would descend. The more good luck one had before, the more bad luck would follow. Also, there was one numbered 001, codename Pangu, who was in a similar situation, but he was trapped in eternal sleep. It was said that he would only awaken after the world perished, then create the heavens and the earth. In the Qilin app, the blood of Pangu in the merit store comes from this individual. The official side had found a way to extract blood without harming his body. The more Yusen looked, the more he could understand how deep the official backing was. Compared to the official power, the blood clan was nothing. I wonder how much I would benefit from a sip of Pangu's blood. Yusen said with curiosity on his face after reading one of the profiles. The team that resolved the event was led by a former ordinary soldier. Due to his outstanding achievements, he was able to exchange for Pangu's blood and became a sparrow-level extraordinary being. One drop of Pangu's blood could create a little expert at the sparrow level. Indeed, no one could escape the law of true craving. Although Yusen swore he would never drink blood again, the truth was, he was a bit tempted by Pangu's blood. Actually, there were warriors in Silver City who had consumed Pangu's blood. That was the Public Security Bureau's riot police, but most members of the riot police had only taken diluted Pangu's blood, their strength roughly at the insect level lower rank. Besides having better physical qualities than regular people, they did not possess any additional abilities. Currently, the riot police were acting together with the armed police, conducting thorough inspections of all buildings in Silver City, clearing out possible hidden aberrant insects. Silver City had a resident population of about 30 million, making the inspection quite challenging. In fact, in the past, Silver City's population was only around 10 million. After the Rome City tragedy, a large number of residents migrated here, leading to a dramatic increase in Silver City's population. Right now, Silver City was one of only 2 cities in the country with a resident population exceeding 30 million. Interestingly, because of the large number of residents migrating from Rome City, the several properties Yusen owned had also appreciated in value. After this incident, it is estimated that the 2 remaining houses in Yusen's hands will probably devalue significantly, but fortunately he has now joined the Demon Slayer team, not only having a salary but also a position. That little loss is just a drop in the ocean for him. As Yusen opened the next file to continue reading, Jang Shou and Chen Ling came over together. Jang Shou leaned closer, sneakily asking, "Xianyu, there's talk online that the authorities are planning to popularize extraordinary education. Is this true or false?" Popularize extraordinary education? Yusen was taken aback and then shook his head, saying, "I don't know, I haven't heard of it." In fact, the whole country was paying attention to the situation in Silver City. Major cities had begun widespread health checks, and many people felt as if they were facing a great enemy, feeling uneasy. Then news of the official promotion of extraordinary education spread, and netizens immediately shifted their focus, discussing the pros and cons of popularizing extraordinary education. If it's true, that would be great. I'll definitely become an immortal cultivator then. My life will be in my own hands, not dictated by fate. Jang Shou said with a face full of longing. Yusen opened the contacts on the Qilin app and said, "Let me ask, the team leader might know." These past 2 days, he finally understood the value of being ranked 89. At the Qilin headquarters in various meetings, Jin Shang not only had a seat but also voting rights. Many policy messages could be grasped in advance by Jin Shang. He clicked Jin Shang's profile and typed away rapidly. Xianyu, team leader, are you busy? Lionlight, just dealt with some trash causing trouble in the chaos, what's up? Xianyu, there's talk online that the country wants to popularize extraordinary education, is it true? Lionlight, they are indeed discussing it. Actually, they have been talking about it since the tragedy in Rong City. The Silver City incident just sped up the process. After all, the two odd insects were discovered by students at school, and you and that classmate are both extraordinary. However, I estimate it won't be implemented so quickly. They will likely select a few cities as pilot programs first. Xianyu, oh, I see. Yusen looked up at Jang Shou and said, the team leader said this is indeed happening, but they will likely choose a few cities as pilot programs first. Since ancient times, heroes have broken rules with their martial arts. While the widespread popularization of extraordinary abilities can allow more potential talents to stand out, it can also give many ill-intentioned people power. Therefore, the authorities must have deep concerns and cannot make a decision all at once. I've made up my mind. When the government announces which city will be a pilot, I will go to that city for school, Jang Shou immediately exclaimed with excitement. Chen Ling, on the other hand, calmly analyzed, I think Silver City and Rong City have a great chance of being chosen as pilot cities. After all, we are victims of the odd insects. The country will definitely pay a bit more attention to our two cities. If it could be Silver City, that would be wonderful, another female classmate sighed. In the past few days, there had not been many good news, but bad news kept pouring in. It was said that the casualties in the first and second high schools were even heavier, as the odd insects seemed to be infiltrating from the schools, with students being the first to suffer. Especially in many elementary schools, it seemed there wasn't a single survivor. No one knew how many families faced the collapse of their world. Yusen looked at his anxious and hopeful classmates and felt a stirring in his heart. To speak of it, before he fell ill with ALS, he was actually like his classmates, more longing for extraordinary power, and later slowly accepted the reality of his ordinariness. Clearly, after surviving a near-death experience, his classmates, just like him suffering from ALS, desired extraordinary power even more. This desire was essentially a fear of the future and a fear of death. Nobody was really that different. Even if they gained extraordinary power, he would only become stronger, his heart would still be a human heart, and his feelings were just like everyone else's. What that female staff member said was right. As long as he believes he is still human, no matter what extraordinary race he becomes, he will always be human. Vampires are just a kind of bloodline. The lion's majesty. Night. Yusen sat outside the tent basking in the moonlight. After midnight, dark clouds gradually covered the moon, a thin fog rose from the ground. Seeing he could no longer bask in the moonlight, Yusen put his phone in his pocket, turned upside down, and began to do handstands and push-ups. After joining the Qilin faction's evil slaying team, he should not be hunted by the Blood Clan anymore, which means he is safe. As a vampire, his life was endless. As long as he obediently basked in the sun, he could indeed live a lazy life like a salted fish. The problem is his name read backward is salted fish, but he is not a pleasure-seeking person. For the past few days, he had been thinking about how to live the rest of his life, and for what reason he lived. Because his father had died of illness, he was very afraid of death, but because he feared death, he loved life more than anyone else. Scenes from school flashed before his eyes, the serious studying classmates, the playful classmates, the shy and silent classmates, and the enthusiastic and cheerful classmates, in the end all became broken corpses, their faces remaining with expressions of terror, and the traces of tears faintly visible in their bloodstains, all imprinted in his heart. After reading a lot of files, he seemed to see brave souls quietly protecting the ordinary lives of people. He saw young lives falling in pools of blood. Why did Jin Shang trust him unconditionally? It was because a senior used their life as a lesson to pave the way for him. In the end, he already had the answer in his heart. He wanted to become a light. He wanted to dispel the fear in everyone's heart. He wanted to protect the smiles on everyone's faces. This needed powerful strength, so he had to become stronger, stronger, stronger. 1005, 1007, 1010 1020. Yusen supported his body with one finger, quickly doing handstand push-ups. At this moment, Jin Shang returned from outside, holding a few mice larger than adult countryside dogs. He stopped and looked at Yusen. As Yusen prepared to switch hands and continue, he stepped forward and invited, let's go over there to practice. As he spoke, he pointed to a playground in the school behind him. Is this considered internal training guidance? Yusen's eyes lit up and he asked with a smile. Jin Shang smiled and said, you can think of it this way, do you want to go? Of course. Yusen immediately flipped over and landed, clapping his hands. Giving the few mice to the soldiers to handle, Jin Shang entered the school with Yusen. The two distanced themselves on the playground, and Jin Shang spoke, I will control my power at the insect level, come on. Then Captain, be careful. Yusen immediately nodded. He snapped his fingers simultaneously, and a large number of silver lines quickly shot towards Jin Shang, who stood still, his fingers wrapped in golden light. When the silver lines approached, he perfectly flicked his fingers on the silver lines, instantly blocking all of them easily. Your finger movements are necessary? Too obvious. Jin Shang looked at Yusen's fingers controlling the silver lines, curiously asked. Yusen controlled the silver lines to swirl, the tips quickly piercing towards Jin Shang, he answered. It's easier to control this way, and the silver lines shot from different positions actually have differences in flexibility. The silver lines shot from the fingertips are the most flexible, then the palms, then the wrists, forearms, elbows, and upper arms. The silver lines shot from other places are harder to control. Because the amount of silver blood in his body is limited, he must focus on the most flexible places, which is also the reason he was significantly weakened after Zhou Tai severed his right arm. Flexible silver lines and unflexible silver lines have a significant difference in battle. That's purely because you lack enough proficiency. I've seen Marcus use the same ability. He maneuvers silver lines in countless ways, making it impossible to defend against, and even covers his body to form silver armor. Much stronger than you are now. Jin Shang effortlessly evaded the silver wire attack, speaking while dodging. Yusen's eyes lit up. The physical defense of a vampire was indeed weak. If he could weave the silver wire into armor, it could serve as decent protection. Perhaps, he could learn to knit later, the two should be similar in theory. But right now, the most important thing was to force Jin Shang to make a move. So far, Jin Shang had only been defending, blocking all his attacks with just a finger. Facing Jin Shang. Although the pressure was not as great as with Zhou Tai, he could clearly feel the vast difference in combat experience between them. Yusen continuously tried to break through Jin Shang's defense from different angles, but it was as if Jin Shang had eyes in the back of his head. No matter which angle he attacked from, it was easily blocked. Realizing that continuing to attack would only waste his energy, Yusen quickly retracted all the silver wire. He thought for a moment, then immediately controlled the silver wire to wrap around his hands, forming a pair of rough silver gloves. Then he charged at Jin Shang, wanting to learn more whether in long-range attacks or close combat. Good idea. Jin Shang smiled as he watched Yusen rush in. Then he became serious, a faint golden light appeared in his palms. Facing Yusen's fists, he easily blocked them with his palms, and they exchanged blows on the playground, although each time ended with Jin Shang's finger pointing at Yusen's brow as a conclusion. Have you learned martial arts? Jin Shang asked while fighting. Yusen answered honestly, I learned a little online, but it seems useless. The combat skills online are meant for ordinary people. We possess extraordinary power, and many weaknesses do not work against us, that's why you feel they are useless. You have a long lifespan and should be open to everything. As for skills, they are just a matter of practice, you'll improve eventually, Jin Shang said with a smile. In fact, after the exchanges, he had keenly noticed the huge difference between Yusen and ordinary vampires. Ordinary vampires are quite weak in the first 100 years after becoming a vampire. They may bully regular people, but compared to most extraordinary beings, they are just as weak as chickens, which is the price of immortality. But Yusen? Every punch he threw was exaggeratedly powerful, feeling like being charged by a rhino. In simple terms, Yusen's power and speed had already reached an ant-level lower tier, which didn't seem like he had just become a vampire, rather, he seemed like those old vampires who had lived for 200 or 300 years. Okay, I have a rough understanding of your strength. Be careful now, Jin Shang said with a slight smile after blocking Yusen's jab. Danger! Yusen's hair suddenly stood on end, and he quickly retreated. But Jin Shang seemed to anticipate his every move. As he retreated, Jin Shang swiftly followed, and the distance between them did not widen at all. Then, Jin Shang's hand shot out rapidly in punches. Yusen clearly saw his fists but couldn't block. A few minutes later, Yusen sat up from the ground, his injuries mostly healed. TSK, you really are something else. I thought you would have to lie down for hours, yet you got up in less than 10 minutes. Jin Shang looked at Yusen, feeling that Yusen was more extraordinary than most superhumans he had seen. Is this still a normal vampire? Yusen looked up at the moon and smiled. If it were daytime, perhaps even a minute would not be needed. Are you a vampire or a Superman? Jin Shang couldn't help but scoff. How can a vampire recover better in the daytime? That's completely upside down. In the same team, trust is mutual. When Jin Shang chose to unconditionally trust Yusen, Yusen had already decided to give Jin Shang the same trust in return. The two seemed to be chatting casually, but Jin Shang actually had a clear understanding that Yusen could restore his strength by absorbing light, which was also the reason why Yusen did not need to drink blood. Captain, are you a superhuman? What was that lion just now? Yusen asked curiously. Jin Shang looked up at the sky and replied, I am not a superhuman, but a pure martial artist. I started practicing Gold Lightboy skill when I was young. After completing it at 18, I switched to Tiger Suppression Divine skill. About 5 years ago, I took a drop of Pangu's blood, and the Tiger Suppression Divine Skill transformed into Gold Light Lion Divine Skill. This is my exclusive technique, and from that day on, I got my current title, Lion Light. So you are a martial artist. No wonder you are so strong in close combat. Yusen suddenly understood. Upon hearing this, Jin Shang seemed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, getting all excited and said irritably, "What do you mean martial artists are strong in close combat? Many martial artists actually have weak close combat abilities and rely purely on powerful internal energy for long-range combat. You'll understand more with time. The only way to enhance close combat skills is through real battle. There is no other shortcut." He had been beaten up by Jin Dajuan since he was a child, which was how he developed his solid combat skills. This process involved so much blood and tears, how could it be overshadowed by just a simple "so you are a martial artist"? Seeing Jin Shang suddenly get worked up, Yusen faintly felt the sorrow hidden in his words and couldn't help but chuckle. Tisk. Jin Shang looked at Yusen and finally sighed helplessly, then shook his head with a bitter smile. In the following few days, the control gradually loosened. The abnormal insects inside Silver City had been cleaned up, leaving only some areas outside the city that still needed to be cleared. Residents who had been sheltering in various gymnasiums began to return home one after another. On the 5th day, Yusen returned to his home. He changed into casual clothes and immediately lay down on the chair on the balcony. He had been sunbathing these days, possibly because the rebirth from losing an arm consumed a lot of energy, so he had only managed to gather 9 heartbeats by yesterday. Barring any accidents, today he could awaken his second minor talent. He opened his phone and clicked into the task section. After the control in Silver City was lifted, he could finally accept tasks. The merit shop actually had many good things, like Pangu's blood, silver, storage equipment, extraordinary weapons, and extraordinary armor. All of this needed merits to exchange. Although Jin Shang said he would receive a large merit reward after the Silver City incident was completely over, Yusen thought that the more merits, the better. Plus, since he had nothing to do anyway, maybe he could gather enough merit from taking tasks to buy 1 or 2 items before school started. The tasks in the task section were varied, with some officially released tasks, as well as tasks published by other team members. Yusen limited the tasks to the insect and ant levels, immediately blocking out all higher-level tasks, leaving only all the lower-level tasks. He began to carefully search for the tasks he could do. Bug level task, capture cold light snow ferret, 10 merit for each, requirement, 100. Official bug level task, collect mutated ghost hand green, 15 merit per pound, requirement, 1000 pounds. Ant level task, collect zombie fangs, 25 merit each, requirement, 66. Official ant level task, clean up zombies appearing in Fengshui town, 50 merit each, requirement, eliminate all. Yusen discovered that as long as it was an official task, the rewards were relatively high, but the requirements were also quite large. Moreover, many official tasks and private tasks had overlapping content, making it possible to accept both tasks and receive double rewards. As he was considering whether he could complete these tasks, his heart suddenly started beating violently, a surge of heat flowing from his heart throughout his body. Because of his previous experience, Yusen did not panic this time. He took a deep breath, then closed his eyes, quietly waiting for his new ability to take shape. After about 10 minutes, he slowly opened his eyes, his expression a bit strange. He opened his hand, and a blood-colored energy immediately formed in his palm, looking both like water and fire. Blood energy. This is known as the classic ability of vampires and is also the most important ability. According to the science section of the Qilin app, this ability can only be awakened by vampires who have lived for more than 300 years, with an extremely low probability. It is considered a great talent ability. The science section also suggests that when encountering a vampire who controls blood energy, members below the sparrow level should retreat immediately. Because once a vampire possesses blood energy, they can learn various blood spells, no longer remaining at the bottom among many extraordinary races, and even among spellcasters, vampires who master blood energy are considered quite difficult characters. If ordinary vampires are like fragile assassins, then vampires who master blood energy are like noble spellcasters, with a completely different status. However, looking at the blood energy in his hand, Yusen's first thought was, who should he find to learn blood spells? As far as he knew, currently only 2 races mastered blood spells, one was Blood Elves, and the other was Blood Clan. The blood spells circulated within the Blood Clan were derived from the ancestor benefiting from the forbidden fruit, becoming self-taught during their growth. As a wild vampire, it was already considered restraint that the Blood Clan did not kill him, and he could not possibly be taught any blood spells. As for Blood Elves, due to their ancestor dying in battle hundreds of years ago, their numbers were extremely scarce, basically gathering in Europe now. Moreover, they were even more clannish than the Blood Clan, and it was impossible for them to teach him blood spells. Could it be that he would have to use his long-hidden remarkable wisdom to create various blood spells on his own? Yusen looked at the blood energy in his hand, his eyes gradually becoming wise. 017, Super Nanny. Silver City, Jiangxinya Courtyard, Building 3, Room 601. Jang Shou rushed out of his room, hurriedly ran into the bathroom, and stood in front of the toilet. As the sound of water echoed, he felt an immense relief. Suddenly, he heard a plop sound and showed a confused expression. He wasn't even using the restroom. Where did that plop splash sound come from? He opened his eyes to look at the toilet, and immediately saw a fruit radiating red light. Forbidden fruit? Zhang Shou's eyes widened in disbelief, and he quickly slapped himself. It hurts. So it's not a dream, but real. Then, without caring about the dirt, he bent down and grabbed the forbidden fruit from the toilet. He looked up at the ceiling and then checked around, instinctively swallowing hard. Should he eat it? Should he eat it? Should he eat it? After all, no one knew he picked it from the toilet, so eating it was the right choice. To avoid any prolonged contemplation, he quickly put on his pants, took the forbidden fruit to the sink, rinsed it off slightly, and then gulped it down in one bite. It still had a hint of urine smell, making it feel all the more real. My wish can't be too grand, just give me a system, I want a system. Jang Shou had heard Yusen mention a few days ago that the forbidden fruit was not all powerful, the greater the wish, the greater the cost. He certainly didn't want to become a vegetable, and even less did he want to sleep for thousands of years, so he didn't ask for much, just a system would be enough. Ding! Super Nanny System activated. Jang Shou felt a surge of excitement when he heard the ding in his mind, but he was stunned when he heard the name of the system. Wait, that's not right. What he wanted was a sword immortal system. How did it turn into the Super Nanny system? A male nanny? No, 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 no. Zhang Shou's face changed between crying and laughing. After a long while, the system showed no change, and he could only accept his fate with a bitter smile. Attributes. Zhang Shou spoke mournfully. Then a glowing screen appeared before him, and his attributes quickly unfolded. Name, Zhang Shou. Gender, male. Age, 17. Occupation, Super Nanny. Skills. Beginner healing technique, consumes some stamina to condense a light ball to heal the target. Beginner healing touch, consumes stamina to summon tentacles with healing, detoxification, and disease elimination abilities. They remove most abnormal states from the target after touch. Passive nanny does not die from injury. The first time receiving a fatal attack each day results in an immediate full recovery. The second time receiving a fatal attack retains 1% health. The third time receiving a fatal attack results in death, but revives in place after 1 hour. Zhang Shou looked at his attributes and became increasingly excited. Being a nanny was great, being a nanny was wonderful, long live the nanny. 3 lives every day, who else has that? Zhang Shou couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh. Suddenly thinking of something, he immediately turned around and punched the wall. His face quickly turned red, then blue, and finally white. Ouch, that hurt so much. After a while, he finally recovered, holding his fist and blowing on it. Didn't they say that taking the forbidden fruit starts at the eagle level? How can it be such a weak eagle level? Zhang Shou looked at his already swollen and red fist, his head full of question marks. He ran back to his room, took out his newly purchased phone from the bedside, and immediately dialed Yusen's number. Yusen's home. At this moment, Yusen was standing on the ceiling, studying more uses of blood energy. Since there was no way to learn orthodox blood magic, he decided to research it himself. After all, he already had blood energy in hand, so why couldn't he develop spells on his own? It was like having a generator. Could he not manually generate a fan, a rice cooker, an electric bike, or even an electromagnetic cannon? For example, Yusen had already developed several uses of blood energy. First, when attached to his body, he could climb walls like Spider-Man, and even if he was upside down on the ceiling, he wouldn't fall. Another use was attaching it to silver wire to enhance the wire's hardness and even make it sticky like spider silk. This was essentially giving blood energy adhesive properties, and he could also use his mind to make blood energy corrosive. Just one drop could corrode a large hole in the floor. Could spells be about changing the nature of blood energy to produce all kinds of magical effects? So, is flame just blood energy used as fuel? Yusen controlled the blood energy, imagining flames, and tried to make the blood energy burn. Suddenly, his phone rang. He glanced at the blood energy in his hand, then dropped from the ceiling to the ground, picked up the phone from the table, and answered. Yusen, I ate a forbidden fruit. Zhang Shou's voice came from the other end of the line. Most of the time, Zhang Shou called him salty fish, and he called Zhang Shou old Zhang, but only when Zhang Shou was particularly nervous or serious would he call him Yusen. Yusen frowned slightly and asked, Are you sure it's a forbidden fruit? You're not dreaming, are you? I slapped myself, and it hurt a lot, definitely not a dream. I'm already extraordinary, but it seems there's a bit of a problem. Zhang Shou said seriously. Yusen thought for a moment and instructed, Don't move around at home, I'll come find you. After saying this, he hung up the phone. He wasn't very convinced that Zhang Shou had really eaten a forbidden fruit and was even more suspicious that Zhang Shou had eaten some toxic mushrooms at home. I had a hallucination. It's like your best friend suddenly calling you to tell you he won the lottery jackpot, completely unreal, too surreal. Yusen changed his clothes and hurried out the door. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the neighborhood where Jang Shou lived, quickly went up to the 6th floor, and knocked on Jang Shou's door. Xianyu, come in quickly. Jang Shou opened the door sneakily and whispered. Yusen entered, and Jang Shou quickly closed the door, even locked it, as if that would give him more security. Alright, you said you ate the forbidden fruit. What extraordinary abilities do you have now? Yusen asked as he sat on the sofa and looked at Jang Shou. Jang Shou slightly changed the location where he found the forbidden fruit, claiming he had discovered it in his room rather than the bathroom, and told Yusen everything else without reservation. Then you try summoning the healing touch, and I'll watch, Yusen said after hearing this. Jang Shou nodded, immediately activated his skill, and a phantom green tentacle appeared. It was like an octopus tentacle without suckers, slowly waving after it emerged. Yusen watched the tentacle appear out of nowhere, his eyes widened, unable to believe Jang Shou really had such unbelievable luck. He stood up, walked to the tentacle, and gently touched it. In an instant, he quickly stepped back, realizing his hand had been burnt. This tentacle had a restraining effect on vampires. Hee, now do you believe it? Jang Shou asked smugly. Yusen nodded, saying, I believe it, but do you know why your strength hasn't reached the eagle level? Right, why? Jang Shou asked eagerly. Yusen's face turned serious, irritated as he said, because you're too greedy. Do you know you almost didn't become a person with a system, but rather became the system? At first, he didn't take it seriously, so he just laughed at everything Jang Shou said, but now that he had confirmed everything Jang Shou said was true, Yusen felt terrified. Jang Shou thought his wishes were small, but in reality, they were immensely large. The system he received had almost no side effects, and his professional skills were extraordinarily exaggerated, especially that passive ability, it was simply overpowered. Yusen felt that this time, Jang Shou had definitely used up all his luck for life. However, for safety's sake, he still decided to contact the team leader. After all, discovering someone who had consumed the forbidden fruit needed to be reported, and it was just the right time to arrange a comprehensive checkup for Jang Shou. 018 a week. In the South City Public Security Bureau, next door. Qilin has an office in every city, and the office in Silver City is located in South City, right next to the Public Security Bureau. Yusen and Jin Shang were sitting in the office, and through the window, they could see Jang Shou being examined by several doctors in the other room. Is it possible that a freak's friend is also a freak? Jin Shang said, looking at the lively Jang Shou next door, with an expression that was hard to describe after understanding Jang Shou's situation. In this era of popular online novels, the imagination of the people has been greatly expanded by online authors. The system is not a new thing. Long ago, hundreds of years ago, there was someone who wished to gain a system after consuming the forbidden fruit, hoping to use the system to become a deity. As a result, his wish was granted, but the side effect was that he turned into the system himself, only able to parasitize on others. Once the host died, he would die along with them. The final outcome was clear, he died with his host, and neither became a deity. Logically, Jang Shou's wish was similar to that person's, so his outcome should also be similar. However, now Jang Shou not only hadn't turned into a system but was also lively and kicking, which was quite strange. After the examination, the results wouldn't be known until tomorrow. When Jang Shou came out of the room and saw Yusen waiting for him in the corridor, he nervously asked, Xianyu, is my side effect very big? It depends on tomorrow's medical report. Yusen replied. Jang Shou nodded and then optimistically smiled, thinking positively, maybe it's because I'm blessed with great fortune that I obtained such an incredible ability? Impossible, you should put away your lucky thoughts. Although your ability is only at the worm level lower tier, its potential is too strong. Taking the forbidden fruit to gain this level of ability cannot be without side effects. Jin Sheng came out of the office and said to Jang Shou. After Jang Shou left the room, Jin Sheng could see the doctor's expressions through the glass. Although the report had not come out yet, he estimated that the results would not be good. He retracted his previous words, indeed, only Yusen was the odd one. This fat guy was just an unlucky one with good fortune. Jang Shou's smile suddenly froze. He thought he had been quite restrained when making his wish, but he didn't expect that Jin Sheng's evaluation would still be so high. Captain, can I transfer my merit to Lao Zhang and ask the country to step in to save him? Yusen couldn't help but ask. Jin Sheng calmly replied, he stays tonight. You can stay with him or go home and rest. Everything will wait until the report comes out tomorrow. The forbidden fruit can be said to be a chance, but it can also be called a source of calamity. The vast majority of animals that consume the forbidden fruit will become threats to human safety, while humans who consume it can soar to great heights if lucky or harm themselves and others if unlucky. The progenitors of zombies, droughts, ghouls, and so on are all disasters caused by consuming the forbidden fruit, where not only their self-awareness completely disappears but they also become sources of chaos in the world. For example, the progenitor of zombies, after being hunted down by several teams of Qilin, had its body explode with a massive amount of corpse energy. This corpse energy could not be completely eliminated and spread worldwide with the wind. Once a body was infected by the corpse energy, it would mutate and eventually become a zombie. The Qilin have always been clearing out newly emerged zombies. Humans can reduce the chances of zombies appearing by timely cremation, but many animal zombies are very troublesome and cannot be killed entirely. For this reason, whenever new consumers of the forbidden fruit are discovered, the Qilin arrange medical checkups, and no one can leave without permission until the report comes out. I will stay and accompany Lao Zhang, Yusen said. Jin Sheng nodded. Yes, it's good for you to stay so he doesn't overthink and end up making an irrational choice. In the past, there were people who had consumed the forbidden fruit invited to the office for a medical checkup. In the end, they fell into internal conflict alone at night, becoming more and more afraid of knowing the checkup results. Coupled with insufficient trust in the authorities, they quietly ran away. By the time they found him, he was already at death's door due to the backlash of his powers. Night. Yusen and Jang Shou shared a double room. Xianyu, I can't sleep. Jang Shou shut his eyes for a while, then opened them to look at Yusen. Yusen was upside down on the ceiling, calmly saying, Don't think too much. At worst, I'll turn you into a vampire, there's always a way to survive. I was clouded by the forbidden fruit at that time, I should have asked you first. Jang Shou sighed. Yusen manipulated his blood energy to form threads. The red blood threads and the silver threads made of white blood intertwined to create a net. He dropped from the ceiling, lying on the net and said, It's impossible. The forbidden fruit itself has a huge temptation for living beings. Your rationality could not support you to ask me at that moment. If in the wild, if two people discovered the forbidden fruit at the same time, even if they were sworn brothers, under the influence of the forbidden fruit, they would kill each other, and even father-son tragedies had occurred before. This is also why the forbidden fruit is called the fruit from the abyss by people. Any living being encountering the forbidden fruit will gradually lose its rationality. Jang Shou simply could not hold on for long, so the quickest and correct choice was to consume the forbidden fruit while he still had some rationality left. The next day, Yusen and Jang Shou sat on the chairs in the corridor. Jang Shou looked like a suspect waiting for judgment, with a face full of anxiety. At this moment, Jin Sheng came out from another office with a serious expression. He walked over and sat down next to Yusen, handing the report to Yusen. Yusen took the report and handed it to Jang Shou, but Jang Shou waved his hand, saying, You look first, I need a moment. Okay. From Jin Sheng's expression, Yusen already guessed that the result was not good. After he finished reading the report, his brows furrowed even deeper, worry written all over his face. So, is the result very bad? Jang Shou, seeing his expression, asked with some discomfort. Yusen pressed his lips together and replied, It's worse than expected, your body is filled with a special energy, and your telomere aging speed is hundreds of times that of a normal person. Each time you exert yourself, it's actually like burning away your own lifespan. According to your telomere test results, you probably only have about a week left to live. Then what if I become a vampire? Jang Shou immediately asked. Yusen shook his head. The energy in your body has a very strong exclusivity. The blood of a vampire would probably turn to ash the moment it enters your body, so you cannot be transformed into a vampire. Similarly, other extraordinary powers that extend life would likely have no effect on you. So I will die in a week? Jang Shou said with a pale face. There is no free lunch in the world. What good are 3 lives? If the king of hell wants you to die at 3 o'clock, even 100 lives wouldn't help. The forbidden fruit has never been a magic lamp or a wishing pearl. Using the forbidden fruit always comes at a cost. 019 Jang Shou's short life. In the corridor, the 3 of them did not speak. Jin Sheng felt a bit regretful because extraordinary healing talents like Jang Shou are really scarce around the world. If Jang Shou didn't have such a huge defect, he would definitely bring Jang Shou into the evil extermination team without hesitation, making it one of the few teams with a healer in the Qilin. Captain, can Pangu blood save old Zhang? Yusen asked, clenching the report, not willing to give up. Jin Sheng shook his head. Pangu blood is, after all, just a product of the forbidden fruit. Given the side effects of Jang Shou's condition, the level is likely comparable to that of Pangu. The exclusivity of the energy in his body cannot be lower than that of Pangu blood. Thanks, but no need to bother, just let me be alone for this week, Jang Shou said, taking a deep breath and showing Yusen a forced smile. After saying this, he stood up, ready to leave. Yusen, feeling uneasy, got up to follow him, but Jin Sheng held his shoulder and shook his head slightly, saying, Let him have some personal space. Yusen watched Jang Shou walk farther away, his fists clenched tightly. He wanted to become stronger, no matter what happened, never to be so helpless again like today. Jang Shou wandered aimlessly, unknowingly arriving at a nearby park. He sat on one of the benches, with his head blankly raised to the sky, feeling the world was gray and dull. The park was deserted. Even in the morning, there weren't many elderly people active. The aftermath of the abnormal insect incident was evidently still lingering. Thought I hit the jackpot, but in the end, not even a consolation prize. Jang Shou thought of his ecstatic self from yesterday, unable to help but laugh at himself. He sat in the park for a full half hour, then got up and wandered around the streets for a long time, eventually returning home and locking himself in his room. After sleeping until dark, he woke up with a rumbling stomach and went downstairs to eat at a steamed vegetable restaurant near the community. Just when he was almost done eating, a sudden sharp cry came from the back of the shop. He couldn't help but look back, only to see a little girl had accidentally burned her arm with scalding hot tea, her entire arm turning red. The waiter kept apologizing. While the young couple was in a flurry, the father was trying to comfort the little girl, and the mother was wiping her burned hand with a towel. Jang Shou looked at the little girl, stood up after a moment of silence, and said, "Let me, healing magic." He walked past the waiter, pointing his finger at the little girl's burned arm, exhausting his strength to activate the skill. A green light orb flew from his fingertip to the little girl's arm, and when the orb landed, the once red and swollen arm quickly healed. Thank you, young brother." The little girl's father saw the scene and immediately expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Then the little girl's mother and the nearby waiter quickly thanked him too. The crowd, which was originally just watching, showed admiration for him one by one. Jang Shou suddenly felt that his mood wasn't so bad anymore. He returned to his seat and took 2 more bites of his meal before suddenly putting down his chopsticks. In fact, he knew why his system was a nurturing system. The abnormal insects caused great casualties at the school, deeply affecting Yusen, and it also impacted him profoundly. He and Shanling searched among countless classmates' remains for survivors, working to bandage their wounds, trying to help them feel better, to hold on until rescue arrived. At that time, he didn't want to be a sword immortal, he wanted to be a doctor. He wanted to save everyone. Do you want to die as a coward, or be a hero at least once? Jang Shou looked at the street outside the restaurant, which was gradually warming up, and muttered to himself. He stood up, smiling, and walked out of the restaurant, his steps becoming more and more confident. "Sir, you haven't paid yet." At that moment, the waitress chased out, shouting loudly. Jang Shou abruptly stopped, hurried back to settle the bill, and then fled the restaurant with his head down. The next day, Yusen received a call from Jang Shou early in the morning. After hanging up, he rushed to the entrance of the vegetable market not far from the school. From dozens of meters away, he saw a large banner in front of the market, written on it, "Extraordinary healers, free online treatment, terminal illnesses, stubborn diseases, difficult symptoms, cured with treatment." Below the banner, Jang Shou was sitting on a chair, constantly using healing magic for those who approached. For some special diseases, he directly used healing touch. Yusen quickly approached, interrupting Jang Shou's continued casting. He frowned and said, "Are you crazy? Have you forgotten what I said? The more skills you use, the faster you die. You lazy fish, I called you here hoping you could help me maintain order in the crowd. Since death is inevitable, at least I want to die with some value," Jang Shou said seriously, looking at Yusen. Yusen wanted to persuade him further, but Jang Shou took a deep breath and said, "Yusen, if you consider me a friend, don't stop me. Life and death are fated, don't let me die without meaning." "All right." Yusen gritted his teeth, his eyes red. Next, Jang Shou continued treating the patients, while Yusen maintained the order in the line. Anyone who cut in or caused trouble was directly dealt with by him. The sun gradually rose high in the sky from the east. Jang Shou, who was originally youthful, now looked like a middle-aged man. His graying hair was heartbreaking to see. Yusen stood in the sunlight watching Jang Shou. Each time Jang Shou treated a patient, a smile appeared on his face, and without them noticing, the crowd had already filled up around them. Some people brought umbrellas, some brought lunch, some brought cool tea, and some brought fans. Many people genuinely came to help maintain order. Yusen found himself idle since no one dared to cause trouble. Everyone was orderly lining up, waiting for their turn. Across from the market, in a tall building, Jin Sheng stood on the roof, watching the long line of people, his grip tightening unconsciously. "Doctor, your hair." "Young man, why don't you take a break today?" "Uncle, we won't be treated anymore, you should hurry up and rest more." "Look at the color of your face." As time continued to pass, more and more people noticed the change in Jang Shou. By around 4 in the afternoon, he had transformed from a middle-aged man into the appearance of a little old man. People around him began to worry, but Jang Shou stubbornly persisted, continuing to treat the patients. Today he had cured hundreds of patients with terminal illnesses and helped dozens of classmates with disabilities, restoring health to many babies with genetic diseases. Since death was inevitable anyway, he wanted to heal as many people as possible. He only needed to activate his skill once to restore someone's health, even change their life, and he felt this trade-off was very worthwhile. Again and again. Gradually, he began to see double, even having difficulty making out the faces of the patients. Fortunately, he was not a real doctor. Treating patients only required him to activate his skill, so as long as he saw someone coming, he could just activate it directly. As night fell, he saw the colors in front of him change again. He immediately raised his hand to activate his skill but suddenly felt weak, and his whole body collapsed toward the ground. People around him immediately supported him, and he trembled as he activated his skill on the patients in front of him. That's enough, really enough. At this moment, Yusen hurriedly stepped forward, holding the now emaciated Jang Shou. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. In fact, the people around had stopped him many times, but Jang Shou had always refused and persisted. Many emotional people had already been secretly crying. Seeing this scene again made them weep. Yusen, it's really strange. I clearly don't want to die. I should be afraid of death, but now I seem to be completely unafraid. Is it because I know that what I'm doing is right? Hearing Yusen's voice, Jang Shou weakly spoke, a relieved smile appearing on his face. Before Yusen could respond, his hand slowly dropped. Yusen couldn't help but cry out loud. His father had left, and now his best friend was gone. He didn't know what was left for him to lose. The crowd around watched the scene, some silent, some crying, as time seemed to freeze at that moment. 027-day cycle of life and death. In the center of the ocean of sorrow, Jang Shou passed away amidst the crowd's embrace. Then, the passive skill nurse does not die from injury or illness automatically triggered, and his shriveled and aged body quickly filled out, restoring to its original appearance in just a few seconds. His paused heart immediately began to beat strongly, vitality quickly spreading to every corner of his body. Yusen held Jang Shou, so he was the first to notice the change in him. When his cries stopped, those around felt something was off and turned to look at him, only to discover Jang Shou's transformation. In truth, Jang Shou regained consciousness the moment he stopped breathing. However, seeing everyone so sad, he didn't want to interrupt. At this moment, noticing the voices sounded a bit strange, he quietly opened his eyes and found everyone staring blankly at him, unable to help but show an awkward yet polite smile. He swallowed hard and humbly asked, since the atmosphere has come to this, I feel like it's a bit unfair if I don't die. How about I die once more? Shut up and let's get you checked out again. Don't think about messing around again. Yusen lifted him instead of holding him, dragging him out as the crowd instinctively parted to let them leave. As he watched them leave, the people still hadn't reacted from their confusion. Those who had just been immersed in sadness now found it oddly absurd and comical. If a few crows flew by, it would have felt even more fitting. In the Nanchang Public Security Bureau, next door. Yusen brought Jang Shou back and immediately asked several doctors to check Jang Shou's health status again. He had a vague sense that something was off. As a vampire, even though he didn't suck blood, he was actually quite sensitive to the life force of living beings. He can easily tell if a person is sick just by the smell of their blood, and he can even distinguish whether a woman is a virgin. Legend has it that vampires love to drink the blood of virgins, probably because they are overly sensitive to the smell of blood, coupled with psychological factors, leading to this strange habit. Fortunately, Yusen does not enjoy drinking blood, so this has nothing to do with him. However, he is certain that after Jang Shou died and came back to life, his vital energy is definitely problematic. The next day, Yusen and Jang Shou sat side by side in the office. In front of them, Jin Sheng held the freshly printed report and took a while before speaking. The latest report found that Jang Shou's body has completely returned to its pre-examination state, indicating his side effects are significant, but not as great as we imagined. Let me see. Yusen immediately spoke. Jin Sheng handed the report to Yusen, who quickly skimmed through it. In the report, Jang Shou's side effects are named 7-day life-death cycle disaster, which simply means that without activating skills, Jang Shou would experience a cycle of life and death every 7 days. Activating skills would speed up this cycle. Additionally, the report specified that Jang Shou's passive effect begins recording once the system is activated. Every time he dies for the first time each day, his body will return to the state recorded when the system was activated. In simple terms, as long as Jang Shou doesn't die, he will forever be trapped in a cycle from 17 to 77 years old. On Monday, he is 17, and by Sunday, he becomes a 77-year-old old man. This is also why Yusen felt there is something wrong with Jang Shou's vital energy. The smell of energy from 17 years old and 77 years old must be dramatically different. You take a look. After finishing, Yusen passed the report to Jang Shou. After reading the report, Jang Shou felt a mix of emotions and could not decide whether to laugh or cry, unable to help but ask, so, am I destined to die and come back to life for the rest of my life? Not necessarily. For example, if you die 4 times in one day, even a god won't be able to save you then, Jin Sheng said while looking at Jang Shou. Yusen looked at Jang Shou and sternly warned, Old Jang, did you hear that? Don't think just because you have several lives, you can go wild. I'm not saying you can't use your skills, but at least be aware, don't always leave no room for yourself. Wasn't I thinking, since I was going to die anyway, I might as well be brave before dying? Now that I can live, I definitely won't act recklessly, Jang Shou said with an awkward laugh. Just thinking about the emotional scene from yesterday made him feel embarrassed enough to want to dig a hole to hide in. At this moment, Jin Shang took out a form and placed it in front of Jang Shou, saying, "Fill out this form, and also, are you interested in joining us?" "Captain, can I?" Zhang Shou's eyes brightened. He knew Yusen seemed to have joined some powerful official organization, but until now, he did not know the name of the organization. This office really does not even have a nameplate. Since you called him captain, of course you can. Jin Shang said with a smile, his heart already jumping with joy, as his small team finally had a healer. Then he began to explain the situation of the Qilin and Juxie teams, and after finishing, he asked, "So, do you want to join?" Join, I join. Can I team up with Salty Fish?" Zhang Shou nodded eagerly. Jin Shang glanced at Yusen and smiled, saying, "You and Salty Fish are already a team. From now on, you are the healer of the Juxie team, ranking 6340, codename Death Doctor. Your credentials will be given to you in a few days." "Death Doctor, heh, sounds pretty cool," Zhang Shou said happily. Yusen smiled and said, "Congratulations, fourth aunt." "What fourth aunt?" "It's Death Doctor, the tone is completely different," Zhang Shou immediately retorted. Yusen kept nodding and smiling, I got it, fourth aunt." Captain, how about I still go by Old Zhang for my codename?" Zhang Shou was very clear that Yusen would definitely keep calling him fourth aunt, and once it spread, everyone in the team would follow along. Instead of that, it would be better to change the codename now. Jin Shang helplessly said, "The codename Old Zhang has already been taken. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother to give a different name. Fourth aunt is actually quite good, and she can confuse the enemy, so let's just call her fourth aunt." "No, When Zhang Shou heard this, he immediately cried out in despair, as if even the physician of death had vanished. Indeed, happiness is built on the suffering of others. At that moment, Jin Shang and Yusen both coincidentally displayed joyful smiles. 3 days later, at noon. Yusen sat on the balcony basking in the sun, holding her phone and looking at the class group. Although many classmates had already met with misfortune, no one had removed the accounts of the deceased from the group. Chen sent a voice message in the group, "Have you all heard? Queen, just tell us directly." "We can't keep up with your news," Zhang Shou replied in voice. Yusen smiled and sent a voice message, "Let me guess, we are starting school again, right?" "Yes, but you definitely can't guess where we're going to school," Chen said in a voice message. Yusen squinted her eyes and replied in a voice message, "Super Ability Academy?" Almost all the schools in Silver City had been invaded by aberrant bugs, and the reason it was almost was that Super Ability Academy had not been invaded. "How did you know?" Chen exclaimed in surprise. This was information that she had gathered for several days, and yet Yusen had managed to guess it in one sentence. Yusen laughed, "Not only do I know we are going to Super Ability Academy, but I also know that all surviving students in the city will be concentrated at Super Ability Academy." As a member of the exorcism team, he had access to a lot of information that he could learn in advance through Jin Shang or the Qilin app. Now, there are not many surviving students in the city, and gathering together means that each grade might only have 2 classes. However, many students carry psychological trauma and are afraid to return to their original schools, and parents are also concerned about sending their children back to school, so only transferring to the school without victims, Super Ability Academy, can somewhat reassure the parents. 021 Beautiful You. Monday. Super Ability Academy, outside the school gate. Many students stood by the wall at the entrance, carrying their backpacks. Most ordinary students had heard of the great name of Super Ability Academy since childhood, and many even fantasized about going there one day. However, at this moment, everyone felt a bit uneasy. They were just ordinary people, while the students inside Super Ability Academy were all extraordinary beings, and the gap was too large. Ordinary people had not undergone any training and couldn't even break a brick, while extraordinary beings could easily smash through a wall, and some skilled students could even knock down a large building without effort. If they were to be slightly bumped by these extraordinary beings, the lightest injury would be grievous, and the worst could lead to severe consequences. Just thinking about it was a bit frightening. "Xianyu, over here." At that moment, Zhang Shou spotted Yusen approaching with her backpack and immediately chuckled. Yusen strolled over leisurely and asked, "I was wondering why I didn't run into you on the way. Were you staying at the office overnight?" "Yes, Dr. Chen said that while my body can't grow through exercise, I seem to have a digital attribute panel, and the data on this panel can be improved through exercise, thus enhancing my abilities," Zhang Shou explained quietly after looking around. Yusen nodded, not pursuing this topic further. She looked around and asked, "Aren't you all going inside? This is Super Ability Academy, aren't you nervous?" Chen popped up out of nowhere, poking her head between the two and curiously asking. Yusen shook her head, "It's still just a school, and we're not in the same class as the students of Super Ability Academy. Let's go." She led the way toward the entrance of Super Ability Academy, but just then, a car with a bat symbol stopped at the gate. Nora got out, and the students who were quietly talking around instantly froze, all falling silent. The charm of the golden-haired beauty was too great for ordinary students to withstand. The students from 3rd middle school had at least seen Nora before. Students from other schools had never seen this before, and for a moment, they were all captivated by the perfect scene. At this moment, a voice pulled everyone back to reality. "Good morning, silly goose." Yusen saw Nora, smiled, and greeted her. Originally happy to see Yusen and the others, Nora's face darkened immediately upon hearing his words. She quickly stepped forward, stamping her foot on Yusen's shoe, and angrily retorted, "You're the silly goose." Crack. Many boys watching this handsome guy and beautiful girl scene had their hearts shattered. "Nora, are you going back to your original class, or will you be in the same class as us?" Chen Ling interjected. Nora flipped her hair, feeling too close to Yusen, and took a small step back, replying, "I've already transferred, of course, I'm in your class." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go," Yusen said cheerfully, ignoring the shoe print on his shoe. Yusen walked in front, and everyone followed. Other students saw Yusen and his group enter the school and hurriedly followed suit. As they walked through the school gate, the trees on both sides suddenly began to grow wildly, densely blossoming flowers opened in an instant, and about a dozen students flew in the air, their hands releasing colorful flames, creating dazzling fireworks in the sky. Lines of words appeared around them. "Hello, new students. Super Ability Academy, welcome. Adversity is the highest school to hone a person. No matter how long the night, day will come. Every fall is for standing up better next time." Students from Super Ability Academy came out from the dense woods, some offering flowers to classmates, while others gifted small trinkets. At this moment, many students from Super Ability Academy moved aside, and a tall, beautiful girl with long silver hair walked out. She smiled and said, "I am the Student Council President, Yumerin, and welcome all students to join Super Ability Academy. If you encounter any difficulties, please come to the Student Council." Yusen, standing at the forefront of ordinary students, had to politely thank her on behalf of the ordinary students. However, as he looked into Yumerin's eyes, he felt a strange sensation. It seemed there was no reflection of ordinary students like them in her eyes. Showboating? A thought stirred in Yusen's mind, but he maintained a smile on the surface. Next, following Yumerin's lead, everyone proceeded towards the teaching building. At the entrance of the teaching building, teachers were already waiting, and everyone gathered in the new classroom. At the classroom door, Yumerin emphasized again that if there were any issues, they could find her or the student council, promising that any troubles would be resolved. Finally, Yumerin led all the extraordinary students away, and only then did Yusen and others begin to divide classes. The ordinary class of Super Ability Academy had 2 classes for the 3rd year, Class 1 and Class 2. Basically, all students from the same school were placed in one class, and since Yusen had saved quite a few classmates in time, Class 1 was mostly filled with students from Class 3, just not from the same class before. Due to the abnormal insect incident, everyone had already interacted, and they quickly got familiar with each other after settling down. Several students even brought gifts and approached to thank Yusen and the others for saving their lives, with more than a dozen students treated by Jang Shou showing great respect towards them. Yusen, Jang Shou, Nora, and Chen Ling sat on the left side of the classroom, occupying the first and second seats of the 3rd and 4th rows, respectively. I didn't expect the students of Super Ability Academy to be so warm and friendly. I thought they would look down on us. Chen Ling, sitting to the right of Nora, said with a smile. Nora replied with a sense of course, "They're not stupid, how could they do such a thing?" If any students dared to discriminate against ordinary students today, they would be headlines on the internet by afternoon, and by evening, they'd probably face national online bullying, with official forces stepping in silently. Let this fool know who runs this country. After all, the reason they enrolled in the Super Ability Academy is because of the Silver City abnormal bug incident, which shocked the whole nation. Anything related to this event will definitely attract a lot of attention. Now the Student Council is organizing all the extraordinary students to warmly welcome the surviving ordinary students, which can not only boost the people's good feelings but also give face to the Student Council president. Even if some students have different thoughts, with Yumerin's methods, they will be ruthlessly suppressed. By the way, here you go. Nora sat in front of Yusen, turned around, and placed a huge silver ingot on Yusen's desk while wearing gloves. Earlier she promised to give Yusen 20 pounds of silver, but she was taken back to the manor by Rocky and didn't get a chance to give it to him until now. Wow, such a big piece of silver! Jang Shou exclaimed with wide eyes. At present, the price of silver is similar to that of gold. It's not just vampires who are buying silver, governments around the world are also purchasing it, along with professions like witches and Taoists who need silver as well. It is said that witches can use alchemy to refine silver with several other metals and substances into secret silver. Because of all these factors, the price of silver in the international market is rising every year. Thank you. Yusen picked up the silver and took a bite, confirming its purity, then smiled and said, Rich lady, I'm hungry, let's eat. Jang Shou looked at Nora with a flattering expression. Nora placed a bullet on Jang Shou's desk and disdainfully said, I'm a vampire, I don't need to eat. There's no rice, a bullet is filling. Do you want it? Good job. Chen Ling immediately laughed. Jang Shou quickly admitted defeat with an embarrassed smile but then quietly tucked the bullet away. It was a very expensive explosive round. The four of them played around for a while when Yusen and Jang Shou's phones simultaneously buzzed with text messages. They both took out their phones, and Chen Ling noticed that both of their phones were identical, resembling official use phones. After reading the text from Jin Shang, Yusen and Jang Shou exchanged glances and nodded slightly. 022 Night Patrol. After school at noon. Yusen and Jang Shou left the school and went to the Southern City Public Security Bureau next door. The two walked into Jin Shang's temporary office, where Jin Shang was hunched over his desk eating fast food. Seeing them come in, he quickly took a couple of bites and then covered the lunchbox. Wiping his mouth, he said, sit down, I have something to tell you. Once both were seated, he looked at them and said, tonight I have to return to the capital for a briefing. I have a task to assign to both of you. Then he began to explain the task in detail. Recently, the nights in Silver City have actually been quite unstable. There are various extraordinary animals waiting for their chance to act, and some evil forces are stirring the pot and causing trouble. However, after Jin Shang's ruthless crackdown a while back, most of the high-level extraordinary animals and evil forces have already been dealt with, leaving behind only the ant-level or insect-level small fries. These small fries are not strong, but they are numerous, and still quite dangerous for ordinary people. Yusen and Jang Shou's mission is to patrol the nights while Jin Shang is away and eliminate all these small fries. In fact, in the past, this kind of task belonged to the Public Security Bureau. The on-duty battle police would patrol the entire city at night, but this time, during the sweep of the abnormal bugs, there were casualties among the battle police, and now there is a manpower shortage. Thus, Yusen and Jang Shou will be added as supplementary forces to join the action. I like this mission. As the little prince of staying up late, I can finally stay up late with a good reason. Jang Shou said excitedly. Yusen smiled without speaking. Since he became a vampire, he had only slept once, so he didn't mind this task at all. Anyway, he had nothing to do at night. This mission also counts towards merit, killing low-tier extraordinary animals. 1 point of merit for killing a bug-level extraordinary animal, 5 points of merit for killing an ant-level extraordinary animal, 10 points of merit. Take it easy, don't push too hard for merit, Jin Shang said with a smile as he saw both of them agreeing to the mission. Yusen and Jang Shou nodded, and Jang Shou patted his chest and said, Captain, you can rest assured that fish and I won't mess it up. By the way, this time returning to the capital, the incident in Silver City is coming to an end. The headquarters will definitely reward merit, but it can also be exchanged for other things. Do you have any rewards you want? You can mention it now, and I will try to fight for it later, Jin Shang asked. Jang Shou said excitedly, Captain, can I have one too? Everyone who participated in the rescue will get one, but they will probably receive bonuses, honors, and extra points for college entrance exams. You and Fish are our own people, so the reward will definitely be converted into merit, Jin Shang explained. Jang Shou quickly spoke up, I want a storage ring, Captain, can I exchange it for a storage ring? Having looked at the prices of storage equipment in the exchange shop, he thought that even a storage bag with only 1 cubic meter of space would cost around 50,000 merit points. He felt that the headquarters wouldn't reward him with that many merit points. So if he could exchange the reward for storage equipment, he would have made a profit. I'll ask, it should be fine, Jin Shang nodded. After that, he looked at Yusen. Yusen was silent for a moment and said, Can I have storage equipment, silver, and blood of Pangu? Can I have them all? What are you thinking? Jin Shang retorted. He had saved up merit in the Qilin for 5 years and borrowed a lot of merit from Jin Dajuan, finally getting the blood of Pangu. He was still paying back Jin Dajuan's loan and didn't even have a piece of storage equipment. Captain, don't be too quick to refuse. Asking won't hurt. If it really doesn't work, I can give up on the silver. If it still doesn't work, I can give up on the storage equipment, Yusen said with a smile. Jin Shang said helplessly, alright, I'll ask, but I estimate the blood of Pangu won't be a big problem, the other two are a bit uncertain. Then he sent the two a document on his phone, which contained only the names of students. Looking at the two, he said, by the way, these are students from the Extraordinary Academy. Keep an eye on them at school, don't let them notice. What's wrong with them? Yusen asked while looking at the list. Jin Shang looked at the list on his phone and answered, they might not have problems themselves, but their parents are extraordinary beings, many of whom walk in the gray area. I'm worried they might cause trouble while things are chaotic. In simple terms, the parents of these people are extraordinary beings navigating in the gray area. In the past, when Silver City was orderly, they might not have had the guts, but now that everything is in chaos, it's uncertain. After Yusen and Jang Shou finished reading the documents in the office, they stood up to return to school. Fish, do you think it's better to patrol at night in a car or go solo? Jang Shou asked excitedly on the way. Yusen looked at Jang Shou and asked, don't you have a driver's license? My dad's car hasn't been sold yet, let's go solo. He had been taking care of his father, who suffered from ALS, for years, so he had no time to get a driver's license. Instead, Jang Shou got his license after turning 16. Now many laws are different from the ancient ones, and the age for getting a driver's license is one of them. The two returned to school, still half an hour before class. They simply stood in the corridor, observing the students downstairs. The school uniforms of the Extraordinary Academy are different from those of ordinary schools, making it easy to distinguish which students are from the Extraordinary Academy. Blue uniforms and black uniforms now occupy opposite sides, with a clear dividing line, like a vast chasm. That student with horns, do you think he is from the Dragon Clan or has deer demon blood? Jang Shou asked Yusen quietly while watching a student walk by. Yusen replied calmly, most of the Dragon Clan are along the coast, what do you think? He looked at the clear divide of students below, as if seeing a reflection of society. In fact, the extraordinary and the ordinary had always been in a state of mutual non-interference. Most extraordinary beings lived in the east of the city, while most ordinary people resided in the south, and because there was no intersection between them, the strange insects were able to invade Silver City quietly, unnoticed until Yusen. Of course, the strange insects also took lessons from the last failure in Rome City. This time, they were very cautious. Their actions were all about avoiding the range of extraordinary activities, even the ordinary maids in the homes of extraordinary people were selectively avoided. This is also why the Super Ability Academy was completely unaffected by this invasion of strange insects. Look, you beauty, Jang Shou whispered at this moment. You beauty was an extraordinary person, she had awakened her beast tamer ability after dreaming of the mythical beast by Zay when she was young. There were many extraordinary animals in the school, and in fact, they were all her tamed beasts. As the two looked at you beauty, she raised her head to glance at them, then slightly smiled and nodded before walking into the teaching building. It is said that President Yu monitors the entire school, it seems there might be some truth to it, Qilin said softly, standing behind the two. Jang Shou was startled and moved half a body away, shouting, Qilin, are you a person or a ghost, walking so silently? At this moment, Yusen noticed a gloomy-looking girl, who was still wrapped in a scarf on such a hot day, most of her face hidden, leaving only a pair of lifeless eyes visible. Yusen's gaze fell on the book in her hand, which exuded a bloody aura, the smell of human blood. 023 Zombie Rabbit. Yusen's physical quality was increasing almost every day. Along with it, his senses were heightened, even without using the silver blood to enhance his sense of smell, he could now easily distinguish many scents, especially those related to blood, to which he was extremely sensitive. The girl downstairs seemed to notice Yusen's gaze, her steps suddenly quickened, and in the blink of an eye, she entered the teaching building. That's Wang Xian, a witch clan person, she seems to be very good at curses. You two better not try to flirt with her, Qilin said at this time. Jang Shou was shocked, Qilin, are you really not an extraordinary person? How come it seems there's nothing you don't know? Dog, you've changed, you don't call me queen anymore, Qilin said mysteriously while patting Jang Shou's shoulder, her tone full of meaning. Jang Shou immediately changed his expression, smiling and flattering, then, Queen, are you an extraordinary person? Guess. Qilin replied with a mysterious smile. In fact, she purely enjoyed gossiping and had joined many student groups and social networks. Yusen could tell whether someone was an extraordinary person by their scent, he simply smiled in silence at Jang Shou's doubts, quietly watching the students downstairs. Hi, handsome. At this moment, a girl with a pure yet seductive look suddenly looked up and greeted Yusen. She had wine-red short hair, and there was a tail beneath her dress. Yusen only slightly nodded and did not speak. This girl was Hu Tuer, one of the targets Jin Shang wanted him and Jang Shou to pay attention to. She had the bloodline of a nine-tailed fox, and her family ran a bathhouse. Her father, Hu Weijie, was a well-known cleaner in the Grey World. If anyone was most likely to cause trouble, her father definitely counted as one. However, today, Hu Tuer's scent seemed fine. If her father really did something in secret, as long as he had contact with Hu Tuer, Yusen could use the scent to find clues. Until the class bell rang, there were no issues with other students, the only suspicious one was the witch clan's Wang Qian. Night fell. Jang Shou was driving while Yusen sat in the passenger seat, knitting a sweater. At 7:30, codename Salted Fish, codename Dead Medic, begin patrol now. Jang Shou tapped his phone to open the patrol software of the security bureau. Keep driving attentively. The route near Silver City's city wall had very few vehicles, and the sidewalks were empty without a single shadow. The car followed the patrol route for an hour, not to mention extraordinary animals, not even a common animal was seen, making Jang Shou yawn in boredom. He saw Yusen still focused on knitting a sweater and complained, I thought patrolling at night would be exciting, but it's really boring. At this rate, I'm afraid I'm going to fall asleep. No worries, when you fall asleep, I'll give you a shot. You haven't died today, right? Yusen replied with a smile. Jang Shou refreshed his state, his day-night rhythm would turn upside down. Since his skill recorded his state in the morning, after reviving, it felt like he had just woken up from a sleep, and his spirit would become full again. Of course, staying up until tomorrow morning, he would probably have to sleep all day long. Wow, salted fish, when did you become so cruel? Jang Shou pretended to be terrified at Yusen's ruthless remark. Just as Yusen was about to reply with a smile, his ear suddenly twitched, and his finger flicked while knitting, sending a silver thread shooting out of the car window in an instant. Stop the car, he said. Jang Shou quickly stopped the car. The two opened the car doors and got out, walking to the right side of the road. In the grass by the roadside, a 2-meter-long poisonous snake, with a drilling head on top, had been cut in half, its lower half still writhing. 1 point of merit secured. Yusen first took a photo with his phone, then took a recovery bag from the back seat and used a clamp to place the poisonous snake inside. Jang Shou held a powerful flashlight, shining it at the bushes, while his other hand held a gun, ready to shoot at any moment. No need to look, there's only this one poisonous snake here. I don't know how it managed to get into the city, Yusen laughed. This definitely was peculiar. Silver City was protected by a 15-meter-high city wall. Outside the city wall were barracks, so logically, these animals should not be able to bypass both to enter the city. But in reality, animals had been popping up from unknown places, as if they appeared out of thin air. But it wasn't surprising, just like many people lived in dozens of stories high buildings, there would still be cockroaches around, and no one knew where those cockroaches came from. Perhaps animals could always find a way to survive. The two got back in the car and drove on. About half an hour later, a shadow dashed out from the bushes, and Jang Shou slammed on the brakes. They both rushed out of the car, chasing after the shadow. It's a rabbit, maybe an insect level. I'm going ahead, Yusen said, accelerating and quickly leaving Jang Shou behind. Jang Shou ran for a while, finally panting to a stop, and complained, "Turn back, I want to eat rabbit meat." Before he could catch his breath, another shadow flashed by him. Another one? Jang Shou's eyes widened, turning to look back. On the other side of the road was the grass, at the edge of which was a river. Beyond the river lay a forest, extending to the city wall. Where did this rabbit come from? Jang Shou muttered to himself, then headed back. He had to see if there was a hole somewhere in the bushes. Meanwhile, the rabbit was fast, but Yusen was faster. The distance between them kept closing. A touch of blood energy appeared in Yusen's hand, and then he flicked his finger, shooting the silver thread wrapped in blood energy, piercing through the rabbit in an instant. The silver thread quickly stirred, cutting through the rabbit's bones and muscles. Blood energy had many uses, and he had been studying it. Just now, he used blood energy to increase the kinetic energy of the silver thread, making it shoot out faster and with greater power. The feeling just now something doesn't seem right. Yusen frowned slightly as he looked at the still twitching rabbit, slowly walking up to it, using the silver thread to turn it over. The rabbit had 2 tusks, exuding a strong scent of decay. Zombie rabbit. Yusen was stunned and quickly tightened the silver thread around it. If this thing bit an ordinary person, it would be a big problem. He held the rabbit and walked back, and when he reached the roadside, he saw Jang Shou rummaging through the grass. He went up and asked, "What are you looking for?" "Rabbit hole." "Huh, why is there only one? I just saw another one run past." "Did you not see it?" Jang Shou glanced at the rabbit in Yusen's hand and then asked. Yusen was startled, "Another one?" He hurried to the car, took out a body bag covered with talismans from the back seat, stuffed the zombie rabbit inside, secured it, and then immediately ran back. He usually didn't like to use blood of silver to enhance his sense of smell, mainly because the world was filled with too many foul smells that he couldn't handle. But now he had to use it, otherwise, it would be a problem if the zombie rabbit bit someone. Especially some people, they don't go to the doctor immediately when bitten, always clinging to the hope that they can save themselves, but in the end, they harm themselves and others, causing great disasters. 024 Theory of Expanding Corpse Qi. Zhuajingzone, male, 45 years old, cremator, lover of metaphysics. Since childhood, he wanted to become an extraordinary person, and for this, he worked hard, studying a large number of publicly available extraordinary systems. In the past, he had considered becoming a wild vampire, but at that time, the Blood Clan had publicly executed several captured foreign wild vampires, and after seeing that, he thought the risk was too great, so he chose to give up. From the ages of 20 to 35, he was fanatically obsessed with forbidden fruit. He spent a lot of money chasing dreams, but in the end, it all turned out to be illusions, a wasted effort. To pay off his loans, he had to work honestly for the next 10 years, but he never gave up on researching how to become extraordinary. In the end, he really thought of a foolproof plan. That was to become a zombie. Of course, he didn't want to become a mindless zombie. He wanted to be the first self-aware zombie in the world. In many texts, he found a way to compensate, first, by a soul-sealing talisman to firmly bind his soul to his body, and then prepare a coffin that seals zombie effects. After being infected with corpse poison, he would find a body-rearing place, lie in the coffin, and sink into the body-rearing ground. Because the soul is fixed to the body, when the body turns into a zombie, the soul would mutate into a fierce ghost. Zombies become powerful to a certain extent and will produce a slight self-awareness, and even become smarter. At that time, he would take the opportunity to swallow the consciousness produced by the zombie body, seizing control over himself, perfectly merging with the zombie body. In this way, when he comes out of the body-rearing ground, he will become the world's only conscious perfect zombie. The plan was beautiful. He even spent a year's salary to buy a real soul-sealing talisman. As long as he got a zombie tooth containing corpse poison, he would start preparing to execute the plan, but as an ordinary person, he couldn't find a channel to buy zombie teeth, so he was stuck at this step. One day, after finishing work, he rode his bicycle home. Recently, there were quite a few corpses that needed to be dealt with, and he had to work overtime until 7 or 8 every day. But there was overtime pay, and he was very willing to work extra hours. With money, he could continue to chase his dreams. Who the hell is so mean? When Zhuo Zhengzong returned home, he saw a basketball-sized hole in the corner of his door. He hurried over, took out his key, opened the door, and turned on the light. To his surprise, a rabbit was hopping around in the corner. Frowning, he grabbed a steel pipe for self-defense and cautiously approached. Hey! With one hit, the recoil made his hand tingle a bit. He realized this was an extraordinary creature and immediately gritted his teeth and went on a wild attack. After exhausting himself to the point of collapse and finally rendering the rabbit motionless, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Take a break. Just as he was about to check what this rabbit was all about, Yusen happened to arrive. Be careful, that's a zombie rabbit. Let me handle it. Yusen quickly spoke up to stop him. Zhuo Zhengzong was first shocked and then delighted. He turned around and said angrily, "Who are you? Why did you break into my home? Get out, or I'll call the police." I am the police. I am on night patrol, and all extraordinary creatures are my responsibility. Yusen took out his identification and looked at Zhuo Zhengzong. Zhuo Zhengzong stared hard at the ID in Yusen's hand, suppressing his unwillingness, and stepped aside. Thank you for your cooperation. Also, next time you encounter such a situation, it's better to call the police first and let the combat police handle it. Your behavior is very dangerous, it would be troublesome if you get bitten. Yusen let out a sigh of relief, stepped forward to tie up the zombie rabbit with silver thread, and said to Zhuo Zhengzong before leaving. Zhuo Zhengzong could only smile perfunctorily until he watched Yusen leave. He turned around, his smile instantly disappearing, and his expression became extremely gloomy. That was the zombie he had been thinking about. This was definitely the closest he had ever come to the extraordinary. Back in the house, he looked at the spot where the zombie rabbit had fallen. Suddenly, he saw something and immediately crouched down, carefully pinching a piece of bone that was even smaller than a grain of rice. This should be the bone fragment that fell off the zombie rabbit when he hit it with the iron rod. As he looked at this fragment, a look of wild joy gradually appeared on his face. According to the Extraordinary Alliance's research report, since the birth of corpse chi, its scale has only increased, which is known as the famous corpse chi expansion theory. A tiny bit of corpse chi can create a zombie. As the zombies grow stronger, they produce more corpse chi within themselves. When the zombies are destroyed, this corpse chi does not disappear but is released back into nature. Therefore, corpse chi will only continue to increase, ultimately dragging all of humanity into the world of the dead. Zhuo Zhengzong felt as if the entire world was collapsing when he first read this theory. He even fell into depression for a long time because of it. In the end, he saw the wisdom left by ancient sages online: if you can't beat them, join them. He suddenly felt like his meridians had been connected. Since this world will eventually belong to the dead, wouldn't it be better for him to become a dead man in advance? Yusen walked down the road, feeling some suspicion about the strong smell of corpse coming from that man. He took out his phone and logged into the security bureau's app. According to the house number, he quickly found out the man's identity. He was stunned for a moment, then shook his head, realizing he was indeed overthinking. A corpse burner. It's totally normal for him to smell bad. Yusen quickly returned to the road where he saw Jang Shou still looking for the hole. He first stored the zombie rabbit safely, then stood at the edge of the grass and asked Jang Shou, "Old Jang, did you find it?" "No, this is too strange." "Where did they come from?" "Jang Shou." She occasionally revealed a smile, captivating several young men completely. "No wonder she's called a fox spirit, she's indeed powerful," Jang Shou exclaimed. Yusen twitched his nose, found nothing unusual, and then calmly said, "Let's go, continue the patrol." Actually, the Eastern District didn't need their patrol at all. The residents here were extraordinary beings, the strongest even at the eagle level. If extraordinary creatures really appeared, they could handle it themselves. But due to their responsibilities, Yusen and Jang Shou still drove around for patrol obediently. 025 Brainworm. A Sleepless Night. Their first patrol went smoothly without any surprises. However, this was just the first patrol. Being at the riverbank often means you're bound to get wet. It was hard to say what would happen on future patrols. Jang Shou parked near the school, then went to have breakfast. Since Yusen didn't need breakfast, he headed to school early. Lazy fish, you're so early today. Qilin, holding her phone, was browsing gossip in the classroom. She was surprised to see Yusen walk in. Good morning, you're early today too. Yusen sat down at his desk, smiling calmly as he replied. He placed his hand in the drawer, focused his mind, and silver threads quickly appeared, weaving into gloves in the blink of an eye. Compared to using wool to knit sweaters, the silver threads made from silver blood were much easier to control. As long as he grasped the right knitting method, he could weave the desired armor with just a thought. He practiced again and again, creating silver gloves that appeared and disappeared in both hands, the speed increasing each time. Once he could weave gloves in 0.1 seconds, he began to extend the length of the gloves. Lazy fish, do you know? Qilin suddenly turned around and, just as she finished speaking, blinked her eyes curiously at Yusen. When Yusen entered, he was clearly wearing a school uniform. They all had blue uniforms, but now he was dressed in a silver coat, with a silver vest underneath. You didn't change clothes behind me, did you? Qilin asked in shock. In the instant Qilin blinked, Yusen withdrew all the silver threads, and she only felt her eyes blur. When she looked at him again, he was back in his school uniform. Did I not sleep well last night? Qilin muttered to herself. Yusen smiled and asked, what were you just about to say? By the way, did you know? The Dragon King of East Sea has announced plans to venture into the realm of ordinary people's armor, making equipment capable of withstanding attacks from extraordinary beings. Qilin looked at Yusen's clothes suspiciously but couldn't help but gossip. The Dragon King of East Sea was just a nickname. This person's real name was Li Donghai, a direct descendant of the dragon ancestor and also a wealthy tycoon. The famous East Sea Dragon Palace Group was Li Donghai's enterprise. In the past, he focused on extraordinary people's business, but now it seemed he planned to earn money from ordinary people too. He's probably just making empty promises. Yusen commented. This Dragon King was known for his big mouth. Netizens called him Big Mouth Dragon because he always jumped on every trending topic. Undoubtedly, he released this news to ride the wave of Silver City's reputation. Is it fake? Qilin asked, sounding somewhat disappointed. She really wanted to buy useful armor. Her parents had already bought her wolf-repelling spray, bear spray, and a stun gun. But these things could deal with ordinary people. Against extraordinary beings, they probably wouldn't be much use. If there were equipment for defending against extraordinary creature attacks, she would definitely be interested. The price of extraordinary equipment must be very high. Even if costs are cut, it would probably still be millions. The cost of materials speaks for itself, don't you think? Yusen understood very well how precious extraordinary materials were. Even extraordinary people might not have a piece of equipment, let alone making it available for all ordinary people. Alright, I was naive. I shouldn't have believed Big Mouth Dragon's words. After hearing Yusen's words, Qilin completely lost hope. She continued talking while inputting on her phone. Clearly, they were preparing to vent their anger under Li Donghai's account. Yusen smiled slightly, took out his phone, continued to practice his knitting skills, and opened the Qilin app to see if there was any real big news. Flying zombies appear in Gemini West Mountain, currently searching for them. Members below Eagle level, please do not approach Gemini West Mountain. Internal ranking assessment begins on the 1st of next month. Members confident in improving their rank, please sign up as soon as possible. The Qilin R&D department has found a detection method for the abnormal insect variant brain-hugging neurobug, and will conduct nationwide inspections in 3 days. When Yusen saw the third piece of hot news, his eyes immediately lit up. About 2 days ago, he had seen relevant reports. At that time, the scientists inside Qilin had already thoroughly studied this new form of abnormal insect and named it brain-hugging neurobug. Because this variant of abnormal insect would turn its body into a structure remarkably similar to human brain nerves, then infiltrate the target's brain, replacing the opponent's nerves, just like numerous tentacles tightly clinging to the human brain. At this point, the host's brain has not died. However, all the information received will be filtered by the brain-hugging neurobug. Simply put, whatever the brain-hugging neurobug wants the host to see, the host will see, and whatever it wants the host to hear, the host will hear. Completely becoming a puppet of the brain-hugging neurobug, there is no room for any resistance. Moreover, once successfully parasitized by the brain-hugging neurobug, although the person is still alive, it is essentially no different from being dead, because with the vast majority of current means, there is no way to ensure the host's survival after separating from the brain-hugging neurobug. After all, the brain-hugging neurobug has eaten the host's brain nerves. Losing that part of the brain nerves, a person naturally cannot survive. Yusen actually felt both happy and worried. He was happy because the country finally had a way to prevent the invasion of abnormal insects and brain-hugging neurobugs. He was worried because this inspection could still mean many families would face the outcome of being shattered. Doghead Gold Mountain. Because someone discovered a huge piece of doghead gold on this mountain back in the day, it was named after it. However, as extraordinary creatures have increased, humans living near Doghead Gold Mountain have long moved into the city, and now it has become a paradise for animals. At an artificial cave dug into the mountainside, various animals gathered together, including wolves, bears, tigers, and even many humans. Clearly, this was not normal. These creatures could not possibly coexist in harmony. Suddenly, the ground shook as a massive 3-meter-tall white ape fell from the mountaintop to the flat ground on the mountainside. It turned around, tore open one of the cave walls, and laughed at all the creatures, saying, "This body is really powerful, it feels amazing." "Old 3, you better not break this body, it's our important tool," Jotai said while sitting on a rock, swinging his legs. A tiger nodded and said, "That's right, it's not easy to get an extraordinary creature. If you mess it up, you're finished." Extraordinary creatures are more sensitive, they will detect any foreign invasion to their bodies, so abnormal insects find it very difficult to parasitize extraordinary creatures. However, after the disastrous defeat in Silver City, Jotai understood clearly that relying solely on parasitizing ordinary people, abnormal insects would never develop. Therefore, when he found that this giant ape was a solitary one, he sacrificed a large number of abnormal insects to exhaust the giant ape, which led to successful parasitism. Once the abnormal insects possessed human intelligence, they actually became fearful of life and difficult to unite. Now with Jotai as their leader, it allowed the abnormal insects to act in unity. Even if they were afraid of death, they had to go along, finally achieving a breakthrough from 0 to 1. Once they parasitize more extraordinary creatures, they might be able to surround the city from the wild. The uses of blood energy. At the Super Ability Academy, it was another self-study class in the afternoon. The content covered in the third year had been repeated countless times by the teachers. Now, aside from various quizzes and tests, the remaining time was mostly for self-study. Of course, the main reason was that the teachers in various schools were either dead or seriously injured, and those who could still teach were so few that they barely had time. In the classroom, Jang Shou lay on the desk, fast asleep, with his head buried in a pile of books, snoring loudly. The sun streamed through the window, and beside Jang Shou, Yusen was playing with blood energy. He placed his hands under the desk and concentrated, forming 2 blobs of blood energy, which then took on vague humanoid shapes. These 2 figures made of blood energy held long spears and battled in his palms, the spears clashing constantly. The Blood Clan had 2 main sources of strength, one of which was blood energy. Any vampire that awakened the blood energy talent would be specially trained by the Blood Clan. Yusen was well aware of the importance of blood energy. Moreover, during middle school, he had read numerous online novels related to the Blood Clan. The one that left the deepest impression on him was a novel called After Awakening Blood Energy, I Reached the Peak of My Life. In the book, the protagonist accidentally saved a major figure of the Blood Clan and received the chance for a first embrace. However, due to having a poor initial talent, he was looked down upon and mocked by other vampires. As a result, his first great talent turned out to be blood energy, making him an extraordinary genius of the Blood Clan, appearing only once in a century. He ultimately slapped the faces of those who belittled him, got promoted, received raises, married a beautiful and wealthy noble of the Blood Clan, and reached the pinnacle of life. It's worth mentioning that this novel showcased numerous fictional blood spells. During his second year of middle school, Yusen became obsessively fascinated with this novel, even fantasizing that he was the protagonist. Little did he expect, back when he was just a second-year middle school student, that one day he would not only become a vampire but also awaken blood energy as his third talent. This was even more unbelievable than in his favorite novels. One has to admit that the wisdom of ancient sayings is still rising in value. Sometimes, reality is even more absurd than fiction because fiction follows a certain logic, while reality often lacks any logic at all. Ever since awakening his blood energy talent, Yusen had been pondering blood spells. The Qilin app contained numerous videos of vampires using blood energy, such as summoning gigantic blood scythes, sealing environments with blood chains, and flight spells using blood wings, as well as blood cloaks to shield against sunlight and even the red cloud black sky technique used by the ancestor during daytime battles. Many of these blood spells were impossible to understand just by looking at their effects. In the end, Yusen focused on the blood scythe spell. While it was not simple, he believed he might be able to replicate it. The miniature figures he controlled made of blood energy actually served to train his ability to manipulate and shape blood energy, while the long spears in the figures' hands were for practicing the stability of blood energy as a weapon. Without anyone to guide him, he was unsure if his ideas were correct or how far off they were from the Blood Clan's blood spells. In fact, he had also developed a unique application, bubbles. By making blood energy sticky and adding a bit of air, he could easily blow bubbles, just like chewing gum. If he controlled a large number of bubbles under his feet, it could create immense elasticity, making his speed quite exaggerated. Additionally, he envisioned a layer of tiny bubbles as a cushioning layer inside armor woven from silver blood, which should provide good defense against powerful opponents. The class bell rang. Yusen withdrew the blood energy back into his body. He took out his phone to look at various trending news, slightly relaxing his mind. Although he didn't feel tired under the sunlight, keeping his mind focused for too long could still lead to a different kind of exhaustion, just like working in a factory. Even if the body isn't tired on the assembly line, one can still feel weary. It's better to have a balance between work and rest, knowing when to relax and when to take a break. Xianyu, are you free tonight? Chen Ling whispered to Nora for a while before turning to Yusen and asking. Yusen nodded. I'm free, what's up? Patrolling at night is not something that needs to be done every day. He and Jang Shou only needed to patrol twice a week, with the remaining nights being handled by the battle police squad. Because he and Jang Shou had already completed a night patrol task last night, it definitely wouldn't be their turn again today, so he indeed had free time. In the beast fighting arena, there's a grand performance tonight. Nora wants to invite us to watch it together. Do you and Jang Shou want to go? Chen Ling asked. Yusen glanced at Nora and saw her pretending to be indifferent. He couldn't help but laugh. Since the silly goose is treating, I obviously can't miss it. The beast fighting arena is essentially a place where extraordinary people catch various extraordinary creatures in the wild and then put these creatures in a cage to compete against extraordinary people, somewhat like bullfighting, and it always ends with killing these extraordinary creatures. Yusen had never watched a live match, but there are many paid videos online, and he had watched plenty of them before. Those famous beast fighters are essentially superstars. They not only endorse various products but also have a huge fan base, making a small fortune from merchandise alone. If he hadn't joined the Qilin, and when he became strong enough to not fear the Blood Clan, Yusen felt that he might have become a beast fighter. You're the silly goose. When Nora heard this, she gave Yusen a big eye roll, but the corners of her mouth secretly lifted. Actually, during this period, because of Yusen, Nora's status in the Blood Clan not only did not decline, but instead rose rapidly. If before she was just mockingly referred to as the little princess of the Blood Clan by the Extraordinary Academy, now she was really close to becoming the little princess of the Blood Clan. Yusen used her blood to become a vampire. He too isn't afraid of sunlight, which is a huge leap. If all the vampires she embraced initially are not afraid of sunlight, the Blood Clan will no longer be limited to acting in the dark. They can also declare their existence during the day. It can be said that Nora is the new hope of the Blood Clan. Even the ancestors have cast their gaze upon her and are considering bestowing upon her the blood of the ancestors. The next class is still self-study. After the three of them discussed where to meet in the evening, they all kept quiet and focused on their own tasks. Yusen still kept his hand under the desk, but this time he condensed a small blood-colored knife. He pressed the knife against his palm, feeling the hardness and sharpness of the knife. If I continue to compress the blood energy. Through touch, Yusen judged that the knife he made was only at the level of ordinary ironware, so he began to compress the blood energy with his mind. Although most vampires are fragile, Yusen is an exception. He doesn't know why, but his physique has indeed become similar to that of a normal vampire. His body is slender and even slightly thin. Just by looking at his face and muscle lines, no one would think he could easily lift 1 or 2 tons. To adapt to his power and speed, his skin and bones had become very resilient. Especially after awakening his blood energy, a regular kitchen knife can no longer cut through his skin. Weapons like iron rods are also very hard to inflict effective harm on him. At this moment, the knife, originally 15 centimeters, was compressed to 10 centimeters. The knife lightly slashed. A blood mark appeared on his palm, but under the sunlight, the blood mark instantly disappeared. Around 8:30 in the evening. 4 people gathered at the milk tea shop not far from the school, and then they headed to the beast fighting arena in Silver City together. The beast fighting arena in Silver City is located on the outskirts of the eastern part of the city. Last night, Yusen and Jang Shou passed by it during their patrol, and they could even hear the hot cheers and curses from inside the arena. Nora had purchased a box ticket, and when they arrived at the arena, a special waiter quickly led the way. The 4 entered the box, and after sitting down, various fruits, snacks, and drinks were served. This is my first time in such a grand place. It feels a bit nervous, Jang Shou said softly to Yusen while looking at the decoration of the box and the exquisite snacks. Yusen moved to share of fruits and snacks over to Jang Shou and said with a smile, "It's okay, I'm nervous too. It will be fine once the beast fight starts." Yusen, those snacks are specially made extraordinary food. Give it a try, Nora said, pinching a piece of snack and reminding him. The bloodlines of extraordinary beings are varied and messy, with almost all kinds of races represented. Some extraordinary beings with orc bloodlines enjoy eating raw meat. Their taste buds are also different from humans. Cooked food can actually taste bad to them. The box tickets at the beast fighting arena are bought by the rich and noble, so the arena naturally won't make such low-level mistakes. When customers buy tickets, the staff already understands their preferences, and a special chef will provide service that day. For example, since Nora is a vampire, most of the food tonight will be extraordinary food that vampires can eat, so there won't be any tasteless experiences. Okay, I'll try. Yusen nodded, then picked up a piece of snack and put it in his mouth. Soon, a taste he had never experienced before spread in his mouth. He chewed lightly and swallowed, his eyes lighting up involuntarily. He asked curiously, "What is this made of?" It's made of various animal blood fats. Blood contains fat too. I don't know why, but vampires can't eat fatty meat, yet the fat in the blood can be digested and absorbed, so we have these blood fat snacks, Nora answered while eating. Actually, Yusen had been thinking about one thing. Normal vampires refer to themselves as bloodkin or my clan, but Nora always refers to herself as a vampire and has never mentioned bloodkin or anything like that. Nora, can I ask a question? Yusen couldn't help but speak up. Nora rolled her eyes at Yusen and replied, speak properly, don't shout. I will answer as I watch. I see that other vampires all refer to themselves as bloodkin, my clan, or our clan. Why do you always say vampire? Yusen asked curiously. Nora replied matter-of-factly, I am a vampire. My mom calls me little vampire, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. On the contrary, you are a silver vampire. Jang Shou and Qilin on both sides laughed in unison after hearing Nora's answer. Yusen didn't expect that his curiosity would lead to a new nickname of silver vampire. To this day, Nora still thinks he feeds on silver and doesn't know he actually feeds on light. If she knew, he might get another nickname of light vampire. At this moment, staff outside the box began to check the protective equipment one by one for the arena. Yusen picked up a piece of cake and put it in his mouth. After enhancing his taste, he tasted multiple flavors. Besides blood fat, there should also be inorganic salts and various elements whose names he didn't know. It's clear that these elements were all extracted from animal blood. One must say, as long as there is money, even becoming a vampire allows one to taste many delicious flavors that ordinary people can't imagine. As the time reached 9 o'clock, the arena's performance began. Hello everyone, I am the host, Feichuan. First, welcome all the audience to Silver General Arena. Next, we have the first match. The two giant black wolves face off against our old acquaintance, Hujianjia the Jackal. As the host's enthusiastic introduction echoed, the two massive black wolves were released into the arena, and a strong man with two tails behind him walked in as well, instantly causing cheers to fill the venue. Hujianjia seems like he is Hutuer's uncle, Jang Shou said to Yusen while watching the man in the arena. Yusen nodded. Hutuer's elders indeed were numerous. According to the information provided by Jin Shang, Hutuer's father had 6 brothers, known collectively as the 7 heroes of the Hu family. However, the 7 heroes of the Hu family did not work together, instead, they pursued different professions. Hu Jianjie is a professional beast fighter and also works as an online streamer, gaining quite a reputation in Silver City. As the host Feichuan wrapped up his introduction, the beast fight began. Actually, the beast fighting arena has 2 types of shows, one is beast fighting, and the other is combat. The former involves man killing beast, while the latter is a battle between man and man. Now it was beast fighting. Hujianjia had a wealth of experience and was well aware of the dangers of 2 black wolves coming together, so he first created some distance, and then as the 2 black wolves charged at him, he adjusted his angle. Once he adjusted his angle, the 2 black wolves, which had been running side by side, quickly fell into a front and back formation due to the angle, and the moment the wolves approached, he kicked the one closer to him away while using the reaction force to quickly retreat, creating distance from the other black wolf. Oh, it can be done like this, I've learned something, Jang Shou said with wide eyes, speaking to himself. Yusen also nodded seriously. This technique was not hard to learn, but the difficulty lay in controlling the rhythm and seizing the timing, requiring rich experience in beast fights and sharp judgment. Don't think that the 2 black wolves lack intelligence. The reason they exposed this flaw was entirely because Hu Jianjie controlled the rhythm so well that the 2 wolves unconsciously fell into the trap he had set. Next, Hu Jianjie skillfully led the battle into his rhythm, dizzying the 2 black wolves, even using his tails to confuse them, darting left and right, easily manipulating both black wolves as if they were playthings in his hands. In the end, the outcome of the battle was obvious. After some fun and games, Hu Jianjie easily beheaded both black wolves with a guillotine, and cheers erupted throughout the arena. 9-tailed fox bloodline, it seems like the more tails one has, the stronger they become? Qilin asked, looking at Hu Jianjie's tails. Nora, watching the match, replied, yes, having a 9-tailed fox bloodline, you can tell the strength by the number of tails. 1 tail is insect level, 2 tails is ant level, 3 tails is bee level, 4 tails is sparrow level, 5 tails is snake level, 6 tails is eagle level, 7 tails is wolf level, 8 tails is tiger level, and 9 tails is dragon level. What about god level? 10 tails? Jang Shou asked curiously. Yusen laughed, wait until the ancestor of the 9-tailed fox advances to god level, and you'll know. Now the fox ancestor only has 8 tails, so there is still a long way to go to reach dragon level, let alone god level. In the next matches, one after another, lasting about half an hour on average. Yusen and Jang Shou were thoroughly entertained, mainly because each beast fighter that appeared was not weak. Although their strength and speed might not surpass Yusen, their experience was incredibly rich. Various movements, angle control, rhythm control, and prediction made the fighting process exciting, offering a completely different experience from watching videos, especially some nuances in force application that would be hard to grasp without being there in person. Ladies and gentlemen, wasn't the previous fight wonderful? Haha, Fei Chuan also feels that the matches of the beast fighters are thrilling and exhilarating. However, the next is the grand finale for tonight. This is the super monster that our hunting team caught today, an extraordinary white ape with human intelligence. Amidst the host's voice, a cage slowly rises. Inside is a 3-meter-tall, powerful white ape. The white ape lowers its head, its eyes hidden in shadow. Its mere silhouette gives the audience an immense sense of pressure. Clearly just an extraordinary creature of not high rank, yet it still demands respect. And our contestant is the king of 1,000 victories, Iron God by Jinlong. On the other side, a robust man standing at 1.90 m walks out, looking at the surrounding audience with a slight smile, raising one hand to wave at the various seating areas, and the entire venue erupts with cheers for the Iron God. In the VIP box, Yusen is reviewing by Jinlong's information. This information is provided by the arena, and can easily be accessed via a tablet connected to a power line on the chair. By Jinlong, 32 years old, honey level, superpower user, his ability is to turn his whole body into black iron alloy. He is not only very experienced in combat but also incredibly powerful. If he encounters a type that can be countered, he can even fight at a higher level. This guy is strong. Yusen thought to himself while looking at the information. He estimated that no matter what methods he used, he probably couldn't break Bai Jinlong's defense, although Bai Jinlong couldn't kill him either. Next, the match begins. The electric cage slowly opens after the power cuts off, and the white giant ape looks up at Bai Jinlong. Jotai could never have imagined something. The day before, he was dreaming of ruling the world, and the next day he was easily captured by the extraordinary hunter team, while other bodies fled to protect his main body and were easily killed by these bastards. Now, his 9 personalities are residing in small, weak animals like mice, rabbits, his true body, sparrows, etc., and the strongest of these bodies has become a human captive, forced to perform like a clown. Come on, big guy. Bai Jinlong called, waving to Jotai with a smile. Jotai felt a surge of anger erupt from his chest, wishing he could tear every human apart. Among all his personalities, his third was the most domineering, with the dream of ruling the world. Different from those idiots who only want to kill and play games, he clearly understands that only by becoming the king of the world can he do as he pleases. Whether it's skinning people alive, killing, setting fires, anything, at that time, no creature would dare to stop him. With a roar, he immediately punches Bai Jinlong, but Bai Jinlong, predicting his movement the moment he leaped, effortlessly dodges the attack. Moreover, to showcase his skills, he didn't even use his superpower during the dodge. Jotai's punch shakes the ground, and the surrounding audience erupts with cheers, but these sounds feel like mockery to Jotai. Come again. Bai Jinlong smiled at Jotai. It is worth mentioning that Jotai isn't controlling a mutant bug, but a brain-hugging nerve bug, so this white ape is actually still alive, but every move is completely controlled by Jotai. Not only can it talk, but it also speaks incredibly fluently, and there is a weasel that can also speak human language. Bai Jinlong just didn't expect that the white ape could speak human language, and was unexpectedly ambushed by the white ape successfully. Now that he was prepared, the white ape could pose no threat to him at all. In the private room, Yusen and the others were also startled by the white ape speaking. Especially Yusen, he didn't know why, but he always felt a familiarity when the white ape spoke. No, this was wrong. Although it felt a bit familiar, there were also differences. It was like two brothers. He had heard his younger brother's voice, so the older brother's voice felt very familiar. He frowned, trying to recall where he had heard this voice before, but the white ape's voice was too rough and strange to match with anything. This should be more like an intuition, he couldn't compare it at all. Yusen, don't you feel like its voice seems familiar somehow? Nora frowned, staring at the white ape, and asked Yusen. Yusen was taken aback and asked, you feel the same way? Yes, but I just can't remember where I heard it. Nora nodded. Yusen looked at the white ape and speculated, Jotai? He had met many people with Nora, but only one seemed suspicious, so he immediately thought of Jotai. Jotai? The voice doesn't quite match, but it does seem a bit familiar. Nora said uncertainly. Yusen watched the white ape and Bai Jinlong fighting, and after his suspicion, he felt more and more that the white ape was suspicious, especially since the white ape's fighting style was mainly about ambushing and being unexpected. If Bai Jinlong's entire body hadn't turned into alloy, he really might not be able to handle the white ape. He must be Jotai. Could it be that this white ape has already been controlled by the brain bug? Yusen's expression gradually became serious as he noticed the silver light flashing in his pupils, confirming that there were no tentacles beneath the skin of the white ape, and he couldn't help but think. There had been no cases of abnormal bugs parasitizing extraordinary creatures in the past. If this white ape really was Jotai, then the situation was serious. After the match, he would definitely check the body of the white ape, and once confirmed that the white ape was Jotai, he would report to the Qilin Bureau immediately. 029 Awakening of Zhuyan. Bai Jinlong was not in a hurry to end the battle. Instead, he kept provoking the white giant ape, repeatedly taking hits when the giant ape attacked, showing off his powerful defense to the audience. In his eyes, this was a performance. He had to keep stealing the show, becoming the most eye-catching part of the entire act. In fact, he had succeeded. The entire audience in the arena was shouting his name, and he greatly enjoyed the feeling of being admired and adored by countless people. Especially since this admiration and adoration could indeed be turned into money. Weak and powerless fists. If this is all the strength you have, what does it matter if I anger you? Bai Jinlong looked at the giant ape controlled by Zhou Tai. A sneer appeared on his face as he effortlessly blocked Zhou Tai's punch with one hand, mocking. Sure enough, once he said this, the giant ape's fists moved even faster. But the giant ape was, after all, a flesh and blood body. Hitting his alloy body didn't hurt at all, and instead, the giant ape's fists began to show signs of injury. Damn it, damn it, damn it, die. Under Zhou Tai's control, the giant ape's eyes turned red, a large amount of adrenaline surged within, and in a state of stress, it didn't feel any pain at all. However, after Bai Jinlong turned into alloy, the giant ape's proud strength was basically useless. The body that could withstand bullets also appeared fragile. A single punch from the giant ape could shatter rocks and penetrate steel plates, but it couldn't inflict even the slightest harm on Bai Jinlong. Kill! 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 Zhou Tai's murderous intent boiled. Under his control, the blood within the white ape began to heat up, and a large number of extraordinary factors were released from its veins. Compared to the ape's own character, his personality was more in tune with the extraordinary bloodline within the white ape. It actually hides its strength. Bai Jinlong noticed the giant ape's power increase, a bit surprised as he said. In the next moment, he noticed a hint of red appearing on the white giant ape's arms. Bloodline awakening? Ladies and gentlemen, the white ape before us has surprisingly awakened its bloodline. Do you want to see this? It will be a scene rarely seen in 100 years. Cheer up, get excited. Bai Jinlong immediately realized what was happening to the white ape's body and shouted loudly to the audience. Instantly, the entire audience erupted in cheers. When he asked, "Do you want to see it?" countless people responded, "Yes," and the corners of his mouth immediately lifted, deciding to satisfy the audience's wishes. With his strength, even if the white ape had awakened its bloodline, what could it do? Bloodline awakening? Zhou Tai also heard Bai Jinlong's words, and through the neuronic bugs, he sensed that the white ape's body was indeed undergoing earth-shattering changes. However, based on the release of extraordinary power within, even with the bloodline awakened, it would still not be a match for Bai Jinlong. Unless I can guide the bloodline within the white ape to deeply awaken. Zhou Tai was not a reckless fool. While the killing intent surged, he could still maintain a clear mind. Fighting spirit, killing intent. He quickly grasped the key to the white ape's bloodline awakening. Then he continuously transmitted messages of anger and slaughter to the white ape's brain. Under the overwhelming onslaught of anger and killing intent, the structure of the white ape's brain began to change. Originally, the white ape's brain was just an ordinary structure, but under Zhou Tai's stimulation, a blood-colored substance quickly secreted, and under the effect of this red substance, the neuronic bugs actually deeply integrated with the white ape's brain. At the same time, the blood temperature within the white ape rose to 1000 degrees. Under the terrifying high temperature, bones, meridians, and organs were all madly transforming. The external manifestation was that the pure white fur of the ape began to display fiery red streaks, especially on its arms and feet, which had completely transformed from white to crimson. Originally, Bai Jinlong was full of confidence, believing he could suppress the awakened bloodline giant ape. But under the enormous fists of the giant ape, he quickly realized he could no longer resist. The strength of the giant ape's punches was astonishing, and the speed was increasing faster and faster. The changes in the giant ape's strength were too rapid for him to react. Just as he wanted to counterattack, the fist came crashing again, leaving him with no choice but to defend. Then, as he tried to move, another punch came. Oh no, I've messed up. Bai Jinlong's heart sank. He wanted to retreat, but the white ape seemed to see through his intentions and closed in. He looked up into the eyes of the white ape, which were ablaze with flames, as if they contained the calamities of the world. Zhu Yan bloodline! Bai Jinlong exclaimed in shock. In the next moment, he was sent flying by Zhou Tai's punch, crashing heavily against the cage. His steel body had become unrecognizable. Everyone present revealed expressions of shock, the cheers abruptly stopping. All eyes fell on the white ape, which was now completely different from just moments ago. Is its size changing? God, its eyes are on fire, my heart seems to be racing. Run, that's Zhu Yan, run. Suddenly, someone realized something and stood up shouting. After shouting, this person turned and fled, others quickly followed suit. Bang! Bang bang! Bang 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 bang! The heartbeat echoed like war drums. Some slower reacting audience members quickly realized that this heartbeat sound came from the giant ape, while also feeling their own hearts racing wildly. In the next moment, suddenly everyone's hearts beat violently, and then, exploded. Many audience members poofed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he fell onto the audience seats, and some of the stronger extraordinary spectators began to flee. The accident happened too quickly. At this moment, four extraordinary beings rushed out from the passage of the arena, and one of them penetrated the cage and launched a heart-piercing strike at Zhou Tai. He had the ability to penetrate matter. During battle, his arm could pass through a target's body, grasping their heart with ease and killing most opponents without difficulty. However, this time he miscalculated. When his palm penetrated the white ape's body and grasped the heart, intense heat instantly scorched his hand. Ah! His body could no longer maintain its ability, and with a scream, he attempted to retreat, but the next moment he was caught by the massive ape. Now, the giant ape's body temperature was extraordinarily high, and being touched by it felt like being scorched. The man immediately let out a more pitiful scream, then was swallowed whole by the giant ape. Originally somewhat emaciated due to the deep awakening of its bloodline, the giant ape quickly gained energy, its body gradually filling out. It looked at the other three people standing outside the cage and said, "Come in." The three stepped back simultaneously. In the VIP box, there seemed to be materials that isolated Zhu Yan's abilities, so the heartbeat attack just now did not affect the four people inside. Not good, something unexpected happened. "Old Zhang, go check if there's anyone left alive in the audience, I'll buy some time." Yusen stood up and looked at the arena, speaking to Jang Shou. Everything happened too quickly. From the giant ape's counterattack to killing a large number of spectators, it was barely more than 10 seconds. By the time Yusen realized it was not a performance, countless lives had already been lost in the audience. Nora stood up and said, "I'll go too." "No, you stay with Qilin. If there really is danger, get her out quickly," Yusen refused. The current white ape was clearly not something guns could handle. If he hadn't diligently trained his abilities during this time, he would definitely run as far away as possible. He dared to go because he was confident he could make a safe retreat. 030 silver armor. Yusen did not believe he could defeat the current white ape. His purpose was simply to buy time. Nora glanced at Qilin, then finally nodded, saying, "Okay, just be careful." If she left Qilin alone here, and something happened, Nora would never forgive herself, so even though she wanted to help Yusen, she obediently stayed behind. Yusen stepped out of the VIP box, his body instantly turning red, then a large number of tiny bubbles began to rise, covering his whole body, enough to make anyone with a phobia of clusters scream on the spot. Then, silver lines made from silver blood quickly wove together, covering all the bubbles and forming a set of silver armor. This time, the silver thread he created was extremely fine. After tightly weaving it, the armor looked completely seamless, not only sharply defined but also smoother than a mirror, giving an indestructible feeling. "Lazy fish, you look so cool in that." Jang Shou looked at Yusen's transformation, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This armor was definitely a dream for boys. Jang Shou felt that if he wore it, his courage would increase by 1000%, and even facing the ancestors would allow him to stand tall. "Okay, let's act separately. You go save people, and I'll hold the giant ape." Yusen clenched his fist, confirming that the armor wouldn't hinder his movement, then said to Jang Shou. This was not the time for fun. Jang Shou nodded and immediately turned to leave, while Yusen walked in the opposite direction. In the arena's cage, Zhou Tai held the seriously injured by Jinlong in his hand. He weighed him for a moment, then smiled maliciously. "Thank you very much, you've helped me find the true way to become stronger. As a return, let you experience what true power and speed feels like." Saying this, he forcefully threw by Jinlong. Bai Jinlong instantly crashed through the metal cage, his body hurtling toward the audience. But just as Bai Jinlong was about to hit the ground, a flash of silver passed by. Bai Jinlong was saved. Zhou Tai frowned as he looked at the silver-armored figure holding Bai Jinlong, unable to gauge their strength and thus refraining from acting rashly. Both sides stood quietly in a standoff. Yusen had once overestimated the giant ape's power, but the moment he caught Bai Jinlong, he realized he had still underestimated it. In the instant he caught Bai Jinlong, the silver lines on his body almost snapped, and the bubbles composed of blood energy beneath them burst one after another. Even after 2 layers of cushioning, his hands, which were used to catch Bai Jinlong, were still fractured. Of course, it was only a minor fracture, and with his physique, the injury healed in an instant. Fortunately, he designed his armor to be as flashy as possible, referencing numerous armors from films and making his own armor exude a strong aura of power. As long as he stood still, no one could confidently determine his true strength. Clearly, his imposing image intimidated Zhou Tai, and neither side made a move first. At this moment, the 3 people outside the cage quietly retreated. Although they had B-level strength, they felt no sense of security standing before the giant ape. However, their movement broke the delicate balance between Yusen and Zhou Tai. Any strength does not come from nothing. Although Zhou Tai had successfully activated the Zhuya bloodline inside the giant ape using the special nature of the brain bugs, it had drastically depleted the giant ape's energy. Now, the giant ape's body desperately needed energy replenishment. As long as there was enough food, the giant ape could become even stronger, even reaching eagle-level power. He locked his eyes on one middle-aged man and in the next second, suddenly pounced towards him. Yusen had been watching him closely, so when he moved, Yusen moved too. A silver line shot out quickly, wrapping around the man Zhou Tai had locked onto, and immediately pulled him back. The middle-aged man felt a terrifying gust of wind crashing down on him, and just as he was about to be crushed, his body quickly retreated backwards. When he regained his senses, he found himself sitting down on a chair. Who? Who? The middle-aged man, realizing he had come within a whisker of death, broke out in a cold sweat and gasped for air. While the giant ape lunged, the other two smartly ran backwards, so by the time Zhou Tai got the giant ape under control, there was no one left around. Your opponent is me, do not think of harming innocent people. Yusen spoke to Zhou Tai through the 2 layers of bubbles in his armor, his voice transformed. He was worried that Zhou Tai might recognize his voice and realize he wasn't as strong, which would cause trouble. Bam! 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 Zhou Tai looked at Yusen, his eyes narrowing slightly as the sound of war drums, the ability of Zhuya, immediately echoed. However, Yusen felt nothing. If Zhou Tai could make his heart beat once, he would thank Zhou Tai, but unfortunately, vampires did not have a heartbeat, so they were directly immune to that ability. Ineffective? Zhou Tai thought to himself, regarding Yusen with slightly more admiration. It must be said that Yusen stood there unmoving, exuding an aura of a true expert. His armor, smooth as a mirror, and the windbreaker that slightly fluttered created a striking atmosphere. Moreover, the red lenses covering his eyes made it impossible for Zhou Tai to ascertain Yusen's emotions through his gaze. In fact, the red lenses were composed of blood energy, offering good defense while also enhancing Yusen's vision. With both silver blood and blood energy reinforcing his sight, his dynamic vision was exceptionally strong, which was why he could clearly see Zhou Tai's movements. In a different situation, perhaps Zhou Tai would have enough patience to confront Yusen, but he did not have that now. First of all, this was the arena, the territory of humans. The longer he delayed here, the more dangerous it became. The giant ape's body was starving, urgently needing nutrition, so it couldn't afford to waste any energy. It controlled the white ape to grip the ally cage, suddenly exerting force and violently tossing it. The cage, which was originally firmly fixed to the ground, was uprooted, and the entire massive cage crashed towards Yusen. To be honest, the scene was incredibly exaggerated. Yusen was even startled by Zhou Tai's move. But Yusen reacted quickly. The blood bubbles under his feet provided enough bounce. He bent his legs and leaped up. At the moment the cage was about to hit, he pressed his hands against the cage and pushed hard, using the force to retreat backwards. Several silver lines instantly tangled around the chandelier on the ceiling, narrowly avoiding the cage's attack. Boom! A deafening crash echoed, followed by rolling dust. The cage heavily smashed into the audience area. The entire arena shook like an earthquake. Where the cage landed, the ground instantly caved in, and the walls even showed numerous cracks. If the cage had landed squarely on Yusen's body, it was likely that his body would have been smashed in half. Though he wouldn't die, it would definitely not feel good. So terrifying. Yusen looked at the completely deformed cage below and felt that it was even more terrifying than facing Jin Shang. Who? The giant ape let out a puff of steam from its mouth. The previous burst of power had drained quite a bit of energy. Unfortunately, it missed its target and wasted its strength. However, through Yusen's movements, Zhou Tai also realized that at least the giant ape's attack was being dodged by Yusen, not blocked head-on, which meant that Yusen's strength was definitely not as powerful as his. So now, let's see the speed. If his speed and strength far surpassed Yusen's, this battle could be settled quickly. First, increase the attack range. Zhou Tai scanned his surroundings, then controlled the giant ape's body to move to the bottom of the arena, directly tearing down the barriers in front of the audience section. Holding 2 barrier pieces in his hands, his attack range expanded from the original 2 meters to 10 meters. As long as Yusen entered his 10-meter range, he could easily swat him down. On the other side, Yusen saw the giant ape tearing down the barriers and slightly raised his brows. The next second, Zhou Tai controlled the giant ape's legs to exert force and pushed off. The body shot towards Yusen like a cannonball, while the hands swung the barriers to trap Yusen in the middle. However, Yusen hooked his hands, and 4 silver lines danced wildly like silver snakes, scratching across the barriers. The silver lines made of silver blood were not just made of silver, but also of Yusen's blood, so after receiving Nora's promise of 20 pounds of silver, his silver lines were incredibly rich. After constructing the armor, there was still plenty of silver wire left for offense and defense. Of course, like before when facing Zhou Tai, where he flung a dense web of silver lines, that was impossible. In the armor state, he could at most control 4 to 5 silver lines, and the maximum attack range was between 50 meters to 350 meters. But that was completely enough. In an instant, the barriers crossed over Yusen's body but shattered into fine fragments. Amid the flying debris, Yusen's armor remained as shiny as new, looking extremely cool. 031 The Mighty Bull King. Zhou Tai saw his weapon being destroyed in an instant and immediately roared, throwing the barriers away. Then, like a cannonball, he used his tremendous explosive power and charged straight at Yusen. I have to admit, his fighting style made the pressure on Yusen significantly increase. Now, the giant ape was purely a stats monster, with superhuman strength, speed, and explosive power. If Yusen didn't have the silver blood enhancing his reflexes, he would probably be smashed to death in a second. The giant ape's body emitted intense heat, and as it approached, it was like a blazing fireball. Without the protection of armor, even if it didn't touch him, the heat would burn him. Whoosh! Yusen shot out 2 silver lines with his hands, entangling the chairs behind him and pulling them back. A bubble appeared at the tip of his toes, providing some bounce. He pressed down with his toes, and his body quickly retreated. A massive fist brushed past him, and even through the visor, he could clearly feel the terrifying heat wave. Boom! The fist slammed into the ground, leaving a huge crater. Yusen performed a backflip and landed on the backrest of a chair. Before he could catch his breath, the giant ape, using the force of the punch, lunged again, its other arm swinging towards Yusen in a horizontal slash. This direct, straightforward attacking method tested one's overall abilities the most. Yusen's nerves were taut, he dared not relax for even a moment. He kept his eyes locked on Jotai's movements. When Jotai controlled the giant ape's arm to strike, he quickly used the bounce from the blood energy bubble to dodge. The strike missed, and the giant ape immediately grabbed the chair and threw it. Yusen, suspended in midair, quickly used the silver wire to pull himself into an almost impossible position to narrowly avoid the chair's attack. So it's just a little fly. After a series of attacks, Jotai finally realized. He realized that Yusen wasn't strong at all, just that his appearance was deceiving, looking mysterious and unfathomable. Once Jotai gained confidence, he completely let go of his attacks. He controlled the giant ape's body to rise from the ground, its muscles gathering power, like a mountain crashing toward Yusen, and if it landed even a single blow, Yusen would surely be crushed to pieces. Yusen kept retreating, jumping from the spectator stands into the arena, then from the arena back to the stands, constantly moving and dodging. Suddenly, both stopped at the same time and looked up at the ceiling. Something was falling. Boom! A loud crash. The floor shattered. A 5-meter-tall bull-headed giant fell from the sky, smashing through the ceiling like a descending demon, landing heavily in the arena. Interesting, it seems you can awaken to this extent. The bull-headed giant glanced at the white ape, and a rough, domineering voice sounded. In an instant, Jotai felt the urge to retreat. Compared to the blusterous Yusen, this bull-headed giant was genuinely strong. But before he could act, the bull-headed giant scanned the arena, and then, with an angry tone, said, "But, you should die." Boom! A terrifying black magic flame rose from the bull-headed giant. Before Jotai could see the giant's movement clearly, his head was already chopped off by the bull-headed giant's axe. Jotai's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe he had been defeated so sloppily, so helplessly. After the bull-headed giant's axe severed the white ape's head, it slammed into the ground, sending a shockwave through the entire arena, and countless cracks spread from the axe to the surroundings. Hiss! Yusen, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but gasp. The situation had changed so quickly. One moment he was being chased, and the next, the giant ape was dead. This was too strong. No wonder he was the mighty Bull King, the #1 expert in Silver City. This man was a household name in Silver City. His real name was Tang Dali, and he had the bloodline of the Bull Demon King, making him the strongest extraordinary being in Silver City. He owned many businesses, but he only held shares and did not manage them, clearly indicating that he also had stakes in the arena. After slaying the white ape, Tang Dali's aura immediately receded. "Thank you, young brother, for holding off this monkey head. Otherwise, I would have probably lost everything this time. Thank you, really appreciate it. Later, do me the favor and have a meal together. Let's get to know each other better." Tang Dali quickly walked up to Yusen, showing a smile without any airs of a strong man, grabbing Yusen's hand and bowing repeatedly. "No need to thank me, it's just my duty. But from now on, don't blame me for being official." Yusen couldn't free his right hand from Tang Dali's grasp, so he had to use his left hand to take out his ID. When Tang Dali saw the ID, he sheepishly let go of Yusen's hand. Yusen then took out his phone and called the battle police to seal off the scene. After completing the necessary procedures, he put away his phone and immediately gathered his blood energy, instantly forming a blood-red longsword in his hand. He slowly walked to the giant ape's head. Although he was certain there were neuroworms in the ape's brain, he had to dissect it and gather concrete evidence before reporting to headquarters. Tang Dali saw the scene and didn't interrupt Yusen. He ran up to Jang Shou, who was treating the injured, and began thanking him profusely. As Yusen raised his knife to cut open the giant ape's brain, the ape suddenly opened its eyes. It glared at Yusen with a look of hatred. If its throat hadn't been slit, it probably would have said something. Yusen ignored its glare, using the knife in his hand to pierce the ape's brow, then slowly cutting through its skull. In fact, the giant ape's bones were extremely hard, and Yusen had to put in a lot of effort to break open its skull. When he saw the giant ape's brain, his eyes immediately widened. Unlike a normal brain, the patterns on the giant ape's brain formed ancient characters. Lin Bing Doja? Yusen took a photo of the characters on the brain, guessing in his mind. Then, he used the knife to stab at the ape's brain. The moment he sliced through the brain's outer layer, a series of nerves shot out, but he had already prepared. He quickly used silver thread to control the nerves. As expected, it's the neuroworm. He took a photo with his phone and sent it to Jin Shang, while describing everything that happened in the arena. Less than 10 seconds later, Jin Shang replied, "Preserve the body and wait for support." Okay. Yusen looked at his phone and responded. In less than a minute, the special police arrived in a car. Actually, from the time Zhou Tai exploded to when Tang Dali chopped him down, the entire process took only about 3 minutes. Everything happened incredibly fast. Yusen and Zhou Tai's standoff only lasted a little over 10 seconds. After that, Zhou Tai chased him and attacked. If Tang Dali hadn't arrived in time, Yusen would have had to find a way to run after a few more minutes. The special police were not called by Yusen. They arrived after the fleeing spectators reported the incident. After showing his credentials to the leader, Yusen asked the leader to lock down the entire arena, not allowing anyone in or out. With Jang Shou there, everyone who could be saved would be, and those who couldn't be saved had no need for further attempts. As a result, when the ambulance arrived, the special police instructed them to wait aside. Finally, about half an hour later, a beam of golden light flew from the sky, entering the arena through the large hole that Tang Dali had smashed. Hello, I am a member of the Qilin support team, codename Ether. This is my ID. The golden light landed on the ground. Once the light dissipated, a young man, who looked carefree and cynical, appeared before everyone. He walked up to Yusen, introduced himself, then took out his credentials. Yusen scanned the ID with the Qilin app on his phone. After confirming its authenticity, he nodded and said, "Hello, I am a member of the Evil Extermination Squad, codename Salted Fish. This giant ape and the neuroworm are officially handed over to you. Please make sure to deliver them to headquarters. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong." Ether patted his chest and smiled. Then, he looked at the giant ape's body, waved his sleeve, and the huge corpse instantly vanished. He then took out a box, placed the neuroworm inside it, and finally put the box into his sleeve. Hidden treasures in the sleeve? Yusen looked at Ether's actions and curiously asked. Ether immediately became embarrassed. Hidden treasures in the sleeve is a great skill. I just sewed storage bags into my sleeve. While speaking, he raised his sleeve, and sure enough, there were several storage bags sewn inside. Alright, I need to go report now. Goodbye. Probably feeling embarrassed, Ether quickly said goodbye, his body covered by golden light, and he instantly soared into the sky, disappearing quickly through the hole in the ceiling. Qilin headquarters. Ether brought back the giant ape and the neuroworm's bodies. The entire research department immediately worked overnight to study the bodies. In the morning, a large amount of information was sent to the high-ranking officials of Qilin, and everyone immediately realized the seriousness of the problem after reading the documents. A meeting about the abnormal insect crisis was promptly convened. At the same time, on the Silver City side, in the East City Public Security Bureau, Yusen and Jang Shou sat together, facing Tang Dali. Name? Tang Dali. Gender? Male. Age? 98. Level? Wolf level lower tier. Where were you when the incident occurred at the Silver Arena? After hearing this question, Tang Dali's expression changed, and he said softly, "Can we skip this question? Please answer truthfully." Yusen looked at Tang Dali with some helplessness and said in a businesslike manner. If it were a regular patrol officer asking, Tang Dali would surely have tried to fool them, but the problem was that the credentials Yusen and Jang Shou put on the table were from Qilin. Even if Yusen and Jang Shou were old enough to be his great-grandsons, he dared not be careless. Especially Yusen, when the big shots parachuted in, most people were unclear about what was happening, but Tang Dali knew all too well. This young man had already caught the attention of the big shots. In ancient terms, he had gained the favor of the emperor, and no matter how weak he was, he could not be underestimated. At that time, I was getting a foot massage at Listening Rain House. Tang Dali scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. Yusen nudged the bright-eyed Jang Shou, recorded Tang Dali's words, and then proceeded to ask a few more basic questions. After obtaining the answers, he stood up and said, "Alright, if there are any further questions, we will get in touch with you. Thank you for your cooperation." In fact, not only was Tang Dali being summoned for questioning, all shareholders, staff, and security personnel of the arena were also summoned, and there were likely to be issues regarding accountability, fines, and compensation to resolve later. As Yusen and Jang Shou walked out of the room, the team leader of the battle police, Zheng Kaichao, immediately stepped forward to thank them, mainly because the battle police couldn't suppress strong individuals like Tang Dali, and routine inquiries might be brushed off. With Yusen and Jang Shou involved, the issues could be resolved much more easily. Under normal circumstances, Yusen and Jang Shou would not intervene, but since this involved the abnormal insect, they decided to step in after consideration, also hoping to gather the latest intelligence. Half an hour later, Yusen and Jang Shou received the report from the hunting team. Doghead Gold Mountain, it seems to be quite a distance from Silver City. Do we really need to go that far to capture extraordinary creatures? Jang Shou looked at the report and asked curiously. Zhang Kaichao explained, because one of the missions of the barracks outside Silver City is to clear the surrounding extraordinary creatures that pose significant threats. The nearby hills are actually no longer major threats, they are mostly small fry-like insect-level and ant-level creatures. The arena wants to capture extraordinary beings that provide a certain level of challenge, so it is necessary to go farther afield. Yusen analyzed, the abnormal insects were still near Doghead Gold Mountain yesterday. Even if they can run fast, they can't cover much distance in a day. Wait a moment, I will ask the captain if we can remotely strike all areas near Doghead Gold Mountain. He took out his phone and immediately contacted Jin Shang to share the latest intelligence. Xianyu, the situation is likely more complicated. I'll send you some information, take a look first. Jin Shang replied. A moment later, Yusen received the documents sent by Jin Shang. He opened them and found that it was a medical record. Currently, the vast majority of hospital medical records are stored in the cloud. Therefore, after the archives of Sangshan Mental Hospital were destroyed, the authorities still managed to locate all the medical records through the cloud. The document sent by Jin Shang was actually Zhou Tai's medical record. Zhou Tai had multiple personalities. His dominant personality did not have major issues and could even be considered a good person, but his other personalities had significant problems. Based on Chen Xingxong's repeated diagnoses, it could be confirmed that there were 8 distinct personalities. There are a total of 8 personalities, and each of them knows of each other's existence, referring to themselves as oldest, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth according to their order of birth. The oldest is the main personality. According to the recordings left by Chen Xingxong, this personality has already been replaced by the anomalous bug. The specific situation is still unclear. The second enjoys collecting fingers. While in the hospital, he almost bit off Chen Xingxong's finger. He is taciturn, giving people an elusive feeling, and may have a more introverted personality. The third is playful and his emotions are unpredictable. He can be very happy one moment and deeply sad the next. At the same time, he is the most talkative one, and much of the information that Chen Xingxong understands is actually provided by the third willingly. The fourth has a gloomy personality and calls himself a skin artist. When he sees a beautiful appearance, he reveals an obsessive look, sometimes seeming lascivious and at other times giving off a shady vibe. The fifth is crazy and is completely a killer. When Zhou Tai's body is controlled by the fifth, his eyes are filled with a mad killing intent, and there may even be a strong tendency for self-harm. This personality is nearly impossible to communicate with but seems to obey orders from other personalities. As for the 6th, 7th, and 8th, since they were born later, the information Chen Xingxong obtained is also minimal, so their personalities and hobbies are currently unclear. After reviewing the information, Yusen furrowed his brows. One Zhou Tai is already so troublesome, but there are actually 8 personalities like this. Which one did he meet last night? Additionally, Zhou Tai's personalities can move through the bodies of anomalous bugs, switching their bodies at will. This means that unless all anomalous bugs are killed, it is impossible to eliminate Zhou Tai. According to the information provided by Jin Shang, Zhou Tai's danger level was initially rated as serpent level, but after the latest intelligence provided by Yusen last night, Zhou Tai's danger level has been raised directly to dragon level, even higher than the danger posed by the entire anomalous bug population. If Zhou Tai can unlock the potential of all extraordinary beings, humans will soon face an army made up of various high-level monsters. Take a look. Yusen handed his phone to Zhang Shou. After reading the information, Zhang Shou said gravely, in this situation, it's impossible to completely eradicate it, right? Anomalous bugs can parasitize any living being's body. If they parasitize a cockroach and spread through the incredible breeding capabilities of cockroaches, rats, and other similar creatures, humans will never be able to kill all the anomalous bugs. Don't worry. Given the current situation, the higher-ups must have already noticed. Yusen said solemnly, I believe powerful individuals will soon be sent specifically to address Zhou Tai. Let's wait and see. With the dragon-level crisis, the Qilin headquarters will definitely take it very seriously. Yusen is very curious about how many experts the headquarters will send to deal with Zhou Tai next, and this time they are likely to completely wipe out all the anomalous bugs. After all, as long as the anomalous bugs are not wiped out, Zhou Tai will definitely not be free from his troubles. 033 Reward. The next day, a military aircraft discreetly landed at the barracks outside Silver City. After school, Yusen and Zhang Shou received information from Jin Shang, drove through 2 checkpoints, and smoothly entered the barracks. Captain. Upon entering a building in the barracks, Yusen and Zhang Shou spoke in unison after seeing Jin Shang. There was only Jin Shang in the room. He was as usual, giving off a feeling of facing the sun, hot and authoritative, like a lion among men. He glanced at the two and smiled, I thought I would have to stay in Yin Jing for half a year, but you two have achieved a great feat again. However, this time the witnesses are complicated, so the headquarters hurriedly sent me back to escort you. Escort us? Yusen showed a curious expression. Jin Shang nodded, putting away his smile and looking at Yusen seriously. The struggle among countries in the field of extraordinary power has never stopped. You made quite a splash the day before yesterday, and don't think that wearing armor means no one knows who you are. Perhaps foreign hostile forces have already seen you as a huge threat for the future, wishing to get rid of you as soon as possible. The easiest way for foreign forces to infiltrate the country is to grant certain ordinary people extraordinary powers, and tightly control these individuals using various contracts and death curses. Many spies, in fact, fell victim due to greed, ultimately forced to sell their lives to the enemy. Generally, these spies not only collect intelligence but are also responsible for eliminating budding geniuses. The battle between Yusen and Zhou Tai was so fierce that, despite Yusen running and dodging the whole time, surviving was already quite remarkable. This had already drawn the attention of some foreign hostile forces. Oh my, isn't that salted fish quite dangerous? Jang Shou said worriedly after hearing Jin Shang's words. Jin Shang replied indifferently, that's why I came back early. By the way, the things you wanted attention. The two quickly stood at attention, lifting their heads and puffing out their chests to look at Jin Shang. Jin Shang's expression was serious as he took out a box and removed the metal inside, looking at Yusen earnestly. After the review and assessment by the Qilin headquarters, Comrade Yusen played an important role in the Silver City incident, successfully disrupting the anomaly bug infiltration plan, and took a significant role in the anomaly bug uprising. Here, on behalf of the Qilin headquarters, I present you with a first-class merit medal to commend your outstanding contribution and exceptional achievements. At this moment, Yusen's eyes slightly reddened. When Jin Shang pinned the medal on his chest, he saluted heavily, and Jin Shang immediately returned the salute. Next, Jang Shou also received a second-class merit medal. After the medals were awarded, both received a storage ring, and Yusen noticed that his ring contained 100 pounds of silver. Originally, the award ceremony was planned for when the two of you arrive at headquarters, but you also know the current situation. According to research by the scientific department, Zhou Tai has already mastered the ability to activate extraordinary biological bloodlines, and we absolutely cannot give him more time. Therefore, our time will be very tight from now on, Jin Shang said to the two. Jang Shou's eyes widened as he asked, is it possible that, Captain, you will be responsible for eliminating Zhou Tai? No, this operation will be directly commanded by General Zhao Yi from headquarters. All military camps in Silver City, Rong City, Xiang City, Jiang City, and Hua City will be sealed off with a radius of 13,800 miles centered around Doghead Gold Mountain. Then, all members of the Evil Extermination Team, the Sin Eradication Team, the Demon Slayer Team, and the Bug Slayer Team will gather and enter the sealed areas from different directions, slaying all anomaly bugs and suspicious creatures, Jin Shang answered. Both Yusen and Jang Shou were slightly shocked after hearing this. It was definitely a major operation. Alright, Death Doctor, you step out for a moment, I have something to say to the salted fish, Jin Shang then glanced at Jang Shou and said. Jang Shou was taken aback, then nodded and left. Captain, is there something old Zhang cannot hear? Yusen asked curiously as he watched Jang Shou close the door. Jin Shang showed an envious expression and said, I don't know if you were lucky or not, headquarters actually agreed to your request. As he spoke, he walked to the table, picked up a metal briefcase, entered a series of passwords, and after verifying his identity, the briefcase slowly opened, causing the temperature in the room to drop instantly. Yusen looked inside the briefcase. It was a pen-style injector. This is the Pangu blood you applied for. The Qilin headquarters has decided to approve your application after comprehensive consideration. Now you will inject it right in front of me. This is a top-tier treasure that even the ancestor of the Blood Clan cannot obtain, Jin Shang introduced. He was truly envious. For a drop of Pangu blood, he had spent all his savings and incurred huge debts. Yet Yusen got it without even needing to borrow. Captain, can I not use my teeth to suck it? Yusen asked, feeling a bit guilty as he looked at the Pangu blood in the injector. He was purely curious about the taste of Pangu's blood and had no intention of injecting it. Jin Shang looked at Yusen's greedy appearance and immediately felt a throbbing in his temples. He pinched his nose bridge and said irritably, do you know that injecting Pangu's blood will most likely strengthen your bloodline abilities and even reduce your weaknesses? If Yusen injected Pangu's blood, he would most likely transform from an ordinary vampire into a super vampire, gaining more abilities that regular vampires did not have. Moreover, Yusen was still afraid of garlic, crosses, and the energy of divine attributes. After injecting Pangu's blood, it was very possible that one or two of his weaknesses would diminish, and at that time, unless someone used absolute violence to defeat him, it would be difficult to harm him through trickery. But I still want to taste it. After all, I am a vampire, Yusen said, not changing his mind after hearing Jin Shang's words. He had awakened his talent so quickly that it was uncertain when he would awaken strange talents like garlic blood, cross-eater, or divine energy absorber, so he did not care about these trivial weaknesses at all. And he knew very well that if this application was successful, it would be hard to apply again in the future. Just from Jin Shang's current situation, it was evident that applying through achievements was extremely difficult. So the opportunity was fleeting. He had to taste the difference between Pangu's blood and ordinary blood. Seeing Yusen unshakable, Jin Shang sighed after closing his eyes in pain for a while. Alright, after all, Pangu's blood is a reward from headquarters to you. How you want to use it is your business, as long as you don't leave this room, you can handle it however you like. Thank you, Captain. Yusen exclaimed excitedly. Jin Shang saw Yusen pick up the pen-style syringe, hesitated for a moment, and said, since you've made the decision, make sure you don't regret it. I will never regret it. Yusen nodded. Then, he pressed the pen-style syringe against his fawn, pushed lightly, and blood poured out. He instinctively began to absorb the blood that gushed forth. He thought it would be the same this time, but something seemed to have gone wrong. At that moment, Yusen suddenly waved his hands wildly, as if trying to drive something away. A strange scene unfolded. Around him, bubbles began to show various bizarre images. As Yusen waved his hands, these bubbles gradually changed from pure blood red to a riot of colors. Especially the bubbles that emerged freshly from Yusen, which were even more vibrant, completely losing the dark, sinister feeling of blood energy. Suddenly, Yusen leaned back and fell into one of the bubbles, falling sound asleep inside it. The bubble carried him, not falling to the ground, but floating in the air, surrounded by countless other bubbles spinning around this big bubble. Jin Shang stared at the scene before him, utterly speechless. No matter how he looked at it, Yusen did not seem like a normal vampire, especially now when there was an indescribable sense of holiness about him. He waited for a while and, seeing that Yusen showed no signs of waking up, he slowly walked forward and gently touched one of the bubbles with his hand, covered in golden light. The touch of the bubble felt strange. He had expected it to feel like glass, plastic, or gem, but in reality, it felt more like the energy used to isolate space when an array was opened. He began to increase his strength, but the bubble showed no signs of deforming. He increased his power bit by bit, slowly adjusting from insect level upwards. It was only at sparrow level that the bubble began to show slight ripples, and when he reached snake level, the bubble finally started to deform. Jin Shang's expression became serious. He gradually raised his power to eagle level, and the bubble began to tremble violently. He estimated that with just a little more strength, this bubble would burst. He withdrew his hand and did not continue testing. This ability held great potential. If Yusen continued to grow stronger, this ability might become an extremely powerful group defensive ability. Jin Shang was very curious about what was happening to Yusen. If it was indeed similar to being drunk, what had he seen in his drunken dream that resulted in such a quirky ability? Forget it, let him sleep. Jin Shang stopped thinking further, shook his head, and turned to leave the room. Outside the door, Jang Shou stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Jin Shang open the door, he quickly stepped aside, his eyes peeking furtively into the room. Go in, but the salted fish is sleeping, don't disturb him. Jin Shang said. Jang Shou nodded and walked into the room. When he saw Yusen surrounded by colorful bubbles, still sleeping inside one, he inexplicably thought of a question: do these bubbles let air in? If they don't let air in, will Yusen suffocate? A night of good sleep. When Yusen woke up, he felt refreshed all over, accompanied by a strange, indescribable sensation. As he sat up, he belatedly realized he was inside a colorful bubble, and this bubble felt quite familiar, similar to the feeling when he manipulated blood energy. Higher. Yusen's mind stirred, and the bubble indeed began to rise. Then he controlled the bubble to move up and down, finally letting it float around the room. After fully familiarizing himself with the bubble, he brought it down to the ground and stepped out of it. He reabsorbed all the bubbles into his body, then raised his right hand, where a golden energy suddenly appeared at his fingertip. This energy obeyed his will, quickly generating a large number of tiny bubbles that scattered and began to rotate in the air according to his thoughts. Blood energy has mutated. This energy seems to have gained a spatial attribute. Yusen often browsed various information on the Qilin app. He was no longer an ignorant novice about the extraordinary world. While Jin Shang needed to touch the bubbles to determine their properties, as the master of the bubbles, he could directly sense everything about them. These bubbles were not floating in the air due to buoyancy. It is not through space coordinates. In simple terms, it is fixed at a certain spatial coordinate. As long as Yusen does not move it and no one forcefully destroys it, it will forever remain at that coordinate. Yusen thought about the dream from last night, his expression somewhat strange. Could it be that in his dream he tried to create the world, but ended up with a pile of unfinished products due to his lack of power? Strictly speaking, these bubbles can indeed be considered an independent space, meaning each bubble, rounded off, can be seen as a world. Rounding off again, Yusen has successfully created the world. Well, although this is far from a true creation of the world, it's not just a tiny bit off. After studying the blood energy mutation, Yusen placed his right hand on his heart. His heart was beating, though much slower than an average person's, about 30 times a minute, but it was indeed beating. So, the question is, what about the innate ability? He carefully felt the changes in his body, and besides noticing that his body had become stronger, he did not discover any new innate abilities until he sensed, through the silver blood, that there was another heart inside his heart. I have two hearts? When Yusen sensed the heart inside the heart, he was dumbfounded. He carefully felt the heart inside the heart and finally understood the function of the second heart. A smile gradually appeared on his face. This time, by consuming Pangu's blood, he had really struck it rich. 035 Pangu's immortal divine power. These two hearts, one is the vampire heart, and the other is the Pangu heart. They each possess the talent skill tree of a vampire and the talent skill tree of Pangu. When one heart does not beat, it signifies that the nutrients absorbed by Yusen will be stored in that heart. For example, right now, Yusen's vampire heart is beating, while the Pangu heart is not, thus, the energy he accumulates will be stored in the Pangu heart. When the energy is enough, that heart will beat. However, unlike the vampire that awakens an ability every 10 beats, the Pangu heart needs to beat 36 times to activate a power belonging to Pangu. Yusen can now freely choose which heart beats and which one does not. Moreover, before he could only judge when to awaken his talent by the number of heartbeats, now he can sense the energy stored within his heart to determine when to awaken it. For example, currently, the Pangu heart has stored energy equivalent to about 34 heartbeats. This is probably the leftover energy from his body transformation after consuming Pangu's blood, so the Pangu heart should only need to beat 2 more times to awaken a Pangu skill. I wonder what abilities Pangu has. Sitting on a bubble, Yusen took out his phone, ready to check if the Qilin app had any records. Qilin's research on Pangu has been ongoing for quite some time. Many of Pangu's abilities have actually appeared in those who have consumed Pangu's blood, so there are records available. Originally, Yusen's permissions were not sufficient to view this information. But now his account has a first-class merit badge, and much of the information has been unlocked for him, so after clicking to apply, he received this portion of the data in a moment. He opened the information and read it carefully. Pangu's abilities are referred to as divine powers because these abilities are innate forces for Pangu, requiring no additional conditions to use. However, these powers are too strong for ordinary people, and most abilities require significant energy, so they must be used cautiously. The following are all the divine powers obtained by those who have consumed Pangu's blood. Pangu's mighty divine power. The one who gains this divine power can possess 100-ton strength even at the sparrow level. The body is indestructible, capable of defeating 10 masters with 1 strength. Among all of Pangu's abilities, this is the first divine ability. Pangu's space-tearing divine power. Those who acquire this ability at the sparrow level can tear apart space, creating space blades to attack enemies. However, this ability is extremely consuming for ordinary people, making it a high-cost, high-damage power. Pangu's transformation divine power. Those who acquire this ability at the sparrow level can transform different living beings into other forms, such as turning a person into a sheep, a dog into a person, an animal into a plant, or a fungus into an animal. The most terrifying part is that the effects of this ability are permanent. Pangu's immortal divine power. Those who acquire this ability have an unimaginable vitality. At the sparrow level, one can remain alive with only the head left. Even if half of the brain is removed, the only result is temporary amnesia. Later, it becomes nearly impossible to kill, with blood regeneration and breath regeneration being just routine operations. Pangu's Sun Eye divine power. Those who acquire this ability can transform their eyes into sun-like orbs, shooting out rays containing the true fire of the sun. Pangu's Spirit Pearl divine power. Those who acquire this ability can condense a spirit pearl with spatial attributes in their dantian, and at the sparrow level, they can possess 50,000 cubic meters of space. Pangu has many abilities, almost as if it encompasses everything. Yusen suddenly felt that the vampire's talent was no longer appealing. The main reason was that Pangu's talents were all incredibly powerful, especially Pangu's immortal divine power. He truly wanted it. For someone like him, who is extremely afraid of death, Pangu's immortal divine power is simply the ultimate ability he dreams of. As a vampire, his self-healing ability is already very strong. Adding Pangu's immortal divine power would be like having double insurance. If he could have this ability, no matter how dangerous the place, he would dare to go and take a risk. In reality, a person's character doesn't matter much. Whether one is reckless or cautious, the most important thing is ability, not character. What influences a person's actions is also ability, not character. It's like a person with billions of assets. No matter how cautious they are, they will dare to spend in a high-end restaurant. But if they only have a few cents in their pocket, even the most reckless person wouldn't go to an expensive place to eat. Similarly, when one has ability, even a coward like Yusen would have the courage to take risks and fight. Without the ability, even a dog could scare him away. Yusen put away his phone. He had already made up his mind. During this period, he would go all out for Pangu's heart. If he didn't draw Pangu's immortal divine power, he wouldn't return to the vampire skill tree. In fact, after learning about the 2 heart abilities, he realized something: the vampire bloodline abilities are not infinite but limited. The 2 abilities he had awakened before confirmed this fact. The first ability, Silver Blood, had been mentioned by Jin Shang, who told him that Nora's father possessed the same ability. This clearly indicated that this ability was on the vampire skill tree. The second ability, Blood Energy, was also a power from the vampire skill tree. Therefore, except for the Light Eater, the abilities he awakened are actually ones that a vampire could awaken, not his unique abilities. As for the Light Eater, it was probably related to Nora's mutation. After all, Nora is the first hybrid vampire who was not afraid of sunlight. He, on the other hand, is the first wild vampire who didn't undergo the initial embrace but was turned through blood injection. If Nora is a mutated hybrid vampire, then he is a mutation of mutations, a special among the special vampires. It's normal for his talent abilities to undergo mutation. After examining his condition, he got up and left the room. When he came out of the room, the sky was still dim. There were soldiers standing guard outside his door. When they saw him come out, they immediately saluted and said, "Report, officer. Colonel Jean asked me to inform you that the operation has begun. Wake up and join the action immediately. Enter the secret order and retrieve it from the action team. Report complete." "Okay, thank you." Yusen hurriedly returned the greeting and expressed his gratitude. He then opened his phone, entered the exorcism squad, and received the secret order to enter the restricted area. He took out his Bluetooth headset from his pocket, put it on, and clicked to enter the squad's voice channel. "Captain, codename Salty Fish, requesting to return to the team," Yusen said. Jin Shang replied, "Well, since you're awake, I approve your return. Head to the location I marked for you as soon as possible. That area will be your responsibility, and I will send Qingniao for support." "Yes, sir." Yusen didn't waste any words. Then, under the astonished gaze of the soldiers, he created a bubble, entered it, and quickly propelled himself into the air with the bubble. The secret order was already effective on his phone. His phone would be automatically recognized and positioned by satellites, ensuring he could fly into the restricted area without being shot down by friendly missiles. 036 Qingniao. Although Yusen had a good relationship with Jang Shou, their abilities didn't complement each other at all. Jang Shou possessed extremely powerful healing abilities, but his skills were actually harmful to Yusen. Meanwhile, Yusen already had a strong self-healing ability, allowing him to recover from most injuries in a short time without needing a doctor. Therefore, in this operation, Jin Shang did not arrange for the two to act together. Yusen floated in the bubble, occasionally grabbing his phone to check his location. The action team's map app displayed both his current position and the location he needed to reach. It is worth mentioning that the bubble he created is not affected by gravity. Inside the bubble is actually a weightless space, and being in the bubble feels like being in outer space, so both he and the phone are floating inside the bubble. After flying out of the military camp's range, he quickly entered the mountainous area. So beautiful. With the sun rising in the east, Yusen hovered in the bubble, gazing at the horizon. The sky and the earth sprawled vast, and the dim sky met the earth in the distance, forming a jagged black line. The sunlight gradually dispelled the last traces of darkness, the sky turned a bright blue, and a few white clouds drifted lazily by. The mountains rolled and undulated, layered upon each other, revealing the stunning beauty of nature's craftsmanship. Yusen closed his eyes, took a deep breath, as if the whole world merged with his every breath. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented peace and freedom, as if the soul trapped in his body for 17 years had finally been released into this boundless world. Since childhood, he had lived in Silver City. This was actually his first time leaving Silver City. A surge of indescribable emotion welled up in his heart, and he couldn't help but shed tears. For some reason, he thought of the latter half of the song of climbing a tower in Yuzhou. Although it wasn't relevant to the situation or emotions, he could feel the author's feelings at that moment. "Feeling the vastness of heaven and earth, alone I weep." Chen Zian cried out of desolation, but Yusen cried out of the emotion from the greatness of heaven and earth. "Dad, I am very happy now. You didn't hold me back, thank you. Thank you for giving me life and raising me." In a flash, Yusen landed on the bubble, stood upright, and shouted towards the distance. Then he wiped his eyes, smiled, and felt as if the whole world had become lighter. The world is so big, one day he will go to see the farther, broader sky, capturing all the beautiful scenery with his eyes. Suddenly, a small bluebird landed above the bubble. She spoke in a woman's voice, awkwardly asking, "I am Qingniao, am I arriving at an inappropriate time?" "No, you arrived just in time." Yusen admitted that he was a little artsy just now, but he didn't mind that his teammates saw that scene. He now felt that having someone accompany him was quite nice. At least he is very happy now, and he is willing to share his happiness with the people around him. The bubble quickly fell to the ground, and Yusen came out of the bubble, turned around, and looked at the blue bird, introducing himself. "Hello, I am a salted fish, a vampire, nice to meet you." "Hello, I am the blue bird, a superpower user, nice to meet you." The blue bird spread its wings and landed on the ground, then quickly transformed into a woman in a green military uniform. The two first used their phones to confirm each other's identities, then after shaking hands, they continued to walk forward. They were not far from the coordinates given by Jin Shang. "My ability is to turn into a blue bird, with a speed that can reach 10 times the speed of sound, which is about the same as a cruise missile speed, and when in blue bird form, my defense greatly increases. You should be able to imagine my fighting style, the blue bird introduced herself. Yusen nodded, and in his mind, the blue bird's image continuously piercing through enemies like a bullet naturally surfaced. Then he spoke, currently, I should be at the upper level of sparrow or the lower level of serpent. My strength is about 10 tons and my healing ability is very strong, most injuries can heal within a few minutes. In addition, I can create a kind of silver thread. It can be used to cut targets or woven into armor to protect myself. And I also have mutated blood energy, which can create bubbles with spatial properties. The originally calm bluebird became more and more unsettled as she listened, finally looking at him with disbelief. Salted fish, you're not joking, are you? The bluebird couldn't help but interrupt Yusen's speech to ask. Yusen looked seriously at the bluebird and replied, we are on a mission, do you think I would joke with you? Alright, you can continue, the bluebird thought for a moment and nodded. But after hearing all of Yusen's abilities, she had only one thought, where did this monster come from? Within the Qilin, there were only a handful of peers in the past whom she admired, and most younger team members still needed her care. This time, Jin Jing arranged for her to partner with Yusen, and she was actually mentally prepared to be a caretaker, but found that Yusen seemed to be a bit too powerful. It seemed like she was the one who needed taking care of. The two quickly arrived at the coordinates designated by Jin Shang, and after confirming they reached the target location, they immediately reported to Jin Shang. Good, you two stay there and stand by, Jin Shang replied. So, the two stood at the foot of a mountain in a daze. After a while, Yusen simply created a bubble and sat his bottom on it. Bluebird, do you need it? Yusen then asked. The bluebird shook her head, took out a chair from her storage ring, and sat down, conveniently taking out a table as well. Then, she took out a tea set and surprisingly started making tea, leaving Yusen wide-eyed. Did you not read the battle plan? The bluebird couldn't help but ask, seeing Yusen's shocked expression. Yusen shook his head, realizing afterwards he took out his phone, entered the exorcism group, opened the battle plan, and browsed it carefully. This battle plan can be described as simple and brutal. First, block the entire area, and all personnel must arrive at the designated position and stand by. At 12 o'clock, General Zhao will launch a devastating attack at the center of the entire area, killing all high-level extraordinary creatures. The remaining small fry will be handled by each squad. Finally, there will be another layer of blockade enforced by soldiers from various camps, ensuring not a single bug escapes this range. Doesn't it feel like the battle plan is a bit too simple? The bluebird asked with a smile. Yusen shook his head. No, the simpler the plan, the more effective it is. As long as General Zhao is strong enough, this plan is actually the most suitable. Not bad, very smart, you caught the key point right away. The bluebird took a sip of tea and then said. Yusen looked up at the rising sun. It's only a bit past 6, are they really going to wait foolishly until 12? What if Zhou Tai notices their movements and decides to go all out now? If there are problems, it's natural to ask a senior. Yusen voiced his confusion, and Qing Niao smiled, so aren't we already waiting here? Being on standby is not the same as being idle. If strange insect-like creatures start to run now, it means their mission is correct. 037 Forever 17 years old. 7 o'clock. The sun is already quite warm. With nothing to do, Yusen began to practice his newly acquired abilities. He turned sideways to Qing Niao, his eyes fixed on a tree not far ahead, and then a bubble appeared at his fingertips, which he shot towards the big tree, instantly piercing through it. Then with a thought, the bubble circled around and created a smooth hole in a rock. The bubble is unaffected by gravity and does not have kinetic energy. Its speed depends entirely on how fast Yusen's mind is, while its attacking power relies on how much force it can withstand. Yusen controlled the bubble, making it go faster and faster, and after reaching several times the speed of sound, the bubble suddenly burst and vanished. The energy membrane that makes up the bubble cannot withstand greater wind resistance, so the bubble burst? Yusen pondered. It's not that the bubble can't go faster, but that the energy membrane can't handle the wind resistance. If the energy membrane had infinite hardness, Yusen could make it move at sublight speed or even light speed. Then Yusen created 2 more bubbles. He weakened their hardness but increased their elasticity. He pressed on the surface of a bubble, and indeed it became bouncy, but since it was stationary, the elasticity became very concentrated. Simply put, it was very bouncy, and at times it could have unexpected effects. What if I increased the stickiness? Yusen suddenly had a new idea. Although his blood energy had mutated, the effects he had developed before hadn't disappeared, in fact, they had even increased. He created an extremely sticky bubble, pressed his finger against its surface, and sure enough, his finger got stuck immediately. Then he tried to pull his finger out with all his might, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Unless he was willing to cut off his finger, he would have to stay stuck to this bubble. The solution was simple: possess enough power to destroy the bubble, and he could move again. The problem is, not many people have that ability. After all, one needs to be at least an eagle level to possibly break it. If Yusen prepared a few more bubbles to trap some people's strength points, he could even control some of the stronger individuals above eagle level. At that moment, a bird landed on a nearby tree, its eyes watching the two. Yusen focused his mind, and a bubble circled around, perfectly sticking to the bird's back, then brought the bird back to his hand. He looked at the struggling bird and asked, "Qing Niao, if strange insects have already infested the birds, does what we're doing still have meaning?" Trust the headquarters, the think tank has definitely considered all possible situations. Since this decision has been made, it surely has its reasons, Qing Niao replied easily. Yusen controlled the bubble to fly further away, nodding, "Yeah, I understand. It's just my first time participating in such a big operation, and I'm a bit too nervous." Then he continued training his ability, such as making the bubble spin or trying to change its shape. The sun gradually moved across the sky, and the temperature of the sunlight became warmer. Qing Niao simply took out an umbrella and opened it, watching Yusen train his abilities under the sun. "Dried fish, are you really a vampire?" Qing Niao looked at Yusen, who was full of energy under the sun. Unable to help but ask. Yusen nodded and said, "Of course." "Then do you drink blood?" Qing Niao asked. Yusen nodded and said, "Of course I drink blood. I drank blood yesterday. The blood of Pangu is still blood, since I drank it, I won't deny it, even though drinking Pangu's blood actually feels terrible. The memories of Pangu are too painful, he wonders if Pangu is still endlessly repeating the dream of creating the world from chaos. Right. Yusen suddenly remembered that he still had a lot of silver in his storage ring. So he took out a piece of silver and opened his mouth, sucking it into his body like he was drinking soy milk. Qing Niao watched Yusen's actions, always feeling a sense of unreality. What kind of broken vampire is this? Sunbathing and eating silver, the scene is too mismatched. By the way, how old are you? Qing Niao looked at Yusen and suddenly thought of something. Yusen answered, 17 years old, and you? I'm 24. By the way, it seems that a vampire who has been turned at their first embrace will have their body frozen at that moment. Doesn't that mean you will always just be 17? Qing Niao suddenly asked after answering. In fact, both first embraced and wild vampires will have their bodies frozen at the age they were transformed. Yusen nodded and smiled, that's indeed the case, so no matter how many years pass, no matter who asks me, I will always be 17. Qing Niao immediately showed a skeptical expression. Was Yusen's answer true or false? At this moment, Yusen suddenly froze, thinking of a very important question. He looked at Qing Niao and asked, "Qing Niao, it seems that viviparous vampires grow up, right?" That's true. Although vampires have low reproductive ability, there are still some naturally born vampires who come out as babies, they can't possibly stay babies forever. It seems they stop growing after reaching a certain age, Qing Niao nodded. After hearing this, Yusen's mind naturally pictured himself still looking like he does now, while Nora had become a tall and mature big sister. The two of them standing together looked like brother and sister, or even like mother and child. I wonder what Nora will be like when she grows up. Will she be as silly as she is now? While he was lost in thought, the Pangu heart within him throbbed. He cleared away the chaotic thoughts in his mind and pressed his hand to his chest, thinking with anticipation, I should be able to awaken the first Pangu divine ability tomorrow. Hopefully, it will be a direct hit to the soul, directly getting the immortal ability of Pangu. Of course, if a direct hit isn't possible, he wouldn't mind the Pangu strength ability. Alright. If it's not the Pangu strength ability, he actually feels that the Pangu crack sky ability is also pretty good. While he fantasized about the future, deep within a mountain cave, several personalities of Zhou Tai were sitting together, each controlling different bodies and discussing with serious expressions. It seems we are surrounded. The second Zhou Tai spoke. The third Zhou Tai, rarely serious, said, this is indeed troublesome, the opponent may have guessed our weakness. Then kill them all, let's kill them all. The fifth Zhou Tai stood up excitedly, speaking with a murderous aura. The second Zhou Tai frowned and said, the urgent matter is to find a way to send the main body out, as long as the main body doesn't die, we won't die. Although the leader had been replaced by the anomaly worm, their existence stemmed from the leader's illness, so they actually had a root, which was the anomaly worm version of the leader. If this anomaly worm were killed, they would all perish. Of course, with such a huge weakness, they naturally wouldn't tell Chen Xingsong, and they had never spoken of it before. Zhou Tai and the others couldn't understand how humans knew this. Ding dong. Suddenly, a golden metal bead fell from the air in the cave. The second Zhou Tai immediately stood up, taking a defensive stance. The other Zhou Tais quickly stood in front of the second Zhou Tai because the body he was using was the main body. The metal beads rolled on the ground, and suddenly many golden lines appeared on their surface. Then the beads opened layer by layer along the golden lines, forming a golden lotus flower. Countless golden lines spread from the lotus, dividing the entire cave into numerous small compartments. Good morning, everyone. At this moment, a blonde foreign youth appeared behind number 2 Zhou Tai, placing his hand on number 2 Zhou Tai's shoulder, and spoke. Number 2 Zhoutai calmed down instead, and said, "You are not an official, right? If you think we are still useful, just say it directly. We will definitely cooperate. I like to talk to smart people. Abe no Saimai's golden lotus barrier can only last 5 minutes. I will keep it short. I am Plato, the 12th seat of the ancient sage society. Our goal is to become true deities, not fake gods with just names. So are you interested in joining us?" the blonde man asked. Number 2 Zhoutai smiled and said, "Of course, I am interested. Life and death are not hard choices." "Very well, then come with me." Plato laughed. Number 3 Zhoutai, seeing the consensus between the parties, became lively again and said, "Wait, it's fine for number 2 to go with you, but we need to stay. This game hasn't started yet." "I see. Then I will give you a little help. The Pangu, manhwa, river map, and Book of Law are all targets of our ancient sage society. If you can cause them a bit of trouble, that would be nice too." Plato looked at number 3 Zhoutai and slowly pulled out a golden cup from the void. He gently shook the cup, and the crimson blood inside emitted a faint red glow. In his sight, behind Plato seemed to be an illusory hell, countless wronged souls struggling and wailing in the inferno. He cracked his mouth, revealing a mass of sharp teeth, and laughed. "Indeed, a good ability, but unfortunately, only for one day. I will continue to perfect the blood of the death curse. In the future, it may very well be more than one day. Please look forward to it." Plato smiled. At this moment, several other Zhoutai also completed their transformations, each taking on different forms, some strong and some weak, but all possessing some special abilities. "The time is almost up. After dropping a single drop of blood, we should go." Plato glanced at his watch, turned around, and picked up the metal lotus from the ground, speaking to number 2 Zhoutai. Number 2 Zhoutai nodded and glanced at the other Zhoutai before walking towards Plato. After dropping the blood, Plato placed the lotus on the ground and said to the others, "This lotus will replace him and be locked by the Huaxia official C2 and Luo Shu. If you don't want to die so quickly, keep your distance." Then Plato took number 2 Zhoutai by the arm and led him into the void. From number 2 Zhoutai's perspective, he felt as if he had passed through a thin membrane and arrived in a world filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. The sky was bright with sunshine, surrounded by beautiful seas of flowers, and many fairies danced joyfully in the air. "Mr. Plato, are all the members of the ancient wise society as powerful as you?" Number 2 Zhoutai asked. Plato smiled and said, "Naturally, there are both strong and weak among them, but there are only 15 who are stronger than me. The others may be close to my level or may not be as strong." "Then what does the ancient wise society see in us?" Number 2 Zhoutai continued to ask. Plato replied, "Actually, you had already entered our sights when you first appeared. However, at that time, you did not have any value worth inviting. There is a saying in the Eastern ancient country, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The silver arena turned out to be a remarkable performance, and it allowed us to see your potential, so I came." "I see." Number 2 Zhoutai understood that the ancient wise society valued their ability to deeply activate the extraordinary bloodlines within extraordinary beings. This was indeed a powerful ability. Once they activated those bloodlines within extraordinary beings, the other party could produce more monsters of the same level by collecting their blood. However, number 2 Zhoutai was not afraid of being exploited, he was more afraid that they might have no value for utilization. That would be the worst scenario. Having value means being part of the team. Having no value? Then they would likely end up as lab rats on the experimental table. On the other side, number 3 Zhoutai in the cave watched as Plato and number 2 Zhoutai gradually moved away into hell. Around them was a scene of blade mountains and fiery seas, with various disgusting and terrifying bodies crawling around. Even a woman tried to grab number 2 Zhoutai's foot but had her arm severed by a knife. She could only roll around, screaming. Plato. Even kindly explaining the principles of his abilities to his opponents, a great number of extraordinary beings later perished as various countries specifically targeted their research. Only then did they learn to be careful about leaking their intelligence. Yusen's expression turned strange after listening, and he couldn't help but chuckle. This was indeed a bit funny. As the two exchanged banter, the time finally struck 12. Suddenly, both of them noticed an additional person in the sky, standing at a higher altitude, his not-so-sturdy body radiating an indescribable aura. "It has finally begun," the blue bird murmured as she looked at the tall figure. Yusen looked up and asked, "Is he General Zhao?" "Yes, watch closely, the scene that follows is rare," the blue bird nodded and said earnestly. In the distant sky, Zhao stood atop an atom, quietly gazing down at the mountains below. His ability was very special, called reference points of micro and macro. Just as he could stand on an atom, he could also endow small things with great qualities and large items with small qualities. Essentially, he couldn't actually make things larger or smaller, but he could give objects relatively greater or smaller traits. A meteor. He lightly flicked his finger, and a speck of dust in the air fell toward the ground. At the moment the dust touched the ground, the entire world seemed to lose its sound, the earth cracked and collapsed, and then a terrifying white light flashed, followed by an explosive shockwave. This scene resembled a colossal meteor striking the earth. Surrounding mountains turned to ashes, countless creatures vanished into the light, leaving only dark shadows behind. A mushroom cloud slowly rose. Shortly after Yusen saw the light, he felt a strong wind rush past, causing slight ripples in the energy bubble around them. It was important to note that they were actually very far apart. Being able to see General Zhao was solely due to both of their absurdly strong vision. After the first wave of impact ended, the second and third waves followed in quick succession. In just half an hour, the entire lockdown area underwent a fundamental change. Thick black smoke billowed into the sky, the ground was a mess, and bubbling lava poured everywhere. Without a doubt, once the lava cooled, followed by a heavy rain, a super large lake would form here. Although Yusen had prepared himself mentally, he was still stunned by the exaggerated scene before him. He couldn't even figure out how Zhao Yi attacked. He completely didn't understand General Zhao's ability. From the degree of the ground's indentation, something must have struck the ground, but he noticed nothing at all. What kind of ability is that? Yusen was very sure that such an ability, where he couldn't even detect the trajectory of the attack, left him with no way to respond except relying on defensive skills to endure. This meant that against a powerhouse like Zhao Yi, he certainly had no chance of winning. Is this what it means to be a dragon level? Yusen murmured as he looked at the scene before him. Next to him, the blue bird came back to her senses and said, "No, General Zhao isn't using his full strength. After all, this is our home, and he doesn't truly want to cause too much destruction." "How do you know?" Yusen asked curiously. The blue bird smiled and said, "Confidential matter." "Alright, it's time for us to get to work." Below, many wild animals were frantically fleeing. Their positions were not within Zhao Yi's strike range, so they managed to survive, but after being frightened, they instinctively began to escape. Unfortunately, this operation could not leave any survivors, so they were destined to have no way out. "Let me do it, I have a little idea," Yusen said as he watched the wild animals rushing toward them over the mountain. Said to the bluebird. He stretched his hand out from the bubble, and then many tiny bubbles continuously emerged from his fingertips. These bubbles were colorful and very beautiful, shimmering like a dream under the sunlight. After creating a large number of bubbles, he controlled all the bubbles to rapidly move toward the ground. On the ground, wild boars, leopards, wild wolves, snakes, tigers, squirrels, herds of deer, wild chickens, wild buffaloes, and mice raced wildly to escape, with predators and prey even fleeing side by side. Suddenly, a large number of bubbles fell from the sky and stopped in front of these animals. Many animals hadn't realized what was happening when their bodies tilted and fell to the ground, only to be trampled to death by other animals. Yusen fixed the majority of the bubbles on the animals' escape paths, the principle being similar to a motorcycle driver going too fast and getting their throat cut by a steel wire. Those fallen animals actually crashed into the bubbles themselves. Because the bubbles were fixed in that spatial coordinate, as long as the bubble's energy membrane wasn't hard, crashing into it would be a certainty of death. However, some shorter animals did not crash into these bubbles, so Yusen controlled one bubble to constantly shuttle through these animals, causing mice, snakes, and squirrels to fall one after another, their bodies pierced with small blood holes, as if they had been shot by bullets. "Salty fish, your ability is terrifying." The bluebird looked at the hundreds of beasts below that vanished within seconds and couldn't help but sigh. She simulated in her mind a scene of herself fighting Yusen, and in the end, she despairingly discovered that even if she used all her means, she probably wouldn't be Yusen's opponent. These spatial bubbles were enough to give Yusen an unbeatable advantage in their fight. Of course, the main reason was because her attacks were far from reaching the eagle level. If she reached the eagle level, perhaps she would have a chance to fight Yusen. Below eagle level, unless possessing top-level abilities like the Pangu Great Strength, fighting Yusen would be like seeking death. Yusen listened to the bluebird's words, looked at the super pit in the distance, and humbly said, "It's not that great, compared to General Zhao Yi's ability, mine doesn't count for anything." The bluebird rolled her eyes at Yusen, not believing he was being modest but rather feeling he was being pretentious. At that moment, a loud explosion suddenly erupted not far away, and both of them turned to look in the direction of the sound. "There are teammates in battle." The bluebird had better eyesight than Yusen and immediately saw a burly, fierce, red-skinned monster chasing after two teammates, but those two weren't members of the evil slaying squad, they should be from another squad. Before the two could decide whether to go to the rescue, one of the young man's arms was cut off by the monster's sharp claws. "Not good, stay here, I'll go support." The bluebird's face slightly changed upon seeing this scene, and she immediately told Yusen, and the next moment she transformed into a bluebird and flew out of the bubble. Number 5, Zhou Tai, after consuming the blood of the death curse, gained a simple and brutal ability, that was an extremely strong body, and his entire body was covered with bone blades suitable for killing. "Is this all you've got? So weak, so unaware of your own limitations, who gave you the courage to seek death?" Number 5, Zhou Tai, chased after a young man dodging, roaring with his huge mouth open, and then intended to bite down from above to crush the boy's head. Boom! But just as he opened his mouth to bite down, the bluebird quickly flew over. She struck fiercely at Zhou Tai's cheek with her beak, instantly generating a terrifying explosive sound. Zhou Tai's defense was incredibly strong, his cheek rippled from the impact, but he wasn't broken. He paused slightly, then immediately showed a fierce look, grabbing the young man's shoulder and throwing him toward the bluebird. The bluebird originally wanted to strike number 5, Zhou Tai's head with a single blow. However, she didn't expect number 5, Zhou Tai's head to be so hard. Unable to pierce through it, she could only use the recoil from the impact to turn back, planning to circle around and attack again. But one wrong move, and everything is lost. The bluebird didn't expect Zhou Tai's reaction to be so fast. She had barely flown 5 meters when she was hit on the back by a man thrown by Zhou Tai. The main reason was that her fastest speed was indeed 10 times the speed of sound, but after attacking Zhou Tai, her speed slowed down instantly, and she needed to accelerate again when turning back. Now, with the man smashing into her, her body froze even more. Die, all of you. Zhou Tai gave the bluebird no chance to catch her breath. Taking advantage of her slowing speed, he pushed off with his legs, and sharp bone blades slashed toward the two. Clearly, he intended to kill the man along with the bluebird. It's over. The bluebird turned her head, looking at the bone blade coming toward her, and her heart sank. She didn't expect Zhou Tai's behavior to seem reckless but actually be so detailed, pushing her into a dead end with a single move. In the nick of time, 2 bubbles passed over Zhou Tai and wrapped up both the bluebird and the man. The bone blades hit the surface of the bubbles, creating a ripple effect. Zhou Tai wanted to continue attacking, but the 2 bubbles quickly ascended, and without the ability to fly, he could only watch as the bubbles flew away. We're saved. The bluebird transformed back into human form, looked down at Zhou Tai, and breathed a heavy sigh of relief. For a moment there, she really thought she was going to die. Zhou Tai's strength was probably above the snake level, far stronger than her. Bluebird, are you alright? In the air, Yusen floated over in a bubble and asked the bluebird, who was inside another bubble. The bluebird shook her head and said, I'm fine, thank you. If it wasn't for you, this time. It's fine, we're comrades, no need for pleasantries. Next, I'll deal with him. Yusen interrupted, then looked at Zhou Tai. On the ground, Zhou Tai roared in fury, turning to kill another teammate but realized that the man whose arm he had severed had also been rescued. Aha! Who is it? Who is it? Show yourself! He howled in rage and was suddenly struck by an incoming bubble, sending him crashing into the rock mountain. Yusen fell from the sky, using the bubble like a wrecking ball, constantly smashing it into Zhou Tai's body. It must be said, Zhou Tai's body was terrifyingly tough. The rock mountain was dented several meters, but he still showed no major injuries. However, Yusen then created another bubble and controlled 2 bubbles to strike alternately in a V-shape. Gradually, the bone blades on Zhou Tai's body began to break, and his body started to deform severely. Even steel can't withstand repeated pounding, let alone flesh and blood. A few minutes later, Zhou Tai was no longer human. After confirming that Zhou Tai no longer had the ability to resist, Yusen walked up and asked, which number Zhou Tai are you? I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Zhou Tai muttered weakly. Yusen nodded and said, I see, you're number 5 Zhou Tai. With that, he trapped Zhou Tai in a bubble, planning to ask the captain how to deal with him. Wait a minute. Yusen turned to leave, but suddenly realized something. Although Zhou Tai wasn't too strong for him, in fact, for many others, he was already at a monster level. In fact, Zhou Tai's combat power was even higher than the previous giant ape. If other Zhou Tais were still alive, it was indeed possible for them to break through. Realizing the severity of the issue, he quickly took out his phone to contact Jin Shang and relay the information to him. Immediately, Jin Shang responded, ordering the bluebird to patrol the surroundings. As soon as Zhou Tai was discovered, he immediately notified everyone nearby, urging them to provide as much support as possible. Whether it was Yusen or Jin Shang, at this moment, they both mistakenly believed that Zhou Tai had suddenly become stronger due to the changes brought by their grasp of the ability to excavate extraordinary biological bloodlines. While Jin Shang adjusted his strategy, on a peak in the marginal area, 3rd Zhou Tai squatted in the shadow of a giant rock, watching Yusen in the distance. Thanks to Plato's reminder, the few of them naturally stayed as far away from the metal lotus as possible, so Jia Yi's attack only destroyed the metal lotus and a large number of mutant insects that couldn't escape, and all the Zhou Tais had emerged. Brother Yusen, what kind of monster are you? From 3rd Zhou Tai's perspective, Yusen looked like a bloodthirsty beast, crazily devouring everything. Originally, 3rd Zhou Tai thought Plato's reality was terrifying enough, but now seeing Yusen's reality, he found Yusen even more frightening. It was a beast whose shape was hard to describe, its body made up of countless whirlpools, seemingly able to pull anything close into itself. What was even scarier was that it was always eating. Its body seemed like a bottomless pit, not knowing how much it needed to eat to fill up. But a challenging opponent is what makes it more interesting. Third Jotai was eager to try. Anyway, even if he did nothing, this body would die in a day, so he might as well enjoy the game and see how strong Yusen had become. He quickly jumped down from the peak, leaping from one mountain to another, rapidly closing in on Yusen. After reporting the situation, Yusen did not idle. Instead, he continued to kill more beasts. Their position was actually one of the few paths animals could take down the mountain. The rest were either sheer cliffs or thickets. Entering there would mean certain death for any animal. "Brother, I'm here to play with you again." Suddenly, a wild bull soared into the air from afar, smashing directly toward Yusen. At the same time, Third Jotai's voice rang out. Yusen, sitting in his bubble, saw the wild bull coming and immediately controlled the bubble to change its properties from hard to bouncy, while the bubble also expanded from a diameter of 2 meters to 5 meters. The wild bull crashed into the bubble, and the next second it was bounced back. "Are you the Jotai from school?" "Third?" Yusen asked, looking at Third Jotai, who caught the wild bull and quickly jumped out of the herd. Third Jotai opened his mouth and bit down hard on the struggling wild bull, blood filling his mouth as he laughed. "Looks like you investigated pretty thoroughly. That's right, I'm Third. You can call me Little San. After saying that, he suddenly spat, and a chunk of wild bull's blood and flesh bombarded toward Yusen like a cannonball. However, his attack was still easily blocked by the bubble, and even the blood and flesh rebounded back. He could only slightly sidestep to avoid it. So where did the other Jotais go? Yusen glanced around and continued to ask. Third Jotai's mood changed quickly, and he unhappily said, "Brother, you're clearly playing with me right now. Why are you still thinking about other people? Alright, then let's deal with you first, and then find the other Jotais." Yusen said calmly. In an instant, countless bubbles gathered from all directions, then fired toward Third Jotai like dense bullets. After gaining the bubble as an exclusive skill from the mutated blood energy, Yusen's combat style had already shifted from a melee fighter to a noble magician, many times not even needing to act directly to easily defeat his enemies. Third Jotai's dynamic vision and reaction speed were very fast. He quickly retreated, creating distance, then hopped sideways to constantly evade the bubbles attacking him. These bubbles looked hollow. It gives a light, airy feeling, but its speed and attack power are unexpectedly strong. He dodged the attack of the bubbles, while the surrounding grass, trees, and rocks suffered grievously. The rocks were instantly shattered into pieces by the bubbles, and the flowers and grass looked like they had been gnawed by a swarm of insects, with leaves scattered everywhere, showing half-circular or round notches. Compared to the one back at school, Yusen now was much stronger. This speed of becoming stronger is truly astonishing. 041 The Devil's Eye. So strong. While number 3 Jotai was shocked by Yusen's rapid growth, Yusen was equally surprised by number 3 Jotai's growth speed. If number 3 Jotai had the same power he had when they met at school, he could completely defeat number 3 Jotai in a few seconds, but now, no matter how he attacked, number 3 Jotai seemed to foresee everything, easily dodging. Compared to number 5 Jotai, number 3 Jotai was clearly much harder to deal with. "Big brother, eat my big tree." Number 3 Jotai jumped from the ground to a tree, then from one tree to another. He suddenly turned and kicked the trunk, breaking it, then kicked the top half of the big tree toward Yusen. Good opportunity. Yusen's eyes lit up as he allowed the big tree to strike his protective bubble, immediately controlling the bubbles to blast toward number 3 Jotai, who was in the air with no place to borrow strength. "I bounce." Number 3 Jotai's eyes shook as he stepped on a bubble, using its elasticity to swiftly evade other bubbles, his body instantly weaving through them and landing on another tree. He can see through the properties of the bubbles. Yusen frowned slightly, not expecting that his little trick had instead given number 3 Jotai an opportunity. In fact, the many bubbles he created were not all hard bubbles. Among them were sticky bubbles, elastic bubbles, and even corrosive bubbles. Originally, Yusen wanted to use the special properties of these bubbles to give number 3 Jotai a little surprise, but instead, number 3 Jotai saw right through it. He even accurately found the elastic bubble among these bubbles and used it skillfully. "So that's how it is, my eyes, this is how they are used." Number 3 Jotai stood on the branch, the corners of his mouth gradually curling up, so happy he nearly forgot himself. In his eyes, each bubble was unique. Some bubbles emitted a foul smell, some shook continuously, and some were sticky. Just now when he broke the big tree, it was not to attack Yusen, but to quietly use the leaves and wood chips for experiments, figuring out the effects of different bubbles. The foul-smelling bubbles were corrosive, the sticky bubbles had extreme stickiness, and once caught, it was over, while the vibrating bubbles were elastic. He saw it all clearly. The Devil's Eye. This is the demon power he gained. It is a power with strong malice, which distorts the world seen by the user into an absurd shape. But while distorting the world seen through the Devil's Eye also reveals some real information that is normally invisible. This is what is called the false truth. For example, what number 3 Jotai saw as a monster on Yusen is fake, but the truth is that Yusen is always eating. The ideal state as in Plato's Republic is fake, but the ideal state born from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood is real. How to distinguish truth from falsehood relies entirely on the wisdom of the user of the Devil's Eye. Clearly, number 3 Zhou Tai has begun to adapt to the devil's eye and find useful information from countless unreal images. I see it all. Number 3 Zhou Tai twisted his waist to dodge the attack of the bubbles, his lips splitting into a smile full of sharp teeth. He suddenly spun his body and slammed a fist into a bubble. As the legs lifted to avoid many bubbles' attack, the body leaned back while one foot kicked at the bubble just hit by a fist. Twisting, attacking, dodging, then twisting again, then attacking again. Just a very slight movement, yet effectively avoided Yusen's attack, and finally, in a dense counterattack, one of Yusen's bubbles was shattered by number 3 Zhou Tai with a punch. The whole process was actually very quick, taking just 1 or 2 seconds. In Yusen's eyes, number 3 Zhou Tai was merely spinning at high speed, but bizarrely dodged his attacks, even delivering a series of counterattacks, resulting in one bubble being broken by number 3 Zhou Tai. Little brother, the roles of offense and defense are about to switch. Suddenly, number 3 Zhou Tai darted out through the bubbles, the scales on his body making strange sounds. Boom! Before Yusen could react, number 3 Zhou Tai rushed in, landing a punch on the bubble protecting him, causing the entire bubble to ripple. Realizing it late, Yusen's pupils contracted fiercely, the feeling of being hunted by number 3 Zhou Tai at school returned to him. His brain raced, his gaze landing on one of the bubbles. That bubble was sticky, with a piece of scale on its surface, and he instantly understood how number 3 Zhou Tai moved so quickly in front of him. Number 3 Zhou Tai first used the elastic bubble to accelerate himself, then paid the price of a scale to change the attack angle with the sticky bubble. Combined together, number 3 Zhou Tai suddenly burst in from an unexpected angle, fast enough that Yusen couldn't react. His own attacking means were instead utilized. Yusen's mind moved, and all the sticky and elastic bubbles around rapidly retracted, with more hard bubbles quickly pursuing and attacking number 3 Zhou Tai, who quickly retreated. It's useless, little brother, I have seen through all your moves. Seeing Yusen retract the elastic and sticky bubbles while avoiding many hard bubbles attacks, number 3 Zhou Tai smiled at him. As he said, Yusen's attacks could no longer pose a threat to him. The hard bubbles' attacking power was very strong, but number 3 Zhou Tai could predict the path of all the hard bubbles and even step on one bubble, letting it carry him alone. However, Yusen remained undaunted, still controlling a large number of hard bubbles to attack from different angles, seeming to have run out of tricks. Boom! To prove his words, number 3 Zhou Tai frequently counterattacked while dodging, landing punch after punch on the bubble protecting Yusen. Unfortunately, because the frequency of attacks was not high enough, he could not break the bubble protecting Yusen. And Yusen clearly wouldn't give him that chance. Once he attacked surrounding bubbles, they would immediately gather around, leaving him with no escape and only a dead end, while fleeing meant all his efforts would go to waste. The two sides were at a stalemate, as if neither could do anything to the other. Number 3 Zhou Tai had already adapted to the rhythm of being attacked by numerous hard bubbles, skillfully dodging dozens of bubbles shooting from different angles, putting force under his feet, leaping up and stepping on several hard bubbles. He instantly bounced to Yusen's face, throwing a punch at the bubble. Although he couldn't break the bubble, this was just a game. Being able to counterattack meant he hadn't lost yet. However, at the moment he threw this punch, Yusen opened both hands simultaneously, and in an instant, countless silver lines shot out from his fingertips. The two were now too close, less than 30 centimeters apart. Number 3 Zhou Tai's eyes trembled, his scarlet eyes seemed to see death wielding a scythe rushing in. In an instant, his body was bound by the silver lines, looking like a mummy. If there were just 1 or 2 silver lines, he might struggle free, but now the densely packed silver lines covered his body. He could only twist his body like an insect. What, did you forget that I have this ability? Yusen smiled at number 3 Zhou Tai and asked. Realizing that the bubbles had no effect on number 3 Zhou Tai, he came up with this plan. As long as number 3 Zhou Tai became too proud, he was 90% sure he could capture this guy alive. Obviously, this time, the competition was won by him. 042 killing one after another. The story splits into 2 parts. While Yusen was fighting with number 3 Zhou Tai, the other Zhou Tai also made their moves one by one. After drinking the blood of the death curse, number 4 Zhou Tai transformed into a half-human, half-spider form, with hands that became scissors, and 6 legs that gave him tremendous mobility. In a forest, he wove webs, waiting for prey to come, but when none came, he decided to take the initiative. He left the webs he had woven and crossed a forest. Suddenly, he saw a young girl with bright eyes and white teeth squatting by a stream, roasting chicken wings. Such beautiful human skin. Number 4 Zhou Tai stared at the young girl, his face twisted in a grotesque way. The 6 eyes on his face showed an expression of obsession. In his mind, he imagined dancing a duet with this human skin, and even pictured himself wearing it, admiring his reflection in the mirror. By the stream, Gong Qian swallowed and slowly turned the stick, the golden oily layer on the chicken wings releasing an enticing fragrance. It was almost ready to eat. Gong Qian closed her eyes, muttering sincerely, I want to thank Brother Chicken for his selfless sacrifice, thank nature for the gift, and thank myself for practicing the art of barbecue. Now, it's time to eat. She opened her mouth wide, but just as she was about to take a bite of the chicken wings, her skull was suddenly attacked from behind. The air suddenly became still. Number 4 Zhou Tai widened his eyes and looked at his own hands. Clearly, his hands had turned into extremely sharp, hard scissors, but when they struck the young girl's head, they didn't even cut a single hair. How could this be possible? Number 4 Zhou Tai's face twisted in horror. He exerted all his strength, trying to crush Gong Qian's head, but he found that he couldn't do it at all. Her head was unbelievably hard, like a diamond head. No, harder than diamond, it should be a super alloy head. Damn, don't disturb me while I'm eating chicken wings. Gong Qian bared her teeth, her forehead veins bulging as she turned around and punched. Boom! Before number 4 Zhou Tai could react, his body was blasted apart by Gong Qian's punch. A large amount of slime and debris were blown away by the shockwave, finally scattering all over the ground. Damn! Gong Qian cursed, squatting down, her gaze once again falling on the chicken wings, ready to savor her greatest masterpiece. She opened her mouth, about to take a bite of the wings, when she heard the sound of running from a distance. Sighing, she slowly stood up. Captain, help! A brown-haired girl, with tears in her eyes, panically ran out of a forest and quickly made her way towards Gong Qian. Then, a black tiger, about the size of an elephant, chased her out of the woods. This black tiger had no relation to Zhou Tai and the others. It was just a victim of the chaos, fleeing and ending up here. Upon encountering the brown-haired girl, it went into a frenzy and attacked her. At this moment, the black tiger was only a few hundred meters away from the brown-haired girl, and with its speed, it could catch up in just a few steps. The brown-haired girl looked at Gong Qian, as if she was about to face a life-and-death separation. Seeking death. Gong Qian suddenly appeared in front of the black tiger and slapped its face with a single strike. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered. The scene was extremely brutal. Boom! The black tiger, having lost most of its head, collapsed. Gong Qian turned around and was immediately embraced by the brown-haired girl. The girl sobbed, "Captain, I thought I'd never see you again, I was so scared." She was 1.7 meters tall, while Gong Qian was 1.46 meters tall. She held Gong Qian just like a mother holds her child. In the previous moment, she was truly scared, but in this moment, there was a little man in her heart, jumping up happily with scissors in hand. It was as if he was saying, "Yay, I've hugged the captain." Gong Qian, being held, could only feel helpless. She wanted to struggle but was afraid of hurting the other person, so she sighed and said, "It seems there are a lot of top-tier beings here. Come on, let's go stretch our muscles." "Yes, Captain." The brown-haired girl carefully loosened her grip and replied with a smile. Although Gong Qian was only at the eagle level, she was a supermodel-level existence, giving a great sense of security to those around her. Among all the talented youths in the Qilin headquarters, Gong Qian ranked number 1, codenamed First. Anyone who knew of her existence understood that she was truly a monster. Because she was the only one who, after consuming the blood of Pangu, gained the great strength of the Pangu god. At the sparrow level, her strength was in the hundreds of tons. At the serpent level, her strength was in the thousands of tons. Now she had reached the eagle level, with a strength of 10,000 tons. Most carbon-based life forms in this world could not withstand her full-strength punch, and most attacks couldn't leave a mark on her delicate skin. On the other side, number 6, Zhou Tai, was staring at a man and a woman down the hill. After drinking the blood of the death curse, number 6, Zhou Tai's body had thinned, and he grew a tail that could stretch freely, gaining the demon power of invisibility. This was a very advanced kind of invisibility. After using his ability, he could completely shield his shape, scent, light and shadow, and sound, leaving no trace as he stepped on the ground. Number 6, Zhou Tai, was very satisfied with his ability. Now, as long as he didn't actively attack, no one could discover his existence. Unfortunately, this body was destined to live for only one day. To thank humanity for their relentless hunting, number 6, Zhou Tai decided to give everyone a surprise, such as killing all the weaklings here. Silently descending the hill, his long tail stretched out above the man and woman. At the end of his tail was a structure similar to a dagger. It was not only hard and sharp but also coated with poison. As long as it hit the target, even if it didn't kill instantly, it could quickly incapacitate the opponent. At that moment, he controlled his tail to stab at the woman's crown. Clang! The woman was struck by the tail, emitting a crisp metallic clash sound. Then the woman's figure became illusory, shrinking like a puff of smoke, forming a sharp sword. Long sword moi. At that moment, the man held the sword, drew it, struck, and sheathed it again. Number 6, Zhou Tai's body instantly appeared countless tiny blood marks. He looked at the man in disbelief. Clearly, the other person's aura was weak, and the woman was also weak. Why, did they suddenly become so strong? Unfortunately, the man obviously wouldn't explain anything to him, and he could only fall down filled with endless confusion. At that moment, the long sword transformed back into the woman's shape. The two, holding their phones, walked to number 6, Zhou Tai's body to take a photo, then uploaded it. Code name gone. However, it was ultimately just a one-time ability. After today, it would be gone, so he wasn't particularly concerned about it. Third brother, hurry and let me go. I never agreed to cooperate with you. If you dare to use me as a sacrifice, the others will definitely not let you go. Number 8, Zhou Tai, was pressed onto the formation by number 9, Zhou Tai, using a massive rock, and he was constantly threatening and tempting. It's unclear if it was his personality that influenced the direction of his mutation, but because number 8 Zhou Tai enjoyed deceiving others, after his mutation, not only did he not grow stronger, but his body also became weak and frail. His only demonic power was his big mouth. His mouth took on a shape similar to a horn, capable of producing a loud noise. Shut up. If you don't want to become a sacrifice, just change bodies. This body is mine now. Number 9 Zhou Tai said domineeringly. He was inherently very domineering, as the first brother was unshakable and the second brother was like a mere ornament, so he decided to seize the position of third brother. Fortunately, third brother was also someone who recognized the situation and voluntarily gave up his position, otherwise, he would definitely clash with third brother like a showdown. After drawing the summoning formation for the demon, he cut open his wrist and allowed his blood to drip onto the formation, gradually filling it with blood, emitting a red glow. Ninth brother, remember this, sooner or later, I will make you kneel and beg me. Seeing that the formation had been activated, number 8 Zhou Tai shouted in embarrassment and anger. He then quickly withdrew his consciousness, returning his body to the original aberrant insect. Number 9 Zhou Tai curled his lips, not taking number 8 Zhou Tai's threat seriously at all, especially since he was referring to him incorrectly as the third brother. Who was he even threatening? At that moment, the red light of the formation enveloped the entire cave, and then number 8 Zhou Tai's body quickly shrank. A massive arm reached out from the formation and gently swatted the rock, pressing down on number 8 Zhou Tai away, then it gradually expanded the crack in the formation to allow its head to emerge. Speak your wish, insect. It looked at number 9 Zhou Tai, speaking in a language that number 9 Zhou Tai had never heard before but could understand the meaning of. Number. While observing Damos, with serious eyes, he said, Tiger level? Dragon level? Evacuate. The situation has changed dramatically. All members below snake level evacuate as soon as possible. The blue bird flew quickly over the mountains, encountering various team members and immediately shouted. Many people quickly packed their things and began to withdraw from the blockade area. Yusen sat on a bubble, looking at Damos in the distance, who exuded a terrifying aura, and said in shock, What number Zhou Tai is he? Ha ha ha, he is the real number 3 Zhou Tai. I am actually number 9 Zhou Tai, did you expect that? Number 3 Zhou Tai immediately burst into a series of loud laughs. Yusen let him speak because he found that number 3 Zhou Tai was truly a big mouth who seemed unable to keep secrets and would dare to say anything. Number 3 Zhou Tai? Number 9 Zhou Tai? He thought of the giant ape he fought against before. Could he be that Zhou Tai? Isn't this too exaggerated? Originally, Yusen felt that his speed of getting stronger was already incredible, but now he felt that he could still improve a bit more. It's decided. In the future, he must fly up to the sky to bask in the sun. At this moment, Damos suddenly exerted strength in his legs, leaping into the high air, then opened his mouth. A red energy bullet rapidly condensed in his mouth, emitting light even more dazzling than the sun. Not good. Seeing this scene, Yusen immediately controlled the bubble to quickly retreat, while stretching out his hand, releasing a large number of bubbles continuously. His bubbles could withstand 5 times the speed of sound, and at this moment he pushed the speed to the limit, wrapping many team members who had not evacuated in time and then taking them away with the bubbles. At first, some people didn't realize it, thinking they were under attack, but once they saw the bubbles moving away from the center, they realized it was their own side. Boom! The red energy bullet condensed quickly, and the speed of its descent was equally astonishing. In an instant, a red pillar of light shot up from the ground, and then more and more light pillars sprayed from the ground, completely different from the explosion Yusen imagined, yet equally terrifying in power. With each appearance of a light pillar, the terrifying high temperature and shockwave caused great destruction to the surroundings, and some people Yusen failed to protect or who did not react in time were instantly turned to ashes. Damn it, die! At this moment, a petite figure rapidly flew from a mountain towards Damos, then struck Damos' cheek with a punch. Boom! Damos' cheek flesh quivered wildly, and his eyes rolled back. But the next moment, it gritted its teeth, exerted full strength, and surprisingly resisted the girl's attack, then whipped its tail against the young girl, who instantly flew backward, crashing into 3 mountains before stopping. Lion's might! Then, a lion's roar echoed, and a golden lion made entirely of energy appeared, its mane radiating scorching light like the sun. Boom! The golden lion collided with Damos, and the terrifying shockwave blew everything around away. The next second, Damos let out a low growl, exerted force with his hands and lifted the golden lion, then hurled the golden lion out, which smashed heavily to the ground, scattering golden light and revealing Jin Shang's figure. Jin Shang spat out a mouthful of blood, and the light in his pupils suddenly dimmed. Bug, I will crush you. Damos seized the moment and leapt into the air, his massive body soaring, with his right arm clenched into a fist aimed at the downed Jin Shang. Just as he was about to strike, a flash of sword light slashed close to the ground, and Damos' punch struck nothing but air, creating a huge pit in the ground. Damos immediately turned to the left, where Ganjiang held Moxia in one hand and supported Jin Shang with the other, quickly retreating. Little bug, seeking death. Damos used his right hand to grab at the ground fiercely. A large amount of mud instantly transformed into hard rock, and then it raised its hand and threw a huge rock towards the direction the three were moving. The rapidly escaping Ganjiang was immediately overshadowed by the huge shadow. He looked up and saw the rock crashing down from above. Long sword Moxia. He couldn't think too much, he let go of Jin Shang and was lifted by the long sword, swinging down on the rock. So hard. This was not an ordinary rock, but a rock enhanced by some kind of magic. Ganjiang swung his sword, and his body immediately spun. As he was above, Moxia was below, and in an instant, he transformed into a broadsword, while Moxia turned from a sword into a person, holding the broadsword to strike the rock. A sword mark appeared on the surface of the rock, but clearly, this was far from enough. In an instant, Ganjiang and Moxia spun around quickly like the blades of a fan, sometimes one above and the other below, with the two swords constantly alternating. Now it was Ganjiang wielding Moxia transformed into a long sword, now it was Moxia wielding Ganjiang transformed into a broadsword. When the rock crashed to the ground, countless cracks appeared on its surface, and upon touching the ground, it shattered into many small blocks. Ganjiang and Moxia landed on the ground at the same time, both gasping for breath. Before they could relax, Damos had already appeared before them, looking down and throwing a punch at the two. Ganjiang. Moxia. Life and death go together. Ganjiang and Moxia held each other's hands and exerted their strength, instantly transforming into a long sword and broadsword, shooting towards Damos. The two swords collided with Damos' fist, and instantly, the two swords flew back, their bodies covered in cracks. The two swords transformed back into human forms as they fell to the ground, both spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damos was too strong, a slight. Although Hu Tuer has the bloodline of a nine-tailed fox, she is human, not a true fox spirit. Crack. At this moment, Damos' body slightly trembled, and many golden threads immediately appeared with cracks. Not good, Tianxian, you quickly take the two captains and Moe away from here, we probably won't be able to hold on for long, the leading Taoist said. The demon-slaying team has a total of 7 people, and their codenames happen to be the Big Dipper. Captain Tian Shou, the remaining team members are Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yu Hong, Kai Yang, and Yao Guang. Captain, can you hold on? Tianxian hesitated and asked. Now the 7 of them together could barely confine Damos' thoughts, even so, Damos' body instinctively resisted. If she left, Damos only needed to move her thoughts slightly, and the remaining 6 would certainly be in great danger. At least now we are standing while they are lying down, how can we ignore their plight? Hurry up! Tian Shou said resolutely, his expression serious. He was already mentally prepared. If Damos really had a chance to break free, he would burn his essence to trap her, absolutely not giving her any opportunity to attack. The binding rope for demons was itself a dragon-level artifact, made from many precious materials. In past demon-slaying operations, it had never failed. If it weren't a mismatch of expertise, Damos would have to comply willingly. Tianxian gritted her teeth and nodded, immediately stopping the flow of spiritual power. But as soon as she stopped, Damos trembled violently, and the golden threads made of the binding rope kept bursting and breaking. Spiritual light shaking the heavens, red dragons stirring the spirit gate, with this breath, 5 flames burn the navel. At this moment, Tian Shou quickly formed hand seals, then slapped his abdomen, muttering incantations. The faces of the other team members changed, and Tianxian, with her eyes red, shouted, "Brother, you! Don't waste time, execute the mission!" Tian Shou erupted with a terrifying aura, the veins on his forehead bulging, with a continuous flow of spiritual power forming a golden dragon wrapping around Damos. Tianxian gritted her teeth and immediately turned around, quickly running toward Jin Shang. 1 minute ago. After rescuing many teammates and placing everyone in a safe location, Yusen quickly flew with Jang Shou toward the few mountains that had been blasted apart. On the front line, they definitely didn't have the qualifications to approach, otherwise, even the slightest residual wave could kill them. But this does not mean they could do nothing. For example, they could save people. The two landed next to the third mountain that had been exploded in a bubble, and Yusen walked out of the bubble, sniffing, and then began to control a lot of sticky bubbles to move the rocks. After the sticky bubbles moved the rocks away, a girl with a green body appeared before the two. Old Zhang, is there still hope for her? Yusen looked at the girl with her eyes tightly shut and immediately asked Jang Shou. This time Jang Shou did not dare to guarantee, he gritted his teeth and said, "I don't know, but I will try my best." After saying that, he summoned the healing touch to wrap around the girl. When the healing touch touched the girl, it made a sizzling sound, and a lot of white smoke rose from it. "Hiss, what terrifying poison, Xian you'd better stay back, that smoke is all toxic smoke," Jang Shou inhaled sharply and quickly told Yusen. Yusen nodded and stepped back, then protected himself with bubbles. In the past, whenever Jang Shou used the healing touch, he could easily cure even terminal illnesses, but this was the first time he saw such an exaggerated effect, showing that the poison on the girl was extremely terrifying. In the end, the healing touch melted away like an ice cube on a red-hot iron plate in just a short moment. Seeing this, Jang Shou gritted his teeth and continued to use the healing touch. A tentacle formed again, and he quickly. From the picture, it looks a bit evil. Zizizi. The girl was smoking all over, the poison was fighting against the healing touch. Every time the healing touch was dissolved, Jang Shou immediately activated his skill to replace it with a new tentacle, and he himself quickly aged, instantly looking like a middle-aged man. This poison is just too terrifying. He looked at the gradually fading green poison on the girl and said to Yusen. Yusen nodded in agreement. If this poison landed on him, he would probably be dissolved into liquid in an instant. But this also meant that the poison girl was very strong. It was hard to imagine how powerful her body was that such terrifying poison couldn't kill her. Half a minute later, the girl slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing the tentacles on her body, she immediately frowned. Don't be nervous, we are members of the evil extermination team, we are here to cure your poison, Yusen said as he looked at the girl, speaking as soon as she woke up. Gongqian held back her uncomfortable feeling and asked, how long was I unconscious? About 5 minutes, Yusen answered. Gongqian wanted to get up immediately, but Jang Shou spoke up, the poison on you hasn't been completely removed yet, just hang in there a bit longer. No way, that monster is too strong, the others can't hold it off, I must hurry back, Gongqian gritted her teeth and said decisively. She couldn't even punch the creature to death, the remaining 3 captains definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. She knew this all too well. What about General Zhaoyi? Jang Shou couldn't help but ask. Gongqian sat up and replied, General Zhaoyi was directly transported over by the teleportation array, he needed to guard a crack in the abyss, so after launching the attack, he was sent back. Abyss crack? Can't he be teleported back here now? Zhang Shou activated his skill again, looking even older. Gongqian shook her head helplessly and said, the space around the abyss crack is very chaotic. It takes more than a day just to prepare for a single teleport, otherwise, why do you think we delayed until noon to start acting? Don't we want to solve the problem earlier? Are there any other dragon-level experts available for support? Yusen asked thoughtfully. Gongqian gave Yusen a roll of her eyes and complained, dragon-level experts aren't cabbages. The minister needs to guard Yin Jing, other generals need to guard the abyss cracks, and there are elite forces deterring foreign powers at the borders. Even if there is support, it will probably be until tomorrow noon at the earliest. Are there any dragon-level masters among the civilians? Yusen pressed on. Gongqian fell silent. Yusen quickly spoke up, this is not the time to hesitate. If there are any dragon-level masters in the civilians, we need to hurry and call for help. It's still too close to Silver City, if something goes wrong, the consequences will be too severe. Alright, I'll try to apply for it. Thinking about the consequences of Silver City falling, Gongqian immediately took out her phone, only for her phone to be dissolved by the poison contained in her palm. Both she and Yusen fell into silence. Seeing this, Jang Shou couldn't help but ask, with such terrifying poison, how come your clothes are fine? You pervert, do you really want to see my clothes dissolve? Gongqian blushed, glaring at Jang Shou. Jang Shou looked old, but he was still a clear-headed high school student. He was a bit flustered and quickly explained, I was just curious. My clothes are made of dragon-level materials, how could they be so easily dissolved? Gongqian said with annoyance in her voice. She had great strength, ordinary clothes could not withstand her antics. With just a slight movement, regular clothes would turn into rags, so Qilin headquarters invested a lot of resources to specially make her current outfit. This outfit not only perfectly withstood her immense strength, but it also didn't get damaged during her movements while having multiple resistances. How could such trivial poison dissolve this treasure? So now, what do we do? Yusen looked at Gongqian, still more concerned about seeking support. Gongqian pressed her palm against the tentacle and said, I'm not afraid, because I break things easily, so I have hundreds of phones. Once my hand is no longer poisoned, I can immediately call for help. She pressed her palm tight against the tentacle, and a sizzling sound kept ringing out. Doesn't it hurt? Zhang Shou asked curiously. Gongqian replied calmly, this toxin is indeed strange, even I have a hard time becoming immune to it. But it doesn't hurt, it just makes my movements a bit difficult. Maybe you just don't feel pain, Yusen scoffed. The toxin from Damos could instantly dissolve a phone, how could the infected not feel pain? Normally, a regular person would probably melt into liquid in agony upon contact. Finally, with Gongqian actively cooperating, the toxin was completely cleared from her palm. After confirming there was no residue left, she quickly took out her phone and turned it on. After a round of communication, her face flushed red, and she cursed, damn, why didn't you go earlier or later, but at this moment to the abyss? How infuriating. What do you mean? Yusen asked. With rage on her face, Gong Qian replied, Dragon class is the top-tier powerhouse, and even the officials don't want to offend them. Among all the unofficial Dragon class experts, only the great sage equal to heaven is easy to talk to. As long as you offer enough benefits, you can ask him for help. But, he has gone to the abyss. What is the abyss? Jang Shou asked quickly, curious from before. Gong Qian, feeling troubled, said, the abyss is just the abyss, no one knows how it appeared. But it's certain that all forbidden fruits come from the abyss, because the space around the abyss crack is very chaotic. So once a forbidden fruit appears near the crack, it will be randomly teleported to various corners of the world. Then why did the great sage equal to heaven go to the abyss? Yusen asked. Gong Qian answered, of course, he went to seek treasures. The vast majority of materials above dragon class come from the abyss. Once you reach eagle class, you'll have the qualifications to apply to the headquarters to go to the abyss. What should we do now? Jang Shou asked. Gong Qian and Yusen fell silent, at least for the three of them, they could only wait helplessly. 046 Upper Level Major Demon. When Gong Qian woke up, she indeed wanted to go for support, but as she sat up, she realized her lower body was completely numb. Because of this, she obediently accepted Jang Shou's treatment. Otherwise, she would have rushed to beat Damos already. As the three of them were at a loss, Gong Qian's phone rang. Gong Qian immediately answered the call, saying, Minister. Xiaoyi, are you alright? On the other end of the phone, Yulai immediately asked with concern. Gong Qian quickly replied, I'm fine, I'm just receiving treatment. I'll be able to move soon. Good, then you focus on your recovery. Support will arrive soon, Yulai reassured from the other end. Gong Qian asked, Minister, what kind of monster is that? Although she knew that Zhou Tai had the special ability to dig up extraordinary biological potential, that monster was just too powerful. That is the upper-level major demon Damos from the Abyss, ranked as Dragon class. If it weren't summoned, and you met it in the Abyss, most Dragon class wouldn't be its match. It seems there are external forces intervening this time, Yulai answered. Gong Qian, Yusen, and Jang Shou were all stunned. Until just now, they still thought it was Zhou Tai, now they realized that the enemy was no longer Zhou Tai, but Damos. Damn! Gong Qian clenched her fists, grinding her teeth. Her father was killed by external forces, and as a child of the Flame family, she was left with only a drop of Pangu's blood. Thus, she hated those foreign infiltrating forces the most. The Justice Squad mainly targeted the scum bred by those forces. Alright, you rest assured, it's good that you're fine, Yulai instructed. After hanging up the call, Gong Qian put her phone away. In her frustration, she punched the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. A stone flew past Jang Shou's cheek, instantly leaving a blood mark. Realizing her reaction, Gong Qian quickly apologized repeatedly. Jang Shou wiped the blood from his face, swallowed hard, and forced a smile, saying, It's okay, I'm tough and thick-skinned, these minor injuries don't matter. He was already thinking, whoever marries this woman, if they accidentally bump into her while sleeping, wouldn't they meet their great-great-grandmother in no time? Hiss. Can't provoke. On the other side, Tianxian carried Mosia on her back, each hand holding Jin Shang and Ganjiang, quickly moving toward the outskirts. She was anxious, knowing that the longer she delayed, the stronger the backlash would be that Tian Shu had to endure. She needed to find a doctor to care for the three as soon as possible, then return to the group. Although on the surface, it seemed Ganjiang and Mosia were more seriously injured, in reality, Jin Shang's injuries were more severe. This was mainly because Jin Shang's power clashed perfectly with Damos's demonic power, and when Damos lifted the golden lion form from Jin Shang, the demonic power struck into Jin Shang like lightning, severely injuring him in a single blow. Tianxian rushed up and down the mountain. Suddenly she saw a middle-aged man in military uniform walking toward her. Uncle! Tianxian's eyes lit up, and she immediately shouted. Jin Dajuan approached, glanced at Jin Shang and Tianxian's hands, and smiled, saying, This little guy seems to have taken a heavy blow. Tianxian, take them for treatment first, and then I will deal with the great demon from the abyss. Although he was only at the tiger level upper tier, since this was Earth, he couldn't defeat Damos, but he could buy time. The plan of the Qilin headquarters was very simple, which was to let him stall for as long as possible. Once it reached noon tomorrow, Zhaoyi would be transported back. Moreover, several other generals would also be transported over to team up to slay Damos. This was a great opportunity to kill the great demon of the abyss. Once Damos was killed, his whole body would be full of treasures, likely able to craft a good number of dragon-level equipment, and his blood could be used for various research, even developing a new extraordinary system. Jin Dajuan bid farewell to Tianxian and continued forward. He twisted his neck, emitting a crisp crack, then cracked his knuckles. Although he appeared calm and unbothered by his son's injury, the anger inside him had already started to burn fiercely. Damos, heh. Jin Dajuan let out a low, deep laugh, taking off his military uniform and storing it in his ring. He then removed his shirt, revealing a muscular upper body, as his skin gradually turned red, his hair igniting in flames, and his eyes shining with golden light. Fiery golden body technique. This was a supreme practice. Once mastered, the whole body becomes indestructible, immune to poisons, resistant to water and fire, with immense strength. And Jin Dajuan not only mastered it but also used Pangu's blood for enhancement, making his power skyrocket. He pushed off the ground with force, and his form instantly turned into a red light, quickly approaching the battlefield. On the battlefield ahead, Damos was unable to move, but Nine no. Zhou Tai, standing on its shoulder, was still able to move. However, he happened to be entangled by a golden thread around his foot, making it difficult to pull free. He continued to twist and pull, but no matter how much strength he used, he couldn't free his foot. After struggling for a while, he finally stopped. He took out the knife he used to cut his wrist and decisively sliced off his own foot. So useless, I still have to do it myself. Nine no. Zhou Tai first sneered at Damos, then quickly slid down Damos's back to the ground. He landed on one foot, turned his head to look at Tian Shu and the others, and the members of the demon-slaying squad also noticed Nine no. Zhou Tai, many of whom changed their expression slightly, realizing the situation was dire. Now they had used all their strength just to contain Damos. Tian Shu had even burned his essence. They were currently unable to move, and if anyone cut off the supply of spirit energy, they would. Damos could break free at any moment, but the constant supply meant they couldn't move, turning them into lambs for slaughter in front of number 9, Zhou Tai. Fear, tremble, who shall I kill first? Number 9, Zhou Tai, limped toward the crowd, speaking ominously. Tianshu didn't even look at number 9, Zhou Tai, and spoke, Tianji, Tianquan, you burn your vital energy, Yu Heng, you go deal with him. Yes, Captain. Tianji and Tianquan's eyes suddenly sharpened as they spoke in unison. Upon hearing this, number 9, Zhou Tai, immediately charged, roaring, you won't succeed, obediently die. It was too late. Tianji and Tianquan's expressions changed, burning vital energy also required time. It's over. The members of the monster-killing team felt despair as they watched number 9, Zhou Tai, getting closer. At that moment, a red light flew from afar like a shooting star, and number 9, Zhou Tai, showed a crazy expression, muscles in his arm tensed, preparing to pierce Tianshu first. But the next second he felt immense heat coming from behind. Just as he turned his head to look back, the red light shone, and he was instantly crushed by powerful pressure. Boom! The Golden Army landed on the ground, one foot stepping on the inhuman shape of number 9, Zhou Tai, and laughed, ha ha, luckily, it's not too late, you all quickly retreat, I'll take over here. Yes, sir. The members of the monster-killing team sighed in relief and immediately began to carry Tianshu away. As they ran, the golden threads on Damos snapped one by one, and Damos let out a roar. 047 Primitive Violence. How to enrage a great demon? The answer is very simple, disrupt its evil plans. Compared to the cunningness of small demons, a great demon is a more aggressive, cruel being with extremely frightening execution power. Once a great demon makes a decision, even if it means death, it will die on the path of charging forward rather than choosing to give up. After being summoned by number 9, Zhou Tai, Damos already had a plan, to kill all living creatures in sight, then slowly crush number 9, Zhou Tai, to see if he truly feared death. But now its plan was destroyed by the Golden Army. Number 9, Zhou Tai, died early. Ant, you seek death. Damos's eyes glinted with rage as it growled at the Golden Army. In the culture of great demons, insults are also ranked, bugs are the lowest, and ants are slightly higher. Clearly, Damos noticed the Golden Army's strength was not weak. Is he your son? Sorry, I accidentally stepped on your son. The Golden Army said while kicking number 9, Zhou Tai's head, smiling at Damos. Damos immediately got furious, swinging its tail at the Golden Army, but the Golden Army had already prepared and clashed with Damos's tail using an Iron Mountain lean. Boom! The ground shook violently. The Golden Army's body sank slightly, and the ground beneath it cracked with a spiderweb of fractures. Though the Golden Army was much smaller than Damos's tail, this collision sent Damos's tail flying. Hiss! On the left side of the Golden Army, wherever Damos's tail made contact immediately burst into green flames. If Gong Qian saw the scene, she'd understand how she was poisoned. Every scale on Damos's tail contained deadly poison. Contact meant infection with lethal poison. Damos was not surprised that its tail was knocked away. It never used much force, only wanted to kill the Golden Army using its poison. Now, seeing its poison ineffective against the Golden Army, the golden vertical pupils contracted slightly, and in an instant, its massive body appeared before the Golden Army, delivering a punch like a battering ram. However, the Golden Army reacted quickly, already stepping back before being hit by the fist. As both sides advanced and retreated, Damos confidently struck with his fists, hammering down at Jin Dajuan, but Jin Dajuan dodged every attack, causing Damos's fists to crash into the ground repeatedly. Boom! 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 A series of explosive sounds, coupled with vibrations, spread out into the surroundings. In the distance, Yusen heard the continuous sound of banging and quickly controlled his bubble to rise into the air, where he saw Jin Dajuan and Damos clashing. So, the support minister Yulai mentioned is Uncle Jin, the captain's father, Yusen suddenly realized. Jin Dajuan was not merely dodging, while avoiding Damos's attacks, he also launched counterattacks. His fighting style was completely different from Jin Shang's. Jin Shang's moves were broad and powerful, while Jin Dajuan was more steady and balanced, with each strike being very restrained and intricate. Though the distance between them was less than 3 meters, and Damos was massive, his punches covered far beyond that range, yet Jin Dajuan dodged swiftly without even a hair being touched, while Damos's wrists were struck multiple times by Jin Dajuan's fists, in the same spot each time. With fierce pain in his wrist, Damos decided to open his mouth and instantly shot a red energy ball toward the ground. At the same time, the cobra at the end of his tail opened its mouth, firing a green energy ball skyward. Demon's Cage. The green energy ball exploded in the sky, transforming into countless green lines that fell, as the ground erupted. Red pillars of light shot up, and within moments, a cage formed of green lines and red pillars enveloped the area completely. Jin Dajuan decisively created distance, scanning around for a gap to escape this cage, but clearly, Damos was preparing to execute a certain strategy, and this cage was to prevent escape. Corrupting Poison Swamp. The cobra at the end of Damos's tail lowered its head, opened its mouth, and sprayed a large amount of green poison onto the ground, rapidly transforming the entire area into a swamp-like terrain, a green poison swamp bubbling continuously. Hiss! Hiss! Green flames erupted from Jin Dajuan's body, and in an instant, he became a figure engulfed in fire. This poison was too terrifying. Stepping on the ground meant certain poisoning. Ants, now the area is filled with my corrosive poison. As long as you stay in this cage, you will be continually poisoned, despair and slowly dissolve away. Looking at Jin Dajuan, Damos revealed a cruel smile, as if he could already foresee Jin Dajuan's unfortunate end. Oh! Every punch carried with it ultimate violence. Damos let out a low growl, immediately refusing to back down and striking back. Both sides frantically pounded each other, instinctively abandoning technique and patterns, fighting in the cage with fists landing hard and raucously. The scene was so intense that Yusen swallowed hard, as if witnessing two ancient beasts wrestling in a bloody battle. So powerful. Is this the world of the strong? After taking the blood of Pangu, he had jumped directly from an ant level to a sparrow level. Initially, he thought he was quite strong, but today's experience gave him an incredible sense of urgency. He was still too weak, far too weak. However, as he continued to watch, Yusen found it hard to keep looking, because Jin Dajuan and Damos's battle went back and forth like this, trading punches, rolling with each other and crashing to the swampy ground, splattering toxic liquid everywhere. There were no skills involved, just pure, primitive violence. Time slowly passed. The sun gradually set, and the moon quietly climbed into the sky. When Yusen landed on the ground, Jang Shou and Gongqian immediately asked about the situation. After Yusen told them about the battlefield, both Gongqian and Jang Shou fell silent. So, you're saying that even if I detoxify now, I can't go help? Gongqian clenched her fists for a long moment, speaking to herself. She couldn't withstand Damos's poison. Now, the entire battlefield was filled with toxic liquid. Even if she went in, she wouldn't die, but she would definitely be paralyzed, becoming a burden to Jin Dajuan instead. At this point, we can only conserve our strength and watch how it unfolds. Yusen had no other options. Some things could be done, and some couldn't. He knew better than anyone how cruel reality could be, so he didn't say comforting words. He simply took out his phone and sat in the bubble, continuing to browse various files about the Qilin. Strength can be divided into hard strength and soft strength. Enriching one's mind is also a way to become stronger. He was eager to become more powerful. Suddenly, he thought of a question. Since he could fly now, he could definitely chase the sun. Perhaps he might awaken Pangu's divine powers ahead of time. But when he shared his idea with Jang Shou and Gongqian rolled her eyes and said, "Chase the sun?" Although I don't know what you want to do, I must tell you, as soon as you fly out of the country into other nations, you might be shot down by their strange abilities in seconds. Other countries also have dragon-level experts. China has dragon-level masters guarding the borders, foreign countries surely do as well. Moreover, even if some small countries don't have dragon-level experts, they have tiger-level experts. Alright, then forget it. As soon as Yusen heard this, he immediately abandoned the plan. He didn't want to be shot down by other countries as an invader, he still wanted to live a bit longer. He then continued to look at his phone. Before midnight, Jang Shou decisively committed suicide, and after reviving, continued to treat Gongqian. Gongqian was startled when she saw Jang Shou commit suicide for the first time, and when he transformed back into a youth, she realized Jang Shou wasn't a sleazy uncle. In the second half of the night, Gongqian fell asleep unknowingly due to the poison and boredom, while Jang Shou, having refreshed his state, felt as if he had just woken from a good sleep, and was therefore energetic. Yusen chatted idly with Jang Shou until around 5 in the morning. He thought of something. In fact, even within China, due to its vast territory, there were also time differences. Some places had already seen the sun, while others had not yet. Now it was past 5, and he could still take a step ahead to greet the sunlight. He told Jang Shou, then swiftly flew high up in the air while heading east. After flying for about 10 minutes, he saw the sun gradually rising from the distant horizon. The sunlight shone on him, and he comfortably closed his eyes. The blood of silver enhanced his ability to absorb sunlight, instantly turning him into a pitch-black figure. As the sun rose higher in the sky, Yusen absorbed more and more sunlight. When the time reached around 10:30 in the morning, the temperature of the Pangu heart in Yusen's chest rose rapidly. He had already stored energy equivalent to 35 heartbeats yesterday, and now he finally had enough energy for 36 heartbeats. The Pangu blood contracted violently and then pulsed powerfully, completely igniting the energy accumulated in his heart. Fortunately, with the improvement of his physique, Yusen's endurance was much stronger now. Even when the massive energy surged within him, he remained calm and collected. This explosion of energy also cleansed his bones and improved his physique. Then, this energy gradually transformed into a light and transparent form, quickly condensing toward the area of his dantian. Yusen immediately realized what his awakened talent was. The Divine Pearl of Pangu. This ability could condense a spiritual pearl in his dantian, opening up a vast space. It's actually a terrible sign. What Yusen wanted most was the immortal Pangu ability, followed by the great strength of Pangu. The last thing he wanted was the Divine Pearl of Pangu. After all, he already had a storage ring and did not need a larger storage device. Just when he felt a bit disappointed, the energy used for condensing the spiritual pearl and opening space suddenly collided with another energy in his dantian. Previously, the blood energy flowed through his veins. After consuming the Pangu blood, the mutated blood energy inexplicably lingered in his dantian. However, its mobilization speed had accelerated, so Yusen paid no mind. But he did not expect that the two energies would collide. He could only silently observe, not daring to interfere for fear of making things worse. The two energies continuously collided and blended in his dantian, gradually turning into a pure white energy. Perhaps because the mutation of the blood energy was related to Pangu's blood, the entire process was unexpectedly smooth. Even with the energy colliding, it was undisturbed. When the mutation ended, the dantian returned to calm. Wait a minute. Yusen was stunned and couldn't help mumbling, "Wait, where is my spiritual pearl?" He carefully sensed his dantian, not missing any corner. In the end, he had to admit that although he awakened the Divine Pearl of Pangu ability, the energy meant to condense the pearl in open space fused with the mutated blood energy, so he truly had no spiritual pearl. A Pangu Divine Pearl without a spiritual pearl, he was probably the only one in all of Huaxia. Forget it, if there is none, then so be it. Yusen sighed, comforting himself. After all, this ability had never been his goal. Then he tried to mobilize the energy in his dantian, discovering that this energy was smoother than the mutated blood energy, and in an instant, he transferred this energy to his hand. With a thought, a bubble quickly formed. Except for the color changing from colorful to transparent, there seemed to be no other changes. Yusen observed the new bubble carefully. Not seeing anything unusual from its appearance, he reached his hand into the bubble, and the next second, his eyes widened slightly. In his perception, he could clearly feel the existence of this hand. He withdrew his hand, then put it back into the bubble, repeatedly performing the action to confirm that this feeling was not an illusion. But then a question arose: what was the use of this? He controlled the bubble to turn around, then released it to test the properties of the bubble. First, the spatial barrier of the bubble was more stable, able to withstand 20 times the speed of sound. Furthermore, its original abilities had not disappeared, but rather, its attack power had significantly increased. Is it just a strengthening? Yusen felt a bit disappointed. He maneuvered the bubble back to his right hand. Habitually, his left hand gathered a bubble again, 2 basketball-sized bubbles spinning in his palm. He simply put both hands into the bubbles. In the next second, he showed an incredible expression, looking down at the 2 bubbles, his hand slowly reaching forward. In an instant, his left hand and right hand exchanged places, with the left hand appearing in the right hand's bubble, while the right hand appeared in the left hand's bubble. The internal space of the 2 bubbles was surprisingly connected. He immediately expanded the 2 bubbles, diving into one bubble while recovering the old one. Then, with a thought, he appeared in the other bubble. Sure enough, the spaces inside the 2 bubbles can transfer between each other. Yusen sat in the bubble, looking at the bubble opposite, feeling extremely delighted. Compared to the Pangu Spirit Pearl's ability, which only had extra storage capacity, this mutated ability was definitely a life-saving skill. So it was a top-tier fortune. Yusen couldn't help but laugh out loud. This ability was so amazing that he would never trade it even for the genuine Pangu Spirit Pearl's ability. Next, he continuously created bubbles, with more and more bubbles in the sky. Originally, the mutated blood energy in his body could only support him to create 102-meter diameter bubbles, but now the newly generated energy could support him to create 500 of such bubbles. Moreover, the mutated blood energy could create bubbles, but if the bubbles weren't recovered, the recovery speed of the mutated blood energy in his body was very slow, while the newly generated energy's recovery speed was almost 10 times faster than before. Even if these bubbles were not recovered and remained fixed in certain places, he could still recover quickly in a short time. Time to go back. Yusen's figure flickered among different bubbles. Because the transmission speed was too fast, it seemed as if he was in every bubble. After practicing thoroughly, he looked at the vaguely visible battlefield in the distance and felt that it didn't seem so terrifying anymore. Flying all the way, Yusen returned to the sky above the mountain that Gongqian had smashed into. On the ground, Jang Shou and Gongqian were staring at each other, and Yusen dropped down from the sky, curiously looking at the two. "Xianyu, you finally came back. Persuade her, she actually still wants to help mess things up," Jang Shou said to Yusen as soon as he saw him return. Gongqian retorted, "What do you mean help mess things up? I'm not getting close, I just want to try if I can smash the cage from the outside." "That's actually a plan." Yusen nodded, then turned to look at Jang Shou, wanting to see what he would say. Jang Shou frowned. What if she gets poisoned again? Yesterday was definitely the most exhausting day for him, even more than when he died in the market. Because healing Gongqian from poison consumed his healing touch too quickly, he had to keep replenishing it, making him busier in a single afternoon than in an entire day. Even though Damos was tangled up in hand-to-hand combat with the Golden Army, he had just climbed to a high point and seen Damos use his tail for a long-range attack. He truly did not want to detoxify Gongqian again. "Both of you have a point, but I have an idea that might be worth a try." Yusen smiled slightly. When he had just returned, he had already simulated many new uses of his abilities in his mind. The simplest was to shuttle between different bubbles, but there were actually many clever operations that could be used in battle. For example, a flying knife, shot into one bubble, then teleported to another bubble, thus changing the shooting angle. He could even use multiple bubbles and the silver blood forming silver lines in conjunction, creating a stealthy guillotine. Yusen stretched out his hand, quickly generating one bubble after another, then moved the bubbles into the sky, forming a circle around Demos' cage. He created another bubble, looking at Gongqian and smiling, "Now you can pick up a rock and throw it into the bubble with all your strength." Although Gongqian was confused, she still picked up a stone and threw it hard at the bubble. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed as the stone flew into the bubble, and then a loud crash came from afar. Jang Shou and Gongqian both froze, then ran up high to look in the direction of the sound, where they saw a large pit formed on the ground inside the cage created by Damos. "The first time was inexperienced, not very accurate, let's try again," Yusen said with a smile. Jang Shou exclaimed, "Xianyu, your bubbles have this function? That's amazing. Spatial abilities are rare across the country, and I've truly never seen abilities like his. If the headquarters find out, his rank will definitely go up." Gongqian nodded in agreement. This morning, having nothing to do, she checked the new member information of the extermination team on her phone, so she understood something about Yusen and Jang Shou. This is a privilege only available to ranks above captain. Then Yusen and Gongqian continued to cooperate, throwing rocks into the cage repeatedly. At first, only about 8 out of 10 hit, but gradually, 9 out of 10 were hitting Damos. However, Damos was completely unconcerned with this level of disturbance. It was locked in a fierce battle with the Golden Army and had no energy left to defend against Gongqian's attacks. Of course, more importantly, Gongqian's attacks were just throwing stones. No matter how strong she was, the material of the stones limited the attack strength, so the stones hitting Damos only caused minor discomfort and did not harm it. "What a pity, I should have prepared some throwing weapons," Gongqian said, picking up a stone with some disappointment. Yusen picked up a stone and held it in his palm, suddenly flipping his hand, making the stone disappear from his right hand and reappear in his left. He constantly practiced back and forth, smiling, "No rush, I have another idea, but I need to practice more." He discovered that the new bubble's teleportation ability could adjust the position based on his thoughts. For example, the first stone Gongqian threw appeared right in the center of the bubble, but since Damos was not within the target range of the bubble, it missed. Later, when Yusen intentionally adjusted it, the stone no longer appeared from the center, it could also offset and be teleported from various positions within the bubble. Because of this adjustment, he thought of a method, but for now, he needed to practice more to be confident. The two continued to attack Damos together, and finally, after half an hour of practice, Yusen could make the stone appear at any position within the bubble, achieving a 100% hit rate. "Alright, everything is ready." Yusen dispersed the two bubbles in his hands and then created a large number of smaller bubbles, each about the size of Gongqian's fist. He controlled these bubbles to enter Damos' cage. Although the demon's cage generally kept people inside, objects the size of a fist could still freely pass through the mesh. A large number of bubbles floated in the cage. Although Damos sensed these bubbles, it had no energy left to destroy them due to being restrained by the Golden Army, and it didn't think these bubbles posed a threat. "Captain Gongqian, step into the front bubble and punch seriously, as for the rest, leave it to me," Yusen then said to Gongqian. Gong Qian had been throwing stones at the front bubble, so as soon as Yusen spoke, she immediately understood what he wanted to do. Okay, I'll punch hard. Gong Qian smiled and then stepped into the bubble. Inside the demon's cage, the Golden Army punched DMOC in the face, and DMOC retaliated with a punch to the Golden Army's abdomen. Just then, while DMOC attempted to strike the Golden Army with its tail, a bubble suddenly came over. Boom! A small little fist suddenly burst out from a small bubble, smashing heavily against Demos's cheek. Demos received a punch to the cheek, instantly rolling its eyes back. This feeling of pain was all too familiar. That little brat isn't dead yet? Before it could react, another bubble came close, and Gongchen landed a punch on its chin. The first punch had already slightly dazed Demos, the second punch sent it flying, and another bubble approached in the air, with Gongchen punching it down to the ground. There was already a bubble waiting on the ground, and another punch sent it flying out again. Crack! Under the crushing force of 10,000 tons, cracks appeared in Demos's spine. Then it received another punch on the top of its head, the skull cracking open with a sound that only a strong head could make. Everything happened so fast. In an instant, Demos was being tossed around like a punching bag by the coordinated attacks of Gongchen and Yusen, without even a chance to counter or think. Knowing that Demos's tail was poisonous, the bubbles specifically avoided it, only attacking Demos's head, abdomen, arms, and other areas. Gongqian's power was too great. Demos's eyes rolled back as it was struck, its brain buzzing, completely losing the ability to think. Around a minute later, Demos's massive body crashed to the ground. Good opportunity. Jin Dajuan saw this and immediately rushed forward. He sat on top of Demos, smashing down on its abdomen with chaotic punches, making Demos's body shake wildly as blood continuously poured from its mouth. However, neither Gongqian nor Jin Dajuan relaxed. Instead, they continued their relentless assault. Both were determined to not stop until Demos was smashed into a pulp, with each. At the headquarters of Qilin, high-ranking officials gathered in the conference room. Minister Yulai hung up the phone, looked at the other vice ministers, and sighed. Everyone, it has now been confirmed that the dragon-level threat, the great demon Demos, has been killed by the joint efforts of Jin Dajuan, Gongqian, and Yusen. Gongqian possesses the Pangu's mighty power, so it's not surprising that he could engage in dragon-level combat, but Yusen, isn't he at the ant level? A vice minister asked, puzzled. When Demos descended upon Silver City, he had specifically checked Yusen's head to confirm his level. Not only did he take action, but he was also key to defeating Demos. We should seriously discuss how to reward him, Yulai said with a bitter smile, feeling a bit of a headache. Yusen had disrupted the plan of the aberrant insects, saving millions in Silver City. All possible rewards had already been given. A few days ago, Yusen had discovered in advance that Zhou Tai possessed the ability to tap into the extraordinary biological bloodline potential, and he promptly reported it, bringing the potential dragon-level crisis into the open. Now they were still discussing whether this was a first-class or second-class merit. Who knew? Before they could reach a conclusion, Yusen had achieved another great merit. Everyone looked at each other, ultimately showing bitter smiles. The quota for Pangu blood was limited each year. Within Qilin, it had to be shared, and outside, there were brother departments like Qinglong, Zhuke, Baihu, Xuanwu, etc., so the headquarters simply could not spare any more. If it doesn't work out, we can reward him with a weapon. Let's make him a dragon-level weapon, one vice minister said with a painful expression. Yulai pondered. Let Jin Cheng ask Yusen what he wants, and we'll decide then. Though everyone was troubled over how to reward Yusen, in truth, they all knew very well how many resources he had saved this time. If not for Yusen, they would have had to expend a vast amount of resources and take huge risks to transport several generals, in case any unknown monsters slipped into the earth through the rift in the abyss. It would have been another crisis with aberrant insects. So, if it weren't for the supply of Pangu blood truly being insufficient, rewarding Yusen again wouldn't be out of the question. Extraordinary individuals rely on their own great power. Pretending and making empty promises won't retain talent. Qilin has always had a clear system of rewards and punishments. Merits must be rewarded, and the greater the achievement, the greater the reward. Only in this way can they win people's hearts and maintain unity. After Demos's death, the demon cage gradually collapsed, but the ground was permanently transformed into a toxic swamp. Currently, besides Jin Dajuan, no one else could enter the swamp, so the task of dismembering Demos fell to Jin Dajuan. The entire quarantined area would likely remain sealed for a very long time, perhaps designated as a permanent forbidden zone. Yusen and the others returned to the barracks outside Silver City, where the entire camp was in chaos. Gongqian saw that one of her team members was missing a leg and hurriedly said goodbye to Yusen and Jang Shou before running off to understand the situation. Xing Niao, where's the captain? Yusen quickly found Xing Niao among the crowd, whose face didn't look too good, as if she had just been crying, and asked her. Xianyu, the captain is still in surgery, and our team is left with just us. Xing Niao looked up at Yusen, her eyes turning red, and said in a choked voice. Originally, with the addition of Yusen and Jang Shou, the exorcism team had increased to 7 members, but due to Demos' sudden attack last night, 3 members had sacrificed. Sis, what about Bo Gu? Jang Shou asked nervously upon hearing this. Jing glanced at Jang Shou, sadly shook her head, and Jang Shou stood frozen, shocked. Yesterday, Yusen had teamed up with Jing to execute a mission, while Jang Shou was paired with Yubo was the oldest member of the exorcism team, smooth in personality but not worldly wise. On the way, he had joked and shared experiences with Jang Shou. When Damos appeared, Yubo told Jang Shou to evacuate quickly while he himself went to find the captain. As a result, the two separated, and it turned out to be a forever farewell. In Jang Shou's mind, the image of someone smiling and turning away at the water's edge floated up. They clearly agreed that nothing would happen. Wasn't it said that he was experienced? He must have encountered this kind of danger at least 8,000 times, if not 10,000. Jang Shou clenched his fists, his eyes turning red. He wiped his eyes and asked, "What about the captain? I am the healer of our team. Follow me." Upon hearing this, Jing Niao stood up and led the way. Yusen followed behind the two with a heavy heart. When they arrived at the military doctor's place, many people were anxiously waiting. 4 or 5 men and women carrying swords and knives saw Yusen and immediately stepped forward to express their gratitude. They were some of the people rescued by Yusen's bubble. After chatting with them, Yusen learned that they were all members of the Slaying Evil Squad, and the reason they were there was that their captain, Jiang Jian, and vice-captain, Emosia, were still undergoing treatment. Among the 4 teams, the Slaying Evil Squad and the Monster Killing Squad were relatively lucky. They had suffered no casualties, but both captains were severely injured. The most unfortunate was Gong Qian's Eradication Squad. Besides Gong Qian, there was only one survivor. All the other team members were sacrificed. 051 The Burdened One. When Yusen found Gong Qian, she was crouching behind a tree outside the barracks, a small figure quietly crying. Although they had only known each other for less than a day, Yusen clearly understood that despite Gong Qian appearing strong, she was actually soft-hearted and kind inside. To her, the members of the Eradication Squad were not just teammates, they were family, brothers, and sisters. From the information provided by the Slaying Evil Squad, the members of the Eradication Squad actually treated Gong Qian like a sister, showering her with love, especially the girls, who often looked for reasons to hug and kiss her. Although Yusen was very worried about Jin Shang, who was being treated by Jang Shou and should be fine, he hesitated for a moment but decided to seek out Gong Qian instead. Gong Qian needed companionship more right now. He crouched down beside Gong Qian and quietly accompanied her. "I clearly told them to retreat, I told them not to look back." Gong Qian hid her face in her knees, covering her forehead with her hands as she spoke tearfully. As a result, when the members of the Eradication Squad saw her being struck away by Damos, they all changed direction, intending to bypass Damos to find her, but were suddenly eliminated by a fire pillar that appeared from underground. Only one girl survived because she was injured by a rock and was pulled out of the fire's range by her teammate. Yusen listened quietly. He couldn't find the words to comfort her, nor did he want to say comforting words. He just silently listened and stayed with her. After an hour, Gong Qian stood up, sniffed her nose, and softly said, "Thank you, I'm going to see Sister Funfun." After saying that, she walked out. Yusen waited for a while before getting up. A bubble appeared in his palm, and he stepped into it, reappearing in the military doctor's place the next second. He walked out of the bubble and sat on a chair outside the operating room, quietly waiting. In the afternoon, Jang Shou came out of Jin Shang's operating room, exhausted, and sat down next to Yusen, his aged face devoid of any smile. "Is the captain's injury very serious?" Yusen asked after a glance. Jang Shou nodded and said, "Not just serious, it's extremely serious, worse than the poison that Captain Gong Qian suffered. Dr. Wang said that the demonic power within the captain is of a very high level and is completely incompatible with the captain's own energy, causing a conflict that can't be resolved. I can only treat the external injuries. This fragile balance can only be maintained by the captain. Otherwise, once that balance is broken, the captain will die faster. His healing touch can indeed slowly eliminate the demonic power within Jin Shang, but doing so would break the fragile balance, risking Jin Shang's life at any moment. Therefore, he can only treat some external injuries, and in fact, had been following Dr. Wang the whole time, learning how to handle such situations. By the way, Xianyu, has Zhou Tai died?" Jang Shou suddenly thought of the real goal of this operation and immediately asked. Yusen shook his head and said, "I don't know. Didn't the minister say that there are external forces interfering?" The 2 Zhou Tai he captured were handed over to the relevant personnel yesterday, and he didn't know where they were specifically, but he felt that Zhou Tai was likely not dead for sure. "Don't let me know who it is, or I will definitely kill him." Jang Shou clenched his fists and said seriously. "If there were no external forces interfering, then Yubo wouldn't be dead, and the captain wouldn't be severely injured." Yusen responded and silently kept this matter in mind. He knew very well that anyone able to enter the blockade area amidst heavy encirclement and formation sealing must have significant strength or influence. He definitely wasn't their match right now, but after he developed for some time, that might not be the case anymore. Around 4 o'clock, Jang Shou was called by Dr. Wang to treat Ganjiang and Emosia. Although both were seriously injured, there was no other energy interference, making it relatively easy to heal. After Jang Shou continuously released 4 skills, both had fully recovered. Since Yin City couldn't treat Jin Shang's injuries, he was taken by military aircraft to Yin Jing for treatment in the evening, along with the captain of the Killing Demons team, Jang Shou. Jang Shou's injuries were also severe. At the time, he was being carried out by his own team members. However, his injuries were the aftermath of burning his own potential and lifespan to spend energy. Yin City simply lacked the conditions for treatment, but once he arrived in Yin Jing, there would be plenty of ways to remedy these consumptions. In the evening, Jang Shou and Yusen took a car back to Yin City, both feeling a bit heavy-hearted, while their spirits also grew. When the car entered Yin City, the two looked at the countless lights, and Jang Shou couldn't help but stop the car. He looked at the distant lights of the buildings. In the past, he never thought there was anything wrong with it, but now he had new feelings. Everyone was able to enjoy a peaceful life in Yin City, and behind this were countless people using their lives to protect it. Xian Yu, do you think how many people are carrying burdens so we can safely reach this point in life? How many have sacrificed their lives like Brother Bo? Jang Shou looked at the shadows of people reflected by the distant lights on the curtains and said to Yusen. Yusen shook his head and said, I don't know, but there must be many, many, many. I can't sleep. How about we go get a late-night snack? Jang Shou rubbed his eyes and then said to Yusen. Yusen smiled slightly and said, just so happens I know a good place. Let's go. At night, all the other districts were closed, only the streets in the east where extraordinary people gathered had shops open. The two drove to the east and stopped at a large open-air eatery. They ordered various stir-fries and skewers, and specifically ordered a spicy hot pot that vampires could eat. They enjoyed the bustling atmosphere around them while eating, gradually feeling a return to human life, as if everything that had happened in the past 2 days was very distant. After eating and drinking enough, the two decided to drive around Yin City for a spin. Jang Shou drove the car while Yusen opened the car window to let the cool breeze in. The two didn't speak, quietly enjoying a moment of peace. Suddenly, Yusen glanced at the bushes, and a bubble instantly flew out, bringing back the corpse of a weasel. He then continued to clear the extraordinary creatures he discovered, unknowingly filling up a large bubble. It seems there are quite a few extraordinary creatures tonight, Jang Shou said, looking at the various extraordinary creature corpses in the bubble, unable to help but say. Yusen speculated, it might be related to the lockdown area. Such a big commotion should affect many creatures. But where did they come in from? Jang Shou complained. Yusen speculated, maybe it's some kind of spatial ability. For example, I can easily use bubbles to enter and exit Yin City now. Before he returned to the city, he had placed bubbles in many places. After the camp commander's approval, 3 bubbles were set up in the barracks, so he no longer needed to go through the city gate inspections and could leave the city anytime and anywhere. At this moment, an off-road vehicle with the SWAT emblem drove towards them, and both sides stopped their cars upon meeting. The leader of the SWAT team, Zhang Kai, poked his head out of the car window, saw Yusen, and immediately smiled. Yusen, Jang Shou, it's you too. I thought I ran into a big fish wandering here in the middle of the night. Captain Zhang, good evening. We just couldn't sleep and came out for a stroll. By the way, we caught these extraordinary creatures casually on the way, thought we'd bring some dishes for the older brothers and sisters in the team. Yusen said with a smile, while handing the extraordinary creatures out of the car. Zhang Kai's eyes lit up, as he opened the back window to accept these extraordinary creatures, laughing, wow, so many? Too polite, how can we accept this? If you feel it's inappropriate, then don't take it. Yusen and Jang Shou watched Zhang Kai's act with amusement. After some polite exchanges, they said their goodbyes, and the 2 cars passed each other by. Captain Zhang and the others have it tough as well. Jang Shou looked at the police car leaving in the rearview mirror, feeling emotional. The peace of Silver City came at a cost, and the SWAT team had sacrificed a lot. Every year, many SWAT members lost their lives nationwide. In the past, he admired them, but now he could truly appreciate how hard it was. No longer distant news, no longer cold numbers, but flesh and blood individuals instead. 052 Gongchen joins the team. The next day, Yusen and Jang Shou went to class as usual. Because the blocked area had a formation isolating all sounds, most people in Silver City were unaware of the great battle yesterday. However, there were some rumors in the Extraordinary Academy, claiming treasures appeared outside the city, and due to the forbidden fruit, many extraordinary beings engaged in a fierce battle, making it sound almost magical. Especially the gossip queen, Chen Ling, secretly revealed information she gathered to the two, leaving Zhang Shou and Yusen smiling politely after hearing it. For the next 3 days, Yusen and Zhang Shou continued their school routine. The two kept an eye on the latest news in the Qilin app, especially when Jin Shang would be able to return to the team. Yusen added many friends, greatly expanding his network, and through introductions from friends in the Evil Slaying Squad, he got to know many members of different teams nationwide, and was pulled into various help groups. After getting familiar with the members of the help group, a sister staying in Yin Jing told Yusen some bad news. Jin Sheng's injuries were more complicated than expected and he probably wouldn't be able to recover to a level of normal activity in a short time. Yusen and Jang Shou felt a bit heavy, not knowing where the evil slaying squad would go from here. On the fourth day, Yusen and Jang Shou received a text from Qingyao, telling them to head to the South City Public Security Bureau, next door. When the two arrived at the office, Qingyao was already waiting for them in the hallway, and then the three of them entered the temporary office that originally belonged to Jin Shang. In the office, Gong Qian was sitting in Jin Shang's seat, and since the chair was too low, only her head was visible. The three wanted to laugh upon seeing this, but thankfully, they all managed to hold it in. Once everyone was present, Gong Qian spoke, "Since Captain Jin Shang cannot lead the evil slaying squad for the time being, Minister Yulia has appointed me as the vice captain, temporarily in charge of all affairs of the evil slaying squad." Demoted, huh? Zhang Shou couldn't help but tease upon hearing this. Gong Qian's face immediately darkened as she shot a fierce glare at Zhang Shou. He hurriedly looked away, whistling innocently, pretending it wasn't him who spoke. However, Gong Qian was indeed demoted. Although she played a crucial role in killing Damos and deserved a first-class merit, the near-total annihilation of her squad was also a fact. So many talented individuals were lost, and the headquarters felt the pain. Merit is merit, and mistakes are mistakes, there's no such thing as balancing good and bad. Thus, after discussions at Qilin headquarters, they arranged her to serve as the deputy captain of the exorcism squad, and the headquarters also considered that her cooperation with Yusen could unleash stronger combat power, which is why they made such an arrangement. In fact, the headquarters had considered promoting Yusen to act as the team leader, allowing Gong Qian to assist him, but given Yusen's short time in the exorcism squad, they ultimately decided against it. If Yusen had been in the exorcism squad for more than a year, he would surely be sitting in Jin Shang's position now, not Gong Qian. "So what is our team's current mission?" Yusen asked actively, seeing Gong Qian glaring at Zhang Shou. Gong Qian withdrew her gaze and replied, "For now, there are no collective tasks, the minister means for us to adapt to each other and familiarize ourselves with each other's abilities." In fact, Yulai had seriously told her to listen more to Yusen's opinions when encountering things and not to be impulsive. Although Yusen's time in Qilin was short, his performance during this period was exceptionally brilliant, his abilities were strong, and he was both brave and strategic, never faltering at critical moments and proving to be quite reliable. After the memorial service, when merit is assessed, Yusen would not only rise in ranking but also receive various rewards and benefits. "Does the deputy captain have any plans?" Yusen looked at Gong Qian and asked. Gong Qian shook her head, and Yusen immediately smiled, "Since there's no plan, why don't we go catch mice tonight?" "Catch mice?" Everyone present was taken aback, all looking at Yusen. Yusen concentrated and formed a bubble the size of a pinhole, explaining, "You all know my ability, my bubble space is interconnected, so theoretically, sounds can be transmitted through the bubbles. In the past few days, I've had some free time and placed many of these bubbles in various corners of the city at night, from which I heard some interesting news. For instance, tonight a group of foolish thieves plans to break into a silver shop, we can lie in wait and capture them all in one go." As he spoke, Yusen pushed back his hair, revealing bubbles hidden in his ears like earplugs. "It can be used this way." Zhang Shou looked at the bubbles in Yusen's ears in shock. Yusen smiled lightly, this was just the beginning. He hadn't been sleeping at night these past few days, always pondering more uses for the bubbles and experimenting with numerous interesting techniques. Moreover, by adjusting the size of the bubbles, his energy consumption was very low. The bubbles he released usually remained the size of a pinhole, but when needed, he could transfer energy to the small bubbles to enlarge them. The tiny pinhole bubble would instantly become a large bubble with a diameter of 2 meters. This way, each of his transmission points not only saved a lot of energy but was also quite discreet, and when necessary, could serve as a means to gather information, achieving multiple purposes at once. In addition, the bubbles no longer required him to constantly control their movement with his mind, he could attach them to a stationary object, and when that object moved, the bubble would follow. The bubbles in his ears worked this way, otherwise, he would have to painstakingly control the bubble in his ear to move with him, which would be too exhausting. Next, Yusen attached a bubble to the ears of the three people, allowing them to communicate anytime and anywhere. "Can you hear me?" Zhang Shou ran outside the office and asked softly. Inside the room, the three could clearly hear Zhang Shou's voice, and Cheng Yao curiously asked, "Xianyu, why can we hear the sound of the dead doctor so clearly even though it's not loud?" "Because the bubbles in our ears are elastic bubbles, their internal space has a stronger resonance capability. Once we set the sound outlet of the bubbles to face inward, the sound we hear becomes very clear and loud," Yusen explained. In fact, he had not considered this issue at the beginning. Because his hearing was greatly enhanced by the blood of silver, he could hear even the smallest sounds very clearly. Later in school, Zhang Shou realized that not everyone had hearing as strong as his, as there were several times he couldn't hear what was said due to the noise around him, so after some research, he made many adjustments. Additionally, there was one point he didn't mention: he could set which sounds were allowed to enter his bubble. These bubbles were designed for both offense and defense. Without his permission, other beings that collided with the surface of the bubble wouldn't be able to enter, and even if they had the ability to break through the bubble's barrier, the result would only lead to the bubble's destruction. By deeply developing this feature, Yusen could specify whose voices were permitted to enter the bubble, isolating all other sounds outside the bubble and thus achieving a pure sound without noise. When Jang Shou returned from outside, the four of them discussed the meeting time for that night, then dispersed. As Yusen stepped out of the temporary office, a bubble appeared in front of him. The moment he entered the bubble, he was back home, while the office bubble rapidly shrank and landed in a small indentation on the ground, hardly noticeable. Abilities could be developed towards the direction of big. They could also be developed towards the direction of small, and sometimes small could be just as powerful as big. Especially after becoming skilled in micromanipulation, one could overturn the situation, overcoming the strong with technique in seconds. As Yusen continued to practice, he became more adept at using the energy within him, and his control over the bubble grew stronger. Through the ultra-small bubbles hidden in the fingerprint depressions, he could perform many unbelievable operations, creating various effects with the spatial bubbles. For example, by placing a bubble in space, he could even exile enemies directly into space. He even conceived a highly mischievous tactic, placing a teleportation point at the Qilin headquarters, sending formidable enemies there to let them experience a righteous group beating. However, he quickly dismissed this foolish idea. He knew that the big shots from Silver City would definitely come after him if he did that. 053 Trump Card. At 2 in the morning, in the east of the city, there was a place called Secret Silver Huahua. Secret Silver Huahua was a shop specialized in acquiring silver, refining it into secret silver, pill silver, and ball silver, then reselling it to customers. Because of its characteristic of not opening for 3 years, but eating for 3 years once opened, the shop was located on the second floor of an equipment store. The store was quite small but had a very deep interior, and despite its size, it was well equipped, not only with a pill refining room and an alchemy room but also a huge silver storage room. Tonight, a group of extraordinary individuals who had fled from Rongchang had set their sights on the silver storage room of Secret Silver Huahua. To be fair, each of these individuals was quite talented. They already had cases against them, and due to the abnormal insect incident in Silver City, mass health checks had begun in Rongchang, so fearing exposure, they escaped outside the city. After some discussion, they believed that the most dangerous place was the safest, so as soon as the Silver City controls ended, they sneaked into the city. If they could successfully steal a large amount of silver from Secret Silver Huahua and slip out of the city overnight, the money they earned would keep them free for a long time. Such a wandering crime was often very hard to trace. Without Yusen's interference, this group had a very high chance of success. However, Yusen was currently sitting in the air above Secret Silver Huahua, waiting for his prey. His entire body was pitch black, completely non-reflective, making it impossible for anyone to notice him if they looked up. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters away on a high building, Jang Shou and Gongqian were observing the movements around Secret Silver Huahua through binoculars. In addition, on the utility pole to the right of Secret Silver Huahua, a bluebird sat on the top of the pole, equally inconspicuous. At that moment, a van drove over from the front, stopping by a power pole. 5 minutes later, 5 people got out of the vehicle, sneaking towards the alley beside the equipment store. At the right side of the end of the alley was a door. One of the men pressed his hand against the door, and it immediately deformed, creating a large hole big enough for an adult to pass through. "Get ready to act," Yusen said with a smile as he witnessed this scene. The other side's action of breaking the door was already solid evidence in the world of extraordinary beings, so Yusen and his team didn't need to wait for them to enter the store before taking action. In fact, different countries have different attitudes toward extraordinary criminals. In some countries, extraordinary beings are very rare, and even criminals would be treated leniently, like being taken for breeding purposes. However, since the appearance of extraordinary beings, Huaxia's attitude toward extraordinary crimes has never changed, which is strict and severe. Facing undeniable evidence of extraordinary criminals, the combat police have the power to use force without limits. Put simply, they can kill without consequence. Because the domestic law is tougher on extraordinary beings, when Yusen and Jang Shou were still ordinary people, they had never been bothered or bullied by extraordinary beings. At this moment, Qing Yao heard Yusen's words and took the lead to act. She dove down from the top of the power pole, then transformed into human form as she entered the alley, kicking one of the criminals at 3 times the speed of sound. The crack of the criminal's rib was heard as he flew backward, crashing into the wall at the end of the alley. "Not good, there's police. Run." The faces of the other 4 criminals changed drastically. 3 ran out of the alley, while the one who had just opened the door gritted his teeth and fled inside. The 3 emerged from the alley, 1 ran to the left, while the other 2 rushed towards the van. Boom! Dongqian came roaring down from the sky, her small frame carrying tremendous energy. She smashed down onto the van, causing it to explode on the spot, engulfed in roaring flames. 2 criminals watched from afar, standing on top of the van, ignoring the flames, only compressing their fists and moving down to protect their heads. This violent little girl was not someone they could mess with. Another criminal hadn't run 50 meters when a bullet struck the ground ahead of him. He froze immediately, as more bullets rained down around him, shaking like a leaf. He promptly raised his hands in surrender. In the distance. Since they've caught the person, I'll go back to sleep now. Gong Qian yawned and then said. Yusen nodded and said, okay, Vice Captain, you've worked hard. You've worked hard too, bye-bye. Gong Qian's eyelids started to droop, and she said sleepily. She rarely stayed up late, and in order to grow taller, she had always kept a regular routine, so it was very rare for her to stay awake past 2 in the morning. Qingyao felt a little worried about Gong Qian, so after telling Yusen and Jang Shou, she went back to the office dormitory with Gong Qian. Neither of them had a house in Silver City, so they were currently living in the office dormitory, the same dormitory where Yusen had stayed with Jang Shou. After Gong Qian and Qingyao left, the criminals' eyes quietly started to communicate with each other. In fact, the one they feared the most was Gong Qian, the power to smash the van without a scratch. It was clear to them that, even if they used all their tricks, they wouldn't be a match for Gong Qian. But aside from Gong Qian, the rest, Yusen and Jang Shou, didn't seem too strong. If they used their trump cards, they might be able to deal with them. 5 against 2, the odds were high. Do we do it? Let's do it. The 5 of them reached a consensus with their eyes, and then one of the burly criminals yelled loudly, stood up, and charged towards Yusen, hands outstretched. Because everyone was leaning against the wall, after Yusen dodged, his hands, which were cuffed, smashed the wall. Another criminal quickly came behind the burly one, took out a syringe from his waist pouch, and inserted it into the burly criminal's back. After being injected with the unknown drug, the burly criminal's muscles turned red, then his body rapidly expanded, and the metal handcuffs were instantly broken. Haha, I'm invincible. The burly criminal felt explosive power fill his body, and couldn't help but look up at the sky, stretching out his arms, getting high with excitement. Then, he suddenly looked down, locked eyes with Yusen, and rushed forward, throwing punches rapidly. However, Yusen simply moved left and right, taking small steps each time, easily dodging his attacks. The burly criminal didn't realize that his every move was already being seen through, feeling overly confident, thinking he could punch the earth into pieces. This man's name was Sun Yohu, and he was a martial artist. He had been adopted by his master at a young age to train his bones and muscles. However, sometimes people just act foolishly, taking easy things for granted while always eyeing what they don't have. He had no interest in martial arts. He only wanted money, wanted to get rich. Because he didn't put effort into his training and frequently went down the mountain to gamble, he was eventually expelled from his master's sect when he grew up. Afterward, he started pursuing wealth, indulging in pleasures, using the power from his neglected training to oppress ordinary people and gain money from them. As a result, he was reported and severely suppressed by the battle police, sentenced to 20 years for robbing 10 yuan. In prison, he met friends who shared similar vile interests, and after serving his sentence, the 5 of them teamed up and began committing crimes across different cities. At 38, he only had the strength of an insect, actually just a weak chicken. But after being injected with the mysterious drug, he felt like he could punch a cow to death. This feeling was too good. Die, 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 die. Seeing that he couldn't hit Yusen, Sun Yohu instinctively started using his tiger fist, something he had trained for decades but never perfected. Facing Sun Yohu's sudden change in attack, Yusen simply lay down on the ground. A small spatial bubble quickly expanded on the ground, and his body passed through the bubble, appearing in the air inside the bubble. Then he stomped his foot on Sun Yohu's head. What did you inject? Yusen looked at the Sun Yohu beneath his foot and asked. If it weren't for his curiosity about what Sun Yohu had injected. He now has the ability to kick Sun Yohu to death with 1 foot. But how could Sun Yohu answer Yusen's question? He immediately grabbed his own head with both hands, but Yusen gently kicked and disappeared into the air. Before Sun Yohu could react, his cheek was kicked, and he crashed heavily against the wall. The next moment, Yusen looked at the few criminals who were injecting drugs. A short criminal immediately kicked off the wall and lunged at Yusen, who frowned slightly and created a large number of bubbles. One of the bubbles collided with the attacking criminal, causing him to roll his eyes and lose consciousness instantly. In the darkness, the spatial bubbles were almost invisible. The remaining 3 criminals hadn't reacted yet when they were hit by the bubbles, all losing their combat ability in less than 5 seconds. At this moment, Sun Yohu got up from the collapsed wall, grabbed a large number of broken bricks, and threw them at Yusen. But Yusen instantly disappeared, then appeared behind Sun Yohu and kicked him on the back of the head, causing Sun Yohu to collapse and lose consciousness on the spot. During the fight, Yusen had already attached a bubble to the back of Sun Yohu's head, so he could easily take him out whenever he wanted. However, Yusen had been practicing how to teleport quickly, just right to practice on these guys. Currently, he could compress the entire teleportation operation time to under 1 second, and his goal was to complete this operation within 0.01 seconds. At that time, his movements would be even more agile, allowing him to perform even more extraordinary techniques. About 10 minutes later, the special police car arrived. Zhang Kai got out of the car and first instructed the officers to dig the unconscious criminals into the car, then he walked over to Yusen and Jang Shou, asking curiously, "Aren't you guys going to sleep tonight?" "Team Zhang, looking at your dark circles, how could you say that to us?" Jang Shou replied cheerfully. In the past few days, he had been nagging the doctor at the Qilin office to prepare some painless refreshing drugs for him. Every time it approached midnight, he would actively refresh his state, theoretically not feeling tired until noon. Yusen explained, "I just happened to discover the movements of these foolish thieves, so I came to keep watch, but it seems I really caught a big fish." Saying that, he told Zhang Kai about Sun Yohu and the others injecting drugs, which enhanced their strength by 10 times. 10 times? Are you sure? Zhang Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. Yusen nodded, "I specifically tested it, otherwise I would have kicked that big guy to death long ago. With his current strength, let alone Sun Yohu's tenfold increase, even if it was 20 times, he could still kick him to death. Then it really is necessary to dig deeper," Zhang Kai said seriously. The three then decided to return to the Public Security Bureau together, waiting for Sun Yohu and the others to wake up for a thorough interrogation to find out where the drugs came from. 10 times, that's too exaggerated. If it's effective at any level? Zhang Kai, while driving, still found it hard to believe. Yusen, sitting in the back seat, said calmly, "It shouldn't be effective at any level, otherwise, it's too outrageous. At lower levels, it might be fine, but if it were effective on tiger or dragon levels, that would be terrifying." Upon returning to the Public Security Bureau, they sent all 5 criminals into separate interrogation rooms. Yusen followed Zhang Kai into Sun Yohu's interrogation room. "Wake him up," Zhang Kai instructed a young officer nearby. The young officer then slapped Sun Yohu several times, swelling his face, but Sun Yohu indeed groggily woke up. Sun Yohu, 38 years old, released from prison 6 months ago. After his release, he colluded with his inmate friends Zhou Ngafei, Kang Jimao, Wang Hao, and Su Long to carry out multiple robberies and thefts, injuring or disabling 15 witnesses. Am I wrong? Zhang Kai opened a folder and selectively read Sun Yohu's file. Sun Yohu felt a burning pain in his cheeks, and he glanced at Yusen, snorting coldly, "Since you all understand so well, whether to kill or to dissect, it's up to you. I ask you, where did the drug you injected today come from?" Zhang Kai changed the subject and began to question. Sun Yohu held his neck and remained silent, just glaring fiercely at Yusen. "With your pathetic economic situation, you definitely can't buy it. So, tell me, where did you steal it from?" Yusen asked, looking at Sun Yohu with a smile. Zhang Kai sternly added, "Confessing will give you leniency. You should know that we never go easy on extraordinary criminals. If you don't want us to resort to extreme measures, it's best to answer honestly." In an instant, Sun Yohu remembered his first time in the Public Security Bureau, stubbornly refusing to admit guilt. He thought the armed police couldn't do anything without evidence, but they never planned to talk about evidence. Just recalling the events now made his legs tremble involuntarily. In the North City's Yunduan warehouse. Which warehouse? 35, no, it was warehouse 32. We just wanted to steal some food, didn't expect there were a lot of high-end devices inside. We didn't dare to mess with anything, grabbed a suitcase and ran. The suitcase contained these drugs. Where is the suitcase? I threw it. Where did you throw it? In a trash can on the outskirts of South City. How did you know the drug's effect? It's a feather, no, it's Kong Jimohu, injected a dog and found that the dog became stronger, but the side effect was just being lethargic for 2 days. After Yusen and Zhang Kai finished asking their questions, they exchanged glances, warned Sun Yohu, and quickly left the interrogation room. 055 mouth shut. In North City, Yunduan warehouse, warehouse 32. 3 police cars stopped at the warehouse entrance. Zhang Kai, Yusen, and Jang Shou got out of their cars, and many special police quickly surrounded the warehouse. Several special police held nearly 10-centimeter thick super alloy shields, carefully forming a shield formation as they approached. One special police officer with a breaching hammer stood behind the shield formation. They arrived at the warehouse door, waiting for the command to break in. Yusen watched their movements when suddenly his head buzzed, and his vampire heart began to race. "Wait, Team Zhang, let me do it. I have a bad feeling." Yusen grabbed Zhang Kai's hand holding the communicator, speaking seriously. Seeing Yusen's serious expression, Zhang Kai immediately ordered the special police to step back. Once everyone retreated to a safe distance, Yusen produced a bubble the size of a basketball and controlled it to float in front of the door, slowly pushing it open. Crack! The door split open, and a sound of impact rang out. In an instant, the entire warehouse exploded violently, and a terrifying shockwave spread out. Despite being dozens of meters away from the explosion, the special police, even with their heavy shields, were still knocked away. Yusen was well prepared, creating a protective bubble around himself and those nearby at the moment of the explosion, using 3 layers of bubble, so the explosion had no impact on them. Damn! Jang Shou came to his senses and instinctively shouted. Meanwhile, Zhang Kai looked exceptionally grim. If Yusen hadn't stopped the special police from forcing the door open, those officers would have been lost right on the spot. Damn it, we must find out who owns this warehouse and who is behind it. If we don't get to the bottom of this, I won't be called Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai gritted his teeth in anger. Yusen also felt that this matter was becoming increasingly complicated. Initially, it was just to catch a few small mice at night, but who knew that these little mice were involved in such a big case? The other party likely guessed we would come. This is a warning for us not to investigate further. Yusen pondered. After Sun Yohu and the others stole the suitcase, the other party had already anticipated this scene. After all, Sun Yohu and his gang had been on the run, wearing hats and masks when entering the warehouse. It is hard for others to find out who they are. But as long as Sun Yohu and his group continue stealing, they are very likely to fall into the hands of the security bureau. Once the syringe is discovered, exposing the warehouse will just be a matter of time. Many people might think that criminal forces or offenders would find it easier to locate Sun Yohu and his group, but the actual situation is quite the opposite. Sun Yohu and his group operate as a team, constantly moving between different cities, and they do not trust anyone at all. Not even the local thugs might be aware of their existence. Moreover, after succeeding in one city, they do not dispose of the stolen goods there, but instead move to the next city or even the city after next before selling their goods, and they will not strike again in the city where they sell the stolen items. This means that ordinary forces find it hard to catch them, unless there is a massive citywide search before they can escape to another city. But since Yin City has just lifted its restrictions, not to mention the criminal forces hiding in the sewers, even the prominent figures on the surface need to behave for a while, so Sun Yohu and his group feel particularly safe staying in Yin City. Under these conditions, the chances of Sun Yohu and his group exposing the drug have increased to at least 80%, which makes it easy to imagine why the original owner of the drug acted this way. Leaving a team of riot police to inspect the nearby warehouses, Yusen and his group returned to the security bureau. After a while, the riot police responsible for searching for the temporary hiding places of Sun Yohu and others returned, bringing back several syringes that Sun Yohu and his group had hidden. In that suitcase, there were a total of 10 syringes. Sun Yohu and his group used one on a dog, and each of them took one, leaving 4 syringes at the temporary hideout. Yusen and Jang Shou each took one syringe to keep in their storage rings as backups. The remaining 2 syringes were one for the security bureau to test for composition and one that Yusen took to the neighboring office for Qilin's people to test. After coming out of the office, Yusen sat in the green belt between the security bureau and the office, and Jang Shou sat down next to him, asking, "Xianyu, are you waiting for them to make a move?" After the warehouse explosion, they must have realized that the thief who stole the suitcase has been captured. Given their brazen style, do you think they might choose to silence witnesses? Yusen nodded and asked seriously. If it is just the security bureau catching Sun Yohu, they might very well do that. Now it all depends on how much they know. If someone comes tonight, it means the security bureau is fine. If no one acts, the security bureau needs to conduct another screening. However, Yusen still believes in Jin Shang's abilities. Previously, when the security bureau was infiltrated by the abnormal insects, Jin Shang had already combed through the entire security bureau in Yin City, and if there are still problems under such circumstances, then it would really be a major issue. At 4 in the morning. Yusen and Jang Shou were both full of energy. One looked at the stars, while the other played on his phone. Suddenly, Yusen stood up, and Jang Shou quickly got up and looked around. Then a fireball with a diameter of over 300 meters suddenly appeared above the security bureau. It really appeared out of thin air, to the extent that everyone didn't have time to react. If this fireball fell, it would probably obliterate the entire security bureau, and everyone would die. But the next second, a huge bubble appeared above the security bureau, swallowing the fireball directly. If the extraordinary being who created the fireball could see hundreds of kilometers beyond Yin City, he would see the fireball suddenly appear at the bottom of a large lake, then be extinguished neatly by the lake water. About 200 meters away, Scott widened his eyes, looking incredulously at the sky above the security bureau. He still held a magic scroll in his hand. The scroll had clearly been torn open, and the Sunfire magic ball should have been successfully activated. This is a wolf-level high-ranking spell, enough to vaporize the entire public security bureau. The problem is, where is his fireball? Not good. The public security bureau might have experts. Scott came back to his senses, his intelligence finally returning to his brain. He realized the situation was dire and quickly took out the teleportation scroll, tearing it open to escape in an instant. 5 seconds after he left, Yusen descended from the sky, his body maintaining a dark and shadowy form. He ran away? Yusen looked around and frowned slightly. The other party seemed even richer than he had anticipated, leaving no traces in the air, not even a scent. He could conclude that the opponent was definitely well equipped, and the ability used was likely not from their own system. Simply put, the opponent did not expose any information about themselves, except for being wealthy. Could it be a blood clan? Yusen inexplicably had this thought, then shook his head. He couldn't determine the blood clan as the culprit just because they were rich. 056 The Flaw of Power. 5-star Hotel. Scott stood in the darkness and spoke, "Master, something happened at Warehouse 32. A shadow quickly condensed into a human form, and the entire room seemed to fall into darkness. A voice, hard to distinguish between male and female, came from the shadow. Now you should understand, warnings have no deterrent effect on the Chinese. They will not give up their investigation. Have all the clues been cut off? Master, all the clues that could be eliminated have been cleaned up by me. Unfortunately, there are experts in the Public Security Bureau. I couldn't completely silence them, and I'm afraid they will continue to investigate," Scott said, looking down. The shadow was silent for a moment and then said, "Then let them continue to investigate. Use all counter-surveillance methods, but do not expose yourself." "Yes." Scott replied immediately. Yusen returned to the Public Security Bureau, where the entire area was fully armed and on guard by riot police. Zhang Kai, leading the group, saw Yusen return and immediately asked nervously, "Yusen, was that the Sunfire magic ball that appeared in the sky just now?" This wolf-level high-ranking spell is very famous internationally. Because its attack range is relatively small, but the temperature is extremely high, enough to turn everything in its attack range into magma, many criminals like to use this spell to destroy evidence. Although it appeared in the air above the Public Security Bureau for less than 5 seconds, the roof is now completely charred, with many devices on the top floor already damaged by the high temperature. Yes, it was indeed the Sunfire magic ball, Yusen nodded in response. Zhang Kai frowned and said, "Could it be related to that warehouse?" "Exactly, so this case has been taken over by our eliminating evil team. You can just let it go on your side," Yusen continued to nod and then said seriously to Zhang Kai. If he hadn't been guarding just now, the entire Public Security Bureau would have likely become a huge pit, with all the riot police turning to ash under the Sunfire magic ball. The levels of the riot police were generally between insect level and ant level, clearly not suitable to continue involving themselves in this case. After all, the opponent's attack was at the wolf level high rank, and it would be useless no matter how many riot police there were. "Okay, let Sun Yohu and the others be transferred over to you as well," Zhang Kai nodded calmly. Although he was very angry, he had to take responsibility for his brothers. The criminals behind this case were too high level, and it was too dangerous for the riot police to continue intervening. "Alright, just transfer them all to me. I will also have someone check their bodies to see if the injections of those agents truly have no greater side effects," Yusen agreed. After all, the claim that the side effects were minimal was merely Sun Yohu's word, and Kong Jimao's observation target was just a dog. Therefore, his conclusion might not be reliable. The subsequent handover work. There is no need for Yusen to take charge personally, it is up to the office staff and the combat police team to handle it. Yusen floated in a bubble above the Public Security Bureau, carefully replaying his actions from earlier. If there had been 2 enemies, and they were playing tricks to lure him away, then rushing out of the bureau to chase them could mean that by the time he returned, the whole bureau might be gone. He was still too impulsive. "Xianyu, should I wake up Sister Qing Niao and the deputy captain?" Jang Shou's voice came from the bubble in his right ear. Yusen replied, "No need, we can talk to them tomorrow. Let's wait for the test results before making plans. By the way, have brotherly check who the owners of Cloud Warehouse number 32 are and who they rented it to during this time." Originally, the combat police were already investigating the ownership of the Cloud Warehouse, but now that it was all handed over to Qilin, they would let Qilin take care of the inquiry. The office had many staff members, who were essentially helpers for various teams. The brotherly Yusen mentioned was one of the staff members familiar to them. "Okay, got it." Jang Shou responded. Next, Yusen continued to stay alert while exercising his abilities. He remotely controlled 2 bubbles outside Silver City to continuously exchange underwater stones, river water, and even fish that had entered the bubble, which he swapped out directly. One bubble was in the river, the other in the lake, separated by several kilometers, allowing many fish to enjoy a spontaneous journey. He was well aware of the space inside the bubble, but he had no idea what was outside. Manipulating the bubbles from a distance was like moving forward while blindly groping in the dark. Only when he encompassed something from the water inside the bubble did he realize what he encountered. Whenever he had time, he pondered how he could see the scene outside the bubbles in the distance. The next day, Yusen and Zhang Shou took leave again. Fortunately, the teachers at the Super Ability Academy knew about their connection to the Public Security Bureau and did not make things difficult for the two. At 8:30 in the morning, Gong Qian and Cheng Niao emerged from their room. In fact, the two had woken up once when the Sun Fireball technique appeared, but the Sun Fireball vanished too quickly without any further developments, and since Yusen and Zhang Shou didn't notify them, they mistakenly thought there was no big issue and continued to sleep soundly. In the office, Gong Qian and Qing Miao ate breakfast bought by Jang Shou while listening to Yusen recount the events of the previous night. Neither of them had expected that a case of catching a thief could lead to such a major incident. A wolf-level spell attacking the Public Security Bureau was a death penalty offense, non-negotiable. As long as they found the attacker, they would receive a reward for killing them. So how many clues do we have now? Qing Miao asked after swallowing a bite of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, having listened to Yusen's account. Yusen held his phone, glancing at the message from Brotherly while saying, "The test results for the injector's drug won't be available until this afternoon, but we have already clarified who owns and rents warehouse number 32. The owner of warehouse number 32 is Luing Shi, the master of the Lion's Gate in the east of the city, a snake-level warrior, and we have sent someone to invite him back for questioning. The renter is Hu Weijia, one of the Hu family's 7 heroes, a well-known cleanser in the Grey World, and we've also sent someone to invite him over for questioning. Then we will wait for Luing Shi and Hu Weijia to arrive before continuing our investigation based on the clues." Gong Qian said after hearing this. While cleaning up the breakfast trash, Qing Miao said, "But Xianyu, I must criticize you. Next time something like this happens, you should wake up me and the deputy captain immediately. What if the other party has a backup plan? You can't think just because we are girls that we need to be taken care of. We are also battle-hardened, you know." Right, next time just notify us directly. The more people there are, the stronger we are, and it's not easy to fall for the enemy's schemes to lure us away. Gong Qian nodded and said. Yusen had already reflected on this last night, so he readily agreed, "Okay, I'll take note of this. I will definitely inform you all in a timely manner next time." Around 10:30, several clerks returned. Along with them came Luing Shi, Hu Tuer, and a woman who looked very much like Hu Tuer. Brotherly knocked on the door before entering the office, saying, "Leaders, Luing Shi has been brought in. Hu Weijia is currently missing, but his wife Hu Xian'er and daughter Hu Tuer have come to cooperate with the investigation. They hope we can help find Hu Weijia." "Thanks, Brotherly. Let's go meet Luing Shi and see what he has to say." Gong Qian took the initiative to speak. The group then headed to the reception room. Upon entering, everyone saw the burly Luing Shi. The moment Yusen saw him, he inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. He then noticed that Luing Shi's aura was quite similar to Jin Shang, both were like lions. However, there were differences. Jin Shang resembled a glowing lion, while Luing Shi looked more like an old lion with his own territory, wanting to guard his small piece of land. This year, Luing Shi was already 98 years old, but because he was a snake-level warrior, he maintained his health very well, looking like a middle-aged man in his 50s. It was estimated that in a few years, if he couldn't break through to eagle level and didn't want to die, he would have to consider becoming a vampire or some other form of immortal. Luing Shi appeared very cooperative, whether it was due to a clear conscience or prior preparation. He spoke freely about warehouse number 32. The problem was that he didn't really manage his properties. Warehouse number 32 was just a gift from a wealthy businessman for his 90th birthday, and it had always been managed by his eldest disciple, Wang Xiaohu. Fortunately, Wang Xiaohu accompanied him for this investigation, so Yusen and the others met Wang Xiaohu again. Unfortunately, Wang Xiaohu also didn't provide any valuable clues. Currently, warehouse rentals were listed on an app called Treasure Tenant, and there was no need to meet the tenants in person. After seeing the two off, Jang Shou said, "What do you think? Can we trust what they said? There shouldn't be any problems. Although the Lion Gate is not a particularly strong sect, it has quite a few properties. Luing Shi wouldn't be overly concerned about warehouses gifted by others," Qing Miao analyzed. At this moment, Yusen said calmly, "Alright, let's go meet Hu Weijia's family and see if they can provide any leads. If Hu Xian'er and the others were just as clueless as Luing Shi, then this lead would be cut off." The group entered the opposite reception room. When Hu Tuer saw Yusen enter, her eyes brightened, and she stood up excitedly saying, "Handsome guy, it's you. Do you know each other?" Qing Miao asked curiously. Yusen shot a speechless glance at Hu Tuer and replied calmly, "Same school, we've met once. Handsome guy, I want a report. My dad is missing." Hu Tuer looked at Yusen with shining eyes, her tone lacking any sadness. Jang Shou asked curiously, "How many days has your dad been missing?" "Officer, he went missing the day after Brother Jie's control ended," Hu Tuer's mother Hu Xian'er said. Although Hu Xian'er was already a mother and had a 17-year-old daughter, she looked very young, standing next to Hu Tuer like they were sisters. Moreover, her aura was exceptional, every move had a breathtaking charm that ordinary young people simply couldn't resist. To describe it, one might say, seeing her helps you understand why Cao Cao was so fond of beautiful women. "Brother Jie? Aren't you his wife?" Yusen elbowed the dazed Jang Shou and turned to ask Hu Xian'er. Hu Tuer probably didn't want Yusen's gaze on her mother, so she answered quickly, "Handsome guy, I've heard my mom call my dad like that since I was little." "Alright, can you tell us about any unusual behavior from Hu Weijia before he went missing? Such as anything strange?" Yusen didn't dwell on the question, since it could just be a couple's private joke. Hutuer shook her head and said, "No, my dad is quite silent and has a low presence at home. He often disappears for a while and then comes back." "Then why do you think he is missing this time?" Qingniao asked in confusion. Hutuer looked at Yusen and the others with a puzzled expression and retorted, "Because you are looking for him. Before, my mom and I didn't know where he went, but since you officers know, and now you are searching for him, he must be missing." Such a reasonable point. Completely unarguable. Gongqian and the others were silent, not expecting Hutuer's answer to be so simple. "Actually, we don't know if Hu Weijie is missing or not. We are looking for him to understand something. Do you know if he ever rented warehouse number 32 at the cloud storage?" Yusen coughed and continued. Hutuer shook her head in curiosity and said, "I haven't heard of it. Why did he rent that warehouse?" Everyone was speechless, they also wanted to know the answer. Qingniao looked at Husiener, who also shook her head in confusion. She said, "Brother Jie is a wanderer. He only comes back to rest. My daughter and I are not very clear about what he does outside. He doesn't earn money to support the family?" Jang Shou couldn't help but ask. Husiener explained, "The bathhouse belongs to me, a gift from Brother Jie. With the bathhouse, my daughter and I don't lack money, so we've never asked him for anything. She had always been in charge of running the bathhouse, and Hu Weijie had no part in it." "Do you have Hu Weijie's clothes at home? Or something he often uses?" Yusen, unwilling to let the clue end like this, thought for a moment and asked. Husiener shook her head, but Hutuer spoke up, "We have a pair of his slippers." Yusien's face darkened, and he didn't want to speak anymore. He planned to use his extraordinary sense of smell to try and find some clues, but smelling someone else's slippers, well, maybe not. A minute later, the four sent off the Hu mother and daughter, standing at the office door, looking at each other in silence, as the clue had unexpectedly come to an end. Back in the office, Jang Shou sat in a chair and doubted, "Do you think Hu Weijie might be cleaning up?" There are many strange bits of knowledge online, which, oddly enough, are quite true, such as how a cleanup crew processes bodies or erases crime scene traces, a job often called cleaning up in the gray area. Usually, after doing such jobs, the cleanup crew tends to hide for a while, appearing only once the heat has died down. That is indeed a possibility. Cleanup crews usually have their own safe houses, or we could contact the city's security bureau and have all the security officers search together? Qingniao suggested. Security officers are ordinary people. In most cases, they only handle matters concerning regular individuals, but for finding someone, they actually have more advantages than extraordinary beings, because they have numbers on their side. What if Hu Weijie has already been silenced, and the other party used Hu Weijie's phone to rent warehouse number 32? Jang Shou speculated. Yusen looked at his phone and said, "Warehouse number 32 had already been rented by Hu Weijie before the crackdown. It's so tough, there are no clues at all. How are we supposed to investigate this?" Jang Shou suddenly lamented. Gongqian, on the other hand, was not in a hurry at all. Seeing Jang Shou nearly rolling on the floor, she finally spoke, "You seem to have confused something. We are not security officers, we don't need to take one step at a time. We are an extermination team. Belonging to Qilin, in this situation, we just need to apply for assistance. The problem is that we have no clues at all. Is applying for help useful?" Jang Shou doubted. Gongqian confidently said, "Of course it's useful. At least we now know that Hu Weijie rented warehouse number 32. We just need to apply to the headquarters to lock onto Hu Weijie's location. Once the headquarters uses the river diagram and Luo book to pinpoint Hu Weijie's location and sends us the coordinates, won't we be able to find him? Applying once is very expensive. We can't lose money in the end." Yusen frowned. The river diagram and Luo book is a special dragon-level item, resembling a giant turtle shell, with a map of China on it. The Qilin headquarters can use it to locate any target within China. However, activating the river diagram and Luo book requires a large amount of spiritual energy, so applying as a team costs a lot of merit points. If the reward for solving the case is too small, the team will actually incur losses. Generally, teams prefer not to apply if they can avoid it. They would rather investigate themselves than waste merit points. 058 Natural disaster or man-made calamity? Whatever the loss is, I will make up for it. Gongqian looked at Yusen and took full responsibility. This was her first battle since joining the exorcism squad, and she was willing to take some losses to make it look good. Besides, she really didn't lack merit points right now. Her blood of Pangu was compensation for her father's sacrifice, her storage ring was her mother's relic, and her clothes were rewards from a mission several years ago. She lacked nothing now, keeping so many merit points was useless. It was better to use them to solve the case. Hold on, don't act impulsively. Wait for the drug test report to come out this afternoon. There might be new clues. Qingniao smiled to calm the overly anxious two. Jang Shou also nodded and said, yes, there's still the drug lead. Let's not rush. Then let's wait and see. Gong Qian agreed. The four then dispersed from the meeting, and Yusen left the office, instantly returning home. He walked to the balcony, sat down, basked in the sun, and contemplated the currently known clues, while manipulating a few small bubbles to spin in circles with his fingers. Compared to when he first acquired this ability, he could now skillfully control multiple bubbles to spin and rotate in different directions. The bubbles actually had two layers, an outer and an inner layer. The outer layer was made of spatial energy membrane, while the inner space consisted of the universe's spatial energy. Both had spatial properties, but the former absolutely belonged to Yusen, while the latter did not. Yusen could sense the difference between the two. The former was easy to control, but the latter couldn't be manipulated directly, he could only influence it indirectly. This wasn't easy, but through relentless effort, he still made progress. From initially having no gravity inside the bubbles, to later having gravity, then to reversing that gravity, even achieving internal object control. He practiced this ability with the goal of absolutely mastering the inner space of the bubbles. Although it didn't have much use at present, if he could ever create an enormous bubble capable of swallowing the entire Earth, he would completely control the Earth. This was the value of training this ability. In the afternoon, Yusen was called back to the office by Jang Shou. He entered the office, and besides Gong Qian, Qing Niao, and Jang Shou, there was also a young man in a white lab coat. Ladies and gentlemen, I am level 3 researcher Lin Yun. This time, I will report the test results to you. If there's anything lacking, please let me know, the researcher said respectfully yet confidently. Gong Qian nodded and said, okay, everyone's here. Let's begin the report. First, we detected a high concentration of nutrient solution in the unknown liquid from the syringe. This nutrient solution generally needs to be diluted 100 times to be safely absorbed by the human body, Lin Yun spoke while holding the report. Zhang Shou interjected, what would happen if it isn't diluted? The vast majority of living beings would explode, Lin Yun replied. Zhang Shou frowned and said, that's not right. Sun Youhu and the others directly injected it last night, and nothing exploded. Old Zhang, let researcher Lin continue, Yusen said. With Yusen signaling him, Lin Yun continued, at the same time, this liquid contains 3 unknown elements. Since it is the first discovery, we temporarily named them Q1, Q2, and Q3. Additionally, we found that this liquid contains almost 1/10 of. What's its relation to? Yusen couldn't help but ask. Lin Yun answered, only exists inside the eggs of. It is a very peculiar liquid, and professors in Yin Jing are still studying it. Its specific function is unknown. What do you all think? Yusen asked, looking at Gong Qian and the others. Qingniao keenly sensed the hidden anger behind Yusen's calm expression and immediately speculated, Xianyu, are you suspicious that so many in Silver City are deliberately fostered by someone? Otherwise, where would they get so much? Yusen retorted. The eggs of are incredibly tiny, even smaller than a grain of rice, and if one syringe contains 10% of the liquid as, how many bug eggs would that require? Just a little thought makes it clear that a massive number of bug eggs would be needed to produce enough. In that moment, everyone realized the severity of the problem. If the invasion in Silver City was caused by someone pulling strings, that person absolutely deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Damn, if that's the case, I will definitely kill them. Zhang Shou recalled the deaths of his classmates in school and immediately became angry. Yusen looked at Lin Yun and asked, is there a possibility of artificially synthesizing? The possibility is very low. This liquid involves extraordinary, primitive embryos, and egg liquids, and often has extremely complex origins. There is almost no chance of artificial synthesis, Lin Yun shook his head and said. However, he glanced at the data and hesitated, but, gentlemen, I don't think the crisis in Silver City is due to intentional fostering. It's more likely a leaked accident. Why do you say that? Gong Qian asked. Lin Yun explained, can parasitize almost all animals, not just humans. So why not use insects, which are more cost-effective? Insects reproduce quickly, have short lifespans, and the bug eggs they produce also contain. Theoretically, a large number of bug eggs could be obtained in a short time, much cheaper and more efficient than using humans as materials. That seems to make sense, Zhang Shou agreed after listening. Qingniao said solemnly, then let's temporarily set this topic aside. Whether intentional or unintentional, finding the person behind it will reveal everything. Attacking the Public Security Bureau itself is a great crime. Since there are no further clues from the syringes potion, let's apply for the, Gong Qian said at this time. Zhang Shou spoke, this time I agree to apply for the. I feel this case is not simple. If we can find the creator of the potion, it would certainly be a great achievement. I agree as well, Qingniao said. Yusen looked at Lin Yun and asked, researcher Lin, is high concentration nutrient liquid expensive? Are there many channels for purchasing? Officer Yu, many alchemists can concoct high-concentration nutrient liquids. The price ranges from 300,000 yuan per milliliter, and there are plenty of purchasing channels. I'm afraid it would be difficult to trace the source of high-concentration nutrient liquid in the mysterious substance, Lin Yun replied. Yusen looked at Gong Qian and said, then I also agree to apply for the. Since that's the case, gentlemen, I will take my leave, Lin Yun said with a slight smile, seeing that there was nothing more for him to do here. After Lin Yun left, Gong Qian immediately took out her phone to apply for the, but the application had not yet been approved. Minister Yulai called to ask why they applied to use the river map and Luo book. After all, Gong Qian had just joined the exorcism team, and it was only the second day. However, when Gong Qian told Yulai how they caught the thief, then traced it back to discover that someone was likely raising aberrant insects in secret, using their eggs to develop mysterious drugs, Yulai was shocked. Yulai also first thought that someone might be breeding aberrant insects, but after Gong Qian finished speaking, he realized that the possibility of breeding was low, while the possibility of aberrant insect leakage was quite high. Regardless, the aberrant insect crisis in Silver City was likely man-made rather than a natural disaster, which was enough to raise Yulai's high attention. 059, am I a fairy or a god? The next application naturally went through with ease. After the application to use the river map and Luo book was approved, Gong Qian entered Hu Weijia's name, gender, and ID number into the interface, then she clicked search. Far away in Yin Jing, at the Qilin headquarters, a 9-meter-long and 5-meter-high turtle shell slowly emitted a white jade glow with the efforts of many qi refiners, and a map appeared on the shell covered with countless light spots, each representing a city. An old Taoist with a white beard quickly took out a yellow talisman, wrote down Hu Weijia's birth information, and then waved his hand, causing the talisman to fly into the turtle shell and automatically ignite inside. On the turtle's back, a red light spot slowly appeared not far from the light spot representing Silver City, and it quickly transformed into a beam of light. The recorder immediately converted the light spot's position into coordinates and input them into the electronic map, then clicked send. At the Silver City office, Yusen and the others waited for about half an hour, and then Gong Qian immediately stood up and said, found it. Hu Weijia is at Xingyao Airport outside Silver City. In fact, Silver City used to be larger and more expansive than it is now, with subways going to several cities like Rong City, and further away was an airport, but ever since the forbidden fruit appeared, these facilities have gradually fallen into disrepair. Although Yusen and the others had never left Silver City while they were still ordinary people, they had ancient maps in history class, so they roughly knew the airport's location. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Jang Shou stood up and said. Yusen, playing with two bubbles in his hands like he was cracking walnuts, spoke up. There's a teleport point not far from Xingyao Airport that I set up. We can teleport directly there. Wait, I'll go grab some weapons and ammunition from the equipment room, Xingyao quickly added. Jang Shou also realized and said he needed to apply for weapons. He was weaker than Xingyao, and without weapons, he would be nothing more than a healer with negligible offensive capability. Then let's go together, we'll pick up the weapons and set off. Yusen got up from his chair. He had never been to the equipment room and was curious to see it. Finally, the four of them headed to the equipment room together. When the staff responsible for managing the gear saw the four come in, they immediately opened the warehouse doors, allowing everyone to enter and choose, but they needed to sign in after selecting. In fact, each city's office stored a large amount of arms in the equipment room, but these arms were not meant for dealing with humans. Many of the firearms had tremendous recoil, and most people would break a bone or even be seriously injured from a single shot. Of course, the attack power of these weapons was also much stronger than ordinary firearms. Yusen wasn't very interested in firearms. He took 10 standard alloy steel knives, then requested over 500 various types of grenades, including flashbangs, stun grenades, incendiary grenades, and shrapnel grenades. Finally, he also took more than 50 alloy shields. Although they were not top-tier equipment, they might bring unexpected surprises if used unexpectedly. After signing in, he put all his equipment into the storage ring, then sat aside waiting for Jang Shou and the others to choose their gear. When everyone was ready with their guns and ammunition, Yusen walked out of the equipment room. He pointed his hand forward, and a small bubble froze in mid-air. Then he input energy to enlarge the bubble and stepped inside it. In the next second, he appeared at the top of a mountain. Looking to the right from the mountain top, he could still see the ruined Starbird Airport. Xianyu, your ability is so convenient, I'm incredibly envious, Jang Shou said as he came out of the bubble and looked around, marveling at the scenery. Qingyao and Gong Qian stepped out of the space bubble, and Qingyao exclaimed, our team might be the strongest team ever, and also the most functional team. To teleport, Yusen could do it. For a doctor, Jang Shou could bring someone back to life in an instant. For reconnaissance, there was her, and finally, there was Gong Qian, the top attacker who could even fight dragon-level strong opponents. She couldn't imagine what kind of monster could pose a threat to them. Actually, if the captain were here, our functionality would be even better, Gong Qian added. She was very strong, but she also had weaknesses, such as facing ghosts or evil spirits, against which her physical attacks were not very effective. If Jin Shang were here, the lion's aura on him would instantly turn such monsters to dust. Deputy Captain, shall we start the mission now? Qing Niao looked at Gong Qian and asked with a smile. Gong Qian nodded and said, let's begin. Qing Niao, you go reconnaissance at Starbird Airport and find Hu Weijia's hiding place. Be careful not to alarm the enemy. Xianyu, you fly high and set up a few teleport points. If necessary, teleport me into the air to strike the ground at Starbird Airport. Dead Doctor, be ready, if Qing Niao or I get injured or poisoned, immediately assist Xianyu with long-distance detoxification. I'll go ahead. As soon as Gong Qian finished speaking, Qing Niao quickly transformed into a bird and flew towards Starbird Airport. Yusen nodded to Gong Qian, then created a bubble and entered it, flying in the same direction towards Starbird Airport, but he and Shang Niao were flying in opposite directions, one up, one down. When the bubble rose to the clouds, Yusen sat inside it, looking down. He began to strategically send bubble after bubble to the ground, focusing around Starbird Airport, which soon became a complex network of bubbles supporting each other. Then he closed his eyes and carefully listened to the sounds coming from Qing Niao's side. He hadn't yet found a way to see outside the bubble, but he thought of a method, using sonar principles to determine the situation outside the bubble through sound. Although it wasn't very accurate, at least it was better than knowing nothing at all. From above, Starbird Airport looked like a Y and an H pieced together. After hundreds of years without maintenance, the entire airport was overgrown with weeds, and a tree had even grown from within the airport, forming a massive canopy. Qing Niao landed on a branch and noticed the airport was eerily quiet. Her past experience made her realize that something was off, there was likely some terrifying danger lurking here. Not a single animal around, this is too unusual. Qing Niao slightly spread her wings and quickly descended to a damaged part of the airport roof. Through the broken glass window, she could see inside the airport. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and although it was still relatively bright outside, the airport's windows were too dirty to let in much light, making the inside rather dim. She could faintly see many animal skeletons and some broken syringes. Qing Niao jumped through the broken window into the airport and landed on a barely visible sign that read luggage packing. She looked around, but found no living creatures, yet the smell inside the airport made her very uncomfortable. It was too stinky. Moreover, this stink was mixed with a strong odor of a canine's urine. There were many cages on the ground, but these cages had been violently torn apart, and besides a pile of skeletons, the ground was scattered with many canine bones. Qing Niao guessed these bones were either from dogs or foxes. Suddenly, Qing Niao's body stiffened, a chill slowly rising from her spine to her head. She dared not move at all, sensing that behind her, at some unknown time, there were giant eyes staring at her tiny self. Her pupils trembled continuously, and in the dim reflection of the grayish glass beside her, a fox, about 10 meters tall with a bushy tail, appeared. 9 tails? Hu Weijie? Qing Niao's eyes revealed a look of disbelief. The problem was that although Hu Weijie had the bloodline of a 9-tailed fox, he was not a monster. How could he turn into one? At this moment, the monster behind Qing Niao was staring at her intently, asking in a slow and measured voice, "Do you say I am a fairy or a god?" Its voice held a power that shook the soul, and Qing Niao instantly felt her body freeze, unable to move, her mouth trembling as it opened slightly. A haunting call? How could it be a haunting call? Hu Weijie was human, not a real fox. Why would anyone need a haunting call? Yet Qing Niao could not control her body at all. She clearly understood that if she answered, the consequences would be utterly unimaginable. 060 You look like yourself. All monsters in the world originate from the monster ancestor. The monster ancestor was a figure despised by the people, and everyone referred to her as Dog Thing. This was mainly because she was cold and cruel to her own kind, but treated animals, especially dogs, like her own children. After fortunate enough to eat the forbidden fruit, she became the world's first human monster. She could transfer demonic energy to other creatures, awakening their intelligence, thus embarking on the path of monster cultivation. As a result, she raised hundreds of great monsters. In order to help these great monsters overcome tribulations and transform into human forms, she actively attacked human towns, capturing numerous ordinary people to use them as consumables for the monsters' haunting calls. In the end, the fate of the monster ancestor was predictable. She was expelled from humanity and then jointly killed by powerful beings, her bones shattered and turned to ashes. It's a pity that after the birth of the monster ancestor, demonic energy had already emerged, and from then on, any creature fortunate enough to gain demonic energy had the chance to awaken their intelligence and step onto the path of cultivation, becoming terrifying great monsters. It's over, it's over, it's over. Qing Niao understood clearly in her heart that the monster's haunting call actually meant to extract everything from the target, enhancing the monster race while elevating its wisdom and strengthening its foundation, in order to achieve the goal of transforming into human form. Once she answered the question, her body would instantly be emptied, dying on the spot. However, just suddenly, it raised its head sharply, locking onto the position of Yusen and the others. Then, its strange muscles bulged, and its limbs ran in an extremely awkward manner, rushing toward the mountain. The muscles on its body are too strange, and many of the bulging muscles are completely unnecessary. Gong Qian frowned and said as she watched the 9-tailed fox rapidly approach. Yusen frowned and said, if he is really Hu Weijie, we probably won't get anything valuable out of him. It's so fast. Salty fish, let's take it down first, we can think about other problems later, Jang Shou said, taking out a gun from his storage ring, his palms sweating as he looked at the approaching nine-tailed fox. Although he was not afraid of death, the pressure from such a large fox charging at him was overwhelming. Then let's make our move. Gong Qian immediately clenched her fist, pushing off with her legs and quickly descending the mountain. At the same time, Yusen took a step back, sliding through a bubble and instantly appearing in the sky. He looked down at the nine-tailed fox and his fingers instantly released a large number of tiny bubbles, which fell onto the ground, surrounding the nine-tailed fox in a circular encirclement. Boom! At that moment, Gong Qian collided with the nine-tailed fox, her fist struck its head, and its enormous body exploded on the spot. One punch instant kill? Everyone was stunned, and then they saw blood, remnants, and fur quickly reassemble in midair, and in an instant, the nine-tailed fox revived. If it is really Hu Weijie, having 9 tails means it should possess dragon-level power, but this is too weak, Jang Shou said to the crowd. The Qing Niao spoke up, plus, it just asked me for a title, which is very strange. Is there a possibility that it also injected the same kind of drug that Sun Youhu and the others did, but at a much higher dose? Yusen looked at the reassembled nine-tailed fox thoughtfully. Mainly, when the nine-tailed fox reorganized its body, the flesh and blood reformed layer by layer. Yusen saw the muscle patterns, glowing lines emanating from its muscles, which were very similar to the glow from Sun Youhu's muscles after injection. Next, Gong Qian hit the nine-tailed fox's body again, causing it to explode, but as expected, the nine-tailed fox reformed again. Yusen observed even more closely, and indeed, the muscle lines on the nine-tailed fox were 90% similar to those of Sun Youhu and the others after their injections. Boom! 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 Gong Qian continuously attacked the nine-tailed fox from different angles, each punch easily exploding it. However, her attacks seemed to have little effect on the nine-tailed fox, which tirelessly continued to revive, immediately launching attacks at Gong Qian after each rebirth. It showed no fear, possibly lacking self-awareness entirely. But every time it charged, it would mumble, asking Gong Qian if it looked like an immortal or a god. Suddenly inspired, Yusen transported himself through a bubble to a spot not far from Gong Qian, shouting at the nine-tailed fox, "You are neither an immortal nor a god, you are just yourself, you are Hu Weijie." The previously extremely furious nine-tailed fox immediately seemed to freeze, its pupils wildly splitting and trembling, and then its enormous body appeared to be drained by some force, its flesh and blood quickly withering. Gong Qian originally wanted to take the opportunity to kill it, but Yusen gently stopped her with his hand. "Don't rush, let's see if it can find itself," Yusen said to Gong Qian. If Hu Weijie could regain his consciousness, they could learn more secrets about the drugs from him, which was the focus of their trip. Killing Hu Weijie would only break the clues and be of no benefit to them. At this moment, the nine-tailed fox's body completely withered. At the very top of the head, a humanoid figure slowly grew, its lower half was covered in fluffy fur, while its upper half resembled a human, yet its chest bore a gigantic eye. "I look like myself, so who am I? Am I an immortal? Am I a god? What am I? Hu Weijie?" The humanoid murmured to itself, jumping from the fox's head to the ground. Instantly 9 tails, each a different color and entirely made of energy, appeared behind it. These energy tails flickered like roaring flames, radiating astonishing heat. "It seems to have completely transformed into a dragon level," Gong Qian said solemnly. Though the nine-tailed fox had 9 tails, it was not truly at dragon level, its power was estimated to be at most wolf level. But now, this humanoid monster had definitely reached real dragon level. "You are Hu Weijie, the father of Hu Tuer, and the husband of Hu Xiener," Yusen said, looking at the humanoid. The humanoid tilted its head slightly, its lifeless eyes slanting towards Yusen. Suddenly, one of its tails transformed into a gigantic hand reaching out towards Yusen, but Yusen and Gong Qian instantly teleported away, and its hand grasp did nothing. 061 Perfect creature. It miscalculated. Yusen originally thought this would awaken Hu Weijie's consciousness, but unexpectedly enhanced the other party instead. At this moment, Hu Weijie could not find Yusen and kept searching around. Gradually, 4 more eyes grew on its head, and a human face appeared on the back of its head. Now, it had 6 more eyes. More eyes kept growing all over its body until finally, the eye on its head locked onto Yusen in the air. Boom! In an instant, it pushed off with its legs, appearing outside the bubble, shattering the bubble with each punch. However, the moment it jumped, Yusen noticed its approach and teleported away first. It looked down at the bubble in the distance, its tails transformed into wings that flapped, and it instantly appeared in front of the bubble, throwing another punch. The bubble shattered on the spot, and Yusen teleported away with Gong Qian again. This time, Hu Weijie seemed to have adapted to Yusen's fighting style, and with the countless eyes on its body, it could quickly locate Yusen appearing from different directions. So, after one punch shattered the bubble, it used its wings to propel itself to Yusen at 100 times the speed of sound. However, this time, just as it got close, a tiny, exquisite fist appeared on its right side. Boom! A punch struck its cheek, and it was instantly sent flying, leaving a fist mark on its face. Its defense has improved a lot, Gong Qian frowned and said. Originally, she could shatter the nine-tailed fox with one punch, but now, Huijie did not even break apart with one punch. At this moment, Huijie sank its tail into the ground, stopping steadily. It looked toward Yusen's direction, and its tail suddenly pushed off with great force, charging toward Yusen again. Let's use that move, get ready, Yusen said seriously, immediately addressing Gong Qian. In an instant, Gong Qian knew what Yusen intended to do and nodded, come on. Huijie was now too strong, fighting with Gong Qian was fine, but if Yusen got hit by Huijie even once, Yusen would be instantly killed. This was too dangerous. Yusen maneuvered vast amounts of bubbles swiftly toward Huijie. As Huijie swept its tail, shattering many nearby bubbles, a fist appeared above its head and smashed it into the ground from its charging position. Boom! The earth was instantly plowed by Huijie, creating a long trench. As it lay in front of the dirt pile and was about to rise, its head was hit by another punch, creating a large hole in the ground from the impact. Then Gong Qian no longer needed to aim, she unleashed rapid punches at the front, with fists appearing from different bubbles at various angles, keeping Huijie completely immobilized underground. Huijie tried several times to push itself up with its hands, but just as it exerted effort, it was struck again by Gong Qian's punch. Under the weight of 10,000 tons of force, its body immediately smashed to the ground, creating a deeper pit in the earth. However, Huijie was ultimately different from Damos. The eyes on its body were shaking wildly, searching for a chance to counterattack. Then, as it couldn't find a suitable moment, these eyes gradually turned red. Suddenly, beams of red light shot out from these red eyes. Many bubbles were immediately shattered by the red light. Yusen frowned slightly and quickly created more bubbles to fill the gaps. He focused his mind and transmitted a voice through one of the bubbles to Huijie. You are Huijie, you are Hu Tuer's father, you are Husen's husband, wake up. Huijie immediately reached for the bubble, but his struggle was so intense that a new arm grew out of his elbow, constantly pushing forward. Wake up, you are Huijie. Seeing its reaction to this, Yusen's eyes brightened slightly, and he immediately kept repeating this sentence. Suddenly, Huijie stopped struggling. It seemed to fall into a state of stillness, lying on the ground without moving. Yusen and Gong Qian exchanged glances, both stopping to not interfere or attack it. After all, neither wanted to kill Huijie, they just wanted to learn more secrets about the potion from it. With a reputation unmatched by ability, it was like a crown too heavy to bear, pressing someone down until they couldn't breathe. As one of the famous 7 heroes of the Hu family in Silver City, Huijie was internally very troubled because the other 6 brothers were all quite successful, making him appear like trash in a garbage heap. Especially Hu Jinjie, who was incredibly glorious. Everyone would give him a thumbs up whenever his name came up and call him a real man. But Huijie felt more like a mere statistic. The 7 heroes of the Hu family needed 7 people, so he was simply one of them. He was clumsy with words, not smart, taciturn, and even his wife and daughter didn't seem to care about his existence. He always felt he was an unnecessary bystander, just existing by chance. 1 year ago, on a certain day, after cleaning up a corpse, he rescued an old man on the way back to the city. Out of gratitude, the man extended an olive branch and invited him to participate in a great experiment. The old man had a mysterious potion that could enhance a creature's own bloodline, strength, and even fuse with the bloodlines of other creatures, thereby breaking through the limits of its own bloodline. What Huijie needed to do was dispose of failed test subjects. As a mature cleaner, he quietly worked for this mysterious old man after his regular job, taking one distorted corpse after another, silently out of Silver City. Finally, the experiment succeeded. They created a perfect creature. This creature could change endlessly, possessing genes from many extraordinary beings, without weakness, strong to the point of being nearly invincible. However, an accident happened. This perfect creature effortlessly broke through the tight security of the laboratory and vanished into the night, even causing the lab's aberrant insects to leak out. When the aberrant insects leaked, Huijie realized something was wrong. Taking advantage of the chaos, he obtained a large amount of the perfect potion and left Silver City under the cover of night. His thought was very simple, to achieve self-evolution and become a being stronger and more perfect than the fox ancestor. He wanted to become the most outstanding one among the 7 heroes of the Hu family. At Xingyao Airport, he prepared everything, even installing numerous recorders to awaken his self-awareness. He took off his clothes and injected the potion from the syringe into his body, one after another, endlessly injecting. As strength began to surge within him, he originally had only 2 tails, but now one tail after another grew out. The surrounding recorders continuously played his name, while the fox in the cage let out desperate cries out of fear. Every time he began to lose himself due to his overwhelming power, these voices always pulled him back, making him realize that he was undergoing a great evolution. Boom! Just as he felt he was about to grow his 9th tail, a loud sound came from outside the Starbird Airport, and then he saw the fleeing perfect being appearing outside the door. The gaze from the other party made him feel a chill down his spine. 062 to protect them, please kill me. Huijie, think of your wife, think of your daughter, please wake up. Yusen stood behind Gong Qian, loudly calling out to Hu Weijie, who lay motionless on the ground. His nose twitched, and a huge change occurred in the scent on Hu Weijie's body. If just now his scent was like that of a wild beast, now it was like a person who had just been revived. Hu Weijie, Hu Weijie, Hu Weijie. His eyes lit up as he continued to shout his name. At this moment, Hu Weijie began to move. He slowly rose from the ground, his body flickering and changing like a bug model, sometimes growing a fox head on one side, sometimes changing his mouth into a bird's beak, sometimes transforming his arms into snakes. However, his face started to resemble Hu Weijie a bit. He looked at Yusen and said, "I am Hu Weijie, but I am already dead." Dead? Yusen and Gong Qian were stunned, unable to understand what Hu Weijie meant by this. Clearly, Hu Weijie was awake now, so why did he say he was dead? Hu Weijie looked at the two, neither sad nor happy, and said, "You came to investigate Pangu, right?" "I'm sorry. I only know his nickname is Pangu, but nothing else. Although that is one reason, your wife and daughter are very worried. They reported to the police hoping we could find you," Yusen said seriously, looking at Hu Weijie. He could sense a will to die from Hu Weijie's tone, which was exactly like his father's previous desire to die. Perhaps he could empathize, so he unconsciously tried to comfort him, wanting to ignite his will to live. "They won't worry about me, stop lying. I'm just a failure, a superfluous person." Hu Weijie lowered his head, devoid of interest. Yusen shook his head and said sternly, "No, I'm not lying. Although I don't know why you misunderstand them, they definitely love you." As he spoke, he took out his phone, opened the recording from his previous conversation with Hu Xian'er and Hu Tuer, and played the two's words. As the recording played, Hu Weijie gradually fell into a daze. Although there wasn't a single word in the recording saying they loved him, and they didn't even express sadness over his disappearance, the words from his wife and daughter connected to the past life made him suddenly realize. Was Dad just more silent? He was a prodigal son? So that was how they saw him. Hu Weijie felt his wife and daughter's true feelings for him through the conversation. It turned out his daughter always thought he was just a bit silent and had grown accustomed to his silence, rather than not loving him. It turned out his wife considered him a prodigal son, which is why she had quietly indulged him, tolerating his waywardness and absence, rather than not loving him. And what about him? He was immersed in his own world, preoccupied with the name Seven Heroes. To prove he could match the fame of the Seven Heroes, he went to any lengths, doing one foolish thing after another, ultimately losing himself. But it was too late. Everything became clear too late. Hu Weijie's eyes flowed with black tears, and his body suddenly erupted with. On the day he injected the drug, the perfect being came to him. He had no power to resist and was ultimately devoured alive. Because he had injected a large amount of the drug, which contained highly concentrated nutrients, even the perfect being struggled to digest him quickly. During this time, the perfect being also consumed a large number of foxes he had prepared for himself. As a result, it became infected with demonic energy, underwent a massive transformation, and instinctively began seeking a seal. If it succeeded in obtaining the seal, it would become even stronger and more perfect. However, because Yusen mistakenly believed that the perfect being was Hu Weijie and kept calling out Hu Weijie's name, the sealing process was disrupted, giving Hu Weijie a chance to awaken. But Hu Weijie knew very well that the perfect being was instinctively resisting. He wouldn't last long. Soon, his consciousness would be completely shattered by the perfect being. By then, the creature would become even more terrifying, potentially threatening Silver City. Silver City, where the two people he loved most lived. He absolutely could not let the perfect being continue to exist. Kill me. Do it now. Hu Weijie plunged his hand into his own chest, forcibly tearing out his heart, and shouted at Yusen and Gong Qian. But just as he threw his heart out, a new one rapidly grew in his chest. This fresh heart had a single, ice-cold, emotionless eye on it. Die. Just die. Hu Weijie ripped apart his own flesh with both hands, throwing pieces of his body everywhere. But no matter how much he tore, his body kept regenerating at an alarming speed. 100 meters away, Yusen and Gong Qian were frozen in shock. Gong Qian, her face filled with disbelief, asked, "Why is he hurting himself?" "I don't know. But it seems like he's trying to protect something important." "I can feel it in his emotions," Yusen said, his voice complicated as he stared at Hu Weijie. Hu Weijie's eyes looked exactly like his father's when his father, suffering from ALS, had secretly planned to take his own life. Could it be that he also had someone he didn't want to burden? Subconsciously, Yusen clenched his fists, his eyes turning slightly red. Gong Qian hesitated. "Should we stop him? He just mentioned Pangu. That should be the person we're looking for. If he can draw that person's face, we'd have a better chance of finding them." "Kill me. This body isn't mine. I was eaten by the monster. This is the monster's body, and it's about to awaken." Hu Weijie roared. Suddenly, an uncontrollable arm grew from his back, grabbing the hand he was using to dig into his own chest. From the moment Hu Weijie started hurting himself, only about 30 seconds had passed. Both Gong Qian and Yusen were stunned. This body wasn't even Hu Weijie's? It belonged to someone else? In a split second, Yusen's mind clicked into place. He roared, "Vice Captain! Attack! Cover me!" As soon as he finished speaking, he manipulated countless silver threads to weave into armor, covering his entire body. Then, he used a spatial bubble to flash to Hu Weijie's right side. He shouted, "Hu Weijie! Don't let it interfere with me! Help me!" A monstrous arm swung toward Yusen, but Hu Weijie quickly grabbed it with another arm, stopping its movement. Yusen immediately lifted the visor of his helmet, revealing his fangs. He bit directly into Hu Weijie's neck, sinking his teeth in deep. Hu Weijie, realizing what Yusen was doing, willingly softened his flesh to make it easier for him to bite through. Otherwise, Yusen's teeth wouldn't have been able to pierce his skin. Hu Weijie didn't know why Yusen was doing this, but at this moment, the only people he could trust were Yusen and Gongqian. Even as the pain of being bitten shot through him, he clenched his teeth and continued to block the monstrous limbs trying to attack. After consuming the blood of Pangu, Yusen had gained the rarest ability of all vampires. Through sucking blood, obtain the target's memory. He now needs to obtain Hu Weijie's memory before Hu Weijie dies, in order to understand Pangu. If Pangu is not eliminated, tragedies like this will continue to happen. At this moment, a huge arm turned into a giant snake, opening its mouth to bite towards Yusen, but before it could reach him, Gongqian punched it to the ground. Then, Gongqian kept bouncing around Hu Weijie on the ground, breaking, exploding, and smashing all the limbs that Hu Weijie could not control. 063 The skill tree of the perfect creature. Are you done yet? I can barely hold on. 1 minute later, Hu Weijie's face twitched, and a smaller face grew on his cheek. He slapped his cheek and shouted loudly. Yusen immediately used all his strength, sucking blood in big gulps. Suddenly, an old face appeared in his mind. The person was bald, but had a white curly beard, his features a bit like a mixed-race person. His eyes, full of hardship, also held ambition. This was Pangu. Yusen immediately let go of his mouth, jumped back, and a bubble appeared on his back. In an instant, he was teleported 100 meters away. No, kill me. Hu Weijie, seeing Yusen retreat, thought Yusen was trying to run and shouted angrily. But then he saw Yusen take out a large amount from his storage ring and put them all into a bubble. Then Jang Shou and Qing Niao were also teleported over. Both had taken more from the equipment room than Yusen had, and now they were taking out a huge amount from their storage rings. Technology isn't useless, it's just that normally, even insect-level monsters wouldn't foolishly stand still and take the explosion. In reality, if extraordinary creatures didn't dodge or avoid, thousands of enhanced exploding simultaneously would be enough to severely injure or even kill most extraordinary creatures. Hurry, hurry, it senses danger, I can't hold it down much longer. Hu Weijie shouted urgently. After Yusen got ready, he nodded to Hu Weijie, and the next moment, teleported everyone away, leaving only a bubble filled with quickly flying towards Hu Weijie. Xiener, tour. Goodbye, you two, live well, live happily. At this moment, Hu Weijie did not retreat, did not escape. Instead, he spread his arms and embraced the bubble filled with, completely dropping his defense. In the final moment, his mind was filled with thoughts of Hu Xiener and Hu Tour. Only longing and reluctance filled him, with no fear at all. From a distance, Yusen pulled the safety pin of a burning bomb and threw it into a small bubble. The next second, a terrifying explosion sounded from the large pit far away. In the equipment room of the office, although the weapon level was not high, it was specifically developed for extraordinary beings, far stronger than ordinary. A single burning bomb had more than 10 times the power of an ordinary burning bomb. Moreover, the bubble used to carry the didn't disappear. Instead, at the last moment, it expanded, forming a 50-meter large bubble. In this large bubble, the explosion occurred. The moment it exploded, the bubble acted like a pressure cooker, significantly enhancing the explosion's power. Although the bubble shattered in less than a second, the high pressure generated at the moment of the explosion was enough to increase the overall blast's power. At the center of the explosion, raging flames were burning. Suddenly, a completely blackened monster burst out from the flames and fled towards Starboard Airport at incredible speed. It didn't die? Yusen and the others were shocked, and then Yusen teleported Gongqian to the sky. The perfect creature, while running, suddenly felt a strange sound from above. It looked up and saw Gongqian's fist descending from the sky. The next moment, its head was struck by Gongqian's punch. Boom! The ground trembled, and the perfect creature was flattened by Gongqian's punch, lying in the center of the pit like a pile of mud. Gongqian continuously punched at the perfect creature, vowing not to stop until its flesh and blood were completely turned into mush. Yusen stood on a rock at the top of the mountain, watching Gongqian suppress her opponent, so he took his time to make a move. After absorbing a large amount of the perfect creature's blood, he didn't just gain some of Hu Weijia's memories, but also parts of the perfect creature's memories, and his body seemed to be quietly changing as it digested this special blood. The perfect creature developed from an egg, injected with a large amount of drugs during its egg stage, eventually growing into its form. Thus, while it was powerful, it was not smart, all its actions were driven by instinct. It possessed amazing hunting instincts and was incredibly adept at camouflage, easily escaping from the laboratory despite numerous isolation and confinement measures such as formations, barriers, high voltage, and aqua regia. Through its memories, Yusen saw that its short life was spent either eating or searching for food, until it smelled Hu Weijia's scent and rushed to Stealth Bird Airport from kilometers away. After swallowing Hu Weijie and the fox that Hu Weijie had prepared for itself, it was infected by demonic energy, but instinctively felt that the demonic energy was beneficial and harmless to it, so it decisively accepted it. In fact, if it were allowed to successfully claim a title, it would become extremely intelligent in a short time, turning into a true threat to humanity. Unfortunately, because Hu Weijie was too nutritious, its hunting desire sharply decreased as it became overwhelmingly full and sleepy, so it chose to stay at Stealth Bird Airport, waiting to digest Hu Weijie before seeking humans to complete the claim. This wait brought the exorcism team. Yusen felt somewhat relieved. Thankfully, they discovered it early and did not give the perfect creature a chance to continue developing. Otherwise, it would have been humanity's greatest enemy. With boundless potential and ever-changing abilities, its only weakness seemed to be its lack of intelligence. If Hu Weijie hadn't taken a direct hit, the perfect creature would have had no problem defending itself with its abilities. However, Hu Weijie, at the last moment, completely shattered the defensive abilities of that body with unimaginable will, causing severe injuries to the perfect creature as well. Thud. Thud thud. Yusen pressed his hand against his chest, his heart was mutating. The blood of the perfect creature contained a vast amount of extraordinary biological genes, and under the strong stimulus of these genes, both the vampire heart and Pangu heart were affected, and now a new heart was growing at the intersection of the two hearts. The memories of Hu Weijie and the perfect creature were mere bonuses. For a vampire, the most important thing was still to absorb the nutrients within the blood. As a vampire that had mutated repeatedly, Yusen was already different from ordinary vampires. His body's absorption ability was even stronger than that of the progenitor of the blood clan. When the new heart grew, Yusen closed his eyes, and it felt like a skill tree was thriving in his mind, with every branch representing a different skill. If the skill trees of the Pangu heart and vampire heart were filled with question marks, only able to randomly activate talents, then this newly emerged skill tree had all skills visible and transparent, allowing Yusen to freely choose which abilities to activate. Perfect skill tree. The first branch represented the ability, Super Stomach, granting the host powerful digestive abilities, allowing any food swallowed to be quickly digested and absorbed by super gastric juice. The second branch represented the ability, Super Healing. As long as the body's energy was sufficient, it would. Every cell can split infinitely, achieving the effect of repairing all injuries in a short time. The third branch represents the ability of Super Sense of Smell, which is no longer an ordinary sense of smell, but a mysterious superpower, capable of smelling distant scents from several kilometers away, even when the scent has not spread that far. Yusen continually checked the abilities represented by each branch, growing more and more shocked, while also understanding more clearly why Hu Weijie and Peng Zhu believed that perfect beings were truly perfect. Because their abilities are so complete that there are essentially no real weaknesses. 064, the future heart is like a bunch of grapes. The skill tree of the perfect being is like that of vampires, with one talent skill that can be activated every 10 days. The problem is, this skill tree has hundreds of thousands of skills, and he cannot activate them all in a short time, so he must selectively activate a few more important abilities first. For example, Super Stomach, this ability will likely allow him to digest food normally, and Super Taste should allow him to enjoy food rather than find it tasteless. After all, he is only 17 years old and there are still many delicious foods waiting for him to taste. Losing taste and digestive ability means losing a huge part of life's joys, and now that he has a chance to make up for it, he naturally won't miss out. Just 20 days, he can afford that. After checking the changes within his body, he looked up at the distant battle. It's difficult to kill a perfect being with just fists. It can even be said to be impossible. This is because the perfect being possesses a power called photosynthesis, which is very similar to his light feeder. As long as there is light around, it will continuously recover its physical strength, although this ability does not give it a sense of fullness. Although it was severely injured in an explosion due to Hu Weijie's influence, as long as this ability is still functioning, Gong Qian's attack frequency is not enough to completely kill it. On the other hand, while Gong Qian is full of energy and extremely powerful, she cannot continuously unleash her full strength. Once Gong Qian feels fatigued and slows down her attack speed, it will be the perfect being's turn to fight back. Yusen understood very well that if there is no outside interference, allowing Gong Qian and the perfect being to fight one-on-one, even if the perfect being is in a severely injured state now, the final outcome would still be the perfect being counter-killing Gong Qian, rather than Gong Qian killing the perfect being. This thing is that terrifying. It is simply the legendary Resilient King. Yusen took out his phone and dialed the phone number of the minister at the Qilin headquarters. He had always been able to contact Yulai, as he got the minister's number during their first meeting. However, unless there is a major issue, or if the captain or vice captain is in the front, he wouldn't contact the minister himself. Now he needed to reach out because it was necessary. Relying only on Gong Qian and these few small fries with insufficient lethality probably wouldn't solve the perfect being, even if they fought for ages. Little fish? Yulai answered the call and then asked. Yusen stood up straight and said, Minister, it's me. I now have an important matter to report. Then, after waiting for Yulai's consent, he succinctly reported the process of this operation, as well as the encounter with the perfect being that devoured Hu Weijie, and how he successfully absorbed the perfect being's memories by awakening Hu Weijie's consciousness with his cooperation. Perfect being? The task of the Zhu Xie squad has indeed been full of twists and turns. After listening to Yusen's report, Yulai was momentarily left speechless by their situation. However, after realizing the terrifying nature of the perfect being, he immediately understood the enormous threat this creature posed to the country. This time it was just one created. What about the next time? Once this kind of monster can be mass-produced, the consequences will be unimaginable. Silver City, 5-star hotel. Scott was still sleeping when suddenly darkness spread around him, plunging the entire room into a pitch-black abyss. Scott immediately opened his eyes, knelt on the ground, and respectfully said, Master, what is your command? The perfect creature has been found by the people of Qilin. We absolutely cannot let them kill the perfect creature. A cold voice came from the shadows in the darkness. Scott frowned and said, But Master, my power alone may not be enough to retrieve the perfect creature. In 10 minutes, Nightwing will support you. Remember to act quickly, retrieve the perfect creature, and withdraw immediately, the shadow said in a deep voice. To confront the people of Qilin head-on? Scott took a deep breath and bowed his head, saying, Yes, my master. Actually, the news spread so quickly because the commotion from a dragon-level battle is enormous. This time, Yusen and the others did not set up formations like they did in the blocked area, and now the outer edges of Silver City could feel the ground shaking slightly. Every punch that Gong Qian delivered echoed far away. If Scott had not been sleeping, he would have probably already sensed the sounds of combat. The darkness around him dissipated, and Scott returned to the hotel. He stood up from the ground, quickly put on his overcoat, wrapped himself tightly with black bandages, and then swiftly left through the window. When he arrived at an abandoned village outside Silver City, a man wearing a mask and carrying 2 large machetes walked out from the house. Let's go. The man glanced at Scott, then coldly said. On the other side, Yusen hung up the phone, waiting calmly for the subsequent support. Since Gong Qian could not handle the perfect creature alone, the simplest solution was to bring more people to help. For example, Jin Dajuan, who was still dealing with the corpse of Damos, the Tiger-level naval colonel stationed along the coast, and also the team that had just arrived in Rong City, all of them were summoned. With these people coming to support, it would be sufficient to deal with the perfect creature. Since it was highly likely that this situation no longer involved him, he could safely focus on his own matters. He created a bubble and lay inside it, starting to summarize his own situation. So far, he had consumed blood 3 times. The first time was encouraged by Nora, and he drank synthetic blood. That time, he was just intoxicated by blood and did not gain any skill tree. The second time was with Pangu's blood. He not only completed the vampire's special abilities but also gained Pangu's skill tree, acquiring a second heart. Now it was his third blood consumption, and he gained the skill tree of the perfect creature and grew a third heart. This meant that he could likely acquire the skill tree of his target through blood consumption. This was obviously not a power that vampires originally possessed, but he could not figure out whether this ability was inherent to him after becoming a vampire or if it was a special ability that developed after absorbing Pangu's blood. Also, whether this ability worked on all creatures. If it worked on all, could he absorb the blood of any living being and directly gain their abilities? For instance, if he drank the blood of a bluebird, could he also transform into a little bird? Another question was, would his heart increase in number? He already had 3 hearts now, 2 of which were beating strongly. If this continued, would he grow a bunch of hearts? In his mind, he even imagined his hearts being like a bunch of grapes, each grape representing a heart. Suddenly, he frowned slightly, shifting his attention to a particular bubble. Just for a moment, this tiny, superfine bubble hidden underground had been stepped on by something. Because he could sense the space inside each bubble very clearly, he could determine that the material that stepped on the bubble was plastic. In other words, it was not an animal, but a person passing through the bubble. This bubble was located between Xingniu Airport and Silver City. On the Xingniu Airport side, only their Demon Slayer team was present, which in turn meant that someone was coming from Silver City toward Xingniu Airport. An enemy? In an instant, Yusen already had the answer in his mind. After all, none of the reinforcements he called were from Silver City. The only possible answer for someone coming from Silver City was an enemy. 065 air-to-ground ambush battle. In the dim jungle, Scott and Nightwing advanced quickly. They had to get to the scene before the Qilin's men captured the perfect creature and retrieve it. Suddenly, a seemingly inconspicuous silver thread appeared in front of Scott. Before he could react, his neck was instantly severed by the silver thread. On the other side, Nightwing reacted extremely quickly. Just as the silver thread was about to decapitate him, he drew his sword and slashed forward. The silver thread in front of him immediately split into two. "Be careful, it's an ambush." Scott's body and head separated, but the blood spurting from the severed neck was like a rope linking his head back. This was one of his abilities, blood manipulation. He manipulated the blood to spin his head back around. With careful observation, he noticed that the jungle was filled with silver threads. These silver threads were connected at both ends to tiny, very tiny bubbles that looked like mini versions of meteor chains. The scariest part was that they could move. Before he had time to think of a way to counter them, two bubbles connected by a silver thread swiftly severed his arm from his blind spot. He had no choice but to link his blood to the arm, but with the nerves cut, the arm was useless until it was reconnected. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The silver threads, moving with the bubbles, kept attacking from all angles, never giving Scott and Nightwing a chance to breathe. What the hell is this ability? Where are the enemies? Scott's body was gradually being severed into pieces. If he couldn't control the blood, he would have already bled to death. In contrast, Nightwing, holding twin blades, nearly perfectly deflected all the silver thread attacks. His swords were clearly not ordinary. They were extraordinary weapons capable of cutting through the silver threads with one strike. High above, Yusen calmly watched the two perform. He didn't believe for a moment that they were truly in a tough battle. The logic was simple. These two were either after the perfect creature or their demon slayer team, or perhaps both. The battle noise from Gongqian was so loud, there was no way they could misjudge the opponent's strength. Since they dared to come, they must have the confidence to win. If they couldn't handle such a small trick from him, were they here to die? Assuming the two were stronger than him, Yusen had no intention of clashing head-on. Battle wasn't about levels, nor was it about values. It was about adaptability, on-the-spot reaction, and battle wisdom. At this moment, both Scott and Nightwing realized that the enemy hiding in the shadows would not be fooled. The two exchanged a glance and then, with Nightwing leading the way, directly charged forward to break through. Scott's decapitation by the silver thread was real. The first attack was indeed too sudden. His neck was severed. But the second attack, where his arm was cut off, was false. The subsequent series of attacks by Yusen, with their mix of real and fake, selectively allowed him to endure some seemingly fatal blows that actually did little damage. Logically speaking, they had already fallen into an absolute disadvantage. The enemy should have at least come out to question who they were or investigate what kind of force they were. But the attackers had no intention of showing themselves. Since one plan failed, Scott and Nightwing simply used an open strategy, attacking to save themselves. The enemy clearly didn't want them to get close to the battlefield where the perfect creature was located. Then they just need to charge forward recklessly, forcing the opponent to reveal themselves. At this moment, Nightwing's dual knives danced like a whirlwind, severing everything in their path, whether it was silver threads or trees, all split in two. He moved in a straight line, killing all who blocked him. Scott hid behind Nightwing's blade light. He pressed his hand to the severed edge, blood oozing out like glue, binding the two together. Within a few seconds, the wounds on his body were healed by the solidified blood, leaving only scar marks. He took an arrow from his storage ring, feeling pain in his heart. Damn it, I can't believe I have to waste a wolf-grey treasure. As he spoke, he smeared his blood on the arrow, then tossed it upwards. The arrow immediately flew into the sky as he looked up, saying, "The enemy is in the sky." As soon as he finished speaking, the arrow suddenly vanished. Then he stepped out, and as he lifted his other foot to come down, the arrow he shot up from the ground, instantly piercing through his foot. Ah! Scott let out a cry of agony, his body dangling from the arrow, swiftly flying towards where Yusen was. Anyone with teleportation abilities can be unbeatable, as long as they use their powers well, even if they can't kill enemies of higher levels. After enhancing his vision with silver blood, Yusen had been observing the two from high above. Every move they made was under his watch, and Scott's little tricks couldn't escape his eyes. When he saw the arrow, he quickly manipulated a bubble hidden underground to move towards Scott, then used another bubble to retrieve the arrow, teleporting it to beneath Scott's feet. In theory, as long as he can react to an attack, he can transfer it. Only attacks that are much faster than his reaction speed pose a threat to him. For example, some attacks from perfect beings were so fast that he can't react in time. The bubble would explode instantly, leaving no time to maneuver. Scott was much slower than the perfect beings. Yusen could effortlessly transfer all his attacks. Trash. Nightwing saw Scott wounded by his own attack and cursed inwardly, yet turned, leaping up to slice off the arrowhead. After landing, he quickly cut through the encircling silver threads, buying Scott some time to heal. Scott pulled the arrow out of his foot where the arrowhead was missing, then took off his shoe, rushing to spray healing spray, and then took out a new pair of shoes to replace them. The entire process took about 4 to 6 seconds. After everything was done, the two continued to break through, working in perfect harmony. Their mutual understanding did not come from frequent cooperation, but from rich combat experience that gave them the same understanding of battle. It was an unspoken consensus. Now both knew the enemy was in the sky, but the problem was that neither had flying abilities. In the realm of the extraordinary, flying abilities were not particularly rare, but not everyone had them. About 30% of extraordinary beings could fly on their own, while another 20% could fly using technology or on pets. The rest could only run on the ground. Scott and Nightwing had means to counter aerial foes, but without flying abilities, their margin for error was low. Both were running while searching for counterattack opportunities. Moreover, the counterattack had to be quick, precise, and ruthless. Otherwise, attacks might be transferred back to themselves in an instant, with Scott's foot being the best lesson. Dried fish, I've got what you wanted, should I teleport it to you now? As the two searched for an opportunity, Yusen heard Jang Shou's voice in his ear, from the bubble. He came over to intercept the two, having previously sent Jang Shou back to the office, asking Jang Shou to help get more grenades. The main reason was that he found grenades to be really useful. Especially when combined with his spatial bubble, the enemies had no chance to dodge. The grenades made by Qilin were very powerful, the only problem was that they could miss. If used from too close, they could easily injure his own people. If used too far, they became too obvious. With the reaction speed of most superhumans, they could escape before the explosions. Thus, these grenades were generally only effective against low-intelligence supercreatures or large supercreatures with slow movement. Unless in certain special terrains, using them against superhumans was extremely ineffective. At present, the ones using grenades the most were actually the Navy. This was because the super creatures in the ocean were often gigantic, and throwing a few grenades could easily blow them away. Okay, teleport them all over. Yusen immediately responded, having used up all the grenades he had taken before. Moments later, more and more grenades were teleported over, and he quickly stored various grenades in his storage space. With these grenades, his lack of killing power would be greatly compensated. His silver threads couldn't even kill the weaker Scott, let alone the dual-wielding Nightwing. In fact, he even doubted that Nightwing, even without dual blades, could be broken through by the silver threads created from silver blood. Just as a person feels fear upon seeing an adult tiger, Nightwing's every movement similarly brought a sense of intimidation. Clearly, Nightwing was very powerful, even if not on the tiger level, he had the strength of a high-tier wolf. At this moment, the two on the ground suddenly split apart, one running to the right, the other to the left. Their plan was very simple. After splitting, the enemy in the sky could only focus on one target, allowing the other to seize the opportunity to attack. Sometimes, the simpler the plan, the more effective it is. Unless Yusen had a wide-range perception ability, he really could only focus on one person. Normally, he would definitely focus on the more threatening Nightwing, but he had a gut feeling that Scott was actually more dangerous. So after the two split, he locked onto Scott and quickly manipulated the surrounding silver threads to surround him. Damn it, he's actually targeting me. Is it because I used the killing intent tracking arrow that alerted him? On the ground, Scott dodged an attack from a silver thread, frowning slightly and thinking darkly. Just as Yusen had judged, although Scott's strength was not as great as Nightwing's, his equipment and tools far surpassed Nightwing's. As long as he was given a chance, he could exert killing power well beyond Nightwing. The problem was, Yusen had locked onto him, he had no chance to use those tools and equipment, and even if he did, Yusen would have enough time to react and transfer the attack away from him. Now, he could only place his hopes on Nightwing. Suddenly, a silver-armored figure appeared ahead, rushing toward him with a steel knife in hand. Scott didn't expect the enemy to dare to come close, and smirked coldly, instantly producing a dagger in his hand. As they drew closer, both sides struck simultaneously, and the dagger effortlessly sliced through the steel knife. Then, Scott swiftly drove the dagger into the chest of the armored figure. Not right. There was something wrong with the feeling. The moment Scott drove the dagger in, the smile on his face disappeared quickly, and the next moment, the armor exploded violently. Boom! Scott was blown back, crashing heavily into a rock, which instantly spiderwebbed with cracks. In midair, Yusen saw that the situation was set and revealed a slight smile. Battle was never just about strength, but about brains. A suit of armor was woven from silver threads of silver blood, and then *** was placed inside the hollow armor. With ease, he tricked Scott. Puff! On the ground, Scott spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He didn't have time to heal, and when he looked down, he saw 50 already waiting for him. Take advantage of your illness and take your life. Boom! This explosion was far stronger than the one just now. In an instant, Scott's body was like a broken sack, trembling and scattering flesh and blood in the explosion. Space abilities combined with technology, the killing power is so great. In the final moment, Scott thought this in his mind, and then his vision went black, losing consciousness. After the explosion ended, a large number of silver threads quickly stretched out from many tiny bubbles. After disassembling Scott's body, one silver thread carefully removed the storage ring from Scott's finger, while another silver thread found the flying dagger. This dagger was definitely extraordinary equipment, and its value was not low. After collecting the spoils, Yusen threw another 100, completely turning Scott's body into dust. Most extraordinary beings have far more vitality than ordinary humans, especially vampires, werewolves, or lucky ones with abilities like the Pangu immortality technique. When their level is high, even if only their head remains, they can still survive. There is a large amount of data within the Qilin proving that when cutting grass, the root must be removed, and evil must be eradicated completely, without giving these enemies any chance to rise again. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. After confirming that Scott was completely dead, Yusen looked in the direction of his right hand. Next, it was the other one's turn. He instantly disappeared from the bubble and reappeared in another bubble. Although he didn't have extra energy to monitor the other enemy, he could control a bubble to fly in the direction the enemy was leaving. As long as the enemy didn't change direction recklessly, his bubble shouldn't be too far from the enemy. Where is he? The enemy is hidden, I am in the open, one by one, clearing them. The enemy is hidden, and I am in the open, proceed with caution. Yusen sat in the bubble, overlooking the ground, but he didn't see the trace of Nightwing. He immediately sensed the dangerous signal and quickly moved his position, teleporting himself to the nearest space bubble to the perfect being. No matter what plan the enemy had, he just wouldn't take the bait. Anyway, the enemy's ultimate goal wasn't the exorcism squad, it was the perfect being, and no matter how hidden they were, after going in circles, they would still have to come here. Yusen didn't need to play hide and seek with the enemy, placing himself in a dangerous spot. On the other side, Nightwing, disguised as a stone, had been observing the sky. Because of Scott's arrows, Yusen had actually changed positions earlier, so Nightwing needed some time to find Yusen in the sky. He believed in Scott's strength, thinking that even if Scott couldn't deal with the enemy, at least he wouldn't die at the enemy's hands. He had enough time to find the enemy in the sky. The enemy is hiding so deep. Nightwing's expression was serious as he scanned the sky. Once he locked onto the target, he was confident in cutting down this troublesome strong enemy with one blow. 067, having a powerful backer is truly enjoyable. In fact, both Scott, at the Eagle rank, and Nightwing, at the Wolf rank, were seasoned warriors. In the past, the extraordinary beings who had died at their hands numbered no less than 800, and their ability to cooperate seamlessly came from this rich experience in killing. The reason they were played in Yusen's hands was mainly because Yusen was in the dark, and they were in the light. Now, Nightwing wanted to reverse this, hiding in the dark, waiting for Yusen to be exposed in the light. Once he locked onto the enemy, with his rich killing experience, he had 1,000 ways to kill the opponent. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Nightwing couldn't find Yusen hiding in the sky. He suddenly realized that the enemy seemed to have no intention of coming to find him. A strong killing intent surged within him, and both hands gripping the knife held tightly onto the hilt. But just as he was about to give up the disguise, a powerful aura swiftly flew by in the sky. Jin Dajuan. Nightwing's heart sank, and he immediately retreated from his disguise, not daring to move recklessly. Although he was confident in his own strength and even possessed weapons capable of causing great damage to dragon-level opponents, those were tools meant for perfect beings, while the tools against the Qilin were on Scott. After Jin Dajuan left, he lay hidden for another 10 minutes. When he stood up again and wanted to leave, a huge seagull flew across the sky. Nightwing shrank back again. The seagull was Colonel Ouchurching of the Navy, who was also a formidable foe, possessing tiger-level strength. Now, Nightwing began to worry about Scott's situation. If Scott were to encounter the strong allies summoned by the Qilin, unless Scott used his trump card in advance, he would undoubtedly die. He felt the possibility of completing the mission was becoming lower and lower. Originally, according to the plan, he and Scott would ambush the enemy, with Scott using the treasure that could suppress dragon-level beings, while he would use a dragon-level weapon that could cause great damage to perfect beings. After paralyzing the perfect being, they would quickly kill the Qilin's men and then withdraw with the perfect being. However, before reaching the target location, they were assaulted first, and were stuck in a difficult position. If they activated the treasure, the mission would fail, but if they didn't, it was hard to subdue the enemy immediately. In the end, the entire plan was completely disrupted. 5 more minutes passed. After confirming that the Qilin likely would not send reinforcements, Nightwing prepared to emerge from disguise. At this moment, a huge seagull flew back, and he froze again, as a fist came crashing down from the sky, instantly smashing him into the ground. Then, a barrage of water arrows pierced through his body, pinning him to the ground. The entire process was so fast that he didn't even have a chance to draw his knife. A bubble appeared beside the seagull, and Yusen looked at the fallen Nightwing, saying, "Yes, Colonel Jin, Colonel Ouchurching, it's this person, don't let him die easily." "Rest assured, this is our expertise," Jin Dajuan replied with a smile. Then, the two of them cooperated, launching an attack on Nightwing, swiftly and effectively breaking Under Nightwing's unbelievable gaze, he bit his neck and began to drink deeply. This kid finally looks a bit like a vampire, Jin Dajuan couldn't help but laugh. Mainly because in the previous few meetings, Yusen was either basking in the sun or basking in the sun, making him seem more like a superhero who could grow stronger just by soaking up sunlight. At this moment, Yusen took the initiative to let go of Nightwing and frowned, saying, "Nightwing, it seems like there's a reward of 100,000 merit points for capturing him on the Qilin bounty list." "He's the killer Nightwing?" Jin Dajuan said in surprise. Although the three of them had captured Nightwing, they did not actually know his identity, only aware that he was an enemy trying to sabotage their operation. However, now Yusen had found a wealth of information from Nightwing's memories and knew all about this person's identity. Nightwing was originally a martial artist, but not a super martial artist, just an ordinary person who had trained a certain sword technique to an extremely high level. Realizing that he could never defeat a bug-level extraordinary being no matter how hard he trained, he was seduced by foreign forces and became a gene-enhanced individual. After gaining physical qualities far beyond that of ordinary people, his sword technique also became terrifyingly lethal due to his enhanced physical attributes, making it difficult even for extraordinary beings with special abilities to gain the upper hand against him. From then on, he began to serve foreign forces and conveniently became an assassin to earn money while completing various assassination tasks. Yusen shared Nightwing's entire background, and Jin Dajuan immediately stepped forward and slapped Nightwing's face twice, cursing, "Damn it, so he's just a two-bit thug. Take him back. We are also researching gene enhancement technology, and foreign countries are far ahead of us in this area. Perhaps we can collect some good samples from this guy," Oh Huching said lightly. After speaking, he stepped forward and pressed his hand on Nightwing, and the next moment, his ability was activated. Nightwing's body gradually shrunken, slowly transforming into a pig amidst a burst of green light. His face showed terror, but he could only make an oinking sound. "This is the Pangu transformation technique," Yusen exclaimed. Jin Dajuan nodded, saying, "Right, old O is one of the lucky ones who awakened the Pangu transformation technique. This ability is really envy-inducing. This technique isn't as powerful as you think, even turning a weaker target into another animal requires a lot of energy. The real use of this technique is to change one's own form, allowing for endless transformations, and the most important part is that changing oneself consumes very little energy," Oh Huching said, lifting Nightwing's pigtail and smiling at the two. "He usually transforms into a giant seagull, utilizing this ability." After dealing with Nightwing, the three of them returned to the front line of battle. Jin Dajuan called out, immediately rushing forward to assist Gong Qian in subduing the perfect creature, while Oh Huching handed the little pig Nightwing to Yusen, then slowly stepped forward, his body gradually transforming into a 3-meter-tall gorilla. Huffing and puffing, little pig Nightwing struggled fiercely in Yusen's hands. But unfortunately, he was now a pig, and with his tail in Yusen's hands, no matter how he twisted, he couldn't escape Yusen's grip. Yusen carried little pig Nightwing back to the mountaintop, where Jang Shou had already been teleported back. Upon seeing the little white pig in Yusen's hands, he exclaimed with surprise, "Xianyu, where did this little pig come from? Are we going to barbecue here?" He could already envision the scene of roasting a pig and instinctively swallowed hard. This pig was originally a person, and just now was turned into this by Colonel O using the Pangu transformation technique. "Are you sure you want to eat it?" Yusen looked at Jang Shou with a smile. Upon hearing it was a person, Jang Shou immediately shook his head and said, "Then forget it." In theory, in the cellular level, creatures that have undergone the transformation of Pangu have already changed. It is indeed a pig now, that is not false. The blue bird said, holding back laughter. Jang Shou looked at the blue bird and retorted, "Then, Sister Blue Bird, would you dare to eat it?" "I don't like eating meat." The blue bird replied immediately. Yusen created a bubble and threw the little pig Nightwing into it, saying with a smile, "Even if you dare to eat, you can't eat it now, its body still has research value. After the research is done, then you can consider it." "Who would consider it?" Jang Shou retorted. The blue bird looked at the three people in the distance who were cooperating to beat the perfect creature and asked, "Xianyu, do we just wait here? What else can we do?" Yusen took out a storage ring from his pocket and looked up at the blue bird, asking. Now, if they dared to charge in, they would be blown away by the aftermath of the three's attacks, so one must have self-awareness. Fragile mages shouldn't always think about being at the front line. For instance, when Yusen faced off against Scott and Nightwing, he never dared to appear in front of them from beginning to end. Both Scott and Nightwing were ridiculously strong for someone of his level. Without spatial ability, just relying on the blood of silver and ordinary bubbles, it was impossible to deal any significant damage to the two. Of course, one must pay to gain. Scott lost his life, so Yusen gained wealth. Because he was the one who killed Scott, all of Scott's spoils completely belonged to him. Now, he was most curious about how much wealth Scott had, hoping that Scott had the habit of carrying all his belongings with him. He first inspected the entire ring carefully according to the knowledge in the Qilin app, especially the inner circle of the ring, to ensure there was no mechanism. Generally speaking, the internal space of a storage ring is self-contained, so it's impossible to mess with, but the ring itself could have mechanisms installed, like poisonous stingers or small hidden weapons. However, Scott probably had great confidence in his strength. His storage ring didn't have these types of mechanisms. Once confirming safety, Yusen wore the ring on his left hand, mainly because his right hand already had a storage ring. After wearing the ring, he concentrated on his left hand and immediately sensed a vast space. This storage ring's space was actually larger than his own. This is too exaggerated. Yusen first saw stacks and stacks of money in the space. He roughly estimated that it was at least tens of millions. The first thought that came to his mind was that so much money was enough to buy back his family's small factory. Initially, his father didn't sell the factory to seek medical treatment. One reason was that even if he sold the factory, it wouldn't be enough money, and the other reason was to leave the factory to Yusen, so he wouldn't have to worry about money. Yusen, who was afflicted with ALS, decided to sell the factory because the old Yu family only had him left. If he couldn't survive, wouldn't the factory eventually be reclaimed by the authorities? Rather than such a fate, it was better to fight for it. But unexpectedly, after going around in circles, not only did he survive, but now he had money to redeem the factory. However, after a moment of hesitation, he still gave up the idea of redeeming the factory. After all, he had already stepped into the extraordinary world and shouldn't have too much entanglement with ordinary people. If in the future, an enemy used the factory to threaten him, it would be too dangerous for the workers inside. Of course, with such a large sum of money, he wouldn't lack money in the future. Once he activated the super stomach and super taste in the perfect skill tree, he could enjoy delicious food every day and live life to the fullest. He thought about how to handle this money, then continued to check the things in the space. First, he saw a large pile of potions, all in exquisite bottles, with the names of the potions written on each bottle. So many healing potions. Yusen checked and found over 50 bottles just for healing, along with similar ones for boosting defense and enhancing reaction ability. However, Scott was caught off guard by his schemes. In the midst of a planned ambush, it was an instant kill, leaving no time to use these potions at all. After looking at the potions, Yusen continued to check. Scott's storage ring had too many good things. Next to the potions were a dazzling array of weapons, and these were not ordinary standard weapons. Just by looking at them, it was clear that each was carefully crafted, with at least some being eagle level. Yusen took out a staff, and instantly felt a connection as if this staff was a part of his body. He felt his mind become very active, his perception abilities greatly enhanced, and although he couldn't see the scenery behind him, he could vaguely sense the swaying of trees. In gaming terms, this staff probably had attributes like Spirit +1, Perception +1, Spirit Recovery Speed +10%. Yusen fiddled with it for a moment before throwing the staff to Jang Shou, laughing, "Old Jang, try using it to cast a skill." "Wow, a staff?" Jang Shou was astonished. Extraordinary equipment was always in high demand. As far as the Eastern forces like Qilin were concerned, there were rarely extraordinary weapons like staffs, and every time one appeared, it would be snatched up immediately. Jang Shou tried to activate Healing Touch, and instantly, a tendril appeared, one that was a third thicker than before. "The enhancement effect is so obvious," Jang Shou exclaimed. Yusen chuckled, "It's yours now, use it well." "This is too valuable, I should give you merit points instead." Jang Shou replied earnestly. Sure, treating each other to food and drinks was one thing, but this staff was too precious. He often browsed the Qilin app daily, learning various knowledge about extraordinary worlds, so he knew well that if this staff was sold on Qilin, it might not reach 100 million, but could easily sell for 70 to 80 million. Although this price was certainly inflated. "Just use it for now, we can talk about it later when you have more to spare," Yusen said casually. He then continued to inspect Scott's storage ring, even feeling like he was treasure hunting. This guy had so many good things. Sure enough, one cannot prosper without seizing opportunities, and one cannot become rich without good fortune. Yusen then discovered a large amount of gold in Scott's storage ring, estimating at least 100 pounds. Gold prices had been rising, and it was the second most expensive metal along with silver, but silver was artificially inflated by vampire capital, while gold was truly rare. Gold was the most important medium for alchemy. Alchemical products like magic stones and philosopher's stones required large amounts of gold. Yusen estimated that if he sold all this gold, he would directly become a billionaire. Although being a billionaire was just reaching a small goal for a little wealthy person. Yusen was already thinking about buying a new house. He currently lived in a community meant for ordinary people, and he often felt constrained, worried about affecting others. If conditions allowed, he would still prefer to buy a bigger house, ideally a detached villa with a large garden and high privacy. This way, he could bask in the sun in the large garden and train his abilities without worrying about disturbing others. 100 million should be enough. Yusen recalled the housing prices in Silver City, calculating in his mind. Silver City had only recently suffered a pest disaster, causing housing prices to drop sharply. Houses that used to cost 4 to 500 million now fell to 1 to 200 million, and some poorly located houses could be bought for 70 to 80 million. It could be said that if someone needed to buy a house in Silver City, Now is the best time. Next, Yusen continued to count Scott's possessions. Scott might have a habit of collecting trophies, as there was a large amount of second-hand equipment in the storage space. Because there were so many types of weapons, and some equipment bore the original owner's name, Yusen was very clear that these were theoretically all stolen goods, either the owner was dead, or they were robbed by Scott. Yusen categorized the weapons and carefully checked each one. The quality of weapons is not necessarily related to the strength of their wielder, even weaklings can hold divine artifacts, and even novice adventurers have good swords. In fact, among these weapons and gear, there really were some good items. For example, a certain second-generation rookie wielded a dragon-grade sword, which Scott collected after killing him and had never used since. After counting these items, Yusen estimated that if he sold them, he could at least make 500 or 600 million. He felt a bit dazed. Killing one Scott made him so wealthy, if he killed a few more, wouldn't he become the richest person in Silver City in no time? Killing and robbing brings fortune. Yusen decided to keep the gold and not sell it. He would sell all the unused gear to headquarters. Qilin was constantly recovering various extraordinary equipment, as each team was in desperate need of extraordinary-level weapons and gear. According to procedure, the weapons and gear confiscated from criminals would first be made public to extraordinary individuals, while also contacting the original owners or the victims' families to inform them that the killer had been brought to justice and to ask if they wanted to redeem these items. If they did not wish to pay for redemption, the weapons would enter the official mall, where members of various teams could purchase them. In the world of extraordinary beings, the law only applies within the city. Once outside, it is jungle law, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. This is also the reason why extraordinary beings must pay to redeem their equipment. Qilin killing the killer is seen as helping with vengeance, and the spoils naturally belong to Qilin. This is a game rule recognized by all extraordinary beings. When Yusen learned of these rules, he was curious why it was necessary to make things public and even contact the original owners. Later, he learned from one of the files about the necessity of this practice. Hundreds of years ago, when Qilin did not have this rule, a team member was mistaken for a killer by a victim's father simply because he was holding a weapon confiscated from a criminal, and was tragically killed as a result. After this case, the Qilin headquarters enacted this rule, which has been in force ever since. In fact, many parents of missing persons have been following the website of the Battle Police. They hope to get news about their children but also fear their children's weapons might appear on the public announcement site. Yusen looked at Scott's spoils and knew that in the future, a few hundred more parents would likely be heartbroken. Around 9 o'clock at night, the perfect creature finally died. Perhaps it was unable to continue photosynthesis at night, the energy within it was insufficient to repair its injuries, and ultimately, it withered away and died, its body resembling dried straw. After confirming that the perfect creature was dead, Jin Dajuan and Ohuchan left one by one. Both had taken time out of their busy schedules to come to assist, and now that it was over, they naturally had to return to their own affairs. The evil extermination squad brought the corpse of the perfect creature back to the office through a portal. The body would be handed over to headquarters for research. Yusen, Jang Shou, Gongxian, and Qing Miao discussed and decided to rest for the night, with any matters to be addressed tomorrow. Now, all the clues about the potion were still in Yusen's mind, and Pangu had undoubtedly gone into hiding. Even in the past, Huiji always saw Pangu as just a disguise, so even if he was anxious, there was nothing he could rush. Yusen returned home. He first sparred with Perfect Biological, then engaged in a battle of wits with Scott and Nightwing. Even though his body wasn't tired, his spirit felt a bit worn out, so after taking a shower, he simply lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Yusen and Jang Shou arrived at school first, and the process was pretty dull. After school in the afternoon, the two went to the office, where with the help of the staff, Yusen perfectly replicated Pangu's appearance. As long as Pangu had previously appeared in public with this appearance, he would definitely not escape investigation. Then Yusen took out a lot of equipment, letting the staff take inventory, and subsequently sold everything to the Qilin headquarters. The Qilin headquarters definitely wouldn't lose out, and Yusen also gained convenience, directly becoming a small wealthy person with several small goals. After finishing his own matters, Yusen leisurely returned to Jinxing's office. Jang Shou was lying on the sofa playing games, while Gongqian and Qing Miao were quietly discussing their outfits. Yusen sat on a single sofa and asked, "Who has free time this weekend?" "I'm busy. I saw a good mission and plan to go to Rongcheng." Qing Miao immediately replied. Under normal circumstances, team members didn't often gather together. Everyone was busy looking for suitable missions, striving to earn achievements and grow stronger. This time, due to a series of events like the abnormal insect, Jotai, Damos, and Perfect Biological, they had gathered for such a long time. Now that various matters had concluded, and since Pangu couldn't be found in a short amount of time, Qing Miao would leave after the memorial service on Saturday. "I'll go with Sister Qing Miao." Jang Shou raised his hand at this moment. Yusen was surprised. "You're going to Rongcheng?" "Yeah, I also want to get stronger. I can't just keep being a spectator." Jang Shou nodded seriously, which was rare for him. This mission had a significant impact on both Qing Miao and Jang Shou. The two didn't play a role at all, and if it weren't for Yusen, Qing Miao would have already died. As for Jang Shou, he had just been watching the show, as if everything had nothing to do with him. When Yusen went to intercept Scott and Nightwing, Qing Miao and Jang Shou reached a consensus that they needed to catch up, at least not to be the drag in the team. Since the two indeed had matters to attend to, Yusen had to look at Gong Qian, but she also said she had personal matters to deal with. Yusen felt helpless, and suddenly a golden, silly goose appeared in his mind. Since everyone was busy, why not try asking Nora? 070 The Headquarters Foundation is terrifying. On Saturday, the memorial service took place at the barracks outside Silver City. Since there were no bodies left from the attacks of Damos, they were all just tombs of clothing. The memorial service was hosted by Deputy Minister Xiao Chang, who had rushed in from headquarters. Gong Qian cried very sadly when she heard the names of her former team members. Qing Miao kept comforting her, but in the end, even Qing Miao was infected by the sorrowful atmosphere and started to cry softly. When Zhang Shou heard Yu Bo's name, he couldn't help but start crying as well. As a result, the more he cried, the louder he became, completely overshadowing everyone. Gong Qian looked at Zhang Shou, who was wailing, and found herself unable to cry anymore. After the memorial service ended, Xiao Chang specially met with Yusen. Aside from inquiring about matters related to perfect biological, he also asked Yusen if he had any difficulties or needed any resources. The headquarters was genuinely in a bind. They hadn't even figured out how to reward Yusen yet, and in the blink of an eye, Yusen had achieved merit once again. Fortunately, there was no saying of being too accomplished to overshadow the master, otherwise, they could only give Yusen a pardon for death. In ancient times, bestowing a pardon for death actually meant that this minister's contributions were so high that even the emperor would be wary, and titles and money had already reached the limit of reward. Only the death exemption medal can express the emperor's gratitude. Of course, Yusen is still far from deserving a reward. The headquarters is concerned because they value and care for Yusen, hoping to give him the most suitable reward. After Xiao Chang asked, Yusen's eyes lit up as he mentioned a weapon he wanted, which happened to be in the Qilin headquarters extraordinary containment facility, numbered 033, codenamed Great Fireflame Burning Heaven Blade. This is a mysterious weapon from the abyss. Once drawn from its sheath, the user will continuously burn their own lifespan, but its power is extremely terrifying. A slight burn of lifespan can unleash temperatures hard even for dragon-level beings to resist. If one burns their lifespan in a do-or-die manner, it can even unleash power beyond dragon level. No, Great Fireflame Burning Heaven Blade, you can't use it. After hearing Yusen's words, Xiao Chang immediately rejected. Yusen frowned and said, Minister, that's not right. I'm a vampire, my lifespan is unlimited. Why can't I use it? Who said vampires have unlimited lifespans? Xiao Chang countered. Yusen was stunned, then incredulously asked, could it be that vampires can also die of old age? Vampires simply do not age, but that does not mean they have unlimited lifespans. You might not know, but lifespan is actually a concept. If you possess abilities like the Eye of Data or Eye of Truth, you would see that vampires do have a lifespan, and it is limited. Xiao Chang explained earnestly. Yusen frowned and asked, then Minister, what happens when a vampire's lifespan reaches 0? Generally speaking, when an immortal's lifespan reaches 0, it means death has come to them. They might die from an enemy's attack or even get struck by lightning. Xiao Chang replied. To put it simply, an immortal could still be hit by a car and die. Looking back from the future, they actually have a lifespan limit, that is, from the moment they are born to the moment they are hit by the car. They might just live longer, but it doesn't mean their lifespan is unlimited. For example, the progenitor of the Blood clan is already over 500 years old. If they are killed today, their lifespan is actually just over 500, not infinite. Minister, does the Great Fire Flame Burning Heaven Blade burn the elusive concept of fate? Yusen couldn't help but ask after hearing Xiao Chang's words. Xiao Chang nodded and said, it can be understood this way. After all, it will indeed bring you closer and closer to death. Then Minister, does the headquarters have special blood powers like the Eye of Data or Eye of Truth? Yusen immediately decided to change his goal. Now that the Great Fireflame Burning Heaven Blade was offered to him, he didn't dare to use it. However, he had his sights set on the Eye of Data or Eye of Truth. If he could see his own lifespan, perhaps he could find a way to extend it. He was really afraid of dying. He thought becoming a vampire would mean never dying, but it turned out vampires are not truly immortal. Feeling heavy-hearted. There is no Eye of Data or Eye of Truth, but there is a dragon-level universal identification skill book, which can also reveal lifespan. If you want it, I can apply for you. Xiao Chang replied. Yusen's eyes brightened, and he nodded, thank you, Minister. I want this skill book. Alright, on Monday, the skill book will be sent from the headquarters. Xiao Chang laughed. Yusen then inquired further about the skill book, mainly curious about its source and if there were any other skill books. To be honest, the headquarters did have quite a few skill books. These skill books originated from number 023, codenamed Death Arcade Machine, which is an ability generated when a gaming nerd tasted forbidden fruit. He can create a game machine that exists permanently, and through games, obtain skill books, weapon equipment, and even money. But he didn't know that the characters in this game machine only have one life. Once the character in the game dies, the player also follows and dies. In the end, without surprise, the gamer died while fighting the boss due to a careless mistake. Moreover, the monsters in the game refresh infinitely. When no one plays this game machine for a while, when the number of monsters exceeds the machine's limit, the monsters will descend into the real world. It was because of the sudden appearance of these monsters that the officials finally discovered this game machine. At first, to verify the ability of the game machine, dozens of death row inmates died. After figuring out the function of the game machine, it was sealed up, and the monsters that descended into the real world were only cleaned up when the monster count reached its peak. These monsters that descended into the real world will also drop various equipment and items, ranging from bug level to dragon level. Currently, there are only 9 dragon level skill books, each worth a fortune, and only those who achieve first-class merit are eligible to apply for exchange. Coincidentally, Yusen has this qualification. Under the introduction of Shao Chang, Yusen learned about the remaining 8 skill books, which are Equipment Enhancement Technique, Weapon Forging Technique, Monster Immobilization Technique, Spatial Teleportation Technique, Domain Slow Technique, Dragon Level Creation Technique, Dragon Level Contract Technique, and Dragon Level Sealing Technique. To be honest, apart from the Spatial Teleportation Technique, which he wasn't particularly interested in due to its collision abilities with spatial bubbles, he wanted all the remaining 7 skill books. With the Equipment Enhancement Technique, he could make top-level armor himself and enhance ordinary weapons to divine levels. If he had the Weapon Forging Technique, he could mass-produce extraordinary weapons, and then he could confidently say, "I have never liked money, I am not interested in money." The remaining abilities, although all battle-oriented, are terrifyingly powerful. Especially the Dragon-level Sealing Technique, which can truly seal Dragon-level monsters. If no one helps to break the seal, it can last for tens of thousands of years. This is incredibly terrifying. 071 Obtained Identification Technique. Monday, he didn't want to go to school. Yusen was half reclining in the large garden of his Chinese villa, exuding the aura of a lazy fish. Yesterday, he and Nora went house hunting, choosing the current Chinese villa covering 3 acres among so many houses for sale in Silver City. The main reason is that this villa is close to the school and also close to the east of the city, and it is already decorated, ready for immediate moving in. If one had to mention a downside, it would probably be the high price, which was 2 small targets. Before Yusen became a vampire, he truly couldn't afford this luxurious villa even if he sold himself. Fortunately, he sold the loot from Scott's collection, and now he is a small wealthy man. After buying this villa, he still had 2 small targets left. 2 small targets are completely enough for him to eat and drink well alone. Life's twists and turns can sometimes be so magical. One can gain fortune from disaster or find trouble in fortune. No one can clearly explain the capriciousness of fate. Since his father fell ill, unfortunate events have come one after another. Now that the worst has passed, it's time for him, Yusen, to enjoy himself. Currently, he is storing energy to activate the super stomach. After a few days when the super stomach is activated, he will then activate super taste, and he also plans to activate super smell. The main reason is that super smell is a very abnormal search ability. A perfect being can detect Hu Weijie from several kilometers away. This is because its super smell is incredibly unreasonable. Clearly, the scent from Hu Weijie could not possibly reach several kilometers away, yet the perfect being could still smell it. Once these 3 skills are activated, Yusen will continue to work hard on the Pangu Immortal Divine ability. Although Deputy Minister Shao Chang's words cast a shadow over his desire for immortality, it is precisely for this reason that he wants to obtain the Pangu Immortal Divine ability even more. After all, theoretically, the harder it is to kill, the longer the lifespan must be. It is impossible for the whole world to target one person, insisting that one person must die. At that moment, a golden light flew down from the sky, and after circling around Yusen's villa, it gently landed. After the golden light dispersed, what appeared was Ether, who had met Yusen once. Ether stood in the garden, with a carefree attitude, looking at the scenery around and constantly expressing admiration, finally enviously saying, "Xianyu, your life is just too great. Unlike me, every day I have to hustle and bustle, and when I return to Yin Jing, I can only squeeze into a 2-meter capsule dormitory. Why don't you come live with me? I happen to have a lot of space and many rooms," Yusen said with a smiling face. Ether quickly stepped back in fear, panicking. "I didn't expect you to be such a Xianyu, actually coveting my beauty. It seems I have to keep my distance from you in the future." "You? Beauty? You're not even as good as a goose." Yusen looked Ether up and down, then made a sarcastic remark. "A goose? What kind of measurement unit is this?" Ether didn't understand, but that didn't stop him from realizing that Yusen was looking down on him. After some playful banter, Ether took out a packaged box from one of his storage bags and said, "Alright, I have other tasks. This is your headquarters delivery, please confirm receipt, and it's best to open it and check." "Okay, thank you." Yusen stood up to take the box. He gently sliced it with a silver thread, and the box automatically opened. Inside was a very plain book. He took out the book, and a natural instinct arose, and he said, "Study." In an instant, the book transformed into light and merged into his body, allowing him to naturally comprehend a skill, which was appraisal technique. He immediately glanced at ether and quietly activated the appraisal technique. Then various attributes of ether appeared in his consciousness. Name, Chang Pai. Codename, Ether. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 22. Lifespan, 269. Level, mid-eagle. Faction, Huaxia Dragon Dynasty, Qilin Division, Support Department. Abilities. Light Chaser, can mobilize internal ether energy to cover oneself and move at near light speed. This ability cannot generate kinetic energy, thus its destructive power is very low. Ether Light Arrow, mobilizes internal ether energy to transform into arrows attacking targets. Due to its low destructive power, it can only inflict damage on insect-level enemies and below. Summary, this is a very fast, weak chicken. Yusen raised an eyebrow and looked at Ether, chuckling, "So your name is Chang Pai, that name is quite interesting." Hiss, "Did you apply for that appraisal technique?" Ether immediately gasped and quickly reacted to ask. Seeing Yusen nod, Ether quickly covered his chest with both hands, excitedly saying, "From now on I need to keep my distance from you, I won't accept any tasks related to you, goodbye, no, not goodbye." After saying that, he manipulated ether energy to cover his body, not giving Yusen a chance to speak, and directly soared into the sky and ran away. Yusen originally wanted to ask him if he wanted to know his lifespan, but seeing Ether run so fast, he had to give up. He sat back on the lounge chair, raised his hand, and used the appraisal technique on himself. Then, his mind filled with his own attributes. Name, Yusen. Codename, Xianyu. Race, luminous vampire. Gender, male. Age, 17. Lifespan, 5,322. Level, above Sparrow. Faction, Huaxia Dragon Dynasty, Qilin Division, Battle Department, Evil Extermination Team. Abilities. Light Eater, can absorb light energy radiating on oneself to replenish various needs of the body. Silver Blood, can consume silver, combining it with one's blood to form silver blood, strengthening its attributes in all directions, while also being able to control the silver blood to form silver bloodlines for offense and defense. Spatial Blood Energy, a second mutation blood energy, formed from Pangu Spirit Pearl Divine Power combining first mutation blood energy, creating an over-mutated ability to manufacture bubble spaces interconnected with space. Appraisal Technique, can consume mental energy to perform the appraisal technique on targets, forming attribute panels to easily understand the target. Summary, the unique spirit among spirits, known as luminous spirits, and you are, a luminous vampire. Yusen understood his attributes, and finally his gaze fell on the lifespan section. Although 5,000 years is actually a very long time, he couldn't help but want to say, "I only have a lifespan of 5,000 years? So short. This means that after 5,000 years, he will die from some kind of accident?" Just thinking about being killed in some distant future made him a bit unhappy, and when he was unhappy, he didn't want to go to school. However, just as he was about to take a day off, someone knocked twice on the door bubble, and he sighed helplessly. Nora was here. Because Nora accompanied him to view the house yesterday, she knew he had bought the villa and moved in overnight. This silly goose had wanted to try walking to school with a classmate for a long time, so they had agreed yesterday to walk to class together today. Yusen was transported back to his master bedroom by the bubble, changed into his school uniform, and the next moment he appeared at the front door. Since this villa occupies a large area, he specifically set up bubbles in various places, so when he didn't want to take a detour, he could teleport directly everywhere. He opened the door, and sure enough, Nora was standing outside, her golden hair shining brightly in the sunlight. When Nora saw him, she immediately exclaimed with joy, "Good morning." "Good morning." Yusen instinctively smiled. Just a moment ago, he didn't want to go to school. In this moment, he felt that maybe going to school wasn't so bad after all, men can be changeable sometimes. The sun was shining brightly, the wind was gentle, and everything was lovely. Yusen and Nora walked side by side on the road to the Supernatural Academy. Passers-by glanced at the two of them and involuntarily showed a smile of seeing beauty in the world. Both of them were handsome and full of youth, walking together like a prince and princess from a fairy tale. They could be said to be a perfect match. "I always wanted to try this feeling, it's so nice," Nora said, smiling as she saw students going to school not far away. From a young age, she had always been driven to school in a private car, and when she was in elementary school, she envied the kids outside the car window who walked to school together, chattering away. Now that she finally had a friend willing to walk to school with her, she was truly very happy. Yusen just smiled, but his attention was focused on assessing Nora's attribute panel. Name, Nora Rex. Codename, Silly Goose. Race, hybrid mutated vampire. Gender, female. Age, 17. Lifespan, 5322. Level, below Ant. Faction, daughter of Duke Marcus Rex. Abilities. Daywalker, immune to damage from sunlight and enhances resistance to various light attribute attacks. Blood Flame, can manipulate blood to burn and form blood-colored flames of a temperature up to 1500 degrees, possessing strong lethality. Summary, this is a pretty weak chick. Nora's strength is not that strong, Yusen knew this in his heart. What really surprised him was that Nora's lifespan was exactly the same as his. Could it be that he would die on the same day as Nora? Everyone is 17 years old, and everyone has a lifespan of 5322, this is too much of a coincidence. Somehow, a comic strip appeared in Yusen's mind. He and Nora would graduate together, then step into the hall of marriage, together raising children, as they grew old with their kids, eventually holding hands in a hospital, smiles of satisfaction on their faces, leaving this world on the same day, their children crying sorrowfully. Wait a minute. This script is wrong. He and Nora are both vampires, even if they could have children, they would not die from old age. What's wrong? Nora, sensing Yusen's distraction, asked with a puzzled expression. Yusen looked at Nora and asked, "What would you think if I said that in the future, you and I would die on the same day, same month, same year?" Before he finished speaking, Nora's fair face turned directly into a red apple, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. The scene was too beautiful. He forgot what he wanted to say next. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit ambiguous, and the two walked forward in silence. For the next half-month, Yusen went to school and back home normally, occasionally patrolling at night with Zhang Kai. He first activated Super Stomach and then Super Taste. As he expected, he regained the ability to eat ordinary food. But it wasn't without flaws. The thing was, Super Taste was too sensitive, which made his demands for food very high. If the food contained a lot of additives or wasn't properly prepared, he would vomit after the first bite because it was too awful. At night, Yusen sat in a police car, and Zhang Kai drove the car. Looking at the fish balls in Yusen's hand, he asked, "Yusen, I've noticed you really like eating fish balls." He had seen Yusen holding a small paper box of fish balls for 2 consecutive days. "This fishball shop is really delicious," Yusen replied. In the eastern part of the city, there were many extraordinary food shops, but only one fishball shop used real ingredients and handled them nearly perfectly, making it delicious enough to eat over and over again. Of course, being delicious also meant it was expensive. A small box with only 6 fish balls cost 320 yuan. Yusen wasn't short on money, which was why he ate them every day. In fact, he originally had another expectation for Super Stomach, that through eating, he could replenish energy and awaken his talent abilities faster. But after really activating this ability, he found that Super Stomach could only digest food to replenish stamina, not like the Light Eater, which allowed him to accumulate energy from heartbeats. Because of this, he understood the significance of what the Light Eater description said about supplying various needs of the body. Clearly, the energy required for heartbeats was a different kind of energy that blood clans could only slowly accumulate through blood sucking in time, while he had the talent ability of Light Eater, which could directly and quickly replenish this special energy, so the speed of awakening his talent was particularly fast. The two chatted, occasionally stopping to deal with invading extraordinary creatures. They thought they would safely get through the night, but when the car reached the western part of the city, a red light pillar suddenly appeared from the southern direction. This light pillar rose from a 20-story residential building, turning the entire sky bright red. Yusen immediately created a bubble in front of the police car. Zhang Kai had seen his ability, so he stepped on the gas and drove the car into the bubble. The next second, they appeared in a park in the southern part of the city. "Let's go." The two got out of the car and immediately ran toward the direction of the light pillar. It wasn't far from the park, so Yusen didn't set up a bubble. By the time they reached the scene, many residents had already come out of the building. "The red light is coming from the 16th floor, it must be Zhang Heng's house. My home is right below Zhang Heng's. I just heard him laughing, it seems like he found something forbidden in his house." Forbidden fruit? Then Zhang Heng must be about to become an extraordinary being. Residents around were discussing, and Yusen and Zhang Kai exchanged glances. Then Yusen created a bubble to wrap both of them and quickly flew to the 16th floor. Forbidden fruit has never had only benefits, there were too many tragic examples in the Qilin apps files due to the consumption of forbidden fruit. Zhang Kai sat in the bubble, continuously giving orders through his phone, directing the arriving battle police to evacuate the crowd and seal off the entire area to avoid potential major casualties. On the 16th floor, in the kitchen, a man was floating in mid-air, glowing red all over. The glaring red light penetrated all materials, forming a thick light pillar in the sky. "I don't know what his wish is, but this is too exaggerated," Zhang Kai couldn't help but say. Yusen frowned and said, "I have a bad feeling about this. I'll directly transfer him outside the city. Zhang, you go into the house to investigate and see if he has a diary or something. It would be best to find out what his wish is. Okay, be careful. If you really can't fight back, retreat quickly. With your ability, no one can hold you back if you want to run. Zhang Kai nodded. There is an unspoken rule about forbidden fruit: the greater the commotion, the higher the cost. This beam of light can be seen all over Silver City. In addition, since the other party doesn't know what power they want, Yusen feels that this person is very likely unable to afford the price needed for their wish. Jang Shou believes that he has been very restrained, yet he is still tortured by the forbidden fruit. Although Jang Shou does not speak, one can tell that the taste of death is absolutely unbearable. Moreover, he has to frequently end his own life in order to refresh his state. Right now, this commotion is much greater than that time for Jang Shou. Yusen is already mentally prepared for the worst situation. 073 Abyssal Bug Hunter. At this moment, the battle police force has already investigated the homeowner's information and sent it to Zhang Kai's phone. Zhang Kai looked at his phone and frowned, saying, Homeowner Zhang Hong, 38 years old, living alone after divorce, has a son Zhang Lei, who was granted to his ex-wife during the divorce. More than a month ago, Zhang Heng's parents, his sister Zhang Ling's family, his younger brother Zhang Chang's family, as well as his ex-wife and son all died in an aberrant bug disaster. He seems to have suffered a great blow, becoming very erratic. Neighbors have seen him wandering on the rooftop many times and suspect he has suicidal tendencies. So tragic. Only he remains of his whole family. After hearing this, Yusen felt a very bad premonition. This Zhang Hong not only lacks power but now he is even consuming forbidden fruit. He is definitely a super unstable factor. Suddenly, the beam of light began to gradually shrink, and Zhang Heng's body within the light became gradually covered by a red substance. Although he looked pained, his expression twisted, he was laughing maniacally. In the laughter, he slowly transformed into a 2-meter-tall blood-red monster. He landed on the ground, twisted his neck, and then reached into his abdomen to pull out a huge blood-colored sickle, his eyes fixed on Yusen and Zhang Kai outside the house. At this moment, his eyes held no emotion a normal person should have, giving off the feeling of a cold hunter. He just took a glance. Then he withdrew his gaze, seemingly uninterested in Yusen and Zhang Kai. Yusen remained very calm and immediately used identification technique on Zhang Heng. Name, Zhang Heng. Codename, Abyssal Bug Hunter. Race, Ghost. Gender, Male. Age, 38. Lifespan, 0. Level, Wolf Alpha. Faction, Lawful Neutral. Abilities. Bug Killer, in battles against bug-type enemies, battle desire increases by 200%. For every bug killed, strength increases by 1%. Bug Hunting Scent, it can smell scents that provoke anger or excitement and will relentlessly pursue the target until death. Ghostly Body, a cursed body that sacrifices everything. It will not die before all target organisms are killed. Blood of Fury, when angry, it can burn its own blood, greatly enhancing power until the blood is completely consumed. Summary, though I am dead, I must kill them all. After Yusen read the attributes, he silently watched Zhang Heng go downstairs. Yusen? Zhang Kai frowned and asked when he saw that Yusen hadn't teleported Zhang Heng away. Yusen's expression was complex as he sighed, saying, Zhang Heng is already dead. Now all that remains is his obsession. He won't attack any innocent people, he will only target the aberrant bugs. As long as everyone keeps their distance from him, that's all that matters. What if he causes a panic? Zhang Kai said worriedly. Yusen smiled bitterly and said, we'll try to guide it. Unless every aberrant bug is completely. They immediately began shooting at Zhang Heng. However, Zhang Heng completely ignored the bullets hitting him, and as he passed a riot police officer, he swiftly struck with his knife, instantly splitting the young man's head in two with a side-like motion. A brain-sucking parasite worm crawled out from the young man's head, extending its tentacles toward Zhang Heng, but within the next second, Zhang Heng grabbed it with his hand and covered the brain-sucking worm with blood-colored flames, instantly burning it to ashes. Under the terrified and shocked gazes of countless people, he turned around, scanning the distance, seemingly locking onto something, and began to move in that direction. His hatred for abnormal creatures really is endless, isn't it? Zhang Kai, having watched the whole process, couldn't help but sigh. Yusen sighed, in the end, he's also a pitiable person. Zhang Kai couldn't refute, then took out his phone, ordering the riot police not to attack Zhang Heng. But for safety's sake, he still ordered 3 riot police officers to follow Zhang Heng to ensure that Zhang Heng wouldn't indiscriminately kill innocent people. Afterwards, the two returned to the police car. Zhang Kai didn't rush to drive, and after a long while, he blamed himself, saying, Zhang Heng's tragedy is actually due to us riot police not doing enough. If we had discovered it earlier and cleared it out, maybe his family wouldn't have died. It's not the riot police's fault, and it's definitely not the country's fault. The one who should die is. Yusen took out a bottle of soda from his storage ring and handed it to Zhang Kai, then took one for himself. As he opened the cap, hearing Zhang Kai's words, he paused and slowly spoke. He didn't finish his sentence, but Zhang Kai knew he was talking about Pangu, that mysterious force. Now, the whole country was searching for Pangu, but the problem was that Pangu's appearance was likely altered through disguise, so there had been no clues so far. After finishing the soda, the two continued their night patrol. When they passed a trash bin, they even stopped the car, seeing who could throw their soda bottle into the bin more accurately. As expected, both of them threw their soda bottles into the bin, ending in a tie. Sometimes, a man's happiness is just that simple. The two's mood brightened a lot thanks to this little game. The next day, morning. Yusen returned home. After taking a shower, he put on his school uniform, and the next moment, he was at the door, where, as expected, Nora bounced over. "Good morning." When Nora saw him, she immediately smiled brightly. Yusen responded, then they both went to school. As they walked, Yusen suddenly had a box of steamed buns in his hand. He ate while walking, and Nora was so tempted that she simply took out various vampire-friendly pastries from her storage ring. She had never eaten on the street before because it wasn't ladylike, but ever since Yusen started eating, she had been led astray. "Nora, I have a question for you." After swallowing a steamed bun, Yusen used a bamboo skewer to snatch a piece of pastry from Nora. Before she could glare at him, he quickly changed the subject. Nora pouted and said, "Ask. What do you do when you don't sleep at night?" Yusen asked curiously. Vampires don't need sleep, so he was genuinely curious about how other vampires pass their time. "I sleep," Nora blinked and answered as if it was obvious. Yusen was stunned for a moment and then asked, "But aren't vampires supposed to not sleep?" "That's for newly turned vampires, and wild vampires like you who don't need sleep. I'm a vampire born from my mom, still growing," Nora said with a laugh. Although she could also go without sleep, she still had the habit of sleeping. This situation would probably last until she stopped growing, meaning when she no longer grew taller, she wouldn't need to sleep anymore. Suddenly, Nora realized something. She would continue to grow, but what about Yusen? 074 Bat's way of making friends. In the self-study class, Nora was resting her head on the desk, distracted. Every now and then, she would secretly look behind. Although Yusen now looked handsome as well. But she still wanted to see how mature and handsome Yusen would look in the future. "Why do you keep looking at me? Is there something on my face?" Yusen asked, feeling a bit nervous. Nora shook her head and didn't reply, then turned to lie down and sleep. Yusen blinked and had no choice but to look at Qilin for help, his eyes pleading, "Queen, please use your unbeatable gossip power to help me." "Lazy fish, are you ever going to grow up?" Qilin blinked, picking up on the distress signal, and asked. Yusen's eyes widened in surprise, looking gratefully at Qilin. He finally understood why Nora was feeling moody. He would never grow up, but Nora would continue to grow. He had known this for a long time, but it seemed Nora only realized it this morning. No wonder Nora was feeling down. He immediately answered a bit louder on purpose, "In theory, I won't grow up anymore, but I should be able to freely adjust my appearance in the future, changing to whatever age I want." "Is it magic?" Nora couldn't help but look back and asked in a low voice. Yusen shook his head. "It's not magic, but the ability needs to be kept secret. Regardless, it's a real physical change, not an illusion or a temporary spell, but a permanent change in appearance." What he was talking about was actually the Pangu transformation technique. The abilities of the Pangu series must be kept secret, so specific information cannot be disclosed, but it's okay to brush against the edges a bit because when others use their abilities, they can't just eliminate all witnesses. In theory, the Pangu transformation technique can permanently change one's form. As long as he envisions his continued growth and appearance in his mind and then uses the Pangu transformation technique to change, it's as if he can transform into whichever age he wants. Moreover, every time he changes, as long as he doesn't use the Pangu transformation technique again, that change is permanent. "So can you turn into an old man?" Nora asked with an unusual thought process, her eyes shining as she imagined what Yusen would look like when he got old. Yusen supported his cheek with one hand, feeling relieved inside, and said with a smile, "Perhaps I can." "Lazy fish, can you do me a favor?" Qilin spoke up at that moment, winking, indicating that it was time to collect. Yusen immediately made a please speak gesture, and Qilin said, "I found an energy cultivation manual in the antique street. I went to several appraisal offices, and all the appraisers said it's genuine. Can you help me see if it's really true?" Saying this, she took out an old-looking book from her backpack. Yusen took the book, flipped through 2 pages, and didn't understand the contents. After getting Qilin's consent, he took pictures with his phone and posted them to the Qilin app discussion board. Moments later, someone replied that this energy cultivation manual was genuine and was actually very common. The manual was called Hunyuan I Qigong, which has no requirements for the talent of the practitioner, but the progress in cultivation is extremely slow, a garbage technique that might take a lifetime to barely break through the first level. Yusen scanned the whole book. After confirming there were no missing pages, he returned it to Qilin and said, "The energy cultivation manual is indeed genuine, but for an ordinary person to cultivate it for a lifetime, it would probably just extend lifespan. Unless one is a super genius, wanting to become extraordinary through it is just wishful thinking. What if you vampires cultivate it?" Qilin first felt a bit disappointed, then curiously asked. Yusen quickly shook his head to show he wasn't interested. He was already of Pangu bloodline, a vampire bloodline, and if he added Qigong to that, what would he become? Too terrifying, he couldn't imagine it. It felt like it could explode at any moment. "Nora, why don't you give it a try?" Qilin then looked at Nora. Nora hesitated and said, "Can vampires cultivate Qigong?" "I don't know." "Don't look at me," Yusen hurriedly said when he saw Nora instinctively glance his way. He truly didn't know if vampires could practice Qigong, but after saying it, he became a bit worried that Nora might actually try to do something reckless, so he quickly began to inquire about this information from his comrades at Qilin on his phone. Vampires can indeed practice Qigong, but most vampires can only cultivate the techniques related to cold ice or the lunar energy channels. Techniques like Fiery Divine Art or Nine Suns Classic will harm vampires. However, I've always thought that Kamash's daughter Nora might be quite suited to practice these kinds of techniques. I just happen to have a technique called Sunflower Facing the Sun, and if she's interested, I can teach it to her. At this moment, a member with the codename Bat messaged Yusen. Yusen thought for a moment and replied, "Thank you, I'll ask her." This Bat obviously knew his codename, but he also recognized Bat because the other party was the vampire that Nora had mentioned before who was spared from Blood Clan persecution by joining Qilin. They could be said to be the only ones of their kind within Qilin. "Nora, do you know Bat?" Yusen asked as he looked at Nora. Nora's head popped up a question mark, and she placed the Hunyuan Ichigon on the table, asking, "Who is Bat? Didn't you tell me earlier that there was a wild vampire who escaped from the Blood Clan because he joined Qilin?" "Bat is him," Yusen explained. Nora suddenly understood, then shook her head and said, "Oh, you mean him? I don't know him. Then why did he ask me to give you a Qigong manual?" Yusen muttered in confusion. But then he became lazy to guess and directly asked the other party on his phone. The answer was very simple: out of curiosity, I am a researcher who specializes in the development and study of martial arts techniques. Both you and Nora are very rare individuals. Then why not contact me directly? Yusen continued to ask. Bat replied, "You are too unstable. I have never heard of a vampire who can rise from insect level to sparrow level in just a few dozen days. Although it is with the help of Pangu blood, I do not think you are suitable for adding more unstable factors, while Nora's situation is evidently much more stable. Stability means safety." Although Bat had stated it quite subtly, Yusen understood what he meant. Simply put, Bat thought he was like a bomb that could explode at any moment, so he dared not act recklessly. Thus, he focused on Nora, hoping to get to her through Yusen to conduct his own experiments. "The Qigong in Qiling's hands, did you send it?" Yusen squinted his eyes and asked in his phone. Bat replied, "Yes, that counts as a gift, hope you like it. I am a straightforward person, so I'll just say it directly, I don't really like your way of doing things. If you dare to scheme against my friend like this again, I will directly go hit you." Yusen typed unceremoniously. He was a bit confused before. Even if Hunyuan Ichigon was common, it shouldn't be easily obtainable by ordinary people. Otherwise, there would be countless youngsters with delusions, and this type of martial arts would have spread among regular folks long ago. Clearly, Bat understood his social connections very well and also knew he had been going to school during this time. By sending Qilin a Qigong manual with no title, he easily drove Yusen to inquire about Qigong within Qilin, and then he seized the opportunity to contact him and throw out the sunflower facing the sun. "It won't happen again next time, after all, we know each other now?" Bat seemingly anticipated Yusen's displeasure and sent a smiling cartoon bat emoji, then assured him. 075 Extension of spatial awareness. Although Yusen was somewhat displeased, he had not yet reached the point of being furious or shouting to fight. After all, the bat is quite honest. When he was asked, he did not hide anything and boldly admitted he had used a trick, so he could only say it couldn't happen again. Next comes Nora's choice. Nora actually still has ambition. After discussing with Qilin, she decides to give the Sunflower Yang Shingon a try. Many vampires in the Blood Clan practice other systems' powers, but most of them are quite mediocre, such as Qigong. Most vampires find it hard to fully master it, and magic can at most only perform small tricks. Mainly, these systems are meant for living people to cultivate. And vampires, strictly speaking, are not considered living humans but lean more towards undead or dark creatures. The biggest difference between Nora and these vampires is, she was born of a mother. Simply put, as a half-blood vampire, she has a living side, which is the fundamental reason she will continue to grow, so she really has the potential to be a genius in practicing other systems. Of course, this is all just the bat's words. There are currently no reliable cases to support his guess. Except for Nora, all other vampires with mothers are not mixed bloods, their mothers are also vampires, so Nora is truly one of a kind. Moreover, besides Nora, other normally born vampires are treated like princesses and princes by the blood clan. These frogs at the bottom of the well hold themselves in high regard and look down upon the powers of other systems. Yusen downloads Sunflower Yang Shingon and shares it with Nora. Nora immediately opens her phone and carefully reads. The Super Ability Academy does have something, at least it teaches knowledge about the 8 meridians since elementary school. Yusen couldn't understand the techniques, but Nora, being half a foreigner, could actually understand everything. Seeing Nora and Qianling studying the techniques, Yusen continues to bask in the sun. From time to time, he can hear Qianling softly asking Nora about a specific meridian location, followed by Nora's detailed explanation, even demonstrating on Qianling's body. By the way, since the blood energy has mutated into spatial blood energy, can I try learning space magic? Yusen looks at the scenery outside the classroom, and a thought suddenly pops into his head. If it's just ordinary blood energy, it can only be used to cast blood spells, but spatial blood energy has space in front and blood energy behind, clearly indicating that the spatial attribute has fully surpassed the blood attribute. He immediately opens his phone and searches for space magic or spatial spells in the database. Since mages and warlocks are relatively numerous extraordinary professions, it mainly depends on personal aptitude. Many mages and warlocks are willing to take on apprentices, so the confidentiality of magic and spells is not high. The Qilin has a wealth of materials. For instance, the monster killing squad, the 7 of them, strictly speaking, are warlocks. Besides the spells inherited from their masters, they will also look for suitable spells in the Qilin's database to learn. Yusen types space in the search interface, and a bunch of sorceries, magic, spells, celestial arts, and martial skills appear. He carefully reads each skill, searching for an ability suitable for himself. Although the merit needed to exchange these skills is not high, he doesn't know how capable he is of learning, so he decides to find the most urgently needed skill to test the waters first. A few minutes later, his eyes fixate on Spatial Perception Technique. This is a snake-level spell, allowing the caster to designate a spatial coordinate and, centered on that, perceive all surrounding information. Theoretically, the stronger the mental power, the larger the perception range, and the more complete the information perceived. Yusen decisively exchanges for this spell and then opens it to learn. First, he meditates in his mind on an invisible spatial seed. Sense the required spatial coordinates, release the spatial seed at the coordinate position, let it take root and sprout, blooming the flower of space that can perceive everything. Yusen frowned, carefully looking at the little tricks of meditation, then simply closed his eyes, imagining the invisible spatial seed in his mind. Wait a minute. Invisible, how can one imagine it? Yusen felt this was a bit self-contradictory, as he couldn't imagine such a seed in his mind. The class bell rang, and he reluctantly opened his eyes. He simply asked in the discussion board, but all he got were answers like, "You ask me, I also want to know." There was even a straight-laced person telling him that this spatial perception technique has been recorded in the Qilin's database for over 500 years, and throughout history, no one in Qilin has ever successfully learned this magic. After reading this, Yusen was dumbfounded. He finally found a spell that could observe from a distance, but this spell has never been learned by anyone? This spell couldn't be fake, right? Yusen angrily contacted Xiao Chang, feeling frustrated, and said, "Minister, I want to apply for a refund. No one can learn the spatial perception technique. I want my money back." Refund? Don't even think about it. I can tell you for sure, kid, this spell is a genuine dragon-level spell, officially called the Divine Technique of Observing the Other Shore, originating from the land immortal Kong Kong from 500 years ago. If you guys can't learn it, it's definitely because your realm is not sufficient. Xiao Chang said straightforwardly. After that, he directly hung up the phone, and Yusen looked at his phone with a helpless expression. Although the merits for exchanging spells weren't a lot, not being able to learn it felt really unfair. Yusen thought for a moment and simply opened the training method for the spatial perception technique, reading it word by word. However, after reading it, he was still full of questions. "Nora, Qianling, I want to ask you a question. How can one imagine an invisible seed?" Yusen couldn't help but ask the two people in front of him. Qianling shook her head and said, "I don't know. This is simply contradictory. Does it really have to be invisible? If it can't be done, then why not just imagine a visible one?" Nora asked, confused. Yusen froze for a moment. Right, since it's impossible to meditate on an invisible seed, then why not try meditating on a visible one instead? He did what he thought. He found an image of a seed on his phone, memorized it, and then began to meditate. At first, it didn't go smoothly, but gradually he entered a state where the image of the seed appeared in his mind. At the same time, he discovered that the spatial blood energy in his dantian was being activated, naturally forming a small blood-colored seed. With a thought, the seed instantly appeared in a spatial bubble outside Silver City, and then the seed quickly took root and sprouted, growing vigorously, forming a blood-red other shore flower in that space. Then, a large number of petals fell from the other shore flower, starting to drift around. These petals were like extensions of Yusen's perception, allowing him to see the ants on the ground foraging, the grasshoppers hiding on the backs of the grass swaying their antennae, and an aphid munching on a leaf. Suddenly, a snake seemed to notice the petals of the other shore flower. It stopped to look, then turned and slithered away. Did it see? Yusen was taken aback. If even ordinary creatures could see the petals of the other shore flower, then it would lose the meaning of quietly observing. He immediately meditated another seed, then condensed a spatial bubble with his index finger, placing the seed inside. Soon, a flower from the other shore appeared inside the bubble. He manipulated the petals of the other shore flower to flutter out of the bubble, looked up at the backs of Nora and Qilin, and said, "Nora, Qilin, look back." The two girls turned their heads simultaneously and exclaimed, "Wow, so beautiful." Yusen's expression immediately fell. Indeed, it can be seen. But being able to see it is quite normal. After all, the seed he meditated into existence is the visible seed, not the original invisible seed. "You lazy fish, is this your new superpower?" Qilin asked curiously. As she spoke, she tried to touch the petals floating in the air with her hand, but her fingers passed through them, clearly showing that these petals were not solid entities. "What are these petals for?" Nora was clearly more focused on practicality. Yusen sighed and said, "These petals are like my eyes, wherever they float, I can see whatever scenery is there." "Then why are you controlling them to float down, you pervert?" Nora quickly covered her skirt, her face turning red. Yusen hurriedly defended himself, "I swear, I didn't control these petals just now, they floated around on their own." Poof. Nora shot a glare at Yusen and turned back to study the sunflower facing the sun technique. Indeed, only those who are not innocent know how not innocent they are. Yusen sighed, leaned over the table, and opened his phone. Since he had already learned spatial perception, there was no point in being idle, so he decided to learn a few more spells, as they seemed quite simple. The school bell rang, and Yusen immersed himself in the vast world of spatial spells. Spatial jumping technique can leap back and forth between two coordinates within a short distance, using mental strength as an anchor point. Spatial dimension door constructs a stable portal between two coordinates for multiple people to enter. Spatial vortex technique disturbs the space within a certain range, annihilating all matter located in that space. Spatial folding technique folds two spaces together to create an infinitely looping space. Spatial maze technique, based on the spatial folding technique, it folds a large area of space to create a complex and exitless maze, trapping enemies. Spatial expansion technique can expand a portion of space to create a larger area, one of the basic skills for making storage bags. Shrink the land to inches, compresses space underfoot, allowing 1,000 miles to be traveled with a single step, bringing distant lands within reach. Sleeve universe can permanently widen space to form an independent little world, containing the universe and sun and moon. Yusen decided to start with the easy before the hard, and he exchanged for the spatial jumping technique. Mainly because he must first return to the spatial bubble before he could perform spatial transmission, even though this only added one step. In battle, just one more step often determines life or death. And the spatial jumping technique precisely compensated for this flaw, allowing him to preset anchor points in many spatial bubbles. Even if he was not in the bubble, he could return at any time, thus avoiding most attacks. 10 minutes later, his body flickered in the original position. In just a few seconds, he traversed through dozens of bubbles and returned to the classroom. He still bore an incredulous expression on his face. This spell seemed a bit too easy. Could it be that I am a genius of spells? Yusen stroked his chin, happily guessing in his heart. After all, this was too easy. Anchor points could be formed by casually using some mental strength, especially the anchor points located inside the bubbles, which were as simple to construct as opening one's mouth to eat. He couldn't help but ask in the discussion section if spatial spells were hard to learn, and within just a few minutes, a large number of complaints appeared beneath his question. Codename, Tianquan, is spatial magic hard? Yes, it's really too hard. I've been learning the simplest spatial expansion technique for how long? 10 years. A full 10 years. Do you know how long I have been learning the spatial jumping technique? 15 years. A whole 15 years, and I still haven't learned it. Codename, Fairy. Let's put it this way, for those without spatial talent, learning spatial spells is like a fish trying to learn to run on land. People without wings want to soar in the sky, is it difficult to say? Codename Baldy, look at my codename. I am Baldy who studies spatial magic, without the talent to sense space, just calculating coordinates makes my head hurt. I really envy those geniuses who don't need to calculate coordinates. Codename Orange, to learn the dimensional gate, my head has been squished into a rectangle. I really regret joining the support department. I really regret studying spatial magic. Why does spatial magic even exist in this world? Yusen looked at the complaints of others, completely unable to resonate with these people. What? 15 years of studying spatial jumps and still haven't learned it? What? Spatial magic still requires calculating coordinates, can't it just be felt to be located? What? The dimensional gate is difficult and can squish your head? Yusen's mouth curled up. According to the fairies, he seems to really be a talent in space. I smile proudly, I smile proudly, I smile proudly. He happily read through his comrades' complaints, his smile becoming brighter and brighter. So this is what it feels like for a top student to look at a poor performer. It feels a bit refreshing. Then he exchanged for the space expansion spell, and sure enough, it was also very simple. He easily expanded his desk to the size of a classroom, and if he was willing to waste more space blood energy, he could even expand his desk to be wider than the whole school. Isn't this very simple? Yusen said to himself with a smile, thinking about how Tianquan took 10 years to learn it. He felt secretly pleased. Being overpowered for a moment feels great. It's great to be overpowered continuously. He held his phone, his eyes falling on the shrink the ground to an inch spell, which is like the sleeve universe, a spell of great power. After spending a lot of achievements, he successfully exchanged for the spell, but when he opened it, he was dumbfounded, because all the spells were Taoist and Yin Jing terminology. He recognized every word on it, but when these words came together, he didn't understand them at all. I didn't expect that I couldn't learn shrink the ground to an inch because I lack culture. Yusen studied for half a day, opened the Yin Jing to compare word by word, and finally gave up with a headache. This shrink the ground to an inch is too difficult. As expected, one can lack strength, but absolutely cannot lack culture. Otherwise, even if the manuals of divine skills are placed in front of you, if you can't understand them, you won't learn them, and they will still be useless. He flipped through other people's cultivation experiences unwillingly, and found that shrink the ground to an inch not only requires culture, but also requires perception. Couldn't learn it, this one really couldn't learn it. What Tao follows nature, what harmony between heaven and man, what being empty and humble. He was only 17, what perception could he have? He hasn't even figured out romance, perception was too far away for him. 077 Unbalanced talent. Night. Yusen sat in the hexagonal pavilion of his garden, constantly trying to meditate, constructing a not too complicated magic circuit in his consciousness. Compared to the meditation for spells, constructing the magic circuit is obviously a bit harder, and this time he was trying to construct a magic circuit not for spatial magic, but for light and shadow magic. Spells are centered around meditation. Guiding spatial blood energy is comparatively easier, while magic is just the opposite, focusing more on guiding spatial blood energy, and meditation is more to assist in constructing the circuit. Mirage clone technique. When Yusen successfully built the magic circuit in his consciousness, he immediately shouted loudly. Magic places great importance on the sense of belief. When the caster shouts the name of the magic loudly, it has a huge boost to the magic, almost increasing its power by 1/3. Although Yusen thought this was very stupid, completely reminding his opponent of what spell he was going to cast, but in order to successfully release the magic, he still obediently did it. However, after waiting for a while, a cool breeze blew by, and there was no movement around him at all. Failed? Obviously, the magic circuit I constructed has no problem. Yusen reluctantly and carefully checked the surroundings. The hexagonal pavilion, goldfish pond, and the flowers and plants nearby have all been searched, and there wasn't even a shadow, let alone a clone. During the day, he thought he was a genius in magic, but at night, he faced a hard truth. What genius in magic? There was no such thing. The mirage clone technique is the simplest light and shadow magic. It simply uses the principle of mirage to create a large number of light and shadow clones of oneself everywhere. Yusen originally planned to learn this magic in 10 minutes, but now 3 hours have passed, and he still hasn't mastered it. Identification. Yusen raised his hand and immediately cast identification on himself. He couldn't believe he hadn't learned the mirage clone technique. Name, Yusen. Codename, Salted Fish. Race, Luminous Vampire. Gender, male. Age, 17. Lifespan, 5,322. Level, below Snake. Faction, Huaxia Dragon Dynasty, Qilin Division, Fighting War Department, Evil Extermination Team. Abilities. Light Devourer, Silver Blood, Space Blood Energy, Identification Technique. Other Shore Observational Divine Art, consumes mental power and space blood energy to create a visible seed of the other shore flower, which can be deployed to a designated spatial coordinate. When the other shore flower blooms, everything where the petals reach can be perceived. Space Jump Technique, can leap and move back and forth between different spatial coordinates with mental power as an anchor. Space Expansion Technique, can consume space blood energy to expand and stretch part of the space, forming a larger space. Space Vortex Technique, can consume space blood energy to stir up the space, forming a red vortex that annihilates everything internal. Space Folding Technique, can consume space blood energy to overlap and fold 2 spatial coordinates, creating a ring-shaped space. Space Maze Technique, can consume a large amount of space blood energy to fold space on a large scale, creating a disordered space with no exit to trap targets. Summary, the unique elf among elves is called the Luminous Elf, and you are the Luminous Vampire. There really isn't. Yusen looked at his attributes and felt completely disheartened. Because space magic is so easy to learn, he had a feeling that perhaps he didn't need to wait for the talent skill that awakened every 10 days, he could master a large number of skills just by self-study. But self-deception is pointless. After this failure, Yusen basically confirmed that he could easily learn space magic not because he was a genius, but because his space blood energy had such a strong spatial attribute. Of course, space blood energy is originally his ability, so strictly speaking, he could be considered a specialized genius. He lay on the bench in the hexagonal pavilion, although a bit disheartened, he wasn't really sad. After all, being able to learn so many space spells, he had actually profited greatly. Moreover, being in a luxurious villa, just thinking about 3 acres of land all belonging to him made it hard to feel down. Even if he was genuinely feeling low, just looking at the goldfish pond outside the pavilion, feeding the fat goldfish in the pond, or wandering in the garden, smelling the flowers, and enjoying the scenery would quickly lift his spirits. Sometimes he had to admit that having money truly reduced many worries. Since other spells are difficult to master, I'll focus on studying space magic. Yusen quickly came to this conclusion. After all, space magic is the top-tier magic, only spells like time and fate can compare to it. Others might want to learn it but can't, whereas he could easily master space magic, which was already a great achievement. Although he lost the diversity of spells, space magic is powerful. The only regret was that the Qilin division didn't have many space-related skills. After all, casters with spatial talent were rare, so the inheritance and development of space magic were limited. The Qilin division had dozens of space skills, which was quite a strong foundation among the extraordinary powers of various countries. The extraordinary powers of most small countries might not even be able to unleash a single spatial spell, that is the norm. The long night is a perfect time for quiet study. Yusen opened the Qilin app on his phone and began to struggle through the 64 hexagrams of fushi. He had to make up for the missing cultural knowledge, otherwise, even if a martial arts manual was placed in front of him, he would miss it because he couldn't understand it. While he was memorizing, Nora's guardian, Roki, appeared at his doorstep. As Nora's guardian, Roki had very complicated feelings towards her. He had a slight illusion of being a father, a brother, and occasionally, he even viewed Nora as a forbidden fruit. He had been Nora's guardian since she was 6 years old, watching her grow from an innocent and adorable little girl into the lively and cheerful young woman she is now. As a vampire who could not see the sun, Nora could be said to be the sunshine in his heart. During this period, Nora began to refuse the chauffeur services. At first, he didn't realize the problem, only thinking she wanted to train herself. After all, the wild seed who stole Nora's blood had now become an official person in Huaxia, and the task given to Miss Nora by the Duke naturally ended in failure. It was a good thing that Nora, feeling stimulated, began to work hard. But during this time, he gradually felt something was off. Nora seemed to start enjoying school, although she didn't dislike school before. It felt more like she was going along with the crowd, without any passion. Now, she went out every day with a smile, which was too abnormal. Especially today, Nora even started practicing internal skills. Where did she get that internal skill, and could there be hidden dangers? Roki immediately summoned the human bodyguards secretly protecting Nora. After a round of threats and intimidation, he found out that Nora actually went to school and back with that wild seed every day, and she even asked the bodyguards to keep it a secret for her. Ah, damn wild seed. The vampire clan's magnanimity in sparing Yusen's life was already exceptionally gracious. How dare Yusen reach out to Miss Nora? Roki's entire being twisted at that moment. 078 The transaction between Yusen and Marcus. The villa gate was split open with a knife, and the shadow wall in front was kicked to pieces. Roki radiated a chilling killing intent as he strode towards the main building of the villa. At this moment, Yusen suddenly appeared at the door, and upon seeing Roki, he frowned and said, "Vampire? Wild seed, I warn you, stay away from Miss Nora from now on." Roki saw Yusen, restrained his anger, and wanted to give Yusen a warning. However, before he finished speaking, Yusen interjected. According to Huaxia law, extraordinary beings who violently break into private homes and threaten the homeowner can be sentenced to a minimum of 100 years in prison, and at worst, no mercy. You wild. Roki's eyes widened. Yusen pulled out his Qilin identification, interrupting again. I am a formal member of the evil suppression team of the battle department of Qilin, and according to our country's regulations, I hereby formally warn you to kneel on the ground with your hands raised above your head and surrender immediately, otherwise, I have the right to execute you on the spot. Do not say that I did not warn you. He looked at Roki with a very cold gaze. Because Nora had mentioned Roki to him and expressed her dislike for Roki interfering in her matters. In fact, Roki's attitude towards her mother was also very poor, often blocking her mother from seeing her when she was young. Yusen had not met Roki before, which was fine. Now he didn't want to think about anything, he just wanted to kill Yusen. The blood sword in his hand suddenly exploded, turning into countless blood needles. Only by tormenting Yusen mercilessly could he vent the rage in his heart. According to his expectations, Yusen, who had only been a vampire for less than 2 months, should have been forced to flee in disgrace under his attack, ultimately ending up being cut into pieces by him. A mere bastard, how could he possibly fight him? He had already lived for 200 years and was an elite of the Blood Clan. But when he shot the blood needles at Yusen, he suddenly realized that Yusen's expression had remained unchanged from beginning to end. Then his vision blurred, and Yusen had already appeared in front of him. Boom! Yusen raised his hand and slapped half of Roche's head into pieces. The powerful vitality of a vampire barely kept Roche alive. He crashed heavily onto the ground, the remaining half of his face filled with disbelief. Was this really a wild vampire who had been turned for less than 2 months? How could he be this strong? Bastard? Bastard, my ass. Remember in your next life, don't mess with me. Yusen looked at Roche on the ground, his gaze filled with disdain. Then, a spatial bubble appeared in his hand. Inside the bubble, space was in utter chaos, as if it contained a force capable of shredding everything. That slap just now was purely on impulse, and as a result, Roche's blood was spilled everywhere, too dirty. Humans, when pushed to the limit, could do anything except math. An idea flashed in his mind: spatial bubble plus spatial vortex technique, creating a combo that could completely destroy the body without leaving a single drop of blood behind. Once Roche was shredded into pulp, he could even teleport the remains straight into the river outside Silver City to feed the fish. Before Roche could react, his consciousness suddenly blacked out, and his body was taken over by Nora's father, Marcus. Yusen, please wait, I am Nora's father. Half of Roche's face lifted, and he hurriedly spoke as he saw the bubble descending. Yusen controlled the spatial bubble to freeze in midair. He looked at Marcus and asked, Duke Rex, do you intend to shield this criminal? In my country, knowingly breaking the law is punished with extreme severity. Roche has made a mistake and should face the consequences. However, he is still my descendant. I would like to know, what must I offer to obtain your forgiveness as the victim? Marcus said slowly, looking at Yusen. Yusen never really cared about Roche. Whether he killed him or not didn't matter much. At the speed he was growing stronger, even the progenitor of the Blood Clan would be nothing but a small fry in a year. So you mean, no matter what I ask for, you will fulfill it? He thought for a moment, then looked at Marcus with a half-smile. Marcus remained calm. As long as you agree to forgive Roche for his mistakes. After all, this matter could be big or small, it all depended on whether Yusen wanted to pursue it. If he didn't, then Roche wouldn't be considered guilty. Old man, I want Nora. A bold thought flashed through Yusen's mind. But in the end, he was still a 17-year-old innocent boy. Hesitating, he said, I want blood magic. Can Duke Rex provide it? I can give you 3 blood spells. Marcus pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Yusen instinctively haggled, not enough. I want 5 blood spells. Fine, deal. Marcus agreed immediately. Yusen suddenly had a feeling that he might have been shortchanged. But since the deal was made, he could only accept it. I will have Nora deliver the blood spells to you. So farewell for now. Marcus controlled Roche's body to stand up, instinctively dusting off his clothes before looking at Yusen and speaking. Yusen nodded and let Marcus control Roche's body to leave. His home was filled with surveillance cameras. If Marcus dared to go back on his word, he could march straight to his door tomorrow and let Roche and the others witness just how violent Huasia's enforcement agencies could be. My door. My shadow wall. After Luoqi completely disappeared, Yusen sadly walked to the front door, looking at the door split in half by a sword and the shattered shadow wall. His heart hurt so much he could barely breathe. He had only lived in this home for less than a month, and now the door was gone, along with the shadow wall. He had to shift his heartache. He took out his phone and called the property manager in the middle of the night, wanting the other person to feel his pain, and ordered them to send someone to repair the door the next day. As for the shadow wall, he planned to specially customize his favorite style and arrange for it later. The next day. Early in the morning, workers arrived to repair the door. These workers saw the door split in half by a sword and began to quietly discuss how powerful the person who did this was. Yusen listened as the workers praised Luoqi, calling him a sword immortal, and his lips twitched slightly. He really wanted to tell them that Luoqi was just a snake-level little Karami. Of course, in reality, a snake level in any force is considered a mainstay, while eagle level is the elite among elites, and tiger level is the higher-ups. Extraordinary beings generally do not level up quickly, it all relies on years of hard cultivation, slowly getting stronger step by step. Someone like Yusen, who had reached snake level in less than 2 months, was actually very rare. The most important thing was that he hadn't eaten the forbidden fruit, and there were no irreversible side effects on him. The side effects of the forbidden fruit cannot be erased. This is a consensus all extraordinary beings understand. Therefore, even though the forbidden fruit can make one soar to the heavens, many extraordinary beings are not very interested in it and do not deliberately seek it. Especially practitioners like chi refiners, immortals, and wizards, who avoid the forbidden fruit. Only those with very poor aptitude would consider using the forbidden fruit to change their fate. 079, Self-Created Bubble Clone Technique. On the way to school, Nora walked side by side with Yusen. Here. Nora handed Yusen a small black box without a sound, then quietly observed Yusen's reaction. What is this? Yusen took the box and looked at it, his face full of confusion as he looked at Nora. In fact, Nora was more curious about why Yusen had contact with her father. Seeing that Yusen really didn't recognize the box, she shook her head and said, I don't know. Today my dad suddenly controlled Luo Qi and gave me this box, saying to give it to you. Do you know my dad? I kind of know him, Yusen replied. Although he hadn't met Marcus, last night he indeed got to know that old man. He examined the black box and found one side could be opened, but upon opening, there were two strange interfaces, indicating it needed some specific model of cable to function as an electronic product. What an old relic. Yusen took out his phone and snapped a picture, researching slightly to clarify. This black box was an obsolete solid-state drive from hundreds of years ago. It truly was an old relic. Clearly, the solid-state drive should have stored the 5 blood spells they talked about last night, but now he first needed to buy a cable that could read the solid-state drive information. Let's go, come with me to buy something. Yusen put his phone back in his pocket, took Nora's hand, and walked toward the electronics market. Originally, Nora wanted to ask Yusen where he was going, but the moment Yusen held her hand, her mind was filled with the sounds of quacking geese, and she could only follow him closely. At 9 in the morning. Yusen put both hands on the desk, looking at the content read from the solid-state drive. His expression was a bit sour. He underestimated the thickness of Marcus's skin and felt he was still too young. At that moment, he should have asked what blood spells there were and should have chosen which spells himself. The 5 blood spells sent by Marcus. Blood Shield Technique. Blood Barrier Technique. Blood Regeneration Technique. Blood Guardian Technique. Blood Healing Technique. This is really shameless. They only gave defensive spells. What does he want with Blood Shield Technique and Blood Barrier Technique? As a space ability user, he can avoid most attacks through teleportation, so these 2 spells are almost useless to him. And Blood Regeneration Technique, who does he look down upon? Even if his arm were cut off, he could grow it back after a sleep. He doesn't need this regeneration technique at all. Fortunately, Marcus didn't completely cut him off, at least he gave him the Blood Guardian Technique and Blood Healing Technique, which are somewhat useful. Blood Guardian Technique is actually a spell used to resist mental damage, such as memory theft, hypnosis, and other mental attacks. It can block those. And then there's Blood Healing Technique, which is similar in effect to Jang Shou's Healing Touch. It belongs to the spells that remove negative states, so with this ability, he doesn't have to fear most poison damage. Although, he originally didn't fear most poisons anyway. In fact, due to his super stomach, he can even absorb poison as nutrition. On the podium, the bald math teacher was explaining a new type of exam question that might appear on the college entrance exam, and the students were listening carefully, occasionally lowering their heads to take notes. Yusen was listening to the class while practicing spells with a distracted mind. He placed his hand in the expanded space of the desk cabinet, practicing the simplest blood shield technique. This blood magic can be said to be an entry-level spell. However, for most fragile vampires, this spell is one of the most important spells. Blood shield technique can form a floating shield around the body, and depending on the consumed blood energy, it can form at least one shield, or more without an upper limit. With the protection of the blood shield, fragile vampires can output with peace of mind, without fearing being killed by various physical attacks. Yusen softly recited an incantation and constructed the spell circuit in his mind. Blood magic is a bit like spells, but also a bit like magic. After finishing the last syllable of the incantation, a blood shield immediately appeared in front of his finger. Fortunately, he had expanded the space of the desk cabinet, so the shield, which was almost 1 meter long and half a meter wide, did not cause the desk to burst. It's simpler than I imagined. Yusen felt a slight sigh of relief as the blood shield technique was successfully released. He was truly scared by light shadow magic, worried that he wouldn't be able to learn any spells other than space spells. Fortunately, blood magic could still be learned normally, and he now had several more means at his disposal. Next, he began to practice blood barrier technique. If the blood shield technique is used to resist physical attacks, then blood barrier technique is used to resist energy attacks. For example, if the enemy uses weapons such as swords and arrows, then the blood mage must use blood shield technique. If the enemy uses fire, lightning, frost, and other attacks, then blood barrier technique should be used. Of course, if there is enough blood energy, it's best to use both types together for increased safety. Yusen quickly discovered that his talent for blood magic was also terrifyingly strong. He mastered all 5 spells in just half an hour. At this moment, he also started to understand. Perhaps he wasn't just good at one subject but specialized in 2. Because his space blood energy only has space and blood energy 2 attributes, so he could quickly learn spells of these 2 attributes. The other spells he couldn't learn were not due to poor aptitude, but because he simply didn't have those attributes. This is completely like a skilled cook being unable to cook without rice. Without the energy of that attribute, how could he successfully release the spell? But can we change it a little bit, turning the Mirage Clone technique from light shadow magic into space magic? Yusen suddenly had a brilliant idea. Although many spells and magic are the products of others consuming forbidden fruits, there are also many that were created by later generations based on these spells. For example, the Space Maze technique is actually a spell created by later generations based on the Space Folding technique. Since others can create new spells, why can't Yusen create his own spells? After finding his target, Yusen began to study the magical circuit of the Mirage Clone's technique, while combining it with his currently limited knowledge of spells, trying to transform light and shadow magic into space magic. First of all, the basic principle of this magic is to use the refraction of light to form many clones around. The medium of the Mirage Clone's technique is actually the water molecules in the air. This is not purely light and shadow magic, it also hides a bit of water system magic. The problem is, I don't possess either of these two attributes. I lack both light magic energy and water elemental magic energy, so the only medium I can use is space. Yusen quickly sorted out his thoughts, but then encountered a major problem: space cannot carry light and shadow. Wait a minute. If pure space won't work, what about space bubbles? Yusen immediately thought of an idea: he could use space bubbles as carriers, maybe he could achieve similar effects to the Mirage Clone's technique. He immediately tried to operate according to the magical circuit of the Mirage Clone's technique, then used a space bubble as the casting medium. Pop. The first attempt failed. Then Yusen adjusted the circuit. He didn't actually know the function of each circuit, so he used the dumbest yet most suitable method for him, dismantling each circuit one by one for testing. Although most of the results from dismantling circuits ended in failure, occasionally, the space bubble would burst due to the effects of the spell. Until after 3 in the afternoon, he created a chubby clone. After dismantling several circuits, the space bubble, affected by the spell, turned into a humanoid shape resembling a fat person made of balloons. On the surface of the space bubble, there was even his expression, though it looked nothing like him after being stretched by the bubble. However, this was clearly a very good start. He immediately began to adjust the magical circuit again, but he couldn't replicate the previous effect. After trying every possible option, he could only revert to the old circuit. It seems the magical circuit cannot be adjusted anymore. Can the space bubble be adjusted? Yusen looked at the pile of chubby clones he had created in the cabinet, contemplating for a long time. Since he couldn't change the circuit, he would change the bubble. He tried to alter the shape of the bubble, which indeed made a slimmer clone to some extent. However, the surface was too smooth, looking quite ridiculous, easily recognizable as a balloon person. Then he simply created a large number of ultra-small bubbles, treating these bubbles as pixel points, and then cast the spell again. This time, he created dense clones that would cause someone with a phobia of small holes to faint on the spot. Each pixel moved like countless tiny insects wriggling. The image was so beautiful that Yusen almost vomited himself. However, he also saw the dawn of success. He continued to shrink the bubbles, this time reducing them to smaller than a needle's eye, forming a humanoid shape under the influence of the magical circuit. Finally, it looked like a person. The problem was that as long as Yusen used the blood of silver to strengthen his eyes, he could still spot the flaws at a glance. But this time, he had already thought of the perfect solution. Bubble clone technique. In a flash, Yusen immediately recast the spell, adding a seed of the dangwa flower during the casting process. In an instant, a perfect copy of him appeared in the bookshelf, its breath and demeanor completely identical to his own. Even though he used silver blood to strengthen his eyes, he couldn't find any flaws. Perfect. Yusen looked at his copy and smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, the bald teacher on the podium looked at Yusen and said with a smile, "Classmates, it seems that Yusen has learned it. Now, Yusen, please come up to solve this problem." Ah. Yusen raised his head, wide-eyed, staring blankly at the complicated math problem on the blackboard. This problem is too difficult, he doesn't know how to solve it. Nora, sitting at the front, secretly snickered. 080 The wealth of the rich lady is boundless. In the evening, after school, dark clouds filled the sky, and suddenly, heavy rain began to pour down. Yusen and Nora had not brought umbrellas, so they stood together in a corner at the school gate, looking up at the sky. Although Yusen could teleport home or create a space bubble to block the rain, he didn't want to use his extraordinary abilities today. Nora, meanwhile, could have called her bodyguard to bring an umbrella but conveniently forgot the bodyguard's phone number. Rain is nice. Yusen looked at the raindrops falling from the sky and suddenly said without thinking. Yeah, it hasn't rained in Silver City for a long time. Nora smiled gently, also looking up at the sky. Despite the dark clouds, her heart felt bright and sunny. The two quietly gazed at the sky, occasionally glancing at each other, their eyes meeting and then quickly separating. When classmates passed by, they would look up at the sky, down at the ground, at the leaves, and at the colorful umbrellas as if they were blooming flowers. Gradually, all the classmates left. The heavy rain blocked the chaotic world outside the school gate, and it felt like only the two of them remained in the universe. By the way, Nora, after finishing high school, do you plan to go to college? Yusen could smell Nora's unique fragrance. He watched as raindrops fell and turned his eyes to a wet leaf, then asked casually. Nora glanced at Yusen from the corner of her eye and nodded. Of course, I want to attend Yin Jing Vocational College. Yin Jing Vocational College? I remember the cutoff score was 600 last year. How much do you still need? Yusen looked at Nora with new respect. He hadn't expected Days Nora to aspire to attend the highest institution in Huaxia. Yin Jing Vocational College, formerly known as Yin Jing Extraordinary Vocational College, is currently the only extraordinary university in Huaxia. The principal, Zhang Daoqin, is also the strongest dragon level in Huaxia. Not only is he the highest-ranked Qi master, but he also practices as a martial artist, cultivator, alchemist, array master, and other professions. He is versed in various extraordinary cultivation methods, his strength being unfathomable, and is known abroad as one of Huaxia's 3 national pillars. Yusen knew this so well because the minister of the Qilin department, Yulai, is one of Zhang Daoqin's disciples, and a glance at Yulai's resume would reveal his teacher's identity. The total score for cultural subjects is 360, I can score around 330, but for practical subjects I still have a significant gap. Upon hearing about the scores, Nora immediately felt a bit lacking in confidence. Her cultural scores weren't bad, especially among extraordinary people, but she had never passed practical classes. Practical subjects are divided into 3 courses: individual combat, team combat, and strength testing. In individual combat, the total score is 100. Nora has always been at the bottom, never exceeding 20 points. In team combat, also out of 100, she scored 0 because no one wanted to team up with her. In strength testing, worth 100 points, because of her awakened blood flame, she had high enough attack power to score 90 every time. After hearing Nora's words, Yusen did some quick calculations and couldn't help but smile wryly. Nora's total score was around 440, still 160 points shy of the cutoff, which was quite a lot. With such a low score in practical classes, you probably won't be able to get in. Yusen looked at Nora and could not help but break the silence. Nora nodded and said, yeah, I missed it by more than 100 points. Fortunately, I saved a lot of pocket money. According to the rules of Yin Jing Vocational Technical College, spending 10 million can buy 1 point. I still need to spend about 1.4 billion to pass. Yusen was suddenly speechless. What was he about to say? Oh right. He originally wanted to say that he could help Nora with tutoring. Personal competition is just about practicing more. He was confident he could help Nora improve her scores. Besides, team competitions aren't that difficult. He had previously teamed up with Nora to deal with anomalies at school, and they worked pretty well together. At worst, they could take the exam together, and for the team competition, he could team up with Nora. They should be able to score above 90. Once those 2 scores came in, plus Nora's decent grades in her cultural subjects, they should have a good chance of getting into Yin Jing Vocational Technical College. But he never expected Nora was ready to spend 1.4 billion to buy her way into Yin Jing Vocational Technical College. Indeed, the world of a wealthy woman was too far from him. Nora was completely unaware of the shock her words had caused Yusen. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, if I can get into Yin Jing Vocational Technical College, I will definitely become a serpent class master after graduation. If she followed the usual route and waited, it would take her at least 200 years to become a serpent class master. She couldn't wait that long. So she needed to work hard to test into Yin Jing Vocational Technical College, there she could grow faster. Do you really want to become stronger? Yusen snapped back to reality from his shock, looking at the determined Nora, and curiously asked. To be honest, Nora had never mentioned this to him before. He only just discovered her short-term life goal now. Yeah, because my dad said that when I become a serpent class, he won't interfere with my private life anymore, and he won't send guardians or bodyguards to follow me. At that time, I will truly be free. I can go see my mom whenever I want, travel wherever I want, and meet whoever I want. Nora nodded and said seriously. Her mother was Huaxia, and she hadn't married Marcus. Her existence was completely an accident. Is your mom in the country now? Yusen asked. Nora glanced at Yusen and replied, yeah, she should be working in Ice City now. Ice City? That's in Heilongjiang. So far away. Yusen thought for a moment and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder it was difficult for Nora and her mother to meet. In ancient times, when there were no extraordinary creatures running rampant, it was easy to travel between Silver City and Ice City by plane. But now, flights are rare, and each flight requires a Tiger-class strongman to escort, with prices ridiculously high. Additionally, the planes weren't like the ones in ancient times that could hold hundreds of passengers, they were small planes that could only carry 20 to 30 passengers. So it wasn't easy for Nora's mother to come see her. Rock must die. Yusen finally understood why Nora disliked Rock. If it were him, he would do everything he could to get rid of anyone who tried to stop his mother from seeing him. At that moment, the rain stopped. Both stood still, not wanting to leave. Yusen looked at the puddles on the ground and invited, "Do you want to go eat something? I know a place where vampires can also eat." Nora agreed immediately, "Yeah, I'm just hungry." The two smiled at each other and walked side by side toward the school gate. In East City. At the Big Mouth barbecue restaurant. Yusen and Nora sat at a street-side table. He ordered a ton of food and continued chatting with Nora. At this time, several classmates wearing uniforms walked over, sitting not far away, laughing softly and joking around. Yusen heard their conversation and realized that one of them was celebrating their 18th birthday today. So they decided to bravely venture into the world and try the food of the extraordinary beings. "That is the Class 2 students," Nora whispered to Yusen. Because she was too attractive, she had received quite a few love letters from students in these days, but she burned them all with her blood flames without even looking. However, there were still many boys who purposely walked back and forth outside Class 1, trying to catch her attention. Although she wasn't interested, she still kept some impressions, like "This person is so childish, this person is so silly, this person is so ugly." "Being young is great," Yusen said with a grin. Nora immediately rolled her eyes at him. The person was celebrating their 18th birthday, and Yusen was only 17, still months away from his own 18th birthday. At this point, the students at that table noticed Yusen and Nora, and their voices lowered significantly. "Old Zhao, your dream lover, but she's obviously gotten close with the fish god," a chubby boy said in a low voice. "Fish god?" Yusen's mouth twitched slightly. When did this nickname appear? He had no idea. Actually, this nickname was spread by the classmates he saved in Class 1, after all, he had rampaged in the school, and the abnormal insects were instantly sliced into pieces by silver threads before they even got close. The scene was incredibly shocking, horrifying yet satisfying and cool at the same time. Moreover, Jang Shou, Qilin, and some old classmates all knew his nickname was Salted Fish. Therefore, many students in the school quietly called him Fish God, but he missed it because he took too many leaves and usually only hung out with Jang Shou, Qilin, and Nora. Zhao Kong secretly glanced at Yusen and Nora, blushing, and said in a low voice, "Don't say that, today is old Li's birthday. What's there to be afraid of? We're all classmates, why not invite them to celebrate together?" The chubby boy laughed boisterously. However, his suggestion was quickly rejected by the birthday classmate. After all, he didn't want to celebrate his birthday with strangers. It was comfortable to eat and drink with a few good friends, but having two unfamiliar classmates suddenly show up would just make it awkward. Yusen and Nora arrived first, so soon the waiter brought what Yusen ordered, and the table quickly filled with various delicious foods. "So spicy. Can vampires really eat this? Won't they get a stomachache?" Nora picked up a piece of blood tofu and took a bite, then stuck out her tongue, looking at Yusen with doubt. While eating barbecue, Yusen nodded, swallowed a piece of meat, and said, "Of course. Old Zhang and I have been here twice already, and back then, I couldn't even eat regular food." Nora looked at Yusen devouring the meat, somewhat doubting whether he was showing off. She also wanted to eat meat, she really wanted to know what it tasted like. It's worth mentioning that spiciness is actually a sensation of pain, not a flavor, so vampires can indeed taste spiciness. At this moment, the students on the other side also started making noise. "Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you! Old Li, happy birthday, wishing you have this day year after year, and every year has today's celebration." A few students saw the waiter bring out a special meat mountain cake and immediately stood up, smiling as they offered their wishes. The classmate named Li Cheng stood up with a smile, somewhat moved by everything, but just as he was about to blow out the candles, his face suddenly turned red, feeling a wave of dizziness. He held one hand on the table and pressed the other hand against his head, his temples throbbing. "Old Li? Are you okay?" A few classmates saw him like this and were filled with concern. Li Cheng shook his head, wanting to say he was fine, but the next moment his eyes turned red. A crack appeared in his clothes with a pop, his body quickly expanding, his head gradually transforming into that of a werewolf. Li Cheng. 18 years old. Probably, a werewolf. Yusen stood up from his seat and immediately cast an identification spell on Li Cheng. Name, Li Cheng. Code name, Old Li. Race, werewolf. Gender, male. Age, 18. Lifespan, 521. Level, below insect. Faction, Superpower Academy, Class 3, Grade 2 student. Abilities. Night Wolf Transformation, can transform into a werewolf at night, greatly enhancing overall abilities. Summary, you may not be a ruthless person, but you are definitely a werewolf. Yusen finished reading the attributes, and immediately understood the situation. Awah! At this moment, Li Cheng completely transformed into a 2.5-meter tall werewolf. He immediately spread his arms and howled toward the sky. A few classmates stared at this scene, completely stunned. They had clearly agreed to all become ordinary people together, so how did he suddenly become extraordinary? Suddenly, the werewolf formed Li Cheng opened his mouth and directly bit down on Zhao Kang beside him. If he had bitten hard, Zhao Kang's head would surely have been bitten off in one go. However, at the crucial moment, a bubble surrounded Zhao Kang, and Li Cheng's bite landed on the bubble. Because the bubble was too big, his canine teeth only grazed its surface, causing no ripples at all. Yusen, don't be too harsh. He should have awakened the werewolf bloodline. Nora quietly reminded. Yusen nodded and then used spatial jump to appear behind Li Cheng. He lightly struck Li Cheng with a palm strike, knocking him down and said, "Alright, everyone, continue eating. It's fine now." He wrapped Li Cheng in a bubble and then took out his phone to call Zhang Kai, asking him to come take Li Cheng away. Fish god, thank you. Zhao Kang's legs were still shaking. When the bubble was removed, he immediately sat down in his chair, realizing what happened and quickly said, "It's nothing. Continue." Yusen waved his hand and returned to his seat. As a snake-level being capable of defeating enemies of higher ranks, dealing with a mere insect-level creature was no challenge for him. Many diners laughed at this moment, with some marveling at Li Cheng's good luck, while others discussed Yusen's strength. Zhao Kang and the others had already lost their appetite and fell into silence at their seats. The birthday star was unconscious. What should they do now? And Li Cheng suddenly turning into a werewolf, did that mean he would become an extraordinary being from now on? This is the first time I've seen a bloodline awakening, Nora said as she ate, talking to Yusen. Yusen smiled and said, "Me too. Actually, I used to fantasize if my ancestors might have some special bloodline, and it awakened in my generation. What if there really is?" Nora smiled. Yusen shrugged. This kind of thing is really unpredictable. After all, many extraordinary bloodlines gradually faded away because awakening them was so difficult. 082 The Path of the Young. According to Qilin statistics, about 20% of people in China have hidden extraordinary bloodlines. This is already very close to one-third, but among these people, only 1 in 10 million can successfully activate the bloodline power and become extraordinary. Among them, the most common bloodline to awaken is the werewolf bloodline. Extraordinary bloodlines can be divided into dominant and recessive. For example, the nine-tailed fox bloodline of Hu Weijie and Hu Tuer is a very stable dominant bloodline, where descendants are born with the power of the nine-tailed fox. But there are also many bloodlines that are recessive. People born with them are ordinary at first and need specific conditions to activate the power in their blood. For example, the werewolf bloodline is a recessive bloodline. The descendants of werewolves are not necessarily werewolves. If their bloodline is not activated by the age of 18, the descendants will live their whole lives as ordinary people. Moreover, due to the low activation rate of werewolf recessive bloodlines, if several generations in a row are ordinary people, many people don't even know they have the werewolf bloodline. The reason werewolves have the most awakenings among all extraordinary races is mainly because they reproduce so prolifically. Unlike vampires, werewolves can give birth to 5 or 6 children at a time, which is famous in the extraordinary races for their large families. In fact, because werewolves are so famous for giving birth to pups, if an ordinary person has triplets, quadruplets are often suspected of having werewolf blood. Yusen did not know if Li Cheng's mother had ever been suspected. But he could be 100% certain that there was definitely a werewolf in Li Cheng's ancestry. And from how Li Cheng considered himself an ordinary person, it was likely many generations back, his parents, grandparents, and even further back did not know they had werewolf blood. A few minutes later, Zhang Kai hurriedly drove over. Seeing the unconscious Li Cheng, he happily said, "Good kid, awakening with such a big build. How tall is he originally?" "Oldly, no, wait. Li Cheng seems to be about 185 centimeters tall," replied Li Cheng's chubby classmate. Zhang Kai nodded and then said to Yusen, "This kid I'm taking away, don't even think about snatching him from us. Our unit is really short on people right now. The number of naturally awakened extraordinary beings in Silver City is not many. Most extraordinary beings have formal lineages, they either have extraordinary parents or masters, and they generally would not join the police force unless they were Qilin, which is when they would seriously consider it." Zhang Kai thought of this and felt delighted. Right now, the police unit is desperately short of personnel, and he wants to recruit Li Cheng into the police force, believing that in due time he will become a key asset. Although werewolves are not considered a powerful race, at least they are stronger than ordinary police officers, and most importantly, werewolves can evolve. The first stage of werewolf evolution is night wolf, then it evolves into silver wolf, and further up are the very rare werewolf, demon wolf, and wolf king. Each evolution significantly enhances a werewolf's strength. As long as Li Cheng can evolve several times, the overall strength of the Silver City police force will definitely rank among the top 10 in the country. "Captain Zhang, this doesn't depend on me, Qilin has the responsibility of registering extraordinary beings, and you definitely can't hide it," Yusen said with a faint smile, distancing himself. "I don't care. I want this kid for sure. Zhang Kai simply played the rogue and hoisted Li Chang into his car and left. Drive carefully on the way, don't let him wake up. Yusen watched the excited Zhang Kai and helplessly reminded him. Normally, when an ordinary person awakens their werewolf bloodline, they will be dominated by their bloodline and go through a 24-hour ancestral period. Simply put, they will turn into a beast that only attacks and destroys. This was also the reason why Li Chang attacked Zhao Kang the moment he awakened. At that time, he had been completely dominated by his beastly instincts and lost all rationality. Once the bloodline surge gradually calmed down, Li Chang would slowly regain himself and learn to harness the extraordinary powers of a werewolf. Yusen was unsure how long his knockout would last on Li Chang. If Zhang Kai made it back and Li Chang woke up on the way, there would surely be a good show to watch. Can he handle raising a werewolf if he manages to recruit one? Nora quietly asked Yusen after seeing Zhang Kai drive away. Yusen chuckled softly and replied, Brother Zhang definitely can't afford it. If he really recruits Li Chang, he will probably cry poor every day. The first evolution of a werewolf costs a lot of money. Because a night wolf needs to consume a large amount of silver to evolve into a silver wolf. The silver fur of a silver wolf contains silver elements, so it is very effective against vampires. However, since the vampire clan has driven the price of silver extremely high, a werewolf needs to spend a lot of money to advance to a silver wolf, which is why werewolves greatly dislike vampires. Whenever there is a chance to trick a vampire, most werewolves would not refuse. Next, Yusen and Nora stayed in the store for a while longer, waiting until Zhao Kang and the others finished checking out before they settled their bill and left. The bright moon hung high, and the stars shone brightly. The sky after the rain looked clear and bright, draping the earth with a layer of gentle silver mist, soft and serene. Yusen and Nora walked slowly, but in the end, they arrived at Nora's doorstep. They exchanged a smile, and Nora said, I'm going back now, be careful on your way. Well, go ahead, sleep early. Yusen nodded with a smile. After watching Nora enter the door, he turned around and stepped out, instantly being teleported back to the villa. After taking a shower, he sat on a chair on the balcony, took out his phone, and opened his album. He had secretly taken many photos of Nora on the way. Especially the last one, where Nora caught him taking her picture. Her blushing face was so cute. He smiled as he looked at the photos, and after a while, he sighed deeply, placing his phone on his lap and staring intently at the sky. In fact, when Nora mentioned her mother, the longing in her eyes deeply touched his heart. He also had loved ones he missed, but he could never see them again, so he really wanted to help Nora reunite with her mother. At that moment, a strong impulse arose in his heart, but deep down, he hesitated and felt scared. He even felt uneasy about this impulse. Yusen felt like a sailor about to embark on his first voyage, looking at the endless ocean, filled with both hope and fear. From Silver City to Ice City, no one knew what they would encounter. The wilderness hid too many dangers, even ordinary people were aware of the risks in the wild. Yusen had no guide, no experience, only the blood and impulsiveness of youth. There were 1,000 reasons not to go. But he wanted to go. Yusen's gaze gradually became determined. He took a deep breath, and in the next moment, a bubble covered his body, and he was teleported outside the city. He sat inside the bubble, steering it towards Ice City while opening Qilin's navigation software on his phone, using satellite positioning to ensure he wasn't flying in the wrong direction. The long night stretched ahead on the road far and wide. The boy, alone and for the first time, set off on a journey full of the unknown. 083 A Nighttime Adventure. The night sky had no clouds, only moonlight, starlight, and wind. The earth looked like a clear lake, undulating as the wind swept across. A transparent bubble hung in the air, with the boy sitting cross-legged inside, taking in the beautiful scenery below. Yusen could see the gigantic silver horse king galloping on the ground, see the wind dragons and white wolves hunting the beetle herds, see the bowing bat formations diving back and forth, and see the huge cobras chasing the colorful giant pythons. At that moment, a giant eagle with a wingspan of 12 meters swooped down from the sky, shaking the ground. A fierce tiger, panting, was pinned beneath the eagle's claws, unable to move. Seeing this scene, Yusen quickly took a photo and sped up, not daring to linger for a moment. Does this count as an eagle crushing a tiger? He posted the photo in Qilin's chat section and smiled while waiting for others' replies. Sure enough, soon there were night owls staying awake, sharing their opinions. Codename Fairy, I told you, the level order is wrong. Tigers can't fly, how can they be ranked above eagles? Codename Meow Meow, so does that mean I'm stronger as an eagle than a tiger? Yay! Codename Science, just for clarification, the giant eagle caught on the camera is the tiger-level creature, golden-winged Damo eagle, while the tiger it hunted is a wolf-level beast, blade-toothed tiger. They are actually one big rank apart. Codename 17, a tiger that isn't even tiger level but is wolf level, losing tiger status. Codename Drunkard, losing tiger status. +1. Codename Fat Cat, losing tiger status. +1. Codename Piglet, losing tiger status. +1. Yusen smiled as he read his friend's amusing comments, and seeing the rest were just losing tiger status. +1, with no one going off topic, he put away his phone and continued to fly. Actually, everyone was just looking for a bit of fun amidst their busy lives. Not to mention a wolf-level tiger, even tigers without extraordinary powers wouldn't even rank as insect level, making it more of a loss of tiger status. At this moment, Yusen noticed lights in the distance, feeling a bit relieved in his heart. Finally, after leaving Silver City, he encountered the first another city. He looked down at his phone's navigation and realized the city ahead was Bamboo City. Bamboo City is a small town with a population of less than 10 million, famous for its bamboo products, and every household plants bamboo and lives in harmony with iron-eating beasts. In short, every family raises pandas. And these pandas are not ordinary pandas, they are all extraordinary beings. Among them, the city lord raises a tiger-level giant panda, whose combat power is even not weaker than that of a dragon level, so although Bamboo City is small, it is extremely stable. As Yusen flew over Bamboo City, many pandas lying in the bamboo forest looked up, and some alert pandas even roared at the sky. So cute. Yusen saw some chubby young pandas and couldn't help but descend and take some random pictures with his phone. After leaving a few tiny bubbles smaller than a pinhole, he hurriedly left Bamboo City. If he didn't run, he would be beaten by pandas. After distancing himself from Bamboo City, Yusen looked at the scenery ahead and inexplicably felt a sense of peace. The panic and unease he felt when he just left Silver City vanished upon encountering Bamboo City. It turned out that on this land, in this time and space, in such a distant place from Silver City, there were compatriots with the same eyes and skin colors striving to live. Even far from Silver City, he wouldn't feel lonely. It was like having a home behind him. No matter how far he walked, he wouldn't be lost. 2 hours later. Yusen looked at the red circle on the positioning map, curiously looking up at the location marked by the red circle on his left. That was a forbidden area. China has many such forbidden areas, formed for various reasons. For example, the mess left by Damos. If the poison could not be cleaned up in the end, that area would be marked as a forbidden zone. There are also areas occupied by various extraordinary creatures above the tiger level. For safety reasons, these would also be marked as forbidden areas. In addition, some ancient battlefields and dragon-level strongmen's graves are also marked as forbidden areas. Lastly, there are the abyss. Any area with an abyssal fissure is the highest alert forbidden zone. Not only will there be stationed troops, but dragon-level strongmen will also stand guard. Yusen tried to enhance his vision to see what was inside the forbidden area. As his vision improved, looking from the sky at the forbidden area, he saw a 100-meter-high three-legged golden toad from afar. No wait, that wasn't a golden toad. Its gigantic dragon horns and huge ingot on its forehead obviously distinguished it from a three-legged golden toad. Yusen frowned slightly, trying to use his identification skill. Name, Dragon King Golden Toad. Code name, None. Race, Dragon Palace Treasure Toad. Gender, male. Age, 833. Lifespan, 5,322. Level, above dragon. Faction, neutral. Abilities. Wealth and treasure, has the power to suppress fortune. Wherever it is, there will be mountains of gold and silver, treasures everywhere. Dragon King's roar, condenses dragon might to unleash an angry roar, can suppress all living beings weaker than itself, rendering them immobile. Heavenly Ingot, consumes part of the suppressed fortune to summon a massive golden ingot meteor shower, striking large area targets. Exorcising evil and boosting wealth, strong fortune gives it powerful exorcising power, while fortune continuously increases over time, reaching a limit that it can bear will randomly summon a treasure to land beside it. Summary, mountains of gold and silver cannot compare to the Dragon King Golden Toad. After reading the attributes, Yusen felt his eyes nearly pop out. How could there be such a divine beast in the world? At this moment, he no longer cared for dragons or phoenixes, he only loved this Dragon King Golden Toad. He really wanted to touch it. Would touching it bring wealth? Yusen looked at the motionless Dragon King Golden Toad, drooling. At this moment, the Dragon King Golden Toad slowly opened its eyes, just in time facing Yusen, those red eyes quietly staring at him. Yusen didn't dare to move. He knew that frogs, toads, bullfrogs, and toads seemed to react to moving creatures and would shoot out their tongues at incredible speeds to catch prey. Could the Dragon King Toad also have this ability? What if it really did? Would he be attacked if he moved? After all, he was very close to the danger zone, and he could be within its attack range. So, the two sides just stared at each other from a distance. The Dragon King Toad's eyes showed no sign of emotion, while Yusen gritted his teeth, determined not to blink, staring intently at the Dragon King Toad. About 3 hours later, the Dragon King Toad slowly closed its eyes, and Yusen finally let out a sigh of relief. But just then, the Dragon King Toad suddenly shot out its tongue at a speed so fast that Yusen couldn't even react, getting close to the bubble, but stopping just before hitting it, less than a centimeter away. Yusen's eyes widened in terror, staring at the giant tongue. Only when he realized that the Dragon King Toad had no intention to attack him did he come back to his senses and noticed a knife stuck to the tongue. This was a straight sword nearly 2 meters long, its sheath embedded with 2 purple gems and covered with numerous lightning patterns. Without needing to identify it, Yusen knew this was definitely a treasured sword, but the question was this a gift for him? He instinctively glanced at the Dragon King Toad, but it remained with its eyes closed, not looking at him. Oh. Got it. Yusen suddenly realized, a proud smile appearing on his face. This was a contest of who would blink first, and because the Dragon King Toad blinked first, it conceded defeat and gave him a treasure, acknowledging his skill. Thanks. Let's compete again next time. Yusen reached out to grasp the treasured sword, smiling at the Dragon King Toad. However, after retracting its tongue, the Dragon King Toad slowly turned away from him, clearly not wanting to continue the blinking contest. Seeing this, Yusen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, but his mood was great. The danger zone wasn't so dangerous after all, at least some extraordinary creatures were quite friendly. Noticing that the Dragon King Toad truly didn't want to engage with him anymore, he decided to leave a bubble on the ground, telling the Dragon King Toad he would visit again next time, and then continued on his journey. On the way, he sat cross-legged in the bubble, constantly examining the treasured sword in his hand. This sword was not light, weighing about half a ton, ordinary people couldn't even lift it, but for him, it was just right. Perhaps the Dragon King Toad had seen through his strength when giving it as a gift, which is why it was so suitable. He held the hilt and slowly pulled out the sword. Instantly, threads of electric light spiraled along the blade, emitting a white glow. Zzz. As he fully pulled out the sword, sounds of electricity echoed from the blade, and then the electric light and sound gradually faded, leaving the blade seemingly adorned with a flowing lightning. This was definitely a treasure. Yusen looked at the sword and immediately cast an identification spell on it. 10,000 characters flash thunder sword. Level, Dragon. Ability, each time this sword is swung, the body gets reinforced by lightning, increasing the next swing speed by 1%, with a maximum increase of 2,500%, and the blade will become sharper. Summary, too slow, / madness is required to survive. No wonder it was the Dragon King Toad. The treasures given were extraordinary, this was so powerful. Although the attributes of the 10,000 characters flash thunder sword were very singular, they were extremely formidable. Once the speed stacked up, the attack frequency would reach a terrifying level. Moreover, Yusen possessed spatial abilities. Once combined, a single strike would definitely take down a small shrimp. He put away the thunder sword, leaned against the bubble, gazing at the sky, but his mind couldn't help but flash back to the image of the tongue attack. That moment was very dangerous. What if the Dragon King Toad actually wanted to attack him? Spatial ability is not 100% safe. The sudden tongue of the Dragon King Golden Toad is the best proof. He first thought of his bubble doppelganger technique, creating another bubble outside of the first one, while releasing the bubble doppelganger technique inside that bubble. Then he used silver blood to enhance his ability to absorb light, his body instantly becoming incredibly black, and adjusted the bubble carrying him to make it completely transparent. In an instant, there was only one bubble in the air, and inside that bubble was his doppelganger. This should mislead some creatures, right? Yusen sat in the bubble, looking at his doppelganger from a distance, secretly thinking to himself. The next journey was smooth and uneventful, probably because humans were not on the diet of many animals, and he was flying high in the sky, so the extraordinary creatures on the ground did not show any intention of attacking him. It was not until dawn that he stopped, looking at the sun gradually rising from the east. Since there were many forbidden zones to avoid, and some forbidden zones were particularly large, his flight was not a straight line, and he could not fly too fast, otherwise, there would not be enough time to respond in case of an accident. As a result, he only flew 1/3 of the journey all night, still far from Ice City. He wanted to give Nora a surprise, so after watching the sunrise, he left several spatial bubbles at different coordinates in place, then teleported home. What a long night. On the balcony lounge chair, Yusen appeared out of thin air, then lay down, becoming utterly lazy. A few minutes later, he and Nora went to school together. Upon arriving at school, he simply lay down to sleep, feeling physically fine but mentally tired. He needed to clear his mind. He slept until noon, then got up to look at the sunlight outside, and continued to ponder about spells. The bubble doppelganger method that he thought of last night was great, but there were still many areas that needed improvement. With his current mental strength, he could control at most one doppelganger, and having more would create flaws. The main issue was that these doppelgangers needed his control. It wasn't like once he cast the spell, the doppelgangers would have their own consciousness. Simply put, the bubble doppelganger was just a puppet on strings, needing him to control every movement. At night, he could transform into a non-reflective pitch-black form, but during the day, this trick wouldn't work well. Additionally, the bubble doppelganger ultimately had no eyes. Its perception range depended on the sense of the petals of the other shoreflower within it, which was quite small, only maintaining a range of about 1 or 2 meters around his body. This meant Yusen could not control it from a distance, because the farther away he was, the less he could see. Unless he created a large number of petals from the other shoreflower, forming a perception space within a radius of 100 miles, otherwise, he could not be too far from the doppelganger. These were all problems he needed to solve at present. Moreover, the defense of the bubble also had to be improved. He thought of integrating the blood shield technique and blood barrier technique into the spatial bubble. Since he could change the mirage doppelganger technique into a bubble doppelganger technique, why couldn't he also integrate the blood shield technique and blood barrier technique into the bubble? Because of the success of the bubble doppelganger technique, his current line of thought was completely opened. Since there was one, there could be two. He never thought about failing. He placed his hands on the desk, then first created a bubble, and then used the blood shield technique, placing the blood shield technique on top of the bubble. The first step was successful. Yusen then tried to shrink the shield and create more shields to completely wrap the bubble. It was like a fortified bunker, leaving only a gap at a certain height of the bubble to see outside. When the enemy attacks, he can still rotate the bubble at any time, adjusting the gaps constantly. Perhaps this method was too clever. He easily completed his idea. However, he quickly discovered a new problem. As the shield became smaller, it also became thinner, and the defense actually decreased quite a bit while a larger shield was inconvenient to arrange. In the end, there were still many issues. Of course, the biggest problem was still the lack of aesthetics. A massive blood shields covered the surface of the bubble, making it look like a red balloon. It completely turned into a live target. The target was just too obvious. 085 warm little hands. Yusen kept tinkering until after school, but he still couldn't come up with any particularly good ideas. Mainly, the blood shield technique was somewhat complicated. Unlike the mirage clone technique, which could be disassembled at will, this one was the type that wouldn't work without one screw. Moreover, aside from being able to adjust its size, it could not change the shape of the shield at all. Yusen walked home with Nora, his mind constantly pondering how to increase the bubble's defense. He was starting to want to give up on the blood shield technique. "You seem really tired today. Did you encounter some difficulties?" Nora noticed Yusen walking without paying attention to his surroundings and couldn't help but ask. Yusen sighed and said, "There's a spell I want to modify, but I can't. It's just a bit difficult. I don't understand about spells, but when faced with difficulties, sometimes it's okay to set it aside. Maybe the boat will find the bridge naturally?" Nora smiled and comforted him. Yusen couldn't help but smile and said, "That's true, I won't think about it for now. By the way, have you started your internal skill training? Didn't you notice? I've been secretly practicing every day." Nora revealed a mischievous smile, her expression like a big white goose that successfully stole food. The sunflower yang god technique can only be practiced during the day. Practicing at night was very ineffective, even worse than sleeping, so after trying once, she didn't continue to train at night. "How does it feel to practice?" Yusen asked curiously. Nora thought for a moment and replied, "It feels like soaking in a hot spring, and my body temperature is about 10 degrees higher than before. Other than that, I haven't found anything particularly special yet." Body temperature rising? That should be a good thing. Yusen thought of his own situation and immediately said. After taking a lot of silver blood, his body temperature also rose, and after his body temperature increased, his physical fitness improved as well. He estimated that Nora was in a similar situation. This showed that Nora was indeed getting stronger. At this moment, Nora placed her hand on Yusen's face, blinked, and asked, "Is my hand hot now?" "Not hot, it's a bit warm." Feeling the soft touch on his face and looking at Nora's smile, Yusen couldn't help but laugh. Then he had a thought and reached out to touch Nora's cheek, asking, "What about my hand? Is it warm? So cold." Nora quickly distanced herself, pretending to dislike it. Yusen warmed his palm using silver blood and chased after her, laughing, "How about now? Ha, how did it get hot again?" Nora looked at Yusen in surprise, her cheeks flushed red. Yusen just laughed but wouldn't tell Nora the reason, which made her chase after him like a big goose attacking. Then, the two of them strolled slowly, laughing and joking. A journey that could have been completed in 5 minutes took them over half an hour. After sending Nora home, Yusen teleported back to his own home. After taking a shower, he opened the fridge, took out some fresh beef, and prepared to make a stir-fried beef dish for himself. Since he could eat, he had no intention of mistreating himself, so he bought a lot of meat and froze it. Occasionally, when he didn't want to eat out, he could cook for himself. In fact, his cooking wasn't difficult to eat. In the past, to take care of his father, he had learned quite a few dishes by himself. Although he might not compare to a professional chef, his skills were definitely better than average. Moreover, he now had super taste. As long as he was willing to savor it more, it was impossible for it to taste bad. Half an hour later, he sat in the living room with a plate of stir-fried beef and a bowl of white rice. Feeling that it was a bit too quiet, he turned on the TV and connected to the Qilin app, preparing to see if there were any big news inside. Flying corpses have appeared again at Gemini West Mountain, and they are currently searching. Please do not approach Gemini West Mountain if you are an eagle level or below. The battle department has added 6 more captains, and the awarding ceremony will be held in Yin Jing. The nationwide investigation of the brain-hugging neurobug has been completed. Currently, all victims controlled by the brain-hugging neurobug are under surveillance. The research department will develop a drug as soon as possible to save every victim. Regarding weapon application guidelines, eligible members can apply. Thanks to the weapons provider, codenamed Mr. Dried Fish. Yusen had a strange expression. What kind of geomantic treasure land was Gemini West Mountain that flying corpses kept appearing there? It was too frightening. In addition, he thought that the investigation on the brain-hugging neurobug would have been abandoned due to Damos incident, but Qilin quietly investigated the situation in major cities across the country. However, he did not expect that Qilin did not immediately take action against those infected by the brain-hugging neurobug, but rather wanted to save these people. In fact, those infected by the brain-hugging neurobug were not dead yet. Their nerves had been replaced by the brain-hugging neurobug, but their brains were still alive. They were just under the control of the brain-hugging neurobug, and their every move could be misled. If there was a way to save these people, Yusen also felt that they should strive for it, rather than killing everyone outright. I hope the research department can succeed. Yusen took a couple of bites of rice, silently wishing in his heart as he ate. As for the last piece of news, although he sold extraordinary weapon gear to Qilin, he sold it at the standard market price. The problem was that extraordinary weapon gear had always been in short supply, so many gears, in fact, could sell for far more than the market price if put on the market. Furthermore, he sold a large quantity of weapon gear, which greatly alleviated the supply pressure on the logistics department, so the logistics department specifically expressed gratitude to him. He clicked on this news and indeed saw many comrades expressing their thanks to Mr. Dried Fish below. Seeing so many people's gratitude made him feel a bit cheerful. He finished his meal in one go and then prepared to continue his journey. Although the journey was a bit tiring, dull, and even dangerous last night, there was more curiosity about the unknown and anticipation for the scenery ahead. He had started to like that feeling. In an instant, he appeared at the marked spot from last night, then he manipulated the bubble to continue flying forward. It was still not completely dark, the sunset was radiating a red glow at the horizon, with the red clouds in the sky resembling flames burning the heavens. The dim yellow mountain peaks flickered, as if lurking monstrous beasts. Yusen adjusted the navigation and slightly altered the flight direction, then kept taking photos with his phone, capturing all the beautiful scenery before his eyes. But just as he was checking the photos he had taken, a green shadow flew toward the ground at an extremely fast speed. A blood shield formed instantly, only to be slashed in half by a blade. What a huge praying mantis! Yusen recognized the attacker and thought in surprise. The next second, as the mantis swung its scythe again, he shifted to another bubble not far away, and he saw his original bubble being slashed in half. Identification. Yusen took the opportunity to activate his skill. In the next moment, the mantis's attributes appeared before his eyes. Name, Slashing Mantis. Code name, None. Race, Monster. Gender, Female. Age, 30. Lifespan, 0. Level, Below Eagle. Faction, Hostile. It turned out to be an Eagle level. And clearly a high attack, low defense fragile 1. No wonder it could slice his bubble in one stroke. At this moment, the slicing mantis came after him again, its sharp sickle radiating a cold, brilliant light. Tisk, overestimating yourself, seeking death. Yusen noticed that the slicing mantis was relentless, and he frowned slightly. He raised his hand and flicked out a bubble. The bubble quickly grew larger during its flight, while the internal space became chaotic and distorted. The slicing mantis was caught off guard, crashing headfirst into the chaotic bubble, its body seeming to be stirred by immense force, exploding in less than a second, turning into a swirling green mist. It came quickly, died quickly, and died cleanly. Yusen looked at the green blood in the bubble, suddenly curious. If he absorbed this stuff's blood, could he gain a new skill tree? But that would turn the chaotic bubble into a juicer, right? 086 Death Trap. The essence of humanity may just be the true craving. I will never drink blood again. The blood of Pangu. Truly appealing. The blood of a perfect being. Truly appealing. After drinking the blood of Pangu and the perfect being, Yusen wanted to try tasting every animal, to see if he could grow a new heart. Although the blood of the slicing mantis looked unappealing and seemed poisonous, he could not hold back his curiosity and moved forward to collect a bit of blood in a cup. He grew vampire fangs and took a small sip from the edge of the cup. Then his entire face scrunched up. Ugh! So disgusting. Moreover, the memories of the slicing mantis were too revolting. Especially the memories of eating, making Yusen want to vomit up the dinner he had just eaten. It turned out that not all animal blood could be drunk by a vampire, at least the mantis blood should not interest most vampires. Yusen took a long time to recover, feeling a bit green in the face. Fortunately, this time the blood drinking was not without gain, at least through the memories of the slicing mantis, he saw some interesting content. Behind the mountain, there was a very concealed cave. The slicing mantis had once entered that cave while hunting a large rat. Through the memory of the slicing mantis, Yusen saw that there were many signs of human excavation within the cave. Halfway through the cave, the mantis felt danger and quickly retreated. So, what was hidden inside the cave? Could it be hiding a fugitive? Yusen instantly suspected that the cave was dug by a fugitive at the extraordinary level. Many extraordinary beings escape the city after committing crimes because Huaxia has always dealt severely with extraordinary criminals, so these fugitives dare not reveal themselves easily in human society and can only live as wild men in the wilderness. At the time, Yusen actually thought about escaping to the wild to avoid the pursuit of the Blood Clan. Fortunately, he heeded Nora's advice and, with the help of Jin Shang, successfully joined Qilin, so he didn't have to truly live as a wild man. It's only a little past 6, let's go explore. Thinking about it, Yusen saw that it was still early and decided to check out that cave. If there really was a criminal hiding inside, he would act accordingly. If the criminal was stronger than him, he would call for help. If the criminal was weaker, he would capture them directly and send them to the security bureau. As for those who were neither strong nor weak, or only slightly stronger than him, they would be unlucky, kill without mercy. He remembered that for most extraordinary level fugitives, Qilin had bounties, the higher the level, the higher the bounty. He would not mind making some extra money. A minute later, he flew to the entrance of the cave. After confirming that the cave was exactly as it appeared in the memories of the slicing mantis, he quickly maneuvered the bubble into the cave. Inside the cave, it was pitch black, but to him, it was no different from daytime. He observed the walls of the tunnel. Indeed, they were man-made, and it had likely been a long time since they were carved. He silently passed through the tunnel, and ahead it suddenly opened up into a spacious stone chamber. In the stone chamber, there was only a stone bed. At that moment, a middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged on the stone bed. When Yusen's gaze fell on him, he immediately opened his eyes and was greatly surprised upon seeing Yusen. This was because Yusen had been floating in the air the entire time, and the spatial bubble was self-contained, so no aura leaked out, causing the middle-aged man to be completely unaware of anyone entering. Only when Yusen's eyes landed on the middle-aged man did the man sense something and realize someone was there. And at the instant the middle-aged man opened his eyes, Yusen also recognized his identity. This guy was a wolf-level wanted criminal, Zhong Wuliang. 8 years ago, Zhong Wuliang had a road rage incident where he brutally killed hundreds of ordinary people in Tower City and then fled outside the city, disappearing without a trace. However, the Qilin organization had been offering a bounty on Zhong Wuliang and had never given up on pursuing him. Now, Zhong Wuliang's bounty had risen to 50,000 merit points and a reward of 2 million yuan. Ah! Zhong Wuliang did not ask who Yusen was but instantly entered a combat mode, a purple gold heavy hammer appearing in his hand as he quickly smashed it toward Yusen. The purple gold heavy hammer struck violently against the surface of the bubble. Boom! The bubble burst instantly. But Yusen had already teleported away, only several grenades falling to the ground from the bubble. Boom! 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 The entire stone chamber shook violently, and Zhong Wuliang was turned to a blackened state. Zhong Wuliang was a martial artist with rogue training. He had cultivated the 8 Treasures Town elephant skill to the 7th level, possessing wolf-level strength. Although the grenades were powerful, he blocked most of the direct damage with another purple gold hammer. The remaining shockwaves could not break his defense at all. Holding 2 purple gold hammers, he knew he could not stay here long and immediately rushed toward the cave entrance. Thud! Thud! Suddenly, 2 sounds like melons hitting the ground came from both the front and back. Zhong Wuliang's pupils shrank sharply as he quickly used the purple gold hammers to guard himself from the front and back. In an instant, 2 explosions rang out simultaneously, and the entire cave shook, with stones beginning to fall from the ceiling. Not good, he wants to trap me here. Zhong Wuliang suddenly realized and gritted his teeth, pushing forward with all his might. But the next moment, a deafening explosion sounded from the cave entrance, shaking the entire mountain, and the tunnel quickly collapsed. No! Zhong Wuliang roared in anger, wildly swinging his arms with the hammers, smashing all the falling rocks and blocking rocks ahead, desperately trying to carve out a path to survival. But the tunnel was collapsing too quickly. When he originally carved this cave, it took him a whole half-day, the tunnel winding in long. He thought it was well hidden and wouldn't be discovered, but now it was burying him instead. Zhong Wuliang watched helplessly as the tunnel ahead was blocked solidly by collapsed rocks, fully aware that breaking through these rocks would take at least 2 hours, and despair filled his heart. Thud! At that moment, several grenades appeared out of nowhere, landing not far from him. Grenade, grenade, grenade. Zhong Wuliang's forehead bulged with veins, and in a fit of rage, he swung the hammers wildly at his surroundings, the next second being engulfed by the explosion. In this environment, the terrain was truly too suited for grenades. Zhong Wuliang estimated he never thought about encountering an extremely rare space ability user when he was digging the cave, and his caution ultimately harmed him. But this was also very normal. Space ability users were rare existences. Globally, there were probably less than 50 in total. Who would have thought that he would be so unlucky? After the explosion, Zhong Wuliang was covered in wounds, but they were all superficial injuries. The body of a horizontally trained warrior is just strong, and even the enhanced versions of can't do much damage to him, but Yusen doesn't have many other tricks, definitely has enough quantity to fill him up. Zhong Wuliang gasped for air, realizing that Yusen wouldn't spare him, so he disregarded everything and started chiseling through the surrounding rocks, trying to carve out a path for his escape. Bang! Bang, bang! More and more fell, and none of them exploded. Zhong Wuliang glanced at the on the ground, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, his hands swinging the purple gold heavy hammer even faster. If it was just one or a dozen, he wouldn't be afraid of getting hit, but if there were hundreds of, even he, a horizontally trained warrior, wouldn't be able to take it. Especially in this enclosed environment, the power of would increase many times, and just thinking about so many exploding at once made his scalp tingle. 087 Yusen's sneaky tactics. Zhong Wuliang had thought about running back to the stone chamber. The problem was that the path behind him had just collapsed, and now he was left with only a small area to move, with no room to dodge at all. Furthermore, after the tunnel collapsed, the difficulty of digging increased significantly. As soon as he hammered through some rocks and soil, new rocks and soil would fall on top, making the efficiency incredibly low. Even though Zhong Wuliang had immense strength, with potential exploding in the face of life and death, he still couldn't speed up, especially after digging only a short distance when a massive rock fell, directly becoming the last straw that broke his resolve. I surrender, I give up. Zhong Wuliang looked back at the increasing number of, finally feeling fear. He placed the purple gold heavy hammer on the ground, quickly knelt down, raised his hands, and shouted to the surroundings. Bang! 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 Continued to fall out of nowhere. Zhong Wuliang felt more and more pressure, his eyes full of bloodshot veins, watching as the gradually piled up into a small mountain. He shouted, I've already surrendered, what more do you want? What good does it do you to wipe me out? Bang! 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 Still kept falling. Zhong Wuliang knelt on the ground, crying out in tears, Big brother, grandsir, I truly surrender, if not, I'll break my hands and feet, this way you should believe me, right? Above the cave outside, Yusen had no idea that Zhong Wuliang had already surrendered. For safety's sake, he decided to drop 500, directly blowing Zhong Wuliang to the sky. This was his first time dealing with a horizontally trained warrior, and he had no experience at all, so he felt that he should play it safe and not take risks. After releasing enough, he pulled the safety pin on the last, casually tossing it into the space bubble, and the grenade disappeared the next second. Boom! In an instant, the entire mountain below shook, and the location of the cave resembled a volcanic eruption, with large amounts of rocks, soil, and dust spraying into the sky. In the enclosed space, the power of Indeed increased massively. Yusen looked at the ground and happened to see an arm blasted out, which finally landed on a rock, with blood flowing from the broken stump. Suddenly, a shadow quickly jumped out from the explosion crater and fled at an incredibly fast speed towards the distance. He's not dead? Yusen's eyes widened, truly shocked. Actually, Zhong Wuliang didn't die because, in his desperation, he curled up, with many rocks in front of him blocking the explosion, then used the purple gold heavy hammer to shield himself. But he still underestimated the power of the Yusen deployed. The arm holding the purple gold heavy hammer was blasted off, and the other arm was also broken. Run! He had to run fast. Zhong Wuliang had considered hiding in the crater to ambush Yusen. But he had no confidence in it. Yusen was a space user, and he feared that as soon as he made a move, Yusen would teleport away. That giant crater blasted open by was the perfect spot to drop more. After weighing the pros and cons, he still decided to run away first. If he couldn't escape, he would find a suitable terrain to fight the enemy. But as he ran, he began to feel something was off. He suddenly stopped, turned his head to look at a nearby big tree, and looked down to see his severed arm's blood dripping on the trunk. He had just run past this tree, how had he ended up back here? Thud. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A bomb fell at Zhong Wuliang's feet. He looked down at it, and a twisted smile, worse than crying, was slowly appearing on his face. The opponent was clearly a fragile space ability user and would definitely not believe anything he said. Even if he broke his own limbs, the opponent would likely suspect he was using a trick to lure them in, only to counterattack suddenly. In this suspicion, the opponent would only approach him if they intended to kill him completely. From the very beginning, he had already been sentenced to death. 5000 asterisk asterisk. Yusen's storage ring now always contained more than 5,000 bombs. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A few days ago, the office specifically requested more bombs from headquarters. When the next supply arrived, conservatively estimating, he would receive more than 10,000 bombs. Amid the explosions, Zhong Wuliang was finally blown to death. From start to finish, he posed no threat to Yusen. Although his level was higher and all attributes stronger than Yusen's, he ended up humiliated, dying at Yusen's hand without even a chance to resist. Asterisk. Yusen continued to drop bombs after Zhong Wuliang died, only stopping when he confirmed Zhong Wuliang was completely dead, finally feeling relieved. In an instant, he appeared next to Zhong Wuliang's body, which was now distorted with broken limbs, and the torso was blasted out of shape. In the same way, protect one's own rights. Otherwise, wouldn't extraordinary beings be constantly harassed by ordinary people? Although the law is stricter for extraordinary beings, it must ultimately be fair and just while protecting the weak, ensuring that everyone is convinced. Ding dong. At this moment, Yusen's phone rang with a notification. 088, dirty trick. Lazy fish, don't waste Zhong Wuliang's body, sell it to me, I can give you 3,000 merit points. Yusen picked up his phone, opened it, and saw the perverted text message sent by Bat. What does it mean, don't waste the body? That's terrifying. He slightly furrowed his brow and quickly asked via voice message, what do you want Zhong Wuliang's body for? After sending, Bat quickly replied, for research. Zhong Wuliang was the sole disciple of the Eight Treasures sect of Tashin, and the skill he practiced, the Eight Treasures Town Elephant skill, is one of the best internal martial arts in China, but it has been passed down verbally with no written records. So, I want to study Zhong Wuliang's body and try to deduce the Eight Treasures Town Elephant skill. Yusen had to admit, Zhong Wuliang's defense was indeed very strong. Over 500 bombs didn't kill him. Later, he wasted a few hundred more bombs before finally blowing Zhong Wuliang up. The key point is that Zhong Wuliang was only at wolf level. If he were at tiger level, Yusen probably wouldn't have been able to do anything even with all his bombs. If you manage to deduce it, remember to share a copy with me. Yusen immediately replied. Bat, no problem. Yusen's mind moved, and the spatial bubble immediately turned and flew back. Fortunately, because of the smoke from the explosion, in just a few minutes, no animals dared to approach Zhong Wuliang's body. Yusen emptied the ring that contained Zhong Wuliang's meat and then put Zhong Wuliang's body inside it. His hand is broken. Do you need to recover the severed hand? Yusen thought of Zhong Wuliang's other arm still lying in the pit, so he asked via phone. Bat immediately replied, yes. The body of a martial artist definitely has traces of his training. If one arm is missing, the method we deduce might be incomplete. Alright, I'll go recover it. Yusen replied. He quickly returned to the pit, remembering that Zhong Wuliang's severed arm had fallen on a rock and there had been a lot of blood. But when he found the rock, there was only a pool of blood, and the arm was gone. Where is the hand? Yusen looked around, stunned. He scanned the surroundings but found no animal tracks. Then he enhanced his sense of smell and carefully sniffed the air. A faint smell of blood continued to rise, clearly indicating that a bird of prey, like an eagle, had carried the arm away. If he had known Bat wanted Zhong Wuliang's body, he should have recovered the severed hand earlier to avoid complications. Yusen sighed and then controlled the spatial bubble to move in the direction of the blood scent. Fearing that Zhong Wuliang's arm might be eaten by animals, he increased the flying speed of the bubble to the fastest the bubble could bear, which was 20 times the speed of sound. About half a minute later, he saw a large black bird, resembling a vulture, flying with Zhong Wuliang's arm. The vulture-like bird also sensed Yusen behind it. It immediately increased speed, diving downward quickly in an attempt to shake off Yusen's pursuit. The next moment, a chase unfolded between the man and the bird in the sky. This bird was definitely an extraordinary creature, flying at full speed even faster than Yusen, and Yusen was the one chasing it, not the other way around. So Yusen was being led by the nose. Every time the bird changed direction, it could create a huge distance, so Yusen couldn't catch up. Yusen extended his hand, and a large number of silver threads shot out rapidly from his fingertips. The bird sensed the danger, flapped its wings even faster, and spun its body, veering to the left. By the time Yusen followed the turn, the bird had already flown several hundred meters ahead. Good guy, and it has explosive potential. Yusen gritted his teeth, trying to fold the surrounding space, but the big bird flew too fast. He had just locked onto one coordinate and, before he could fold the space, the big bird had already flown beyond his reach. In the end, he simply gave up on intercepting in any extra means, as long as he didn't lose the chase. After all, compared to his abundant stamina, he had never really feared anyone. He believed that once the bird got tired, it would naturally stop. He didn't believe this bird had endless stamina. Sure enough, after chasing for a few more minutes, the big bird began to tire. It decisively released Zhong Wuliang's arm to lighten its weight. Yusen quickly dove down and bound Zhong Wuliang's arm with silver threads. Finally got it back. Yusen let out a slight sigh of relief, storing the arm in his storage ring. Then he looked around, quickly took out his phone to check his location. He had been so focused on chasing that bird, following its flight pattern, that he realized he seemed to be lost. When he opened the map, the entire map was glowing red, with a warning message. What the heck, a restricted area? Yusen's face changed. He hadn't expected to chase himself into a restricted area. This really couldn't be blamed on him. After all, he was following the big bird, and for the big bird, there probably weren't any restricted areas in this world. In the next moment, when he wanted to teleport away, a large blue shadow suddenly flashed past a huge lake nearby, and then a blue giant dragon surfaced, staring directly at Yusen. The dragon's head was as big as the ancient bird's nest stadium in Beijing, and its eyes radiated a terrifying dragon's might. Yusen felt as though he was frozen as it gazed at him. Gulp! The Pangu heart within Yusen suddenly thumped, and his almost stopped thoughts regained a bit of focus. Instinctively, he swallowed hard. For some reason, he felt a spark of inspiration and activated his identification skill on the blue giant dragon, then quickly teleported away. The dragon, which had been staring at Yusen, flashed a hint of anger the moment Yusen used the identification skill, and then a gem on its forehead shot out a thick, azure beam. The beam swept through the air, obliterating the bubble Yusen had left behind, and even the clouds above were affected, leaving a massive cut in the sky. On the other side, Yusen returned to one of the bubbles he had previously marked, letting out a sigh of relief. That dragon was terrifying, the wilderness was indeed fraught with danger. At that moment, Yusen's attention shifted to the attributes he had just identified, and he was once again dumbfounded. Name, Extreme Dragon. Codename, None. Race, Dragon. Gender, None. Age? Lifespan? Level? Faction? Abilities. Summary. This was the first time Yusen had encountered a situation where the entire information was just question marks. He immediately suspected that his identification skill wasn't high enough to discern the attributes of the extreme dragon. Because his identification skill was only at dragon level, theoretically, he could only identify attributes of beings below dragon level. Could it be that the giant dragon's strength has already surpassed dragon level, reaching the legendary divine level? At this moment, he was filled with awe for the restricted area once again. Although there were friendly extraordinary beings like the Dragon King Jinshan, there were also terrifyingly powerful monsters like the extreme dragon that were not necessarily friendly. Fortunately, while he may not excel in other areas, his escape speed was top-notch, otherwise, straying into a restricted area would truly be dangerous. Suddenly, he had a bold idea. Previously, he had thought of putting a bubble at the Qilin headquarters, so when he encountered an enemy he couldn't defeat, he could teleport to the headquarters and let the big shots beat the opponent. Clearly, this method would not work. But what if he placed bubbles around the extreme dragon instead? As soon as Yusen imagined the enemy being teleported away, the sight of the extreme dragon made the impulse inside his heart grow stronger and stronger. 089 The Heart of Freedom. I did it! Yusen took a deep breath and decided to go back secretly and place the space bubbles. He had an excellent memory and clearly remembered the route from the big pit to the forbidden area where the extreme dragon was located. This had nothing to do with being a vampire, he had simply had a good memory since childhood. Even without studying seriously, he could usually maintain above-average grades. He first returned to the previous big pit and then flew toward the forbidden area of the extreme dragon. Of course, this time he definitely wouldn't dare to enter the forbidden area of the extreme dragon. He planned to place a few bubbles on the outskirts and then control them to slowly move closer to the extreme dragon. Half an hour later, Yusen arrived at the edge of the forbidden area. It was really the edge. From his position, he couldn't even see the lake where the extreme dragon lived, only layers upon layers of mountains. He estimated he would need to go a few thousand meters deeper to see that lake. But that was enough, he truly didn't dare to approach any closer. Start! Yusen stretched out his hand, and tiny bubbles quickly gathered in his palm. Then he manipulated these bubbles to swiftly move toward the location of the extreme dragon. He moved close to the ground. At first, he could still see the bubbles, but as he moved further, he couldn't even see them anymore. He could only condense the seeds of the other shore flower and place them into one of the bubbles. When the other shore flower bloomed, the petals spread forward. With his limited perception, he carefully controlled the space bubble to move at an extremely slow speed. He was very cautious throughout the whole process, afraid of startling the extreme dragon in the water. Fortunately, there were no accidents at the end. The bubble finally moved very close to the lake, and when the petals of the other shore flower touched the water, he immediately controlled all the petals to disperse. For the last stretch, he completely controlled it blindly. According to his calculations, the bubble should have already entered the water, so he stopped interfering with these bubbles. Next, he flew to a high altitude on the space bubble and released a large number of tiny bubbles in the air. This part was easier to control. In the end, all the bubbles hovered above the lake. In the future, when he encountered enemies he couldn't defeat, he would teleport them to the lake if they could fly, and to the sky if they couldn't. That way, even if the enemies could fly, they would have to face the extreme dragon right after being teleported, making it highly unlikely for them to escape. Those who couldn't fly would fall from the sky into the water, creating such a big commotion that it should be enough to alert the extreme dragon. Yusen began to look forward to the sight of those enemies being teleported and facing the extreme dragon in the future. He hoped the enemies wouldn't be too desperate. He thought for a moment and then immediately created many more bubbles, placing them around the entire edge of the forbidden area. Some were placed on the ground, blending with the light, while others were positioned in the air alongside the clouds. After completing all the preparations, he turned and left. A sleepless night. Without any surprises, Yusen flew another third of the distance. During this time, he passed through Green City, Fruit City, and Emerald City, placing space bubbles in each one. In the future, if he wanted to visit these cities, he would just need a thought to arrive, making it very convenient to travel back and forth. At around 6 in the morning, he teleported back home. After showering and changing into his school uniform, Nora had already bounced to the door. "Good morning." Yusen appeared at the door and smiled as he opened it. Today, Nora seemed especially cheerful, responding with a smile, "Good morning." The two of them walked to school together, and Nora occasionally flashed joyful smiles, making Yusen glance at her repeatedly. Nora didn't keep it a secret and laughed, "My dad transferred Rocky. The new guardian is a very easygoing sister who just took office last night. We talked all night long." "Then congratulations. You have more freedom now." Yusen smiled. He wasn't surprised that Marcus would transfer Rocky. After all, Rocky had come to find him that night. Actually, the behavior was already very strange, and Marcus couldn't help but be suspicious of Roche. For example, would Roche have inappropriate thoughts about his daughter? Yusen secretly despised Roche as he looked at the happy Nora, and he couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. When he flew to Ice City tonight, tomorrow Nora would definitely be even happier. "By the way, my mom heard that Roche was transferred and booked a flight for tonight. I can see my mom tomorrow, and finally, there won't be any annoying people around," Nora continued happily. Yusen's smile suddenly froze, then he laughed awkwardly and said, "You mean, your mom is coming?" "Yes, her flight is tonight, she should arrive tomorrow," Nora nodded, her eyes filled with anticipation, radiating joy all around her. Yusen could only smile and say, "Congratulations. Tomorrow is Saturday, you can spend some quality time with your mom." Now it became a bit awkward. He originally wanted to surprise Nora tomorrow, but now Nora's mom would arrive in Silver City first. According to his plan, he would prepare the space bubble in Ice City tonight, then find Nora tomorrow, and use the space bubble to teleport her to Ice City, then go meet Nora's mom together. That scene, just thinking about it, felt beautiful. Who knew that plans couldn't keep up with changes? Roche's transfer triggered a chain reaction, and the whole plan fell apart. "What's wrong?" Nora noticed Yusen looking a bit down and asked. Yusen forced a smile and said, "It's nothing, just a bit tired from last night. I'll take a nap when I get to school." The two arrived at school together, and after entering the classroom, Nora happily shared her joy with Qianling. The two girls huddled together whispering. Yusen didn't eavesdrop, he rested his chin on his hand, contemplating whether he still needed to go to Ice City. Even though he couldn't give Nora a surprise, he felt a bit disheartened and disappointed. But after 2 nights of journeying, he had grown fond of that adventurous feeling in the wilderness, free and unrestrained. Once wielding a sword and wandering around was just a dream, but now that the dream had become reality, what reason did he have to refuse? When a frog at the bottom of a well has seen the vast sky, who would want to return to the well and see only the narrow sky? Moreover, if he didn't go out for a walk, he would never meet the Dragon King Jin Shan, never see the might of the extreme dragon, and never understand how wonderful and magnificent the world was. Sure enough. Ice City, I'm going to book it. Yusen took a deep breath, his heart had already found the answer. Not just Ice City, but also Buddha City, Stone City, Lion City, Dragon City, Fragrance City. In the future, he would go to so many places, experience different customs, taste the delicacies of different cities, and meet more interesting people and things. Moreover, since there's no rush to go to Ice City now, he could totally linger longer in other cities. For example, on the way to Ice City, he would pass through Yin Capital, where he could visit Jin Shang, check out the headquarters, and conveniently hand over Zhong Wulian's body to the bat. There was no need to rush for Nora's surprise. Suddenly, time felt ample. Yusen found that the outcome wasn't too bad after all, at least he felt freer. In the evening, in a corner of Bamboo City, in the bamboo forest, Yusen appeared out of nowhere and just in time saw a giant panda with a round little panda. He actually loved pandas a lot. If it weren't for being in a hurry before, he would insist on petting a panda's head and feeding it bamboo. Now that he wasn't in a hurry, after he showered at home, he transmitted here, ready to play with the pandas. "Panda Auntie, I really like Xiaomei, please let her come with me." Yusen cautiously approached the giant panda, then got into character, looking serious as he spoke to the giant panda. And the big panda looked affectionately at the little panda. The big panda sat on the ground, with a calm expression, breaking the bamboo and slowly eating it, while the little panda lay behind its mother, curiously watching Yusen act. And Panda, since you don't mind, I will take little May away. Yusen seized the moment, slowly walking towards the big panda, and then he saw one of the panda's paws loosen its grip on the bamboo and begin to clench into a fist. Without saying a word, he instantly jumped away to escape. This big panda had the strength of an eagle. If it hit him, he wouldn't be able to take it. In fact, the intelligence of extraordinary creatures is very high, especially those that often live alongside humans, who can basically understand human speech. Mom, am I called Little May? The little panda, seeing Yusen run away, curiously called out to the big panda. The big panda remained calm, picked up the bamboo and scolded, "You foolish thing, you are a male panda, you can only be called ergo." "But I'm a panda, not a dog," the little panda retorted. The big panda replied calmly, "Then call yourself Air Mao." "But I'm a panda, not a cat," the little panda protested unhappily. The big panda slapped the little panda, sending it rolling, scolding, "Your butt itches, why are you being so talkative?" Without a doubt, this was definitely a mother. When it was time to act, there was no hesitation. On the other side, Yusen had no idea that the little panda was getting beaten because of his impromptu performance. He sat at a window seat in a small noodle shop, slurping up the old chicken soup bamboo noodles. This noodle is a specialty of Bamboo City, with a strong bamboo aroma. The taste is very unique. Those who like it will love it immensely, while those who don't will probably just take one bite and not want to eat anymore. Yusen felt he should like it. With his super taste, he could tell that these noodles were made from very good bamboo leaf juice and flour, and during cooking, a sweet chicken soup base was used, along with various high-quality supplementary ingredients, making the taste outstanding. After having eaten 8 bowls of noodles in one go, Yusen walked out of the noodle shop with a satisfied expression. Speaking of which, vampires actually hate the smell of garlic. Staying in a closed space filled with garlic for a long time can even make them faint. But after awakening his super stomach and super taste, it seemed like he was immune to this weakness. At least now, he enjoyed eating garlic without any discomfort. Next, he tried to chat up a few little pandas, but without exception, they were all driven away by the big panda like ghosts chasing yellow hair. After playing around for about 10 minutes, he teleported to Chui City, and then flew towards Ice City. 12 o'clock. A city without walls appeared in front of Yusen. This city was so large that he couldn't see the edge from the sky. Even though it was already midnight, the whole city was still brightly lit, with cars flowing on the roads like endless rivers of light. Yin Jing has arrived. Yusen slowly descended, and instantly, several psychic energies swept past him. He immediately looked towards a tall building not far away and saw a young woman with a cane standing at the top, also looking at him. The woman wore a black dress, her red hair blown up by the wind, her left eye was covered with a mask, and the right eye shone with a sharp gleam as they locked eyes, giving Yusen a sense of wildness. Tiger level? Indeed, Yin Jing is full of strong people. Yusen withdrew his gaze, landed on the ground, and shortly after, a police car stopped beside him. A police officer dressed in black combat armor got out of the car, saluted, and said, "Hello, please show your identification." Yusen nodded, took out Qilin's identification from his storage ring, and soon his identity was verified. The officer saluted again and returned the identification to him. Tell him that flying is prohibited in Yin Jing, and if he wants to fly, he needs to apply for permission first. Obviously, his flying over had already alerted the entire war police system. Next, no war police came to verify his identity, not even the police car that passed by him stopped. Yusen took out his phone and contacted Bat. "Bat, I've arrived in Yin Jing. I will deliver Zhong Wulian's corpse directly to you, send me your location." "You send me the location, I'm just driving," Bat quickly replied. Vampires are all night owls. Yusen didn't hold back and directly sent his location to Bat. Bat said he would arrive in 15 minutes. Yin Jing has been expanding, and 3 years ago, the 35 Ring Road was completed. Now Yusen's location is probably on the 36th Ring Road, which hasn't been officially recognized yet. Since every ring road is larger than the last, the total length of the 36th Ring Road is already quite exaggerated, so Yusen guessed that the headquarters of Qilin should be on the 34th or 33rd ring, otherwise Bat wouldn't be able to get there so quickly. He sat on a bench by the roadside for people to rest, casually attaching many tiny space bubbles to the indents on the back of the chair, oddly feeling like stealthily sticking bogies on the chair's back. 15 minutes later, a bulletproof SUV stopped in front of him, the window slowly rolled down, and the young driver said, "Get in." "Are you Bat?" Yusen stood up, opened the door to the passenger seat, got in, and shut the door before asking. Bat's temperament was very similar to his, but Bat's complexion was paler, even having a hint of blue, looking more like a dead person. Meanwhile, he had 2 hearts beating, making his complexion close to normal, just a bit pale, resembling the so-called cool white skin. "Nice to meet you, my code name is Bat," Bat introduced himself while driving. Yusen smiled and said, "Hello, I am a salted fish, are we going to the headquarters now?" "MHM," Bat replied and continued driving. Yusen realized Bat actually didn't like to talk, so he lowered his head and continued playing on his phone. He was looking at food recommendations in Yin Jing, planning to come back and feast after placing the space bubbles in Ice City. Half an hour later, Bat drove into an unremarkable building, parked the car in the garage, and took Yusen inside with a card swipe. The moment Yusen stepped into the building, he was shocked. The exterior was unremarkable, but the interior was full of technological feel and the whole space was expanded. A small room was larger than a soccer field. Yusen felt like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, dazzled while following Bat. Dragon Clan girls were really beautiful, and mermaids manipulated water currents passing by, while masked Lei Zenzi bloodline holders made his head feel numb just from one glance. As they passed certain rooms, through huge glass windows, he could see zombies, evil spirits, fierce ghosts, and demons being suppressed by chains, talismans, and magical treasures, while researchers collected their special tissues. This truly was the headquarters. Yusen felt like he had broadened his horizons. 091 Unblockable Space. Bat walked ahead with one hand in his pocket, and the surrounding researchers seemed very afraid of him, all stepping aside to make way. The two arrived in front of a room. Bat input the password to open the door. As Yusen followed him inside, the door suddenly closed automatically, startling Yusen. Just then, the lights in the room lit up, revealing that the room was filled with corpses soaked in formaldehyde.